Beneath the dim moonlight, the figure of a man in deep red robes staggered forward. His ragged breaths echoed in the silent night, revealing countless wounds covering Yi Liang's body. Blood streamed endlessly from the corner of his mouth. His face was a bloody mess as he coughed up more and more, thinking to himself, "Is this really the end?" Unable to stand any longer, Yi Liang collapsed to his knees. Suddenly, he let out a savage laugh, the sound echoing throughout the forest. From above, he could be seen lying collapsed on the dark forest floor. Yi Liang lay alone in the cold night, struggling to lift his head, his trembling hands clawing at the dirt. A raw scream tore from Yi Liang's throat as he violently coughed up blood. Immediately after he fell onto his back, his breathing becoming shallow and intermittent. Yi Liang's eyes fluttered open and closed as he looked up at the sky, finally just accepting his fate as he gazed at the starry night. To die like this, isn't it a poetic way to go? It really was the end. Suddenly a figure appeared in his line of sight. Seeing this, Yi Liang tried to get a better look. The person was also observing him. His vision grew dimmer and dimmer as a thought crept in. Who is that? Flashback to a few hours earlier. Yi Liang roared, "And you call yourselves the esteemed masters of the martial world. I thought you would fight me one by one, but instead, you all attack me at once." At that moment, the Emperor's sword form within him awakened. Meanwhile, the old man unleashed his lion's roar technique. Beside him, another man quickly struck with the fatal fist. Seeing this, Yi Liang roared in fury, "Have you no pride left?" In a flash, the group was engulfed by a wave of light. Back in the present, the pain and the nightmare jolted him awake. Yi Liang shot up, gasping for breath. A wave of pain washed over him, and he couldn't help but groan. Yi Liang struggled to support himself, his eyes darting around the room. "Where am I? Am I still alive?" After a moment, he suppressed the pain and slowly approached the main door. Suddenly, Yi Liang froze, his eyes fixed on one spot. Before him was a garden of blooming flowers. Moreover, there was a flowing waterfall. The scenery was breathtaking. The scene became clearer and clearer, the sound of flowing water, falling leaves, and drifting flower petals. Witnessing this, Yi Liang grew even more bewildered. Just where is this place? A strange voice suddenly called out, "You shouldn't be sitting up yet." Jian reminded him with concern, "You need to rest now." He looked at the boy cautiously. "Who are you?" Jian quickly introduced himself. "Me, I am Dan Yixian." Yi Liang was momentarily stunned, muttering unconsciously, "I didn't ask for your name." Hearing this, Jian replied cheerfully, "I'm the one who saved your life, old man." Yi Liang glanced at him in disbelief. "You say you saved me, you?" The boy nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I'm a physician." With that, Jian quickly turned around. "Your condition was so bad you could have died at any moment. Let's talk about the details inside." The man asked again skeptically, "Are you really the one who treated my wounds?" At this point, the boy was losing his patience, his voice turning cold. "There's no one else here but me. Who else could have treated you? Now hurry up and go lie down." Yi Liang paid him no mind and continued his questioning. "Do you know who I am?" To which Yixian quickly replied, "A wounded person." "Hurry up. If we don't continue the treatment soon, you might not recover. Do you have any idea how much trouble I went through to bring you here?" The man looked over at the boy. "Indeed." A short while later, Yi Liang was lying neatly on the sickbed. Yixian carefully laid out a set of surgical knives and said softly, "All right, let's begin." Immediately after, Yixian skillfully brandished a pair of acupuncture forceps. The moment he saw it, Yi Liang flinched. "The Tai Yi needle!" The boy spun around in surprise. "Huh, you know of it?" The man mumbled, "Sacred hand, divine doctor." "How do you know that technique?" Xian immediately replied, "That's my father." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy shouted, "Now I'll check your pulse." Yi Liang gritted his teeth, his mind screaming, "The devil's point and the mute point at the same time." Ak Luong's body was covered in countless acupuncture needles. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. The pain was gone. Could this young man before him truly be the son of the saintly doctor? Had he really inherited those medical skills? A single thought of survival sparked in Ak Luong's mind. "I can live. As long as there's a breath left, he will surely save you. That is the way of the saintly doctor. But wait, doesn't the saintly doctor only treat those from the righteous faction? Besides, he disappeared from the martial world for nearly 20 years. Countless intelligence organizations in the martial world have searched everywhere, but found no trace of him. Since when did he have a son? Ok Luong spoke in a hoarse voice. So you really did save my life. Why did you save me? Ok Chian asked quizzically. Does a doctor need a reason to save a patient? Still skeptical, he pressed on. Is it really that simple? The boy replied with a blank look. What? Seeing this, Ok Luong got straight to the point. From what I know, the saintly doctor only ever saved people from the righteous faction. Ok Cheon let out a small laugh. Oh, so you're from the demonic faction. He nodded in confirmation. That's right. The boy seemed unfazed. I see. Ok Luong nearly lost his composure and lunged forward, growling, What about the answer to my question? Ok Cheon quickly stopped him. Sorry for laughing. It's hard to explain. I'm not my father. But I was never taught that saving someone is wrong. You only have one life, so you should cherish it. If you were to die, surely someone would grieve for you. Hearing this, Ok Luong gave a bitter laugh. No one would grieve for me. Ok Cheon interjected, I would be sad if you died. As soon as he finished speaking, Ok Cheon returned to his work, taking out a needle. Ok Luong almost cried out in horror. That's the demonic soul needle. He saw the boy's hand holding the needle freeze in midair. Ok Cheon asked suspiciously, You know about this too? Ok Luong shouted in frustration. How could I not recognize the divine tool of the demonic doctor of life and death? Ok Luong's mind raced. Along with the saintly doctor, she was the greatest doctor of the demonic faction. She also disappeared around the same time he did. She only treated those from the demonic faction famous for her supreme yet bizarre medical skills. She'd turn coldly and say, Fools who don't even know their benefactor's name should all be turned into eunuchs or pigs. Back with Ok Luong, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of suspicion. Could it be? Ok Cheon nodded. Yes, she's my mother. Ok Luong was stunned. The saintly doctor and the demonic doctor got married? Impossible. The boy's face turned serious for a moment. And that's why I'm here, isn't it? This is going to hurt a little. With that, Ok Cheon decisively plunged the needle into Ok Luong. A wave of pain shot through him, and he couldn't help but groan. The boy gave a faint smile. Sorry I forgot to hit your pressure point first. 3 days later, the sun shone ever brighter. Inside, Ok Luong doubtfully felt his body all over. Am I still alive? As the son of the saintly doctor and the demonic doctor, shouldn't he be some kind of demon or monster? But where did he go this morning? The scene changes to a large valley filled with a series of cliffs. On one of them, an incredibly lush medicinal herb was growing. At the same time, Ok Cheon was struggling to climb the cliff face. He looked up ahead, breathing in ragged gasps. Ok Cheon strained to reach his hand out, trying to touch the herb. He muttered softly, Just a little more. I got it. The moment Ok Cheon's hand gripped it, his body lost its balance. The entire valley seemed to shake with his terrified scream. In a flash, the sky began to change color. Inside the old house, Ok Luong and Ok Cheon sat in silence, facing each other. He looked helplessly at the boy's hand. You almost died trying to get that herb. Is it really that good? Ok Cheon explained excitedly, his eyes fixed on the herb. This isn't just any ordinary herb, it's the wondrous spirit herb. It's an essential ingredient to treat your internal injuries. Hearing this, Ok Luong studied the boy carefully. Aren't you curious about who I am? Ok Cheon replied innocently. To be honest, more than curious, I just find it strange. Ok Luong repeated bewildered, Strange. The boy elaborated with a puzzled look. You survived such severe internal and external injuries. Hearing that Ok Luong could only sigh inwardly, Ok Cheon continued. Besides, there's something I'm curious about. Ok Luong was confused again. Curious about what? Ok Cheon quickly added. Knowing the cause would make the treatment easier. I'm talking about the hidden weapon stuck in your shoulder. Realizing what he meant, Ok Luong guessed. You mean the fatal spin. The boy lamented, Yes, that's actually been the hardest part for me. Removing it is incredibly difficult. Ok Cheon spoke quickly, his voice trembling slightly. It has such a terrifying shape, and it's even coated in poison. Seeing the boy's reaction, Ok Luong couldn't help but laugh. He explained, That's a hand spin a projectile weapon. It's a secret technique only used by the clan head and elders of the Tang clan. Ok Cheon marveled. No wonder it looks so intricate. Watching the boy chatter on, Ok Luong frowned for a moment, to think he could even neutralize the secret poison of the Tang clan. Seeing it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. A moment later, Ok Cheon let out a sigh. It really is a miracle, Ok Luong thought to himself. If he hadn't met Ok Cheon, that miracle never would have happened. Just then, the boy suddenly announced, "I have to place the needles now because I need to go to the village later." Ok Luong asked, "Are you going to sell medicinal herbs?" The boy answered without hesitation, "Yes, and I need to buy some things too." Hearing this, he sighed helplessly. "For you to arrange a place for me like this, I feel like I'm always troubling you. This isn't right at all." Xian quickly interrupted, "I can handle it, uncle. Don't worry about it." Seeing this, the man made a promise. "Once my body has recovered a bit more, I'll earn my own money for medicine. As long as I have a place to stay, money won't be an issue." Across from him, the boy said sternly, "If it's convenient, bring back as much as you can. Using good medicinal herbs will speed up the treatment. But during this time, you are absolutely forbidden from going outside." Yi Liang couldn't help but chuckle. "Absolutely forbidden from going out. You really sound like a grumpy old doctor." Seeing Yi Xian's annoyed expression, the man said hastily, "My apologies, that was a slip of the tongue. I just meant you sound like a pretend doctor." Before Yi Liang could react, the boy quickly took out a box. The moment he saw it, the man trembled in fear. Immediately, Yi Xian took out a notebook. He said in a low voice to reassure him, "You don't need to be so tense, uncle. Today we're using my father's method." Yi Liang tried to avoid his gaze, feigning an explanation. "What's there to be tense about? I've even endured the demon doctor's methods." Yi Xian explained seriously, "My father's method is slower, but it's safer and less painful. On the other hand, my mother's method is fast, but intense, and extremely painful. But in truth, both have their uses." His voice was hoarse as he said, "Don't worry. To save my life, I can endure any amount of pain." As soon as he finished speaking, Liang hesitated for a moment and then advised, "When you go into the village, it's best not to mention anything about me." Xian nodded without a second thought. "I will." The man leaned forward. "You're not going to ask why?" The boy replied quickly as if he already understood. People in the martial world all have complicated pasts. Right after that, Xian carefully inserted a needle into Yi Liang's body. The man unconsciously followed the boy's every move with his eyes. For a moment, Liang unconsciously furrowed his brow. A little while later, he finally relaxed his eyes, half closed. While Yi Xian was still concentrating, Liang spoke cryptically. "The martial world today has its fair share of villains. That's just gossip. But in the martial world, there are 10 of the most powerful villains, known as the 10 Great Villains. Among them, the leader, the strongest, and most dangerous, is Yi Liang the Killer." Suddenly, he emphasized every single word, "and that would be me." Contrary to his expectations, Yi Xian wasn't afraid at all. He replied nonchalantly, "Now I'm going to perform acupuncture on your back. Lie on your stomach." Faced with Yi Xian's unusual reaction, the man looked completely dumbfounded. Liang continued, "Furthermore, in the martial world, there are 5 of the strongest masters, regardless of whether they are good or evil. They are called the 5 absolutes under heaven. The demon fist, absolute, is me." Xian heard this, but still showed no reaction. Then suddenly he coldly thrust the needle in. Liang couldn't help but groan in pain. He glanced at Yi Xian sheepishly. "A man like me? Don't you find me disgusting?" The boy smiled. "Have you forgotten who my mother is, uncle?" People in the martial world are all the same. Both my father and mother used to say that. Once you step into the martial world, the distinction between good and evil becomes meaningless. Hearing this, Yi Liang asked in confusion. Meaningless Yi Xian quickly explained, "Anyone who harms ordinary people is evil. Everyone else is just the same kind of person." After speaking, he asked in a serious tone, "Which category do you fall into, uncle?" At that, the man hurriedly declared, "I swear I have never killed anyone without a grudge or anyone outside of the martial world." Yi Xian didn't doubt him and smiled happily. "So what kind of person are you, Yi?" Liang then forced a smile. "We're all the same kind of people." A while later, he carefully put on his clothes and then whispered to the boy, "Why haven't I seen your parents around?" Xian suddenly flinched. After a moment of silence, he answered with a choked voice, "They've both passed away." Liang was taken aback. He hesitated, then said, "Oh, to have faced such hardship." Xian didn't answer, silently packing up his things. Then he spun around, his eyes fixed directly on Yi Liang. Xian didn't do anything drastic. He just gave a faint smile. Once outside, Xian turned and waved, "Well, I'm off." Inside, the man scratched his head helplessly. Not only is he shameless, he's tactless too. The scene changes to a village hidden deep within a forest. As he walked up to the shop, Yi greeted them politely. "Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie." The clinic owner turned to reply, "Who's this? Come on in." "Ah, Xian." The boy asked politely, "Are you doing well, uncle?" He replied in a low tone. "Thanks to you, I'm doing just fine. How have you been lately?" Hearing that, Xian replied humbly, "I'm doing all right." The clinic owner's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "This time you've brought all top quality goods. As promised, from now on, I'll pay you an extra portion for your work." Xian bowed deeply. "Thank you, but I'll take medicinal herbs instead of money." The man gestured with his hand. "Go take a look then. You always choose them yourself anyway." "Right," the boy replied enthusiastically and ran off. The clinic owner watched Xian's retreating back and smiled to himself. "You always seem so happy when you go to that place." The boy turned back innocently. "It's because that place reminds me of my parents." After saying that, Xian happily began singing a familiar tune. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the opposite direction. As soon as he appeared, Master Guo shouted, "Is this the village clinic?" The clinic owner hesitated, saying, "It's not really a clinic, just a small apothecary, but as you can see, this village is very poor." The man listened to the explanation in silence. Just then, he asked in a gruff voice, "Have you seen any outsiders recently?" The owner repeated in confusion, "Outsiders." Guo Jia interjected, "He would likely be a man with very severe injuries." The owner thought for a moment and replied, "No one like that has ever come here." The man continued his questioning, "So are there any other clinics or physicians nearby?" The clinic owner quietly turned his head. When he mentioned a physician, the group's eyes fell upon Axon, who was cheerfully singing and playing. The owner pointed hastily towards the boy. "That kid again. Hey kid, those are for sale, they're not your toys." Guo Jia didn't forget to add, "If you see any strangers or hear any related rumors, please report back to the inn." Over on the other side, Action finally reacted, turning to look behind him. Suddenly the man's voice grew stern. "I will reward you handsomely, but if you dare to hide him, remember this well. He is a rare demonic being, and anyone who aids him will meet the same fate." Under Guo Jia's terrifying gaze, the clinic owner trembled unconsciously. "I wouldn't dare defy you. I will do as you say." With that, the group quickly left the apothecary. On the other side, Action glared. "Anyone who hurts ordinary people is a villain." The owner carefully warned him, "You saw what just happened. Things seem unsettled in the village lately, so it's best to be careful for a while." The boy turned his head and responded to the man's words with a giggle. Back with Akriang, he murmured to himself, "They must be from the Wulin Alliance." Axion asked curiously, "Are they here looking for you, uncle?" Akriang seemed indifferent. "Perhaps. They won't rest until they see my corpse." "They just announced that they would stop at nothing to capture and kill me and a few others. The others are hardly safe either." Axon added, "My mother always said people in the martial world never change." Hearing this, Akriang looked at him with concern. "In any case, you've gotten involved because of me." The boy smiled gently. "Don't worry, this place isn't easy to find. There's a protective formation outside." The man asked doubtfully, "Does that mean you'll continue to take risks just for me?" Axon answered innocently, "Your treatment isn't finished yet." "At least until you can walk on your own. I have to continue the treatment." Hearing this, Akriang grew even more confused. "Do you really have to do this?" The boy questioned him back. "Who else can treat you besides me?" Then Akriang fell silent. Suddenly he spoke up. "Hey, Action!" The boy replied with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Akriang quickly turned around and made a surprising proposal. "Would it be possible for me to bring one more person here?" The boy couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. "Is that person also a patient?" Akriang spoke quickly. "If you call him a patient, then yes. Based on his symptoms alone, I'm afraid his condition is even worse than mine." Axion's eyes suddenly lit up, and he practically exclaimed, "What are the symptoms?" Akriang said in a trembling tone, "It's an extremely rare case. He goes into a frenzy at the mere sight of blood." In another scene, the massive figure of Jie Wei appeared. He savagely crushed an animal in his hands, letting out a barbaric growl. At that moment, a river flowed furiously between two steep cliffs. On a high ledge, Akriang leaned on his staff, breathing heavily with exhaustion. He mumbled with a look of despair, "I said I'd be back in 10 days, but this body still hasn't recovered. Damn it." A few days prior, Axion's eyes had flashed with excitement. "Goes into a frenzy at the sight of blood. What an interesting case." Akryang looked at him with concern. Why are you so excited about it? Axin said excitedly, the symptoms are so strange I'd love to see it for myself if I could. In an instant, Akryang's voice dropped and his expression grew heavy. But there's a problem. He's also one of the 10 great evils. The boy asked blankly. Like you, uncle, the man muttered, he and I are different in many ways. Contrary to the man's worries, Axion replied firmly, I don't mind. Please bring him here. He was momentarily baffled. Are you really sure? If I can bring him back, we can cover the medical fees. His lair has quite a few valuable items. After a moment of silence, Action eagerly added, that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. But where do I have to go to meet him? Akryang hastily put on his coat. I'll bring him back myself. Hearing this, the boy grew worried. A lot of people will be looking for you. The man insisted in a stern voice. Even so, I have to go. He's not someone who can be persuaded by others. Besides, I can't let you get into any more danger. Action was still uneasy and continued to ask, Are you sure you'll be okay, uncle? Seeing this, Akryang gently patted his head. Don't worry, but I must warn you, besides his frenzies, he's also quite eccentric. Axon shrugged and replied softly, when it comes to being eccentric, aren't my parents the same? Hearing this, the man let out a soft chuckle. Now that I think about it, you're right. I was worried for nothing. I'll be leaving now. Back in the present, Akryang walked quickly along the road all alone. He carefully observed his surroundings. He's still the same as ever. Everything around here is completely destroyed. Akryang then found a rocky outcrop and sat down. He quickly took out a flask of wine he had hidden. Suddenly, he threw it forcefully at the ground in front of him. The scent of alcohol surprisingly vanished as if it had never been there. A stream of vapor was seen slowly rising with the wind. Over here, Akryang closed his eyes tightly and took a deep breath. Just as expected, Jie Wei suddenly appeared right next to him. He glared at Akryang as if looking at an enemy, his eyes fixed on the man without wavering for even a second. He was seen leaping into the air, swinging his weapon fiercely towards Akryang. The man spoke in a calm voice, It's me. As soon as the familiar voice rang out, Jie Wei froze. He called out in astonishment, Senior brother, and at the same time stopped his attack. Akryang turned to look at him, a faint smile on his face. Suddenly, Jie Wei sneered. What's this? Is the world-renowned blood-handed venerable really backing down so easily? The man didn't explain, but urged, All right, that's enough. Hurry up and pack your things. He unconsciously mumbled, his voice and his face. It really is, senior brother. But why are you suddenly telling me to pack my things? Yi Liang said gravely, because the people from the Wulin Alliance are coming. Jie Bai was a little confused. Why are they coming? He asked suspiciously. You really have no idea. Jie Bai tilted his head and looked at Yi Liang with a blank expression. Seeing this, he explained, the Wulin Alliance has announced a hunt for the 10 great evils. Hearing this, he shouted excitedly, Is that all? I thought we'd have some peace and quiet, but it's starting up again. I'll get right on it. Yi Liang cut him off wearily. Stop it. Can't you see the state I'm in? GB leaned over to look at him and chuckled, looking closely. You seem like you're about to drop dead, don't you? Yi Liang quietly looked at him, but didn't answer. Could the great master leading the 10 great evils really be humiliated like this by the Wulin Alliance? Yi Liang questioned angrily. How dare you speak so carelessly? He smirked. Well, I can say that now. He roared in anger. That's right. I had to come and save you even in this wretched state, so stop wasting time and pack your things. Ji Bai retorted without missing a beat. Since when were you so worried about me? Weren't you the one who threatened to pluck my beard and plug my rear end with it? Hearing that Yi Liang nearly went mad, he also shot back, and didn't you say you'd gouge out my eyes to use as your third testicle? After a moment of tension, Yi Liang lowered his voice. Enough. We'll talk on the way. Jie Bai asked in confusion. Where are we going in such a rush? Isn't the Wulin Alliance coming? I have to wait here. I'll smash the head of whoever shows up. He tried to calm him down. We'll deal with that later. First, we need to treat your illness. A look of confusion crossed his face. What illness? He said sarcastically. That madness of yours that triggers whenever you see blood. He snorted. If there was someone who could cure it, I would have turned the world upside down 3 times to find them. Yi Liang stated confidently, There is. You can cure your heavenly punishment. You found Mo Yi Jie Bai was nearly stunned by this information. Seeing his hesitation, he continued, We've found Shen Yi as well. In an instant, the sky turned a pale orange. At that moment, Jie Bei was soaring through the air with Yi Liang on his back. He glanced back in annoyance. "Stop fidgeting. I'm not interested in getting cozy with other men." Yi Liang calmly replied, "If you want to be cured, then shut up and fly. It's because of that madness that your skills haven't improved right. Once you're cured, you'll break through your current plateau. At that point, even the Wulin Alliance wouldn't dare to touch you." Hearing this, Jie Bei grew even more excited. "Then hurry up and tell me where it is. I'll rush over there immediately." Suddenly, Yi Liang gripped Jie Bei's shoulder tightly. "You think I don't know you plan to ditch me?" He acted doubtful. "You don't trust me," he replied nonchalantly. "And you trust me?" A while later, the two were still speeding through the sky. Yi Liang thought to himself, "Even though I acted tough in front of Dan Yishi, I really don't know how to bring it up. I'm already ashamed of being defeated by them, and now I have to ask for money too." The great venerable blood hand leader of the 10 great evils was truly in a pathetic state. In the blink of an eye, Jie Bei landed on the ground. As soon as he saw the two of them, Yi Xian waved. "You're not late." Seeing him, he seemed anxious. "Is this Mo Yi's place? Lead the way quickly?" "Not at all." Xian replied, "Mo Yi has passed away." He was shocked for a moment. "What, then take me to Shen Yi?" Xian reported honestly he has also passed on. After this series of answers, Jie Bei gritted his teeth. "Damn it," Yi Liang quickly explained, "that child is their son. He has inherited all of their medical knowledge." He pointed at Yi Xian doubtfully. "This little brat, did the Wulin Alliance beat you so badly you actually went insane?" Yi Liang suddenly retorted, "Or did you do something during that time? You saw my condition for yourself. It's thanks to Dan Yishi that I can even stand like this." Jie Bei roared in fury. "It's because of that kid. What can a boy barely bigger than a chestnut do?" Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly fell silent. Right in front of him, Yi Liang spoke in a low, furious voice. "Watch your mouth, Jie Bei. That is the benefactor who saved my life." Jie Bei was completely bewildered. Wasn't he just pretending to be on the verge of death? He quickly tried to explain. "No, that's not what I meant." "All right, I'll watch what I say. You don't have to be so serious about it. It's making things awkward." Just then, Yi Xian clapped his hands. "All right, I'll check your pulse first." The scene shifts to Yi Xian's old and simple house. Inside, he carefully checked Jie Bei's artery. Xian slowly moved his fingertips, his voice heavy. "This is not simple at all. The biggest problem is that the Qi meridian leading to your head is out of place. Therefore, whenever you circulate your true Qi to its limit, it stimulates your brain, and you lose all consciousness." He couldn't help but feel a little disbelieving. "How did you know?" "Did he tell you?" Yi Liang looked straight at Jie Bei and answered bluntly. "I only told him that you go berserk whenever you see blood." Over here, Xian continued to explain. "The second problem is the Kuchi acupoint on your left arm. A weak point of the pericardium meridian has become like this. You must have had a hard time moving your arm recently. Were you injured?" And finally, the boy was seen leaning closer to him and whispering. After hearing what the boy said, Jie Bei's expression changed. He looked at Xian with an embarrassed glance. "Can you treat that too?" "I mean, can you really cure it?" the boy affirmed with certainty. Of course. After hearing that, he could only nod. "All right then, I'll trust you this once." Seeing this, Yi Xian gestured with his hand. "In that case, please lower your head a little." Jie Bei obediently bent over. "Like this," the boy continued in a gentle tone. "Yes, just hold that position and breathe steadily." Suddenly, Yi Xian decisively flicked him hard on the forehead. At some point, an acupuncture needle had appeared on Jie Bei's head. In a flash, the boy's body moved quickly over to Yi Liang. With swift movements, more acupuncture needles appeared on his body. Yi Liang let out a breath, his eyes nearly vacant with satisfaction. But it didn't stop there. Xian suddenly pulled the needles from his body. Fresh blood gushed from the middle of his chest. Yi Liang couldn't help but feel confused. Why is the blood black? More importantly, he shot up in alarm. "Careful, I told you. This guy goes berserk at the sight of blood." Suddenly, Yi Liang froze his gaze fixed on Jie Wei. Across from him, the man's voice trembled. I'm still fine." He was still astonished. Strange. Usually he'd go crazy the moment he saw blood. Xian spoke calmly. "I told you he could be cured, though it will take more time for a full recovery." Back to Jie Wei. He was so moved he was on the verge of tears. Jie Wei kowtowed forcefully on the ground. "Master." The young man waved his hands in a fluster. "Just call me Alchemist." Night fell quickly, and a light remained on in one of the rooms. Inside, Ijian sat properly at a wooden desk, carefully writing each stroke. The brush in his hand moved steadily across the paper. Suddenly, a loud noise startled Esian. His expression changed, his eyes wide with alarm. He ran out, exclaiming, "What's going on here?" At the same time, Jie Wei shouted in fury, "You swindler Yi Liang!" didn't back down, retorting harshly, "You're the ungrateful one." Jie Wei taunted gratitude. "Weren't you just trying to lure me in because you needed my money? Introducing me to alchemist Yi Xian was just to repay a debt from 20 years ago." Yi Liang replied coldly, "I already repaid that by saving your life. If I hadn't told you the Wulin Alliance was looking for you, you would have walked right into disaster. Introducing the physician is a separate matter." Jie Wei added, "I've paid the full treatment fee. I paid for my own cure. And for that amount of money, I'm sure any other clinic would have done their best to save me." Hearing this, Yi Liang grew even more furious. He yelled angrily, "If you're so confident, then go find another clinic to treat you." Jie Wei snorted coldly, "You think I wouldn't dare?" Just then, Yi Xian appeared beside them. He asked in a low voice, "Are you really leaving?" He hesitated, glancing behind him. "If that person dies, I'll come back." Yi Xian suddenly interrupted, "Please take this back. I'm returning this to you. You'll need money if you want to be treated at another clinic." Jie Wei looked doubtfully at the banknote in his hand. He quickly replied, "It's fine, just use it to repair that thatched cottage. That bit of silver is nothing." With that, Jie Wei left coldly without a single glance back. Seeing this, Yi Xian called out worriedly, "But are you really going? I heard the Wulin Alliance is still looking for you." Jie Wei declared unflinchingly, "You shouldn't worry about me. You should worry about them. Anyone who dares show their face to me will be killed on the spot." After a moment of silence, Yi Liang yelled, "It's not too late. You might as well just stay here quietly." Hearing this, Jie Wei turned around resentful. "What good does it do anyone if I stay?" After saying that, Jie Wei leaped into the air and left. Back with the others, Yi Liang said wearily, "That temper of his will never change." Xian couldn't help but feel a little curious. "But why were you two arguing? It seems you're close enough to save each other's lives." Yi Liang hesitated for a moment. "Well," Xian quickly cut in, "if it's difficult to talk about, you don't have to." Seeing this, Yi Liang began carefully. "No, it's not that. It's just a bit embarrassing. As I've said before, Fan Jiwei and I were both members of the 10 Great Villains." Hearing this, Yi Xian looked up, and he let out a faint laugh. "As I said, I was the leader, and that Fan Jiwei guy was ranked 3rd, but he always insisted he was ranked 2nd. Xian asked curiously, and then Yi Liang answered curtly, "That's it." Yi Xian was completely baffled. What Yi Liang turned back and replied, "That's all." Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel curious. Is that really worth arguing over to this extent? Is there some other reason? Yi Liang frowned, his voice somewhat heavy. "What other reason? It's just that whenever I get involved with that guy, things always get strangely complicated." After a while, the scene was gradually swallowed by darkness. Meanwhile, Jie Wei was tearing at his hair, muttering a curse. "Damn it all, why is this happening again?" He screamed internally. "After the acupuncture, my mind cleared up for a bit, and I forgot about the pain. I wish I hadn't gotten the treatment." Just then, the scent of fresh blood hit Jie Wei's nostrils. From inside the bushes, a large creature appeared. Seeing it, Jie Wei immediately stood up, his hand tightening around his weapon. Before him was a tiger devouring its prey. At that moment, Jie Wei nearly lost his mind. He let out a roar. Immediately after, Jie Wei charged madly towards the fierce tiger. He stared at the tiger, his eyes filled with bloodlust. Even the tiger was frightened by his aura. Suddenly, the beast turned and fled in a hurry. The abandoned deer carcass fell heavily to the ground. A spray of red blood shot straight into Jie Wei's face. In an instant, his eyes turned wild. Then Jie Wei suddenly hunched over, groaning endlessly. Immediately after, Jie Wei threw his head back and let out a roar. From above, the entire area around him seemed to erupt. He went on a rampage, wildly swinging his weapon. Having lost all reason, Jie Wei opened his mouth and screamed. Dust and smoke billowed up as the entire area trembled. The sound of his destructive attacks echoed further and further. Just then, Jie Wei's body shot straight into the air. He screamed relentlessly, his entire body enveloped in a powerful aura. After a moment, everything fell silent. At the same time, Jie Wei staggered unsteadily, his weapon cast aside. The acupuncture point on his head began to bleed. Then, nearly exhausted, Jie Wei collapsed to the ground. Nearby, Yi Liang and Yi Xian watched him in silence. Soon after, he reappeared, looking pale with Jie Wei by his side, covered in acupuncture needles. The two of them sat facing each other, neither saying a word. Yi Liang stared grimly at the blade of grass in his hand. It was truly extraordinary. A few hours earlier, Yi Xian had frantically pulled at his arm. They hadn't gotten far before the illness flared up again, forcing them to bring the man back. Yi Liang tried to shrug him off, saying, "Just leave him. He was the one who stubbornly left. It's just a little pain, what's there to worry about?" Hearing this, the young man insisted, "But he's still a patient." Back in the present, Liang couldn't help but marvel, a true physician indeed. Before him was Jie Wei, who looked as pale as a ghost. Liang teased him, "What's this, a grown man acting so timid?" Jie Wei stammered, "No, it's not that. It's just the medicine doesn't agree with me." Yi Xian approached from behind and said, "It's time to remove the needles." Yi Xian slowly moved his fingertips as he spoke. "Uncle, let's make a promise." Jie Wei asked doubtfully, "A promise?" Yi Xian emphasized each word. "From now on, don't leave this place without telling me." Jie Wei hesitated slightly. "I'm not one for making promises." Xian grew more urgent. "It's only because I worry about you." Jie Wei couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. "You worry about me?" Xian nodded, his gaze firm. "Yes, of course." In that instant, Jie Wei's resolve wavered. He was suddenly reminded of his master's face. Then suddenly, Jie Wei grabbed Yi Xian and agreed to the promise. "From now on, I won't leave this place without your permission." Hearing this, Yi Xian let out a relieved laugh. "Thank you." In the quiet room, Yi Xian focused intently, holding a sharp acupuncture needle. His movements were precise as he inserted the needle into an acupoint on the crown of Jie Wei's head. The moment the needle made contact, a brilliant light erupted and spread throughout his body. Jie Wei's face was a mixture of shock and awe. What a prodigy to have reached such a level of medical expertise at such a young age. Truly extraordinary. "Absolutely incredible," he said, his voice full of admiration. "Even though I know nothing of medicine, I can tell your skills are exceptional." Yi Xian glanced back slightly. "You're too kind." A moment later, Jie Wei asked excitedly, "How many miracles have you performed? How many people have you saved?" Xian's reply was unexpected. "Not a single one." As the words sank in, Jie Wei's eyes widened. "None." "What do you mean by that?" Xian replied quickly, looking slightly embarrassed. "You two are my very first patients." From outside the room, a hurried voice cried out, "What was that?" Liang asked suspiciously, "We're his first patients." Jie Wei confirmed it. "Yes, I heard him say it myself." Just then, Yi Xian suddenly appeared, and it wasn't a lie. The two men shouted in unison, "Oh my God!" Seeing him, Yi Liang questioned him suspiciously. "Don't tell me you're using us as practice dummies." Xian quickly waved his hands, denying the accusation. "Of course not. The first time I ever treated someone was when I was 4 years old, but that person was actually one of my parents' patients, not mine. Until now, I've only followed my parents' teachings, performing acupuncture and prescribing medicine exactly as I was taught. But this time, I decided on the treatment method myself. This is truly the first time. The truth is, I've been longing for company for a very long time. Ever since my parents passed away, I've been guarding this vast valley of demons and gods all by myself. Of course, I never stopped studying the medical arts my parents left behind, but your arrival gave me the chance to put what I've learned to the test." Hearing this, Jie Wei slowly wiped away a tear. It was strange, he thought, how the storyteller could make someone else cry and then smile. He was at a loss for words. Xian smiled gently, his expression sincere. "Why are you crying while you speak? I'm just so happy to be able to talk with you both like this. But what were you two doing just now?" The two looked flustered for a moment, then shouted in unison, "Just chores!" Yi Liang gently flapped the blanket. "From now on, Master Dan, you just need to focus on your medical arts. Leave the small chores to us." As he said that, he gave the blanket in his hands a powerful shake, but ended up ripping it. Liang looked down in confusion. "Oh dear, how can anyone use fabric this flimsy?" On the other side, Jie Wei excitedly chimed in, "I'm helping too. Pulling the weeds around the garden. Like this should be fine, right?" Yi Xian reached out in a panic. "Those are medicinal herbs." Hearing this, he replied innocently, "Oh really, I'll plant them again." Faced with Jie Wei's foolishness, he sighed in exasperation. "Those are the weeds." Suddenly, Yijian collapsed to the ground. The two rushed over in a panic. "Master Dan, wake up, Master Dan!" A moment later, the sound of arguing filled the air. Yi Liang questioned him angrily. "I told you we should have been doing the chores together from the start," Jie Wei retorted. "How was I supposed to know Master Dan would collapse like that?" He pointed a finger straight at his face and yelled he was digging up medicinal herbs, pulling weeds, cleaning cooking, and even treating us. How could his small body handle all that work? Jie Wei argued back once more. "I told you I should go to the village and find some strong people to help out." He couldn't help but scream. "Are you trying to announce to the whole village that we're here? Do you want to put Master Dan in danger again?" He lowered his voice and replied, "That would indeed be inconvenient." Seeing Yixian sit up, Liang quickly turned around. "Master Dan, are you awake?" Jie Wei asked with concern. "Are you all right?" He spoke in a weak voice. "I think I just dozed off for a moment." He rushed closer to Xian. "You didn't doze off, you fainted, Master Dan." He gave a faint smile. "I'm fine now." In that moment, Xian's gaze fixed on something. He saw the ripped blanket in a basin, and next to it a row of uprooted medicinal herbs. Jie Wei began hesitantly. "Master Dan." Xian spoke as if to reassure himself. "I was planning to visit the apothecary today anyway. I can buy new blankets and herbs while I'm there." Seeing this, Yi Liang showed his concern. "Are you planning to go alone in your condition?" Xian blinked. "You two have to stay hidden here after all." He continued to ask, "Are you sure you'll be okay?" He replied confidently, "Don't worry, I'll be back by evening." Yi Liang could only advise, "It gets dangerous when night falls. There are many wild beasts in these mountains." Xian suddenly cut in, "It's fine. There's a type of herb that wild beasts hate. I just need to carry it with me." He spoke softly. "Still," he cracked a smile, "it's something I do all the time anyway." At the same time, Jie Wei made a suggestion. "Then let me go with you." Xian immediately refused. "The people from the Wulin Alliance are hunting for us." Upon hearing this, he suddenly swung his hand in one direction. Jie Wei smirked. "For that, all I need is a little disguise." Liang watched with a skeptical eye as Jie Wei summoned the Samadhi True Fire just to burn off a bit of his beard. Xian exclaimed in excitement. He put on a smug expression. "So how do I look? No one would recognize me like this, right?" He didn't hesitate to praise him. "Yes, you look just like a handsome young lad. But is it really okay?" he asked doubtfully. "Okay, in what way?" Yixian tentatively began. "That beard. If you want to disguise yourself again, will you have to grow it all back from the start?" Jie Wei chuckled for a moment. "It's no problem. It'll grow back overnight." He couldn't help but exclaim, "That's incredible!" He laughed heartily. "I'll show you many more strange things." After speaking, Jie Wei lifted Yixian up. "All right, let's go. This time I'll fly you all the way to the village." He cheered enthusiastically in response. Just then, Yi Liang suddenly called out, "Wait, Master Dan." He made a surprising request. "When you get to the village, could you please ask how much this statue is worth for me?" He accepted it excitedly. "Wow, you made this yourself, Uncle. This is amazing." Uncle Jie Wei didn't forget to add his praise. "That's right. My senior brother's skills are extraordinary." Xian observed it carefully, feeling a bit curious. A wooden carving of this quality is truly rare. It must be worth a lot. "I wonder when you had the time to make so many." He showed a proud expression and boasted, "Well, when you're stuck in one place, recovering from injuries, there's nothing to do but pass the time by carving. I've probably made about 50 of them by now. We can use these to make a living so we won't have to worry about a thing." A short while later, the two of them arrived at the village market. The man looked amazed. "It's so lifelike, as if it has a soul. How many of these do you have in total?" Xian quickly held up his hand. 50. How much do you think each one would sell for?" He mumbled in a daze. 50 of them. The man quickly named a price. 1 tael of silver per piece. "If you're willing to sell all 50, I'll gather 50 taels and buy them all. You should know you're lucky. You probably wouldn't get that price anywhere else. So, what do you say?" Hearing that, the expression on Yixian's face changed in an instant. He coldly snatched the statue back. "I understand. Goodbye." The man asked in a panic, "You're really not selling?" Yixian clutched the statue tightly in his hands and replied firmly, "No, that price is an insult. I couldn't possibly betray the person who made these by selling them for such a low price." Seeing Yixian leave, the man hurriedly called after him, "Wait." Suddenly he turned and walked straight in another direction. "There's one more place." Inside, the shop owner was examining the statue intently. He gave me a serious offer. Since I also need to make a little profit, I can only buy them for 3 silver taels each. But you could probably sell them for a higher price elsewhere. As Xian quickly interjected, "That's fine, but there's quite a lot of them." "Is that okay?" the man repeated blankly. "A lot?" Right after that, dozens of statues appeared right before the shopkeeper's eyes. He forced a laugh. "Actually, I was worried I wouldn't be able to sell them all right away." As Xian then suggested, "Then how about just taking a few?" Without hesitation, he sealed the deal. "No need, I'll buy them all. If I really can't sell them, I'll just take them to another village to sell." The boy nodded happily. "All right, it's a deal then." Suddenly a shout was heard. "Stop you there." The man asked angrily, "What do you think you're doing? I clearly said I'd buy them all." Before this cunning little devil could finish his sentence, Jie suddenly blocked the man's path with his body. The man immediately fell to the ground, crying out in pain. He yelled angrily, "What was that? What terrible luck running into you people?" Suddenly the man froze, muttering, "Damn it." Jie stared at him coldly. "Damn it, huh?" The shopkeeper was terrified when he saw Jie crush an apple with his bare hands. With a straight face, he effortlessly crushed the apple. He was so frightened that he fell backward. Seeing this, Jie scoffed, "A grown man so scared he wets himself. How pathetic." The scene changes to a room where the owner of a medicine shop is doing his bookkeeping. Just then, Yi Xian rushed in. "Uncle, I'm back." Seeing him, the man smiled and said, "Ah, yes, you're here." The medicine shop owner was mid-sentence when he fell silent upon seeing Jie. The boy quickly whispered to him, "He is a kind man, please treat him well." Heeding the words, he put on a bright smile, but seeing it only made the old man's expression more awkward. Now Yi Xian handed the money to the shop owner. "This is the silver to pay for my previous debt." Only then did the man understand his meaning, and take it. As Xian suddenly asked curiously, "Have you found the herb you promised to get for me?" The medicine shop owner went to look for something. "I have been waiting and hoping for your return." He quickly took out a red box. When the shop owner opened the box, Jie immediately covered his mouth. Someone would actually pay money for this kind of grass. The boy smiled and explained, "This is a spirit herb that opens up the meridians, promoting blood circulation and nourishing one's qi." "How much is it?" The old man laughed and replied, "Consider it the change from your debt payment." Xian couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What? But you said before that it was more precious than gold." The shop owner calmly explained, "It's because you are a cherished regular customer of this shop." After hearing that, the boy remained silent. The old man waved his hand and said, "Once it's given, it's yours." Xian awkwardly called out the shop owner's name. His words made the man ask in confusion, "Is there a problem?" Xian then asked seriously, "Did this medicinal ingredient come from Jin Cheng Yi? I feel like this isn't the first time this has happened." The shop owner stammered and quietly confirmed it. At that, the boy's attitude changed as he warned, "I'm not forbidding you from doing business with the quack from Jin Cheng, but don't get the herbs I specifically ask for from that place. If it happens again, we will cut all ties from now on." Being warned, the old man hurriedly replied, "Yes, I understand. I will do as you say. I have something I need to do." With that, he rushed inside. Watching the shop owner's retreating back, Jie couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is there a problem with Jin Cheng Yi holding the box?" Yi Xian replied, "Not exactly." He then wondered, "Is he a good person?" The boy's face turned sad. "He is a good person, that's not wrong, but—" The scene changes to a small house in the middle of a vast forest. Liang was sitting on his bed, cultivating seriously. Suddenly, the area around him grew intensely hot, causing sweat to bead on his forehead. Just then, Jie opened the door. "Brother Xiao, get up." The man glanced at him, his mind deep in thought. Jie entered the room to report, "Something is strange with Dr. Dan." Liang asked in surprise, "Dr. Dan?" He nodded and immediately recounted, "Ever since we returned from the village, he's been doing housework non-stop. A moment ago, he was even cleaning the pond, got all wet, and kept coughing, but refused to rest." Liang was puzzled. "Why would he do that?" The man sighed in frustration. "If I knew why, would I have called for you?" The man hesitated before saying, "We should go and check on him." At that moment, Xian was diligently hanging up clothes to dry. Liang walked over and asked puzzled Dr. Dan, "I told you I would take care of the cleaning." The boy replied politely, "It's fine, I can do it myself. It might even be better this way." Hearing this, Jie and the man said nothing. In the end, Liang smiled and reminded him, "But don't overdo it." Xian let out a quiet sound of acknowledgement. He turned and patted Ji Wei on the shoulder, leaving him utterly confused. As they walked, Ji Wei wondered why he had returned alone, asking if he failed to persuade the doctor. Liang calmly replied, "Persuade him. If we kept insisting, it would just become a nuisance." Ji Wei didn't understand and blurted out, "What do you mean?" Liang shared his suspicion. He wasn't satisfied with our laundry and cleaning. Ji Wei couldn't believe it. "What? But we clearly tried our best." Liang frowned and admitted, "That's precisely the problem. Some people just can't do simple things well, no matter how hard they try." He was stunned and yelled, "I can't believe cleaning is harder than martial arts training. Are we just going to leave him like that with a cough like his? How can he possibly perform acupuncture on anyone?" Finally, he made a decision. They had to hire a professional housekeeper. Ji Wei suddenly got excited. "Wait, I'll go and capture someone." Liang reminded him irritably, "Not capture invite. We need a reason that Dr. Dan can't refuse." He calmed down and asked, "A reason?" Liang sighed and explained, "We need to bring him a patient like us, someone who needs treatment, but is also good at housework." "Actually, I already have someone in mind." Ji Wei blurted out in confusion, "But..." Liang spoke mysteriously, "The problem is that person is the perfect choice, but..." Ji Wei lost his patience and yelled, "Who is it? Just tell me and I'll go grab them right now." Only then did he finally reveal the name, the Ice Jade Fairy. Ji Wei was in disbelief. "What?" Liang frowned and said, "You heard me right. Han Shui Hua." His face turned pale. "You mean the woman whose name makes everyone, whether righteous or evil, tremble in fear?" "Have you lost your mind? No one in their right mind would invite that crazy woman." Liang glanced at Ji Wei and asked pointedly, "Are you one to talk?" Ji Wei immediately retorted, "I'm different. I only lose my mind occasionally, but she's only occasionally sane." "No, I'm not going. Absolutely not. If you really want to invite her, you go. I'll even see you off. I won't stop you." Liang calmly refused, "I have other things to do." Ji Wei looked up and asked, "What things?" He grew thoughtful, his gaze shifting away without a word. The scene changes to that evening, where the sound of coughing could be heard from inside a room. Outside, Liang listened to the person coughing within. A moment later, he called out, "Dr. Dan, come here." Xian, who was reading a book, obeyed and replied. He went to the door and said, "Please come in." Liang stared intently at Xian and said, "Leave that. The important thing is that both of us will probably have to leave soon." Xian suddenly asked where they were going. Liang replied cautiously, "Fan Jiwei is going to Black Dragon Marsh to bring back another patient. Will that be all right?" Xian asked curiously, "What are their symptoms?" Liang hesitated before guessing, probably similar to Fan Jiwei, but quieter. Hearing this, Xian chuckled. "That's fine, I'm quite used to it now. What about you, Uncle E?" Only then did Liang smile. "I have to keep an eye on the movements of the Martial Arts Alliance." Xian analyzed the situation seriously. "If we stay here, I'm afraid we'll be exposed." Liang immediately reassured him, "Don't worry, I have a way to handle it." But Xian was still worried. "How many days will you need?" He bent down and patted Xian's head. "I'll need 5 days. Fan Jiwei might take a little longer." Xian felt a bit more at ease. "Then I'll prepare the medicine in advance. The high-grade herbs I brought back last time will surely be very effective." Then Liang continued to comfort Xian, expressing his thanks. As he left, Xian waved and reminded Liang to be careful. The scene shifts to a tavern bustling with a noisy feast. Su Mi sat alone at a table filled with delicious food. The old man couldn't help but clutch his head and growl, Su Mi's body trembling slightly. Seeing this, the courtesans outside began to gossip. "What's wrong with him?" "A little beggar asked me to give him a letter. He's been like this ever since he got it." The old man trembled as his eyes fell on the paper on the table. "I could never forget that handwriting." "That bastard! I clearly heard he was dead." The Blood Hand Demon Lord feared Liang. The night passed, and the sun began to rise over the mountains. Su Mi was lying on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. The old man's eyes were fixed on the figure standing right in front of him. At that moment, Liang broke into a sinister smile. Su Mi reported with a tremor in his voice, "I saw that the letter arrived safely. Although my heart still wants to help you as I did in the past, my lord, I hope you understand that I also have responsibilities to my own sect." Besides, this matter involves the Martial Arts Alliance. If I make one wrong move, my sect could face an unimaginable disaster. Therefore, as for providing information, suddenly he spoke up. How many were taken down? The old man didn't expect Akryang to ask that, but he quickly replied, yes, 6 people. Hearing this, he silently assessed the situation. Out of the 10 great villains besides myself and Fan Jiwei, only 2 survive. One is the evil king Lin Hujun of Qinglin, and the other is the 7 Absolutes Demon Lord Nuo Danyang. Akryang pressed on. What about the 7 Absolutes Demon Lord? Su Mi immediately reported. He has surrendered to the Martial Alliance. I hear he's personally leading the Evil Shattering Corps. This information startled him. A stubborn guy like him joined the righteous path. After understanding everything, Akryang ordered, get up. The old man stood up trembling without a word, and at the same time Akryang also began to move. Before leaving, Akryang didn't forget to remind him, I remember grudges better than anyone. Su Mi looked at him and hastily assured him, only I know about meeting the Blood Master today. I will erase it from my memory. Seeing the old man's reaction, Akryang smiled with satisfaction. Then he left the place, not forgetting to say a word of farewell. Once he was alone, Su Mi let out a sigh of relief, glad to be alive. The scene changes to a noisy, bustling village. Aksin walked along wondering, I wonder how those 2 uncles are doing. Are they taking their medicine regularly? As he was walking, he was startled when someone suddenly blocked his path. Then Aksin was knocked aside, letting out a cry of surprise. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his bag of herbs nearly spilling. Just then, someone came over and helped Aksin up. Are you all right? He was startled to see that the person who had just appeared was Jin Chung. He helped Aksin to his feet and then shouted loudly, how can you be so shameless? Being called shameless, Guo Jia turned his head. Jin Chung continued to question him. You're from the Martial Alliance, aren't you? You do something wrong and don't even know how to apologize. Hearing this, Aksin was surprised. It's them. The man walked over calmly and said, the warriors of our alliance are currently on official business, so please continue on your way. The scar-faced man raised his sword threateningly. Across from him, Jin Chung wasn't the least bit afraid and yelled, a martial artist threatening a commoner, have you no shame? Is this how you act as a representative of the Martial Alliance? State your name and sect. I will go to the Martial Alliance myself to question this. Seeing Jin Chung's powerful demeanor, Guo Jia gritted his teeth in anger. He then clasped his hands and introduced himself. I am Guo Jia, leader of Team 5 of the Evil Shattering Corps, and who might you be? He immediately replied, I am Feng Jin Chung of the Feng family. Hearing this name, Guo Jia was startled. Feng Jin Chung, could he be from the Jin Chung Pharmacy? Jin Chung confirmed it. I am the head of that establishment. Realizing his identity, Guo Jia became anxious. Your attitude and words were already unlike an ordinary person's, but I didn't expect you to be the director of the Jin Chung Pharmacy. After a moment's thought, Guo Jia asked curiously, why would someone like you leave Lanzhou to come here? He received a cold reply, must I report my every move to the Martial Alliance? These words left him speechless. Then Guo Jia regained his composure. My apologies, we were rude. Please forgive us. Jin Chung pointed towards Aksin and reminded him, the one you need to apologize to is not me. Guo Jia swallowed his pride and looked at the young man. Little brother, I am truly sorry. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive this Guo Jia's mistake. Aksin didn't want to make a fuss, so he smiled and nodded, accepting the apology. Very quickly, he and his subordinates left the area. He watched them leave and grumbled, so troublesome. Aksin expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your help, Uncle Feng, but I told you not to look for me anymore. Jin Cheng bent down and chuckled. It was just a coincidence. It's been a while, young Valley Master. Since we've met, let's have a meal together. Aksin cut him off. A coincidence. Weren't you just at the pharmacy? I told you not to get involved with me. He tried to persuade him. Let's go to that inn and talk. With our past friendship, surely you wouldn't turn me away. Hearing the suggestion, Aksin fell silent. The scene changes to an inn where delicious dishes are spread across the table. Aksin glanced at the table and noted, I can't believe you even prepared a banquet. He then stared at Jin Cheng and asked, is all this food a coincidence too? He quickly replied, of course, just a coincidence. Please eat up. It looks delicious. Now, Aksin stated firmly, this is the last time I'm seeing you. Jin Chung just urged, you should eat first. Oxen said coldly, "Don't change the subject." Caught off guard, Jin Chung became flustered. "Don't be like that. Aren't you the only family I have left?" Hearing this, Xian's expression immediately changed. He suddenly recalled his childhood. Back then, his parents had opened their arms wide, beckoning for Xian to come to them. He seriously considered which way to run. Then, to his parents' surprise, Xian chose a different direction. He just toddled over to Jin Chung. Xian leaped into his arms and called out, "Uncle Feng!" Jin Chung happily embraced the young valley master. "Masters, the young valley master has come to me." But he was stunned to see the two people in front of him crying sorrowfully. "Masters!" Back in the present, Jin Chung asked with concern, "I've heard you've been going down to the village a lot lately and buying more medicinal herbs than before." He carefully replied, "That doesn't concern you, Uncle Feng." He gave a strained laugh. "Is that so? Well, I'm just grateful I get to see you again. Please keep eating. The food will get cold." Xian obeyed and immediately put some food in his mouth while Jin Chung continued to chatter on. "You must have been frightened earlier. The martial world has been in chaos lately. There's a ruthless villain called the Blood Hand Demon. It said the Martial Alliance announced he was eliminated, but the truth seems to be quite different. The proof is, they just sent people to investigate. He didn't pay much attention to this. I'm not afraid either. What if I told him I'm treating those two uncles?" Uncle Feng would drop everything to help. That's just the kind of person he is. He advised sincerely, "In any case, be careful when you go into the village." However, Xian remained silent, prompting Jin Chung to call out to him, young valley master, young valley master." Only then did he respond. Jin Chung asked with concern, "Is the food to your liking?" Xian immediately confirmed that the food was decent. As he ate, he silently calculated, "For now, I shouldn't reveal that I'm treating those two. That wouldn't be considered lying to Uncle Feng, would it?" Meanwhile, he sat opposite him smiling as he watched Xian eat heartily. Scene changed to the outside where snow was falling everywhere. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, shaking the entire area. Ji Wei was furious, yelling, "You crazy woman, I offer to treat your illness, and this is how you act. You want to fight." Hua replied coldly, "A fight with the likes of you." Then she used her power to summon small shards of ice. Hua controlled them to attack him. Ji Wei hurriedly dodged her attack, but he couldn't avoid it completely and was struck hard on the side of his face by the ice. Ji Wei raised a hand to his face, protesting, "That's going too far." Calm down, calm down. Let's talk about this like adults." Hua exclaimed with some surprise, "You're still fine, even after seeing blood." He immediately confirmed, "Of course I found both the divine doctor and the demonic doctor. Now, do you have any money?" Scene changed to Han Shuihua's private residence, the Ice Spirit Palace. Jie Wei followed Hua back to her private residence. Before entering, Hua asked coldly, "So is what you just said true? You've found both the divine doctor and the demonic doctor?" Hearing this, he thought to himself, "To be precise, I found a child who carries the bloodline of both inheriting all their medical skills." After thinking, Jie Wei spoke up, "Have I been living in ignorance all this time right now? Both senior brother Chu Chai and I are receiving treatment." She mentioned a name, the Blood Hand sect leader. He immediately confirmed it. However, Hua was still confused. Why, senior brother Chu Jie Wei explained he was injured by someone from the Martial Alliance. "But why do you call him brother, you witch? Aren't you much older than him?" She retorted irritably, "Shut up, all handsome men are my brothers." He suddenly grew curious. "Then what about me?" Hua stated bluntly. You're just a stupid bald head." Provoked, Ye Wei began to shout, while she calmly said, "Explain clearly. What happened from beginning to end?" He asked irritably, "Only curious now, are you?" Hua immediately affirmed, "Yes, I want to know." Jie Wei gritted his teeth. Crazy woman. After saying this, he thought, "Fine. For the sake of the great physician pill, I'll endure it. I have to bring this witch back to do some housework." Next, she watched seriously as Jie Wei gestured wildly describing something. He enthusiastically continued his nonsensical story. Scene change to Black Dragon Prefecture, the capital of Heilongjiang Province. The Black Dragon Merchant Guild was a magnificent and splendid building. Suddenly, a corner of the Merchant Guild's roof was unexpectedly frozen over. In the blink of an eye, the entire building was covered in ice and snow. The people around were surprised, not understanding what was happening. "The building, it's freezing over." A cold wind swept through the house, sending a chill through the air. Zhehua entered radiating an icy aura. The master of the Black Dragon Merchant Guild trembled and said, "Forgive me, but I cannot accept this certificate. The amount you're requesting isn't our responsibility. It belongs to the previous owner who transferred this guild to us. We cleared all debts when we took over the business. Look closely. This is the transfer contract we drew up at that time. We've already paid back the full amount of taels that you invested." Ji Wei grabbed the scroll and demanded, "Where is that person now?" The man immediately reported, "I heard he went far away to the borderlands, but I don't know the specifics." He examined the information on the paper and growled, "How long ago was this? The second year of the Hongwu era. That was 50 years ago. You come here demanding money that was deposited 50 years ago, and you dare call me a fool?" She replied coldly, "Shut your mouth." Zhehua suddenly reached into her robes and took something out. When she presented a hairpin, the master of the Black Dragon Merchant Guild couldn't help but feel terrified. "What are you planning to do? Is this jade? And it's a huge piece of jade at that. Are you planning to sell this?" He saw Zhehua nod in confirmation. He appraised the jade pin. "In my opinion, 10,000 taels is a fair price. In the capital, it might fetch up to 20,000 taels, but we have to account for our profit and transportation costs." Jie Wei blurted out in surprise, "A single hairpin is worth 10,000 taels." She answered scornfully, "What would a fool like you know about a creation key pin?" He was even more astonished. "A key? You're saying this hairpin is a type of key? What about the treatment costs? Thanks to my referral, they're giving a special discount. But at a glance, the treatment will likely take a long time and might cost up to 50,000 taels." Zhehua shot Jie Wei a sidelong glance and said, "Mind your own business. I can handle myself. Shouldn't we verify if what that person is saying is true?" Seeing her turn away, he thought gloomily, "Hey, you old demoness. I know you're old, but just how old are you anyway?" The scene changes to a tavern where Guo Jia is drinking. He glanced out the window. This manhunt was dragging on, and his comrades were exhausted. They called it a special dispatch, but it felt more like a demotion. "I need to achieve something great to gain recognition from the Martial Alliance. It's the only way to get out of this remote place." Then Guo Jia opened the letter brought by a messenger bird. As he finished reading, his expression changed drastically. Guo Jia was furious. He slammed his hand on the table. He gritted his teeth, thinking, just an ordinary doctor. Why would the higher-ups in the Martial Alliance issue a special warning about him? Seeing this, Guo Jia's subordinate wondered, what's really going on here? He calmed himself down and said, "It clearly states that Ma Yili of the Zhang Yan sect has fled to this region. He's heavily injured, so he probably won't be hard to find." After hearing this, everyone remained silent. This made Guo Jia even more irritated. "What are you all standing around for? Go find him!" Only then did they obey, rushing outside. He clenched the letter in his hand, thinking urgent matters must be dealt with first. "I can't allow the Martial Alliance to suffer any more losses." Soon the sun began to set in the west, painting the sky a brilliant red. Xian thought to himself as he ran, "Oh man, look at me. I got so caught up looking at herbs that it's almost dark. I have to hurry. Even if I leave now, I won't get there until midnight. There's a shortcut from here. I'll take that path." He hurriedly ran off. Suddenly, Xian turned his head to the side. He kept walking, muttering to himself, "I'm sure I just heard something." At that moment, a man covered in injuries was gasping for breath. Xian was horrified when he witnessed the scene. He rushed over and asked, "Sir, are you okay?" The old man shakily raised his head. "Who are you? Get away." Xian was extremely worried. "You're bleeding so much. If you don't get first aid right away, you'll be in danger." He readied himself to begin treatment. Just then, the man grabbed his hand. Xian immediately cried out as he was lifted into the air by Guo Jia. Guo Jia frowned and questioned him. "You again?" Xian was just as surprised. "Who are you?" Guo Jia restrained Xian and raised his sword. Then he coldly plunged his sword into the old man's chest. Seeing this, he panicked and shouted, "Guo Jia, stop! What are you doing?" He glanced at Xian and demanded, "What is your relationship with this man?" The boy gritted his teeth, glaring at Guo Jia, a cold-blooded killer who struck without a moment's hesitation. "One wrong word could get me killed. I absolutely cannot mention my uncles." Xian reminded himself that he had to keep this an absolute secret. Seeing this, he sneered. But if I play this right, I can use this situation to set a trap for Feng Jincheng. He's a figure respected by the entire upper echelon of the Martial Alliance. If I can create a debt of gratitude, I'll be able to solidify my own position. After thinking it over, Guo Jia spoke up. Answer me. What is your relationship with Ma Yili? Do you have any idea what the punishment is for helping a condemned criminal? The boy pressed his lips together, refusing to answer his question. Seeing this, Guo Jia flashed a sinister smile. Then he drew his sword sharply and yelled, "Planning to stay silent forever? You'll spill everything eventually." A spray of red blood splattered across Yi Xian's face. The scene shifts to the grasslands where Jie Wei was calling out loudly, "Dr. Dan!" Seeing the two of them, Yi Liang remarked, "Go on, just let the whole world know we're here." "It's been a while, Han Shuihua," he greeted her calmly. The man smiled at him. "I'm a little late. Where is Dr. Dan?" A Liang immediately explained he went down to the village to find some necessary medicinal herbs. Jie Wei was surprised. "You let the kid go alone. What if he runs into a wild beast?" The old man replied calmly. The doctor brought along an herb that wild animals can't stand. However, he was still very worried. But what if he slips and falls in the dark? If Dr. Dan scrapes his knee, will you first senior brother take responsibility? Yi Liang asked, confused. "Why would I be the one to take responsibility?" Jie Wei said in frustration. "When I'm not around, of course you first senior brother have to take care of things. Or should I tell that woman over there to take responsibility instead?" Just then the old man thought with a serious expression, "I should have disguised myself and followed him secretly." Meanwhile, Shuihua surveyed her surroundings. "Why is this place such a mess?" He immediately retorted, "What mess this is where you'll be staying from now on." She glanced at the two of them with disdain. "Stay in a filthy place like this? Even a healthy person would get sick staying here for long." Zhehua opened the door and asked curiously, "Where are the cleaning supplies?" Seeing this, Yi Liang gloated, "See, just like I said." Jie Wei replied awkwardly, "Well, you live and you learn. When is Dr. Dan coming back? It's almost dark." The old man also found it strange. "That's right. No matter how late, he's always back in time for dinner." The young man couldn't help but blurt out, "I'm hungry." At that moment, A Liang thought silently, could something have happened? The scene shifts to Qinghua Hall, which is magnificent and splendid. Guo Jia glanced at Yixian and questioned him. "So you just happened to be passing by where this man was hiding, heard his groans, and then found him? All just a coincidence. Do you really think I'd believe that?" The boy glanced at him, thinking about how he had been asking the same question for hours. It wasn't until Guo Jia grabbed a fistful of his hair that A Xian cried out in pain. He gave a strange smile. "Little brat, when an adult asks you a question, you should answer clearly." The boy trembled as he replied, "The Martial Alliance is truly just and impartial." Guo Jia was enraged, his expression turning extremely ugly. He pressed a knife to A Xian's throat as a final warning, but the boy retorted, "I've already answered everything." The sharp blade grazed his neck, and blood began to trickle out. A Xian remained firm. "I've told you everything. If you ask again, I won't answer." Guo Jia lost control and moved to stab him. "You damn little brat." Just then, a voice came from outside. "Team leader, this is your subordinate Zhang Wei." Reporting a messenger bird from Jin Cheng Yi has arrived. Guo Jia was surprised. That fast, Zhang Wei continued his report. "He says he will come himself." Hearing this, Guo Jia glanced at the boy and analyzed silently. Coming himself, he must value this kid a great deal. At the same time, Yi Xian spoke up. "Stop. Don't drag my uncle into our grudge. This has nothing to do with him." Guo Jia just sneered. "We'll have to see about that." Hearing that, the boy's face immediately froze. A Xian seemed to realize something. "From the very beginning, you were targeting Uncle Feng, weren't you?" Guo Jia suddenly struck him hard on the head, making the boy cry out in pain. Then he gave a wicked smile. "This isn't something a child should be involved in. Leave it to us adults to handle." The scene shifts deep into the forest where Ji Shan was rushing along. He panted heavily as he ran with all his might. Ji Shan thought to himself, "The appointed time is just a moment away. Am I late? I just had a few drinks with my brothers, and now disaster has struck." He recalled what happened not long ago at Tich Sun Hill. Tich Sun, the head of the Yan Yi Hall, was laughing and drinking, saying, "Drink up, let's keep going. If not today, when else can we get this drunk? I even pitched in more than I did last month." Hearing his bold declaration, everyone praised Tichsun's spirit. You should leave Wu Wei and make your mark on the Central Plains. The praise only made him more cheerful. That's right, Wu Wei is too small for you. Let's head to the Central Plains. Just then, a man named Jie Wei violently kicked the door open and stormed in. With a dark expression, he sneered, "Good wine in a nice place, a perfect gathering for a bunch of nameless thugs." Seeing Jie Wei, they immediately demanded to know who he was and why he was there. Then Jie Wei moved across the floor with incredible speed, like the wind itself. In the blink of an eye, he was standing next to Tichsun. "Are you the one in charge here?" Tichsun was terrified, thinking to himself, his movement technique is like a ghost's. This is a true master. "Who sent you?" Jie Wei shot Tichsun a sideways glance. "No one. I came on my own. I have a job that's perfect for you." "You're going to help me, aren't you?" Tichsun then let out a loud, agonized scream. A moment later, Jie Wei roared, "Find out everything that happened in the village today, involving a brat named Dan Yixian." While Tichsun was writhing in pain, complaining about a burning heat, Jie Wei radiated killing intent. "You have 1 hour." The scene then cuts to Tichsun rushing into a tavern. Tichsun burst through the door, shouting, "I found it! It's the Qing He Tavern!" Meanwhile, inside the Qing He Tavern, a man named Guo Jia was tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. Zhang Wei entered the room to report he left on horseback. He should be arriving any minute now. He picked up a wine jug and took a sip with a soft click of his tongue. Guo Jia looked over at the soundly sleeping Dan Yixian and wondered, what's so special about that kid anyway? Just then, a noise from outside the door made him remark, "It seems he's arrived." The door creaked open, revealing a shadowy figure. Guo Jia saw Yi Liang appear and immediately sensed a murderous aura. Zhang Wei stepped forward to confront him. "Who are you? Are you with Feng Jin Cheng?" Yi Liang replied, "Enough talk. Hand him over now." As Zhang Wei reached out to push him, Yi Liang simply flicked a finger. Zhang Wei was instantly sent flying, letting out a terrible scream. Guo Jia was terrified by the sight. "Did Feng Jin Cheng send you?" He wondered silently. With that level of skill, he can't be just an ordinary assassin. His expression suddenly turned grim. Could he be? Guo Jia cautiously voiced his suspicion. "The Blood Hand sect leader." Yi Liang looked at him and laughed. "You say you're here to capture me, yet you recognize me instantly." Guo Jia quickly drew his sword. "It's Yi Liang. Everyone assemble. All forces assemble now." Outside the door, Jie Wei was grabbing two subordinates by the hair. They trembled in agony, begging for their lives. He stared in shock and roared, "Ling Shan Herb." As he took in the bloody scene, Jie Wei's eyes fell upon Dan Yixian sleeping soundly on the bed. His aura instantly flared with killing intent. "Was it you who attacked the Dan family estate?" By now, Guo Jia was trembling uncontrollably. "He's this strong, he's a monster. How are we supposed to capture him?" He was cornered, his face a mask of desperation. Sword in hand, Guo Jia charged forward, bravely determined to take down his opponent. In response, Jie Wei calmly raised his hand and began to cast a technique. Then an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Outside, everyone witnessed the Qing He Tavern engulfed in flames. Tichsun hid behind a wall, watching the events unfold. He turned away in panic, seeing that not a single member of the Po Zuo group had escaped the flames. Could it be? They were all wiped out? Damn it, is the Martial Alliance just going to sit back and watch this happen? If I want to live, my only choice is to report this to them first. No, he told me I had to wait for that monster. Just then, Tichsun saw Jie Wei suddenly appear and screamed in terror. Jie Wei asked, "Why didn't you run away?" Tichsun immediately fell to his knees. "Because I gave you my word, my lord." Yi Liang, carrying Dan Yixian on his back, walked over and remarked, "You've got some nerve, kid. Forget what happened today." Lying on the ground, the man hastily obeyed. Jie Wei shot him a warning glare. "Do you know why those men died? If a single hair on Dr. Dan's head is harmed in this village, you'll be the one responsible." Ji Shan desperately affirmed, I'll keep that in mind." He casually added, "If Dr. Dan gets hungry, it's your fault." The man looked incredulous. Jie Wei continued, "If Dr. Dan gets bored, you're responsible. If Dr. Dan gets tired, it's on you. If Dr. Dan wants a woman and you can't provide one, that's your fault too." Feeling helpless, the other man said, "Let's go. We need to wake Dr. Dan." He finally left, but not without a final reminder. "Remember, this is all your responsibility." Jishan sat there trembling and muttering, "Am I supposed to forget everything, or am I supposed to protect him?" As the night passed, a new day began. Dan Yixian sat up rubbing his eyes. "Where am I?" Ji Wei immediately walked over to explain, "My martial brother and I brought you here." Yi Liang asked impatiently, "Dr. Dan, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere?" He quickly replied, "I'm fine, but you said you brought me back. You're both being chased by the Martial Arts Alliance. How could they have just let you go?" He got a little flustered. That was true, but he quickly came up with an excuse. "We resolved it with a mature, reasonable discussion. Nothing happened at all." Dan Yixian didn't believe it was that easy. "That can't be possible." Just then, Han Seolhua suddenly appeared. "I spoke with them. Unlike these two, I'm not a cruel person like one of the 10 great demonic masters." The boy looked at her and spoke politely. "You must be the new patient I was told to expect today. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Dan Yixian." Han Seolhua introduced herself as well. "My name is Han Seolhua. Please just call me Auntie." Dan Yixian suddenly ran over excitedly. "This voice echoing in my head. Could it be secret sound transmission? I heard my parents talk about it. It's a secret technique used by martial arts masters for private conversations. So, Auntie, are you a hidden master too?" Jie Wei snorted in annoyance. "What's so great about sound transmission?" Yi Liang felt the same way. "If I could recover my internal energy, something like that would be nothing." Meanwhile, the boy was still chattering away. "Auntie, I ran into a bit of trouble yesterday. Can I go wash up and prepare for a bit before we start the examination?" She immediately agreed. "Of course, I'll wait here." Dan Yixian moved toward the door, not forgetting to say, "I'll be right back." Liang gently watched his retreating back. "He's such a vibrant child." Jie Wei agreed. "Yes, an energy that seems too great for such a small body." Han Seolhua glanced at the two and thought to herself, "Did that child really inherit the medical skills of the divine doctor and the demonic doctor? Seeing those two acting like obedient puppies, he must be no ordinary boy." After thinking for a moment, she spoke up. "Hey, you two!" Jie Wei let out a sound of surprise. Han Seolhua calmly continued, "If you have nothing to do, go outside and build me a temporary house." He couldn't believe it and questioned her, "What? Why should we have? You lost your mind." She replied in a cold voice, "Or should I tell everyone what you two did last night? The stench of blood is still lingering everywhere." Not wanting the truth to get out, Yi Liang pushed Jie Wei to get moving. Han Seolhua looked on, very pleased. "And here you are, not even a thank you for my help." With that, she began to use her technique. "This place is so dusty." A moment later, Dan Yixian was examining Han Seolhua's condition. A brilliant light emanated from her arm. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is incredible. It's not a matter of being unwilling to speak. You're physically unable to." Hearing this, Han Seolhua remained silent. Dan Yixian continued to explain, "The treatment, though I'm not sure if it can even be called a cure, will take time. And honestly, I can't guarantee the results. This is the first time I've ever encountered a condition like this. I'm sorry." After hearing this, she thought sadly, "Even if the divine doctor or the demonic doctor were here, I fear the outcome would be the same. I was a fool to have hope." Suddenly, he laughed. "It may be disappointing, but what I can do right now is try to restore some of your voice." Han Seolhua couldn't believe it. "I can speak again," Dan Yixian asserted confidently. "I can't cure it completely in one go, but I can restore it bit by bit. Of course, this isn't a method that treats the root cause. The important thing is to block the cold energy flowing through your meridians. After that, I will stimulate the nerves and muscles to strengthen their activity." She was utterly amazed. "Is that even possible?" He took out an instrument and said, "Shall we begin then?" Next, Dan Yixian took out acupuncture needles and began the procedure. Then he let go, satisfied. "All right, the acupuncture is done. Now try to make an ah sound. Imagine gathering the air in your lungs and then slowly releasing it." Han Seolhua let out a strange metallic sound and frowned. Dan Yixian was pleased. "Very good. Keep going like that." After that, she seriously began to practice making sounds. Strange noises echoed through the small room. Suddenly, Han Seolhua let out a clear sound. She immediately turned to look at him. "Was that my voice?" Dan Yixian smiled in confirmation. "You're speaking right now." Han Seolhua continued to try making sounds, thinking to herself, "It's been so long since I've heard my own voice." He then took the initiative to suggest, "Would you like to lie down and rest for a bit? I need to examine your body further." After that, Dan Yixian raised his hand and began to check her pulse. After checking her pulse, he spoke, "Even if you feel something strange, don't open your mouth or move." Seolhwa was curious. What kind of strange feeling? Akseon continued to explain. Uncle Biom and Uncle Cho were fine, but some people find it ticklish. She closed her eyes, sizing up the young man. He then continued to channel spiritual energy into Seolhwa's body. She suddenly felt her own body become much more relaxed. Akseon remained very serious as he performed the technique. Just like that, he used his power to perform the Simleon Hoheo technique. Upon hearing this, Seolhwa immediately looked up. "How do you know that I heard you've never studied martial arts?" Akseon calmly replied, "If you trace medicine back to its roots, it connects with the path of martial arts, just as Hua Tuo once created the Wu Qingxi." In the martial world, there are many disciplines for cultivating internal energy. Countless methods exist, but their cores are all similar. Taoism is split into many branches, but the fundamental philosophy is one achieving longevity and ascending to immortality. Most Taoist sects today belong to the branch that cultivates using elixirs, and their refinement methods are influenced by the alchemy branch. I suspect you entered the state of Simleon Hoheo a long time ago. The problem is your foundation is unstable. You hastily advanced to the next level before your mind was perfected. The reason your expression is frozen and you can't taste anything is because your nerves and muscles have been solidified within your body's frozen timeline. She sat up abruptly and demanded, "Can you cure it?" He glanced at Seolhwa and answered, "I need to do more research, but it's not impossible. Like I said, it will take time." She didn't care about that. Time is not important. Akseon suddenly remembered something important. "There's one more thing." Seolhwa immediately urged him, "Just say it." He explained her current situation. The timeline that was stopped inside your body will begin to flow again, and the aging process will resume. Seolhwa wasn't too concerned about that. "That's exactly what I've been hoping for. I want to grow old like everyone else." Akseon was surprised by her reaction. "Really? Don't all women wish to stay beautiful in their 20s forever? My mother was like that too." Seolhwa replied calmly, "But my life has not been a blessing. If you can free me from this eternal prison of time, I will consider you my greatest benefactor for the rest of my life." Hearing this, he said humbly, "It's nothing, I'm just doing what needs to be done. Besides, you agreed to help me clean this place, so I'm the one who should be thanking you." But she was still resolute. "No. Helping you is what gives me peace of mind." The scene changes to a bustling, noisy street. Akseon spoke excitedly, "Thanks for coming with me." Seolhwa looked down at him. "I was free, so I just tagged along." He vividly remembered Gai Wei's annoyed attitude and Ok Rang's reminder to travel safely. Akseon thought to himself, "Those two are working too hard. It feels like they're trying to avoid me, but I'm probably just overthinking it." When people saw Seolhwa, they couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. Then countless men turned their heads to admire Seolhwa's beauty, parting to the sides to make way for her. He stared at her confused. "This is strange. It's so crowded, but it's easier to walk than usual." Then Akseon was startled to see someone approaching. The men looked at the young man with contempt. "Look at that bold kid." He was shocked and flustered when the man offered him something. "Is something wrong?" The young man smiled and said, "I'm starting my business here today." Akseon took the meat skewers confused. "But why are you giving this to me?" The man explained his reason. "I hope you'll stop by often to try them." He was a little flustered, this much. Then the young man ran off. "Just eat until you're full." Akseon hurriedly called out, "No, this is too much." This had never happened before. He let out a quiet sigh. Just then, Seolhwa glanced in one direction towards a nearby house. Someone was hiding behind a wall watching their every move. Akseon held a large basket of food in his arms, walking carefully. He turned to Seolhwa, who was walking beside him, and said with a smile, "It seems like quite a few new shops have opened today. Young master, please have a taste." A cheerful candy stall owner spoke up, "I've just opened a new shop, the Bing Fuyao shop." He took the candied fruit skewer from the owner's hand. "Thank you. I'll be sure to pay next time." "Where is your shop?" the owner stammered when Akseon asked. He hurriedly turned to leave without answering, stammering back, "Please enjoy." Young Master Seolhwa watched him go and said coldly, "It seems the young master is quite popular with the people here. Everyone is welcoming you so happily." He immediately denied it. "Not really." The two continued on their way. Oxeon asked a favor. Could you hold these things for a moment? I have to stop by somewhere else. She agreed. Of course. Go ahead. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was watching from behind. Jok-san stepped out of a doorway and asked the person beside him, "Did you deliver the items as instructed?" The monk-like man replied cautiously, "I had the boys bring them to him. They're all top-quality goods, and a considerable amount." Guy Wee's face was still clear in his mind along with his instructions. "Remember, you are responsible for everything related to Dr. Dan in this village." The memory brought tears to his eyes, and he sighed to himself, "Little Jok-san, how did you end up in this situation?" Elsewhere, a clinic owner waved a greeting. "I've been waiting for you." Axeon walked over and asked in surprise, "Waiting for me?" The man replied, "Clinic head, Jin Seong left a message for you." Axeon had the same goal in mind. "Actually, I was about to ask about that." The man continued. "He said that it's best not to go down to the village for now. Wait until the disaster has passed." Axeon asked loudly in surprise, "Disaster?" The clinic owner explained last night at the Chonghua Inn, where the Murim Alliance members were staying, a fire broke out. It was quite a mess. To think that the Pasadan, the strong arm of the Murim Alliance, was wiped out by the Hua-Ma. Axeon asked curiously, "Are they all dead?" Meanwhile, Seolwa was still waiting for Axeon. The clinic owner continued his story, speculating, "I heard they found many broken wine jars at the scene. They were probably too drunk to escape in time. Luckily, they had rented out the entire inn, otherwise the disaster would have been much worse." Even the clinic owner himself was nearly caught in it, had he not been late. You listened intently to the information he provided. After the sect leader handles things, he said he'll visit personally. The clinic owner added a careful warning. "The village is uneasy right now. It's best if you don't travel around too much." A Xian bowed his head. "Understood, I'll keep that in mind." He was still confused, but it was still unclear how Yi Xian had managed to return to Shenmogu. You thanked him for the information. Whenever Yi Xian asked Uncle Xiao or Uncle Fan, they both just said they found him by chance before changing the subject. Lost in thought, you didn't hear the clinic owner calling your name, Dr. Dan. He announced cheerfully, "Brother Wang just acquired a 200-year-old wild ginseng." Hearing this, Xian leaped with joy. "What, I want to buy it? What's its condition? Is 10,000 taels enough?" Cradling the precious item, he was so happy he couldn't stop grinning, his eyes sparkling. Zhehua, walking beside him, maintained her usual cold demeanor. "Are you really that happy?" He hummed a tune as he replied, "Of course, this ginseng will be a great help in treating the three of you." "You're quite bold, spending a whole 10,000 taels just to buy that." Xian didn't seem to hear her suddenly panicking, as he remembered something important. "Oh, that's right, I still have so many other things I need to buy." Zhehua silently watched with a cold expression as Xian clutched his head in despair. "What do I do now? I was blinded by the ginseng." She quietly sized him up. As the old saying goes, great wisdom often appears foolish. Finally, she spoke up. "Well, we received quite a few gifts today. At least we won't have to worry about going hungry." Hearing this, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief! Deep in the mountains, a waterfall cascaded down from a high cliff face. Yi Liang stood tall beneath the falls, thinking to himself, "Dr. Dan has really been through a lot this time." He blamed himself, feeling he was partly responsible for getting the young man entangled with the Wu Meng. The Jianghu is a dangerous place. If you want to survive on your own, you must have the strength to protect yourself. A Liang clasped his hands together, having made a decision. He would teach Dr. Dan martial arts. In a cozy room, a small stove crackled merrily. A Xian sat by the stove, enthusiastically fanning the flames while humming a happy tune. Suddenly, a loud voice called from outside, "Dr. Dan!" Hearing the shout, he dropped the fan, stood up, and went outside. "What is it now?" When A Xian and Shuihua reached the door, they saw a tense argument in progress. "Just leave this to me. I'm afraid you won't show any mercy." "Jie Wei, are you trying to turn Dr. Dan into a eunuch?" Shuihua looked at them coldly. "They're fighting over who gets to teach you martial arts." Hearing this, A Xian asked in astonishment, "Martial arts?" A Liang asked you, "That's right. Who do you want to learn from?" He was filled with confidence. After all, he didn't become one of the 5 ultimates of the world by chance. Jie Wei was not to be outdone, declaring loudly, "You've seen my Qinggong, haven't you? If you learn from me, you'll be able to fly through the air on your own." He looked on expectantly, believing Dr. Dan was closest to him. A Xian walked towards them and asked, "But I've heard that aptitude is very important for learning martial arts." Yi Liang agreed with him. A Xian asked again, "And you have to start at a very young age?" Jie Wei quickly replied, "They usually start around 5 or 7. A Liang decided, "Then we'll have to test you first. Let me check your physical constitution." Yu agreed nervously. He immediately began a thorough examination of your physical condition. A moment later, he touched the pulse on Yi Xian's wrist. "I'm going to channel some true qi into your body now. Don't be alarmed, doctor." You were both nervous and hopeful. Well, Yi Liang was silent, a hint of surprise in his eyes as his face grew thoughtful. After a moment, he let go of A Xian's hand. "Just as I suspected. It's a little too late." Jie Wei asked urgently, "Is there a problem?" He replied softly, "It seems it will be very difficult for him to learn any profound martial arts." He asked curiously, "Is Dr. Dan's aptitude just average?" Yi Liang confirmed, "There's no need to check again." Jie Wei still found it hard to believe. Impossible. He patted Yi Xian's shoulder encouragingly. "It's all right. Natural talent can be compensated for with hard work as long as you learn orthodox martial arts from a great master." A Liang added, "I was the same way, so I can be your example." A Xian was surprised. "Was your aptitude also average, martial uncle?" He smiled at you and replied, "Yes, which is why you should learn from me. I became the world's greatest master with an average aptitude, so I understand the methods best." He said with great promise, "You could even inherit my title in the future." She Hua, who was standing behind them, finally spoke up. "How suspicious." Her words made Yi Liang jump. He immediately turned to ask, "Suspicious how so?" She Hua walked to your side and said impatiently to Yi Liang, "You talk too much." He said hastily, "I said there's no need to check again." She replied casually, "You say that, yet you seem awfully anxious." With that, she touched A Xian's wrist, just as Yi Liang had done. His face was now filled with worry. She Hua's eyes widened as if she'd just realized something. She suddenly pulled Yi Xian into an embrace and declared, "This child is mine," much to everyone else's astonishment. A Liang stepped forward to confront her. "Didn't you say you wouldn't take part in this ridiculous charade?" She Hua replied calmly, "I changed my mind. A martial arts treasure like this can't be left in your hands." Hearing this, Jie Wei asked angrily, "Senior brother, you just said his talent was average. Were you lying to me again?" He coughed awkwardly. "Then I propose we start over. Let Dr. Dan choose his own master from the 3 of us." Jie Wei still refused, shouting, "Senior brother, you're disqualified." He yelled, "You disqualified yourself by lying. And as for you, you demoness, you're disqualified too." She Hua was confused. "Why am I disqualified?" He answered. "You never even offered to teach him." She stood up, speaking in a steady voice. "To know a child's aptitude and not even bother making an offer is truly irresponsible. As a martial artist, my conscience won't allow it." Jie Wei grew even angrier at her words. "You have a conscience. How dare you stop talking and hand Dr. Dan over to me?" She Hua said coldly, "If you think you're good enough, then come and take him." He scoffed, "You want to settle this with force, fine. Let's have a proper match. The winner gets to teach Master Dan." A Liang, standing nearby, softly suggested, "How about a competition of skill only?" The other 2 immediately shouted, "You're out." As Xian was still puzzled, "Do I really have the aptitude for martial arts?" One of them answered, "Your physical constitution is a rarity not seen in ages. Even the most prideful disciples of the 9 great sects can't compare to you." She Hua added, "Not only are your Ren and Du meridians open, but even the gate of life and death is unlocked. All 8 extraordinary and 12 primary meridians are clear. A perfect vessel for cultivation. It's truly hard to believe." Xian, now understanding his own potential, simply smiled and nodded. A Liang asked, "Did you know this all along?" He replied, "I knew some of it. My mother consumed spirit herbs while she was pregnant. After I was born, my body was refined through cleansing my tendons and marrow. I also took many spirit pills and elixirs growing up, and my parents often used acupuncture to nurture my vitality." Hearing this, the 3 of them understood. He truly possessed a peerless aptitude for martial arts. A Xian then asked, "Do I really have to choose one person to be my master?" Liang explained, "Because our martial arts are exclusive to our own schools, there is no other way." He rested his chin in his hand, looking pensive. After a moment, Yi Xian said, "I've made my decision. I'm not going to learn." The three of them were stunned and asked in unison, "Why not?" He beamed an innocent and happy smile on his face. Xian explained his reason. "If I choose one of you as my master, the other two will be sad. I don't want that. I'd rather we all stay together just like we are now." Night fell with a crescent moon hanging high in the sky. A voice could still be heard echoing in the quiet, "What a pity." The three sat together, all sharing the same thought. For someone as gifted as Dr. Dan not to learn martial arts, what a terrible waste. A Liang, still full of regret, asked, "Is there no way to change his mind?" Zhe Hua spoke up. "Does he really need to become a formal disciple? Even if I don't take him as one, I still want to pass my skills on to him." "What, are you insane?" one of them asked, bewildered. "Passing on your techniques to someone who isn't your disciple, is that even possible?" Zhe Hua replied coldly, "And why not? It's my martial art. I can teach it to anyone I please." Jie Wei agreed with her. "You know she's right. It's not essential for him to become a disciple." A Liang remained unconvinced. "This is absurd. Do you feel no shame before our late master?" Jie Wei retorted sharply. "Shame for what our master's only wish was to see his art perfected. With Dr. Dan, that's entirely possible. Our master would be smiling in the great beyond." Zhe Hua turned to Yi Liang. "Didn't you once call me your benefactor? So what does one martial art style matter?" He became even more furious. "One martial art style, you say? That style is my life." She then asked gently, "And who was it that saved that life of yours?" He merely scowled and remained silent. After a moment, his anger returned, and he yelled, "I can't accept this!" The very next day, delicious dishes were laid out on the table. As everyone ate, Xian reminded them, "Remember to chew the medicinal herbs well." Jie Wei savored each spoonful with care, and Shui Hua slowly chewed every bite of her herbs. A Liang, however, was chewing away with gusto, his face beaming with happiness. From behind, Yixian lightly touched him, as if checking for something. "I told you last night," Xian said quietly to him. "You're pushing yourself too hard when your true qi hasn't fully recovered yet. Even though you can circulate your internal energy, now you're forcing yourself to unleash your full strength." Before he could finish, Yi Liang's large hand covered his mouth. But the other two had heard. They shot up from their seats in astonishment. "That's impossible." A Liang gave a sheepish smile. "I owe you two an apology. Last night I transferred my primordial infinite true qi to Dr. Dan, as I thought his constitution is exceptional. Now all he needs to do is continue learning my martial arts." Hearing this, the other two were stunned into silence. Then, as if realizing something was wrong, he muttered, "Don't tell me." He turned to Xian, his face a mask of disbelief. "It can't be. Did those two come to see you as well?" Xian answered honestly. "She came first, then Uncle Chu, and last was Uncle Fan." Hearing this, Yi Liang shot to his feet. "You absolute lunatics! Have you all lost your minds? Are you trying to kill this boy? What if he fell into qi deviation?" Jie Wei shouted back just as loudly, "You're one to talk." Yan quickly stepped in. "Please stop arguing. My internal energy isn't strong enough to cause a qi deviation. I've now grasped the art of mind cultivation, which allows me to understand your physical conditions much better. This will also help me treat your injuries." One of them sighed in resignation. "Just be sure not to circulate all three internal arts at once. Your meridians will be thrown into chaos, and the consequences would be dire." Xian smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm a doctor. Why would I ever harm my own body? More importantly, I've just had an interesting idea." He invited them, "Let's all study them together." One asked for confirmation, "You mean study the martial arts?" Xian replied enthusiastically, "That's right. She practices the ultimate yin, while Uncle Fan is the ultimate yang, so your yin-yang balance is already in disarray. Uncle Chu, however, is different. Your internal art is perfectly balanced and harmonious. If we research all three arts together, not only will it help with your injuries, but we might even achieve a breakthrough and advance our cultivation realms. What do you all think?" A Liang looked at Yixian and reminded him gently, "Dr. Dan martial arts are not something to be shared so casually." Before he could say more, Xian spoke, "My parents were the same. They respected each other's medical skills, but would never share their techniques because their core philosophies were too different. Then, one day, a patient arrived whom no one could cure. Even the divine doctor and the demonic doctor were at a loss. The patient suffered from a chronic illness and had also been poisoned. Forcibly expelling the poison would trigger a qi deviation. It was a truly difficult case. But they managed to save him. It was the first time they ever combined their skills to treat a patient together. He added that although they argued constantly, they still discussed, debated, and exchanged experiences, and in the end, the patient recovered. The man listened silently to Ejian's story with a serious face, and after a moment he exclaimed, "Primal means infinite." The other two were astonished as he continued lawless and boundless without any limits. Ji Wei asked senior brother, "What did you just say?" Yi Liang seemed not to hear the question and continued muttering, "The rise and fall of heaven and earth, the endless cycle of laws that is the foundation and essence of power." Ji Wei realized, "Isn't that the mantra of your heart technique?" He glanced towards Yi Xian and spoke seriously to the other two. "Once you've decided to do something, you must see it through to the end. This is all for that child." He watched the boy sitting beside two small half-heated stoves, fanning them diligently. "That child is trying so hard for us. How can we possibly betray his trust?" Ji Wei and Xuehua shared his sentiment. They also didn't want to disappoint him. "Me too. If I had to pass on my martial arts to anyone, it would only be Dr. Dan." The three of them stood together discussing, and soon they all nodded lightly, having reached a mutual agreement. A pair of feet staggered across the green grass. Jin Chung sighed as he wiped the sweat from his face. The road ahead is still treacherous. He walked at a leisurely pace, looking around, his heart filled with emotions, as it had been a long time since he'd returned to this place. The familiar scenery brought back old memories, making him feel as if he could hear his master's scolding voice at any moment. Suddenly, Jie Wei appeared out of nowhere, raising the weapon in his hand with a fierce expression. "Stop right there." Jin Cheng jumped in fright. "Who are you people?" Jie Wei twirled his weapon and said in a harsh tone, "I should be the one asking the questions. How did you get in here?" After asking, he didn't forget to threaten, "If you don't reveal your identity, I'll smash your head in." The man grew even more tense. "Please inform the young Valley Master that Feng Jin Chung has come to request an audience." Hearing him, Jie Wei frowned and asked, "You mean?" Dr. Dan Jin Cheng quickly replied, "Yes, the current master of Shenmo Valley." He asked again, "Are you from the Wulin Alliance?" The man quickly clarified, "No, I've known the Valley Master for a long time." Just then, Yi Liang approached from behind Jin Cheng and warned, "If Dr. Dan says he doesn't know you, I fear you won't be leaving this place in one piece." Jin Cheng was so scared by the two of them that he trembled. "Please, can you just pass on the message?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Uncle, wait." As Yan and Xuehua approached, "I know this person." He called the man Uncle Feng. Seeing him, Jin Cheng eagerly asked, "Have you been well, young Valley Master?" "No, I should call you Valley Master now." He chuckled. "Old habits really are hard to break." Xuehua observed them closely. "Is he an acquaintance of Dr. Dan's?" Yi Xian replied, "Yes. He was once a disciple of my parents." "You came without any warning. What's going on?" Sensing the high alert from everyone, Yi Xian gave a forced smile. "He's not a bad person. Please retract your killing intent." He felt awkward. "I didn't expect you to show up so quietly. Now all the masters have been exposed. I knew the Valley Master would have companions." Jin Chung felt the atmosphere around him suddenly drop as an overwhelming killing intent enveloped him. He spoke nervously, "But I never expected them to be such formidable people." On a fresh morning, the sun's gentle rays shone down from a clear blue sky, illuminating the scenery. In the room, Yi Xian sat opposite Jin Chung, briefly explaining the situation. "You must have been very surprised by what you saw just now. They are patients recuperating here, and their conditions are a bit special." Jin Chung spoke carefully. "I understand why the Valley Master has always kept his distance from me. You intentionally did it to train yourself to be independent, but it seems you've gone a bit too far lately." Yi Xian felt guilty. "Please forgive me. It's not that I dislike you, Uncle Feng." Jin Chung pondered for a moment before asking, "Weren't those people just now the Blood Hand Sect leader and the Savage Mountain blind man?" His expression wasn't overly surprised. "So they really are hiding here." Xian was startled. "How did you know?" Jin Cheng explained, "Rumors about the Blood Hand Sect have spread everywhere. Besides the medicinal herbs the Valley Master has been gathering recently are all types used for the severely injured and dying." When I thought about it, his name immediately came to mind. "It's truly shocking that the Savage Mountain blind man is here as well." He explained his actions. When I saved them, they were both severely injured and at death's door. Jin Chung spoke up. I don't blame the Valley Master for saving them. On the contrary, I truly admire you for it. He said in a serious tone, Valley Master, please allow me to lend a hand. These words couldn't help but startle Xian. The man asked about his own suspicion. I've discovered the secret you've been hiding. Are you planning to expel me? Xian lowered his voice. I don't want you to be in danger. This time is no different. It's because of me. Jin Cheng smiled and cut him off. I understand the Valley Master's concern, which is why I came here prepared. Xian listened with a mix of surprise and curiosity as he continued. The Valley Master has probably guessed that I went to the Wulin Alliance to report the destruction of the Zuo division. At that moment, outside the door, the three masters were standing there listening to the conversation inside. They heard Jin Cheng say, There I vouched for the Valley Master's identity. They had no choice but to believe my word. He was surprised. Uncle Feng, what is your relationship with the Wulin Alliance? He replied clearly, They are the most important clients of my Feng Cheng clinic. I am currently treating the daughter of the Wulin Alliance leader. This sentence reached the ears of the three masters loud and clear. They immediately started discussing among themselves. I knew it. His medical skills are truly profound, and he even knows the famous Dr. Dan. Only Yi Liang thought to himself, the Feng Cheng Clinic. Their reputation has skyrocketed lately. Those two fools seem to have no idea. Inside the room, Jin Chung said with certainty, If the Valley Master dares to confront the Wulin Alliance, then I will stand with you until the very end. I'm in the same boat as you now. Xian was confused. Why would you do that? Haven't I already told you who in this world would abandon their own family? A smile appeared on his kind face. If the Valley Master were to expel me now, it would be no different from sending me to my death. He sighed. I won't kick you out, don't worry. And I'm sorry. You've suffered a lot because of me, haven't you? It's always like that. Jin Cheng chuckled, then changed the subject. The Valley Master must need a lot of medicinal herbs. From now on, you just need to tell me. Xian's eyes lit up with joy as he expressed his gratitude. Uncle, in that case, please help me find some bluestone essence. Bluestone essence is earth energy condensed into a crystal. Its value is immeasurable, almost impossible to imagine. Lin Hoa Lam Thach, are you telling the truth? Jin Cheng forced a laugh, wondering to himself if this was some kind of joke. But one look at the young man's eyes, sparkling with anticipation like stars, gave him his answer. He was completely serious. Outside the room, the three of them began to disperse. A Liang took the lead. The situation has stabilized. Let's go back. It seems I'm about to witness something that was never meant to be a part of my destiny. Jie Wei and Xue Hua added, Can you really find it just by looking? That's like searching for thousand-year-old ginseng and bringing back a common herb. As night fell, candlelight still shone from within the room. Xian had just finished today's treatment for Jie Wei. He let out a sigh of relief and said, Thank you. You've worked hard, Dr. Duan. Xian left the room, not forgetting to remind him, Remember to drink the medicine I brewed before you go to sleep. Jie Wei laughed. Don't worry, I'm not a child. Good night, Dr. Duan. Suddenly, Jin Chung appeared and walked over to him. Hello? He spoke humbly. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself earlier. I am Jin Cheng of the Feng family. Though my skills are lacking, I manage a small clinic called the Feng Cheng Medical Hall. Jie Wei wasn't very interested in this information. So what? He remained on guard. I know you're close to Dr. Duan, but you'd better not be plotting anything. Jie Wei's voice suddenly turned serious. Don't you dare take advantage of that naive kid. Jin Cheng was bewildered. What do you mean? How could I possibly do that? Jie Wei emphasized, You'd better not. He moved in closer, his eyes bloodshot and his fists clenched, gritting out each word as a warning. If you do, I will take your life. With that, he turned and strode away proudly. He stood there watching the departing figure, lost in his own thoughts. Jin Chung didn't trust them either. Even though a patient shouldn't be involved in politics, the man was one of the 10 great evildoers. He would keep an eye on them. He went to find Xian. The young man was surprised. Uncle Feng, you haven't gone to rest. It's already so late. He stated his reason. I came to ask you something. Jin Chung got straight to the point. I heard your masters once successfully treated severed meridians. Xian looked up at him and replied, That's right. Jin Chung continued, Do you still have the medical records from that year? The young man answered quickly, Yes, it's one of the most important cases we keep to ensure safety. Jin Cheng stated his request, "Can I see them?" Yi Xian replied, "That will be difficult. They weren't recorded on paper. Back then, my parents were too busy saving people to write anything down." "But I remember it clearly. Who was the patient with that illness? Could it be?" Jin Cheng guessed what he was thinking. Yes, it was the daughter of the Martial Arts Alliance leader. He briefly explained the condition of the Martial Arts Alliance leader's daughter to Yi Xian. After listening, the young man thoughtfully analyzed the situation. Severed meridians after the age of 15. People born with that type of yin blockage usually die in the womb. Even if they're lucky enough to be born, they don't live past a year. So that patient probably has a 7 yin or 5 yin meridian blockage. Jin Cheng emphasized his concern. The problem is that the treatment only stalls the condition, it doesn't cure the root cause. No matter how many spiritual herbs are used, they can only keep her alive. Yi Xian realized the mistake was made right from the start. Jin Cheng was confused. Yi Xian explained, "The severed meridians aren't the cause, they're a symptom of the real disease." He elaborated, "Because they didn't understand this, generations of doctors have been powerless. They were wrong from the very beginning. You need to find the true origin, not just keep treating the symptoms. Otherwise, her condition will never improve." Jin Cheng scratched his head, blaming himself. "I relied on ancient texts to treat this rare illness and became complacent." Yi Xian comforted him. "You can't be blamed. It even took my parents a very long time to realize it." He prompted, "Do you remember the patient my parents thought they couldn't possibly save?" His face grew serious as he recalled that high-ranking monk. He had a chronic illness and was also poisoned, then suffered a qi deviation from forcing his internal energy. Yi Xian explained, "That's right. The symptoms were identical to severed meridians. That was the first time my parents joined forces to save someone, and it was from that experience that they discovered how to treat the condition." Jin Cheng understood, but he was still puzzled. "I see. But why didn't they pass that knowledge on to me?" The young man had the same question. "They didn't teach me either. I only learned by staying by their side." He sighed with regret. "It's a pity I wasn't in the valley at that time." Yi Xian replied, "It's understandable. Severed meridians are an extremely rare condition after all." Jin Cheng fell silent thinking. Right now, only the Valley Master knows the cure. Is there anyone else with medical skills on par with the Valley Master? He beamed and began to flatter him. "Fortunately, I came to the right person. It feels as if a fog that has clouded my vision for so long has finally lifted." Hearing the praise, the young man scratched his face and laughed shyly. "It's nothing really." Scene change. The sun peeked over the high mountain peaks, and birds began to take flight in the early morning sky. 3 people still snoring in their beds were jolted awake by a loud shout. Yi Xian burst outside, filled with excitement. "The cause and the symptom. I fell into the trap." Hearing this, the 3 of them rushed out after him, asking worriedly, "What's wrong, a trap that feng guy?" He replied, "I fell into the trap of the cultivation chant." A Liang was confused. "The trap of the cultivation chant. What are you talking about?" Yi Xian explained. "Just as everyone's physical constitution is different, so are the meridians in their bodies. The main meridians are the same, but the secondary branches vary slightly." He explained in more detail. Of course, they're different from the person who first created the mental cultivation chant. By forcing true qi to follow an unsuitable path, a gap appears between theory and practice. The deeper one's internal energy, the larger the gap, eventually leading to an imbalance and causing a backlash. Jie Wei asked, "But why am I the only one affected and not my master?" Yi Xian offered his speculation, "Perhaps your master never reached the same realm as you." Hearing this, Jie Wei reconsidered. Xue Hua glanced at him, seemingly deep in thought. Yi Xian continued, "Auntie has a blockage in her arm, and Uncle Feng has one at the nape of his neck. Their true qi was diverted. Instead of returning to their dantian, it flowed into the wrong meridians, causing problems. That's what led to the unpredictable backlash of qi deviation." Jin Cheng walked over. "Valley Master, are you saying—" The young man replied instantly, "Yes, I made the exact same mistake. I should have looked for the true cause to cure it at its root, but instead I only treated the symptoms." Yi Xian touched his palm. "The real culprit is a cultivation chant that is incompatible with the body's secondary meridians." After a moment of observation, A Liang commented, "Now that you mention it, everything makes perfect sense." He analyzed. Both of these internal arts are ancient. It's unclear when they began. Even a father and child who share the same blood don't have identical constitutions, let alone complete strangers. The masters who pass down the art change, but the chant itself does not. Risks are inevitable. Ji Wei voiced his question, but my senior brother didn't suffer any side effects. Yi Liang explained, that's because their internal art is closer to the original and is much simpler. My primordial infinite true qi, however, is a later development synthesized from countless chants and refined through hundreds of trials, so it has fewer flaws. Hearing his explanation, Jie Wei scoffed coldly. You make it sound as if you created it yourself. Yi Liang flared up at his words. What who said I created it? Shui Hua calmly asked the most important question. If we know the cause, can it be cured? If we know the cause, yes, but there's one big problem. Xian's fiery enthusiasm from a moment ago suddenly fizzled out. You've brought up a problem that's giving me a headache. It requires a massive amount of spiritual herbs, far more than what I'm currently using. Jiwei was astonished. More spiritual herbs than we're using now. The evil immortal explained. The true qi must be guided along the correct meridian pathways, but the real meridians have been blocked from long-term disuse. Moreover, the body is accustomed to the old cultivation mantra. To unblock the meridians, we'll need to use countless spiritual herbs. Next student. Jin Cheng's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered something. He told him, the martial world possesses quite a few spiritual herbs. The evil immortal's eyes widened, looking at him in astonishment. Jin Cheng added, those are the medicinal herbs that the Alliance leader gathered from all over the Central Plains just to save his young daughter. If the Valley Master agrees to treat her, I believe getting those herbs won't be difficult at all. He hesitated. I'm also quite curious about that patient's condition, but the man reminded him, if you keep hesitating, I'm afraid the young lady's life can no longer be saved. Even using spiritual herbs to prolong her life has reached its limit. Ji Wei spoke up. Wait a minute, Dr. Dan. Are you planning to treat the Alliance leader's daughter? Didn't you almost lose your life because of that Zuo Tuan incident? He was surprised. How do you know about that? I've never told anyone. He stammered. I happened to meet a woodcutter in the village. He said a major incident occurred recently. The evil immortal sighed. That's right. Seeing that he was believed, Jie Wei let out a sigh of relief. Xie Hua, watching nearby, thought to herself, you're such an idiot. Ya Liang was worried, thinking, how could the Alliance leader's daughter come to such a remote place alone? She must be accompanied by countless guards and masters. This is not good. With that thought, he asked, so Dr. Dan, do we need to go to where the patient is? The evil immortal was troubled. I can't leave the Demon Valley. You all still need treatment, and it can't be delayed. Jin Cheng spoke up. There's a way to solve that. How about letting them accompany the Valley Master? His words stunned all three of them. Ji Wei flared up. Go with him. Who the hell do you think you are giving orders? Are you looking to die? Jin Cheng glanced at the man standing behind him and replied, without the Valley Master's medical skills, the Alliance leader's daughter will surely die. Saving her means saving yourselves. Ya Liang spoke up. That's not wrong, but if I see the Alliance leader's face, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. Jie Wei beside him also raised a fist. I'll smash his head in on the spot. Jin Cheng calmly replied, I hope you will all accept this journey for the Valley Master's sake. He was silent for a moment, then asked, and what about unexpected complications? Jin Cheng slowly replied, the Alliance leader is the only one who can grant a pardon. If something unexpected happens, that will be the only way to ensure the Valley Master's safety. Ya Liang couldn't help but ask, what is your real purpose? Are you talking about the relationship between us? Jin Cheng didn't answer, just silently gave a slight nod. Jie Wei said to Ya Liang, if that really happens, even if we're discovered, we'll still have an escape route. He then turned sharply and said, in that case, we should go. Zhe Hua, standing nearby, just said succinctly, no objections. Jin Cheng made the arrangements. Thank you. The driver will prepare for you and the Valley Master to set off. Ya Liang spoke up. Wait a minute. If we're going, we should make it fun. He smiled and asked the evil immortal, Dr. Dan, would you like to go on an excursion? He was excited. I've never been on one before. If I can go with all of you, I'd be very happy. The evil immortal was incredibly excited, thinking they would go camping. Seeing him look so expectant, Ya Liang and Jin Cheng wore expressions of resignation. He said loudly, if Dr. Dan wants to go, we must go. Wherever the doctor goes, the patients follow. Everyone laughed loudly and quickly prepared to set off together. The sky was clear and blue, and the streets were bustling with people. In a shop, the owner looked at the crowd of customers feeling happy. The shop, which was about to close down, was now thriving, thanks to that kid's wood carvings. The evil immortal rushed into the shop from outside. The owner was a little surprised to see him, but still greeted him cheerfully. The evil immortal happily announced, "A lot of wood merchants came this time." The owner smiled at him and replied, "If you could bring more, that would be great. We're severely short on stock." When the owner saw the quantity he brought, he exclaimed in surprise, "This much?" He smiled and said, "Yes, but I probably won't be able to come for a while." The owner asked, "Is something wrong?" The evil immortal answered honestly, "I'm planning to go on a trip." The owner asked further, "Where are you going? When will you be back?" He smiled happily and replied, "Wuhan in Hubei. It's hard to say. This is my first time traveling so far, so I don't know how long it will take." The owner sighed regretfully. "Well, I guess that can't be helped. Just let me know when you get back." He beamed, "Don't worry." The owner then waved goodbye to the evil immortal. Sitting on the cart pulled by Jie Wei, he waved back, "You take care too, uncle." As he pulled him along, he asked, "Are you that happy?" The evil immortal couldn't stop laughing. "Yes, he even paid a higher price to support my journey. We're rich now. If Dr. Dan is happy, then I'm happy too." The cart sped down the road, the two of them so happy they didn't notice the stares of the people around them. In a room, the evil immortal crossed his arms, evaluating him seriously. Jie Wei stood before him, stroking his new hair and smiling at the evil immortal. He suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Uncle Fan, you pass!" Jie Wei burst out laughing, patting his shoulder as he asked, "What do you think? This wig makes me look 10 years younger, right?" The evil immortal smiled and replied, "Yes, it really suits you." He looked over at Xuehua. She still looked the same as always. He then asked, "Miss, why aren't you in disguise?" Xuehua replied coldly, "Because I don't need to be." Jie Wei wondered, "Why not?" She answered calmly, "I've never done anything shameful like some people. That's why I became this way." He continued assigning roles. "All right, last up is Uncle Chu." A strangely dressed person appeared. Finding it odd, Yi Xian asked, "Who's there?" The man reached up to his face and removed a mask, revealing the face of A Liang. Seeing this trick, he cried out with excitement. Holding the mask in his hand, he said, "It's me." As Xian asked curiously, "What is this? It's incredible." Ji Wei realized, "Is that really a human skin mask? When did you make it, brother?" He replied, "I didn't make it." Ji Wei asked, "Then who did?" He smiled, "Gui Mian Mo. I took it from him." Ji Wei was curious. The genius of disguise techniques, it has to be him. "Didn't I hear he went into seclusion?" He said curtly, "He's dead, about 5 years ago." "How do you know?" His face turned frightening as he answered Jie Wei, "Because I was the one who killed him." He exclaimed, "No wonder you have it. I'm so jealous." Yi Liang angrily clenched the mask in his hand. "What do you take me for? You think I killed him just to get this mask?" Jie Wei wasn't scared at all. "Come on, it's just us brothers here. What's the big deal?" He then asked, "Just think if someone impersonated you using the name of Lord Mu Shan to deceive the world. Could you stand it?" The answer he received was, "I'd cut off his head." A Liang was satisfied. "Exactly, that's what happened." Xuehua covered Yi Xian's ears so he couldn't hear their conversation. After finishing their disguises, the group prepared to begin their journey. They took on the identities of people from the Feng Chung Medical Hall. Jie Wei had an idea. "I've decided on a name, Zhen Jiahui." "Sounds pretty good, doesn't it?" Xuehua spoke up. "Why not just call yourselves Yi Yi and Yi San?" Seeing he didn't understand, she explained, "It means wicked number 1 and wicked number 3. Jie Wei got angry. "Why am I number 3? I was originally number 2. Now that Brother Chu is like this, I'm number 1. A Liang was confused. "Out of so many people, only the 4 of us survived. What are you still fighting over?" Jie Wei yelled, "I don't care. For now, I'm number 1 and you're Yi Yi." A Xian spoke up. "Then from now on, Uncle Fan is Yi Yi." A Liang accepted that he would be Yi Gong. He laughed and said, "Since the names are similar, it makes sense to say you're brothers." But the two of them didn't seem to like that very much. Jin Chung appeared and informed Yi Xian, "Valley Master, I will be departing first." He said they weren't done packing yet. Jin Chung explained, "Please take your time. I need to go to the Wu Meng first to deliver the news. Inviting the number 1 physician in the Central Plains is a serious matter." Hearing him say that felt strange to the boy. Don't exaggerate so much. Jin Chung left, saying, "Then I bid you farewell, Valley Master." He bowed to the boy. A Xian happily waved back at him. Jin Chung observed the four of them laughing and joking, feeling puzzled. It's strange. Those people were once known as the 10 great evils of the martial world. And yet, when they look at the Valley Master, there isn't a trace of killing intent in their eyes. Are these really the same people who once sowed death and destruction? He turned his head to look back at them, resolving in his heart, but for now, all we can do is have faith and move forward. The scene changes to a lush green forest under the bright sun. Ejian happily picked flowers, humming a random tune. Seeing Xian darting about so nimbly, Jie Wei was a little worried. "But Senior Brother Chu, is it all right for us to do this?" A Liang asked in return, "What do you mean?" He explained, "If we took the main road, it would only take a day. Right. Going this way will probably take at least 4 more days." But he didn't seem to care at all. "So what isn't this fun in its own way?" Jie Wei grumbled as he walked. It was peaceful and unhurried, yet not the least bit boring. He came back gleefully with an arm full of flowers and plants. "Let's stop here and eat." Hearing this, the other two immediately agreed. With that, Xian laid out the flowers he had just picked. As he walked up the mountain, Jie Wei said, "Anyway, this is a long journey. Are we really just going to eat vegetables? A long road requires stamina. We need proper nourishment. If you want to be strong, you need meat." The boy replied nonchalantly, "That's why I picked lots of herbs that boost energy." Jie Wei ignored him and dashed off to find meat. A Liang suggested, "Then let's start a fire and set up camp first." After a moment, he had gathered a bunch of leaves and dry firewood. A Liang meticulously struck a spark, carefully providing oxygen so the fire wouldn't go out. He blew with all his might, and after a moment, a small flame finally flickered to life. Suddenly, a blast of cold air shot towards Yi Liang from out of nowhere. It instantly froze the fire he had just started. He complained, "I was starting the fire for you, miss." After that, he found some new firewood. Just as a tiny flame appeared, She Hua turned it into a frozen pile of ice. A Liang was so angry he was about to explode. "What are you doing?" He then realized that the kid had only been doing all that for Akseon without caring about what he was doing at all. He exclaimed excitedly, "This is the first time I've ever seen someone catch mosquitoes like this." Ak Riang looked like he was about to cry. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Gai Wei already found some meat earlier." He bragged, "How about it? It's huge, right? When it comes to meat, nothing beats pork." Akseon also praised in amazement, "Wow, it really is big." The man was a bit dissatisfied. Is the fire still not ready? What has Senior Brother been doing all this time? Ak Ryang stammered, unsure of what to say. Gai Wei immediately interjected, "Our Senior Brother is a bit delicate, just let him focus on cleaning it." A while later, the fragrant pieces of meat were cooked. The group sat happily around the campfire. Akseon rubbed his full belly and sighed softly, "I'm so full." Not too far away, some sparks flew up, and he realized there seemed to be other people camping nearby. Ak Riang pointed in one direction and announced, "I'm going for a walk to digest." With that, he and Akseon quietly walked into the forest. Just as Akseon had said, there were some people with a fire nearby. They were escorts from a distant land taking a break. As if they already knew Ak Riang and Akseon slowly approached. Seeing these people, he remarked, "There are so many of them." Akseon wondered, "What's that flag?" Ak Riang explained, "It's the flag of the escort agency. This flag is flown when they're transporting valuable goods." Hearing this, Akseon got quite excited. "So those people are escorts from the agency. I've never seen them before." Hearing the murmuring, the escorts turned to look and saw the figures of Akseon and Ak Riang slowly getting closer. Seeing this, the guards immediately raised their guard, watching their every move. He immediately felt a strange killing intent. "It seems they don't like us." Ak Ryang explained, during an escort mission, the appearance of strangers would naturally make them wary. The protection of the mission is directly related to the safety of both the cargo and the escorts, so they don't like people revealing their position. Especially at night, it's only natural for them to be extra vigilant. Hearing this, Akseon pulled Ak Ryang's hand, wanting to leave. But before he could take a single step, Akseon suddenly caught a strange scent. At that, he wanted to chase after the scent. Ak Ryang asked blankly, "What's wrong?" A second later, he realized it was the scent of the 9-branched immortality herb. The escorts, probably not wanting trouble, were turning to leave the area. Ok Ryung was puzzled. The nine-branched immortality leaf. You can smell it from this far away. Ok Seon suggested, what if we try to ask if we can buy the herb from them? But that probably won't work right. Besides the price, an escort can't just trade goods without the client's permission. Ok Ryung fell into deep thought. Dr. Dan, are you always like this whenever you see a rare herb? Suddenly, he noticed a fat guy and a skinny guy whispering to each other. He thought those faces looked familiar. I've seen them before. Wait a minute. Could it be? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. The next morning, while the other three were in a clear hurry, Ok Seon was still casually picking herbs. The three of them hurriedly pushed aside the bushes to watch. Behind the bushes, the skinny guy and the fat guy were urging each other to do something. When Guy Wee saw it with his own eyes, he confirmed, that's them. It's the twin demon freaks. Those guys are hard to kill. Ok Ryung explained, they have some reputation in the underworld. Guy Wee retorted, how is that possible? They couldn't even take one hit from me. Ok Ryung clarified, that's because you're strong. If you were to list the top 100 martial arts masters, they'd probably be at the very bottom. Guy Wee wondered, but their appearance here means it's highly likely the nine-branched immortality leaf is in the cargo. They've disguised themselves as escorts to steal it. Right. Ok Ryung agreed. They might even be planning to steal other treasures too. Hearing this, he and Seol Hwa felt that something was wrong. Ok Ryung reassured them, quiet down, they're starting to move. We should get ready. Since we're heading in the same direction, let's just follow them quietly and wait for an opportunity. Don't let Dr. Dan know. The group of escorts continued forward, completely unaware they were being followed. They carried mysterious crates on their shoulders, walking in silence. Behind them, Ok Ryung and Guy Wee also followed slowly. The man asked, where's Master Dan? Ok Ryung replied, he's with Miss Han picking herbs along the way. Guy Wee sounded impatient. We've been following them for 3 days now. Just let me go out and fight them. Are we just going to wait forever like this? Ok Ryung's face turned serious as he warned, absolutely not. What would you tell Dr. Dan? Ok Seon came up from behind and interjected, what if it's the other way around? What if they weren't hired, but were actually the ones who hired the escort agency? They're the owners of the cargo, and now they're disguised as escorts to protect it. After hearing this, Guy Wee also agreed with his idea. That's Dr. Dan's mind for you. Wait, when did you start listening? He replied, from those guys. The other man grumbled, so from the very beginning then. He was a bit confused. How did you know? The young man replied, we've been traveling together for 3 days. How could I not know I have an idea? If they steal the cargo, I can recover it and return it to its owner. That will be our chance to negotiate. A Liang then asked, but what if they're the ones who commissioned the job? Hearing that E Liang's voice turned gloomy. Then I guess we have no choice but to drop it. This has nothing to do with us. A Liang and Jie Wei looked at each other speechless. He turned and said, Dr. Dan, luckily this does involve us. Jie Wei is quite close with them. Hearing that, he immediately became confident. That's right, I'm their benefactor. Just leave it to me. As night fell, the escorts stopped at a hut to rest. The skinny guy and the short guy were no exception. Both were sound asleep. Sensing something strange, the skinny guy's eyes snapped open, and the short guy's did too. A single thought crossed both their minds, killing intent. A night raid. Who could it be? The skinny and fat guys began to look around cautiously. A strange voice called out, hey you skinny guy and short guy! Retract your killing intent and come over here. Hearing this, the two men were baffled. The skinny guy whispered, that sound. It's a secret transmission technique. The other man asked, what? In this world, only one person calls us that. Could it be the Blind Mountain Lord? Not giving them time to discuss, Jie Wei urged them to come to his location. As they walked, the two muttered and cursed, damn it, of all the people in the world. Is it really the Blind Mountain Lord? What's that lunatic doing here? Let's just hear what he has to say first. Jie Wei asked gently, the nine-branched undying leaf. Is that yours? Hearing this, the two began to tremble with fear. How did you know? He gave a strange smile. Just as I thought. Give it to me and I'll leave peacefully. Seeing his eyes turn red, the two men immediately got into a defensive stance. Those insane eyes. His appearance has changed, but it's definitely him. If we're not careful, we'll lose our lives. Ji Wei added, if you don't like it, feel free to make a move. The skinny guy immediately shouted, we'll give it to you. Hearing this, he was a little surprised. That easy, bring it here now. The fat guy sat down as a hostage. All right, I understand. If my brother doesn't return, you can take my head. Ji Wei was still baffled. Going that far, this is going too smoothly. It's suspicious. Hold on. He said aloud, there's something suspicious here, but I can't quite place it. The skinny guy asked, are you asking us? This whole thing smells fishy. From behind, Xuehua pointed out, there must be something else, something more important than the 9-branched undying leaf. Hearing that, he ordered, all right then, give me one more thing. The skinny guy was confused. One more thing. Besides the 9-branched undying leaf, there's something else. You know what it is. That thing. The skinny guy clearly had no intention of handing it over and protested, but... Before the skinny guy could say more, Jie Wei unleashed his aura. Feeling the unusual pressure, the two trembled uncontrollably. His aura was completely different from before. They shouted in unison, we'll give it to you. Besides the box containing the 9-branched undying leaf, there was another box holding a green pearl. Ji Wei rubbed his chin. So you have a night luminous pearl too. Afterwards, the two bowed and were about to leave. Jie Wei asked, where do you think you're going? Carrying so many treasures, where are you headed? The two remained silent, unwilling to say. It was a secret that could cost them their lives. The short guy tried not to bring up the issue. Recently, the Martial Arts Alliance issued an order to purge the 100 great villains. He asked, confused, the 100 great villains, isn't it the 10 great villains? The fat guy continued, yes, they announced they would eliminate 100 criminals on their new standard list. Ji Wei immediately understood. So, you two are on that list of 100. Not bad, you've moved up in the world. The two replied in unison, that's right. Even before being listed among the 100 great villains, we were already ranked among the 100 great masters of the martial world and at the top tier of the underworld. He continued his questioning. So where do you esteem masters plan to hide from the Martial Arts Alliance? The two were silent for a moment before daring to refuse. Hearing this, Jie Wei became angry, and sparks of light began to radiate from his body. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They were scared out of their wits. But they still gritted their teeth and endured it, determined not to say a single word. Look at them! He smirked, but there was no mirth in it. Then he tossed the chest of luminous pearls to the skinny guy. The skinny guy was confused. Why are you giving this back to us? He replied, take it as travel expenses. The skinny man asked, what? Aren't you all running for your lives as your senior? I can't let you leave empty-handed. The two men thanked him in unison. The two thought to themselves, wait, isn't this the same thing we just offered him? He took it and gave it back, and we still feel grateful. Nice, I'll have to use that trick next time. After that, the group of men hurriedly set off into the night. The group slowly made their way deeper into the dark forest. He stood and watched them until they were out of sight. Ak Luong wondered, I wonder what it is they were risking their lives to hide. Joy V replied, yeah, they're not usually this tight-lipped. He offered his opinion. It seems like there's someone somewhere acting as a central figure gathering them all together. He replied, well, this has nothing to do with us. Ak Luong immediately said, that's true. But Ak Luong couldn't help but sigh. The 100 great villains of the Wulin Alliance are really getting more and more outrageous. Joai V had an idea. Senior brother, why don't we just go and flip the Wulin Alliance headquarters upside down while we're at it? Ak Luong reminded him, are you trying to make Dr. Dan a public enemy of the martial world? The mere thought was terrifying, so he quickly shook his head and refused. No, we can't do that. The next morning, everyone was stretching after a long night's sleep. Holding the 9-branched undying leaf, he was quite cheerful. Thank you, Uncle Goo Goo. He was so happy he hugged the box and spun around, dancing. Ak Luong chimed in, are you that happy? Seeing him like this, Xuehua remarked, it's like he's gathered all the divine herbs in the world. Then Jioi V added, that's right. Jioi V also cheered happily. Let's make Dr. Dan the person who owns the most divine herbs in the world. The other two were like, that's a great idea, but how do we do it? He replied carelessly, I haven't thought that far ahead. Ak Luong advised, where there's a will, there's a way. As the old saying goes, a determined person will succeed. For now, since we've agreed on this, let's slowly figure out a way to handle it. The scene changes to Xi'an, the capital of Shanxi province. The four of them walked into a building, and upon seeing the scene inside, he couldn't help but let out a gasp. Ak Tien remarked, this restaurant is huge. Are we waiting for Uncle Fong here? He explained its scale. This tavern is one of the top 3 in all of Shanxi province. Dan Ak Tien added, no wonder it's as crowded as a festival. On the surface, he was smiling, but deep down, he had other thoughts. Something is off. It's this crowded, but I can't hear any loud chatter or laughter. More importantly, all of their eyes are fixed on us. Every cold gaze was filled with killing intent. Joy V looked around and guessed, is this an ambush by the Wulin Alliance? Despite their many suspicions, they sat down at a table. Since they had already entered, they couldn't just walk back out. Ak Luong thought to himself, if they have other intentions, we'll just have to see how things play out and adapt. Just as he thought, the people in the tavern were silently watching them. When they saw Ak Luong looking, they quickly pretended to look away. Joy V spoke up, it doesn't seem like they're waiting for us. She Hua replied, but they really do look like people from the Wulin Alliance. Suddenly, he noticed someone walking in and said, that person. The person walked in alone, slowly entering the tavern. It was none other than Sha Wushin. Ak Tien asked, do you know him? Ak Luong explained, he's famous in this region under the nickname Gui Qian, a miser so cheap that anyone who's dealt with him shudders at the memory. It's no wonder the martial world calls him the treasure-guarding Gai Qian. Joy V chimed in, his obsession with money is no joke. He's so cheap that even senior brother wouldn't dare compare himself. He immediately tried to clarify, I am a frugal person, but that guy. It seemed Sha Wushen sensed someone was talking about him and turned to look their way. Suddenly, he turned around and left the shop. At that moment, the people in the tavern suddenly became strangely agitated. They all rushed towards the door, shouting, damn it, after him. He voiced his thoughts. Could it be that the Wulin Alliance was waiting for him? Ak Luong was also confused. Strange. Although he's from the unorthodox faction, the Wulin Alliance has no particular reason to hunt him down. A person at a nearby table gossiped, that really is Gui Qian. No wonder Lan Zhou has been so restless these past few days. I hear all the evil-shattering brigades in the area have gathered to capture him. Another person added, didn't you know the Wulin Alliance recently declared they would purge the 100 great villains? GOIV commented, that Sha Wushin guy can be a bit ruthless, but he's not a bad person, is he? From what I know, he once saved over 1,000 orphans. He was already quite dissatisfied. This 100 great villains title again. He asked, what should we do? Just let them hunt him down like this. Ak Riang immediately objected, fearing that any rash moves would bring disaster upon them. Seeing Gai Wei spacing out, Ak Seon grew a little worried. Are you not feeling well? Holding his head, Gai Wei explained, my head is killing me. There's some kind of foul smell that's giving me a headache. Peng Jin Seong spoke softly, forgive me for being late. Ak Seon leaped from his chair in delight. Uncle Peng. Welcome, and who might these gentlemen be? Peng Jinseong answered politely, Valley Master. Peng Jinseong explained, these are disciples from the Huashan sect. They're here to escort us to the Martial Arts Alliance. Gai Wei remarked, I smell 100 years of dust on them. They must be from Huashan. Ak Riang immediately cut in, who's escorting whom exactly? Not receiving the warmest of welcomes, the members of the Huashan sect felt a bit awkward. Hearing this, Peng Jinseong stammered, trying to explain, these men are... The old man cut him off, seemingly uninterested. Fortunately, stunned Peng Jinseong simply replied, yes. With such sharp-tongued companions, the long journey ahead won't be dull. Come and pay your respects. These are the healers from the Peng Xiong Medical Hall. The men behind him obeyed. I am Ming Jian, the third disciple of the Huashan sect. It is an honor to meet the healers of Peng Xiong. Ak Riang thought to himself, Ming Jian. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. The pillars of the Huashan sect are the 24 Plum Blossom Swordsmen. The one who leads them is the chief of the Plum Blossom Swordsmen. His title is Ming Jian. But he's so young. What a surprise. Ming Jian announced, from this moment on, we will escort you to the Martial Arts Alliance. Hearing such a lofty title, Peng Jinseong felt a bit intimidated, wondering why the chief of the Plum Blossom Swordsmen himself had to appear. The old man explained, I know this might be uncomfortable for you, but the situation around here has been unstable lately. If something were to happen in our sect's territory, it would be a huge problem for us. I hope you can understand. Seeing that Ak Seon's group had no objections, Peng Jinseong agreed. In that case, we'll be in your care. Later, after everyone had gotten acquainted, they all sat down at a table together. The old man spoke up, so what is your role at the Peng Xiong Medical Hall? Peng Jin-seong quickly introduced him. "Ah, this is my master's younger brother. His name is Dan Akseon." The young man bowed his head. "I am Dan Akseon. It's a pleasure to meet you." The old man was quite surprised to hear this. The son of the Sacred Hand, divine healer, Peng Jin-seong, was full of praise. He may be young, but his medical skills are so profound that even I can't compare. Ming Jian assessed him silently. They say even Peng Jin-seong, a healer rumored to surpass the imperial physician, must defer to this young man. Peng Jin-seong continued the introductions. "And these are his two companions, Ak Riang and Gi Wei." The old man chuckled. "Ah, the two sharp-tongued ones from before. With them along, the escort mission should be less boring for my boys." Peng Jin-seong explained. "They don't get out much. They spend all their time on research so they can be a bit blunt. I hope you'll forgive them." The old man laughed. "Not at all. The elders who guard our sect's main mountain caves are far more eccentric. Don't worry, we're used to it." Peng Jin-seong looked towards Shuehua. "Thank you. And this lady is—" Before he could finish his sentence, a commotion erupted outside. "Get him!" Ak Riang exchanged a look with Gai Wei. "It has to be Sha Wushen, right? Why is that guy who ran away still hanging around?" "How would I know?" Gai Wei shot back. Ak Riang added, "This is making me uneasy." The old man wondered aloud. "What's happening?" A soldier reported, "It seems the warriors from the Martial Arts Alliance have found Sha Wushen the Ghost Doctor in their patrol zone." The old man clicked his tongue. "So that's what all the fuss is about." Ming Jian stood up intending to go and help, but the old man stopped him. "Don't interfere. That's not your concern. It's their duty. Right now, you are representing our sect and escorting our honored guests." Hearing this, Ming Jian bowed his head in apology. The old man continued, "Most importantly, in the martial world, there are no permanent enemies or friends. We may share a common goal right now, but do not mistake the Martial Arts Alliance and the Huashan sect for allies." Ak Seon spoke up. "Grandpa, you don't seem to like the Martial Arts Alliance." The old man repeated, "Grandpa." The young man remained silent, simply looking at him with irresistible sparkling eyes. The old man thought for a moment before saying, "Not everyone shares the same path, do they?" Ak Seon asked, "Then what makes you different from them?" Ming Jian quickly interjected, "Fourth uncle, there are many eyes and ears here." But the old man paid him no mind. "Since when have we been afraid of a little gossip?" Ming Jian insisted, "Please, uncle, we should still be careful of those who might twist your words." But the old man just said, "It's fine. I only speak the truth. The Martial Arts Alliance is arrogant and often goes too far. They lost sight of their original goal of preserving peace long ago. A sea is formed from single dewdrops. Sooner or later, all their misdeeds will accumulate into a burden they can no longer bear." After the old man finished, Ak Riang and Gi Wei were full of praise. "I thought someone who lives hidden in the mountains would be out of touch, but he has such deep insight, as expected of a high-ranking member of the Huashan sect." The old man turned to Ak Seon and asked, "And what are your thoughts, Dr. Dan?" Ak Seon replied, "I am still young and don't understand much about such things. I only know that a doctor's duty is to heal the sick and save lives regardless of whether they are good or evil." The old man pressed him, "What do you mean regardless?" Seeing the conversation was getting intense, Ming Jian tried to intervene. "Fourth uncle." The old man laughed, ready to let it go. "My apologies. If it's a difficult question, you don't have to answer." Ak Seon replied, "It's fine. I was the one who asked first. I mean that the ocean accepts all rivers without discrimination." The old man couldn't resist asking one more thing. "So you dream of becoming the ocean young doctor? Then let me ask you this. Why is the ocean able to embrace everything?" Ak Seon gestured with his hand, "Because it lies at the lowest point." The old man exclaimed, "Exactly such simple words, yet so profound, truly insightful." Even Ming Jian was quite surprised. He thought to himself, "This kid is interesting. It's rare to see fourth uncle praise someone so readily." His words seemed innocent, but they held a hidden meaning. What was even more surprising was how his companions acted like it was normal, proving they were used to situations like this. A Liang and Jie Wei exchanged a knowing smile. Just as he lowered his voice, someone suddenly shouted, "Get him!" Jie Wei immediately said he needed to use the restroom. Seeing this, A Liang asked, "Where are you going, uncle?" Yi Liang also made an excuse to follow him, saying he has a serious constipation problem. He needs someone to talk to or it won't resolve quickly. The scene shifts to the lush green forest outside. Wu Shen was now beaten black and blue with not a single spot on his body left unscathed. He looked as if he couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. A man from the Martial Arts Alliance questioned them. "Who are you people? Why are you getting in our way?" Ji Wei didn't bother to answer and just started pummeling these men from the Martial Arts Alliance. He replied, "A dying man shouldn't be curious about such trivial matters." Seeing this, Wu Shen rejoiced silently. "I thought I was going to die here." As expected, being surrounded by the Po Zuo Brigade meant it would be hard to escape with my life. But who are these strange people who just appeared? On the other side, Yi Liang was still focused on dealing with the men from the Martial Arts Alliance. Jie Wei was doing the same, taking on several men at once. Witnessing this scene, Wu Shen trembled. A swordsman like a phantom and a giant built like a savage beast. Could it be? One of them asked, "Who are you people? Why are you interfering?" Jie Wei calmly replied, "A dying man shouldn't be curious about such trivial matters." The man turned his head to look at Wu Shen, scaring him so badly that all the color drained from his face. This guy decided to use his final move to finish Wu Shen off for good. He was completely exhausted by this point and could only stand there ready to take the hit. A Liang suddenly appeared standing protectively in front of Wu Shen. He effortlessly blocked what looked like a fatal blow. This left the man from the Martial Arts Alliance completely stunned. He had neutralized sword energy with his bare hands. Seeing this, Jie Wei immediately reminded him, "Senior brother Dr. Dan told you not to use your internal energy." Seeing him with his back exposed, the man decided to launch a sneak attack. To Jie Wei, this cheap trick was like a child showing off in front of an expert. He casually threw a single punch into the man's stomach. Wu Shen thought in admiration, "So that's the legendary technique." After dealing with the Martial Arts Alliance group, the two slowly approached Wu Shen. He immediately bowed respectfully. "This humble one is Wu Shen, an infamous master of the martial world. It is an honor to meet you both." Jie Wei asked, "How did you know who we are?" Wu Shen explained his reasoning. "Extraordinary physiques, martial arts at the highest level, and you address each other as brothers. Who in the martial world wouldn't recognize you?" Ji Wei instructed, "Enough. Act as if we were never here. You were the one who killed all these men." Wu Shen immediately complied, "I will remember." A Liang wondered, "You must know the Martial Arts Alliance is hunting you. Why would you show yourself so openly?" Wu Shen stammered, I may seem ridiculous to you, sirs, but there is something I must find from the Martial Arts Alliance. A wooden box about this big. They raided my hideout and stole it, but I don't know where they've hidden it." A Liang asked again, "Is there a treasure inside?" He replied, "No, but to me it's more precious than any treasure." Jie Wei questioned, "Is it worth risking your life for?" Wu Shen affirmed without hesitation, "Yes." He then asked, "And you don't even know where it is?" Yi Liang advised him, "Give it up. Nothing is more valuable than your life." Wu Shen bowed his head and murmured, "I will remember that." After everything, he bowed to the two of them as a gesture of thanks. He couldn't help but ask, "What about the children you adopted?" He confirmed, "They are safe." A Liang turned to leave, leaving behind a single piece of advice. "Take care of yourself with half the dedication you show those children." Jie Wei chimed in, "I've never seen a nosy person live a long life." Wu Shen looked at the pile of bodies and felt a bit disheartened. "Now, how am I supposed to clean all this up?" Ji Wei asked, "Senior brother, did you just use your internal energy?" He replied, "Just a little, just a tiny bit wrapped around my fingertips." He asked in frustration, "You always call me an idiot, but have you forgotten what Dr. Dan said?" Yi Liang shot back, "So was I supposed to just let that freezing sword chi touch my bare skin?" The man then threatened to tell on him to Dr. Dan. He then asked, "And should I tell him about today's incident too?" "Think before you act is your head just for decoration?" Jie Wei replied, "Well, that wouldn't be good." The scene shifts to a tavern. It was already dark. Jin Chung kept asking himself, "What am I supposed to do about this place? I have no idea." A Liang suddenly opened the window and asked, "Why the long sigh?" The sudden noise startled Jin Chung, who yelled, "Where is that demoness?" Jin Chung then recounted what had happened. He cried out in frustration, "What, you let her go? We're done for. All we can do now is hope she doesn't cause any trouble." Jin Chung argued, "What could I do? She said she was leaving and she left. Jie Wei looked pleased. Good, the demoness is gone. Now's our chance. The man asked in confusion, a chance what chance? Ji Wei yelled, let's go to the brothel. A Liang slapped his shoulder and shouted, is that all you ever think about? Jie Wei retorted, of course, I'm only thinking about Dr. Dan. Hearing that, he started to get a little suspicious of Dr. Dan. Don't tell me. Before Yi Liang could react, Jie Wei pushed him into the room and ran off, disappearing from sight. Jin Chung wondered, what did you say, a brothel? The man reassured him, don't worry, I'll bring you back. The scene changes. Jie Wei has arrived at Dr. Dan's door. Wake up. We have somewhere to be. The young man asked, where could we be going at this hour? Jie Wei grabbed him by the waist and took off, heading to a place that would help him be reborn as a true man. Elsewhere, She Hua was having a conversation with Ming Jian. As soon as she spoke, she dismissed him. You won't need to escort me tomorrow. I'm telling you to go back. I think the Huashan sect has shown enough sincerity. Ming Jian was a bit bewildered. My apologies, but this is not my decision to make, she said bluntly. What if I find you to be a nuisance? Ming Jian explained, I am only following my sect's orders. This boy is really stubborn. Ming Jian reminded her, I believe I am past the age of being called a boy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ming Jian, the third disciple of the Huashan sect, and I have just turned 20 this year. May I ask for your name and age, my lady? She Hua's face turned grim as she said, how rude. One does not ask a woman her age. After seeing her unveiled face, he was quite astonished. Zhe Hua said calmly, this escort was unnecessary from the start, since when does a tiger need a rabbit for protection? But her words went in one ear and out the other as he was completely mesmerized by her beauty. It wasn't until she spoke again that Ming Jian realized he had been drooling this entire time. He regained his composure. If you were to list the 100 greatest masters of this age, every one of the Plum Blossom Sword Masters would be on that list. She Hua quietly sipped her tea. When she finished, she continued, Plum Blossom Sword Master, I've seen that look in your eyes before. The leader of the Plum Blossom Sword Masters is called the Head Plum Blossom Sword Master, correct? The one who held that title before once told me, if I could win her heart, I would cast aside this meaningless title and all worldly attachments. He went on and on, claiming he would leave the sect and live as a commoner. The look in your eyes right now is exactly like his. Hearing this, Ming Jian was dumbfounded. He yelled, nonsense! Do not slander my master's good name. Let me say this again. The Huashan sect does not tolerate insults. Unfazed by his hostility, She Hua simply asked, if what I say is true, will you withdraw? Ming Jian said loudly, do you dare take responsibility for those words? She asked in return, how would you have me take responsibility? I just need to grant you one wish, will that do? He hesitated for a moment. A wish? She Hua showed no impatience, her gaze fixed seriously on him. Ming Jian then said something that surprised her. Please allow me to continue escorting you. She Hua asked back, is that all? He replied, of course a wager must be fair. As it happens, my master is currently visiting the Xi'an branch of the Wulin Alliance on official business. The truth will be revealed soon enough. Plum Blossom Swordsman outside, go to my master at once and report clearly everything you have heard here. The person outside replied, as you command. At this moment, She Hua's eyes showed not a single trace of fear or hesitation. She smiled and said, in that case, let's just wait for the results and drink our tea. The scene changes. The evening in Lin City is crowded and bustling with activity. Beautiful young women stood by the entrance waiting for customers. Yaxian pointed to one of the girls and said, it's her. Jie Wei praised him generously. Our Dan Yiguan is a true man among men. Then he pointed to the old man beside her, and this gentleman as well. The old man panicked. That's not possible. I'm the owner of this place. Hearing this, Jie Wei was stunned. An old man, Dan Yiguan, your tastes are certainly unique. Yaxian paid him no mind. Have you been having frequent headaches lately, especially right as you're about to fall asleep, like a sharp, pricking pain in your temples? Hearing this, the old man, though surprised, confirmed it was true. He continued, and when you wake up each morning, are your hands numb? The old man exclaimed in surprise, how could you possibly know that? Yaxian replied, if we had waited any longer, it would have been very dangerous. Is there a quiet room here? We must start treatment at once. The old man asked, bewildered, what treatment? Yaxian reassured him, please don't worry. As long as we treat it promptly, this illness is easy to recover from. We're lucky to have caught it before it got too severe." The old man hesitated slightly. "Well, we have plenty of rooms here, but—" Ya Xian cut him off. "This is an emergency." Ji Wei yelled, "This is unacceptable. This is no place to be practicing medicine, Dan Yi Guan." But everyone just turned and walked away to get things ready, ignoring him completely. Meanwhile, back with Xuehua, Feng Xian slowly entered the room. Ming Jian bowed respectfully. "Disciple Ming Jian pays his respects, master." The moment he entered, he demanded, "Who was it that dared to offend you?" He replied, "It was the guest from Zhencheng. He arrived with Dan Yi Guan." Looking at Xuehua's silhouette, Feng Xian thought to himself, "I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." Facing Feng Xian, she showed no hint of intimidation or fear, simply staring ahead calmly. The memory seemed to be slowly returning to him, and he stammered, Could it be?" Xuehua confirmed it for him. "That's right. I'm that little child from all those years ago, but what did you just call me you?" Just hearing those words, Feng Xian went pale with fright, the color draining from his face. He immediately bowed deeply. This humble martial arts practitioner, Feng Xian, head disciple of this generation's Hua Shan sect, pays his deepest respects to you, senior. His master's words took him by surprise. What master is calling himself a humble practitioner? Zhe Hua was silent for a moment, thinking back to the past. She closed her eyes. "So, that's how it is. Is the little boy who used to rub his face against my robes and whine for attention gone now?" Feng Xian was a little embarrassed. "Senior, please, in front of my disciple, have some consideration." She continued, "Your disciple and I have a wager." Surprised, Feng Xian asked, "A wager? Are you suggesting that I'm lying?" After hearing the full story, he immediately declared, "There isn't a shred of falsehood in what you've said." Xuehua asked softly, "So does that mean I've won our bet? In that case, what about his duty as a guard?" Ming Jian looked a little glum. "Yes, that's right. I will withdraw at once." Xuehua added, "The little boy who used to skinny dip in the stream has grown up so much." Just as Xuehua was about to leave the room, Feng Xian suddenly called out, "Senior!" But she left without looking back, leaving him to slump wearily into his chair. His disciple asked, "Master, who was that senior exactly?" Feng Xian explained, "The ice jade fairy Bing Yuxianzi. She appears in the Jianghu from time to time. She is a senior to even our own seniors. She might be even older than that, yet her face shows no trace of time. Could it be she's reached the state of reverting age and returning to youth?" Ming Jian asked, "Then, is that rumor true? Did you really want to leave the Hua Shan sect for her?" Feng Xian immediately denied it. His disciple pressed on, "But you just admitted it was true." Feng Xian replied softly, "It wasn't me." Ming Jian began to tremble slightly. "If it wasn't you, master, then could it be—" Grandmaster, the Grand Senior's Manhwa Zongjian. He affirmed, yes, the sect leader himself. "What you have heard today must be taken to your graves. You must never reveal it to anyone. Do you understand?" Cutting to another scene, Liang was walking through the streets looking for the other two. Ji Wei suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "Senior brother, have you heard?" Liang jumped. "You startled me. What about Dan Yi Guan? Is he all right?" Ji Wei suddenly started rambling. "A handsome face, vast riches. None of it matters. Medical skill is the most important thing of all. In my next life, I swear I'll give up martial arts and dedicate myself to studying medicine." Liang still had no idea what he was talking about. Ji Wei pointed towards a group of old men and young women. They were all waving enthusiastically, their faces beaming with joy. Liang smiled and asked, "Did he treat all of them?" "Dan Yi Guan did this." Ji Wei replied, "Even though it cost them a whole day of business, not only did they not complain, they even thanked me and gave me silver." When they returned, Xuehua was furious. "Just back from the tavern, did you give the child alcohol?" Ji Wei immediately denied it. No, I didn't. I didn't even get a single drop myself." She shouted, "Then why is the child like that?" Ji Wei answered, "Maybe because he overexerted his body." Hearing this, she truly flew into a rage, continuously releasing waves of ice and snow. The two of them could only grit their teeth and endure it. Liang chided him, "Your mouth is always saying things like that. Let me explain, calm down." After some explaining, Xuehua understood everything. He asked about something else. "How do you plan to deal with Yun Nue and his group?" She replied, "I'll persuade them with words and let them retreat." A Liang was a bit skeptical. The great Huashan sect would just obediently listen like that. She said confidently, "Of course they'll listen because I'm the one who's talking." The scene changes to the next morning. Jin Chung called from outside the door, "Valley Lord, are you awake?" Hearing no reply, he opened the door and stepped inside. Inside, the boy was performing acupuncture on the three of them. Ejian meticulously inserted each needle into their key pressure points. He was so tense that beads of sweat dripped onto the floor. Seeing this, the man remained silent to let him concentrate. The boy wiped his sweat and turned to ask, "You're here?" Jin Cheng said, "You've worked hard. May I take a look?" Of course, the boy immediately agreed. Jin Cheng carefully observed each acupuncture needle on Jie Wei's body. He marveled at what he saw. He asked, "Are you actually combining two different acupuncture techniques? I thought that was only possible in theory." Asian smiled and replied, "I started researching this a long time ago, and I've only recently started to see results." Jin Chung observed for another moment and then said, "As I thought, this is truly a technique that's only feasible in theory." Ejian was confused. "What, that can't be. It's clearly working very well. There have been no side effects so far." Jin Chung replied, "Besides you, Valley Lord, who else would dare to experiment with this? That's why I say it's only possible in theory. Even I wouldn't dare to try it. If this needle went just half a centimeter deeper, it would cause paralysis from the waist down. A slight slip with this needle would cause deafness. The slightest deviation with this needle would cause instant blindness." Hearing him say that, the three of them trembled like leaves. Seeing this, the boy reassured them, "Please don't move." "But why are you here now?" Jin Chung explained. "I'm afraid we must leave immediately. I've just received a letter personally written by the Martial Arts Alliance leader. The patient's condition has suddenly worsened." Standing before the stronghold of the Martial Arts Alliance, the four of them silently watched as Jin Chung spoke with the two guards at the gate to be allowed through. While waiting for permission to enter a stoic, Jie Wei had a question. The current alliance leader is from the Nangong clan. A Liang had to explain to him, the once glorious Nangong Qingtian has now become a den of vipers. The alliance leader is nothing but a black-hearted snake himself. Hearing this, Jie Wei found it strange and continued to ask, can he restrain his killing intent when he meets that man? This time the man answered instantly, he must endure it for Physician Dan. The city gates opened, and they were greeted respectfully by servant girls. Jin Cheng turned his head back, smiled gently, and gestured to everyone, "Let's go in together." One person led from the front, and another from the back, guiding the group of five. On both sides, townspeople stood on the roadside, their eyes following their steps. A Liang let out a sigh of relief. To think that we'd one day set foot in the territory of the Martial Arts Alliance and be welcomed no less. His words were overheard by those nearby, which could easily cause trouble. Xian raised a finger to his lips, gently reminding him, "Uncle, you must behave yourself." The man immediately replied, "Don't worry, Physician Dan." Suddenly, a voice spoke out of nowhere, "Do not worry, immortal Physician Dan." Looking up, a magnificent tower with ancient architecture appeared before their eyes. The same voice from before rang out again, greeting them. "This junior of the Nangong clan pays his respects to the Grand Immortal." She Hua was slightly startled and surprised by the greeting. It was a warm reception from the Martial Arts Alliance leader, Nangong Bai, who was dressed in regal red and gold robes. "You must be tired after such a long journey." In contrast to Nangong Bai's warm welcome, everyone else stood still like statues with cold expressions. Only She Hua seemed avoidant, as if she had never met this person before. Noticing how respectfully he greeted her, Jie Wei thought to himself, "Just how old is this old woman?" He wasn't the only one. A Liang also wondered how many people in the current martial arts world would be greeted so respectfully by the alliance leader. Perhaps she could read minds as she glanced at them and snapped, "What is it?" The two of them hastily turned away in embarrassment, pretending they hadn't been thinking anything of the sort. Nangong Bai looked directly at the five of them and said, neither too quickly nor too slowly, "I will pay my proper respects to the Grand Immortal again soon. Mr. Feng, thank you for coming all this way at my invitation." He hurried over to Jin Cheng, warmly shaking his hand and speaking sincerely. "Before I was the alliance leader, I was still a father. Your visit brings me great comfort." Hearing Nangong Bai speak so openly, Jin Cheng politely replied, "Please don't say that. As a physician, it is my duty to come. I only regret not being able to arrive sooner." He turned towards Asian, full of pride, and about to introduce him. "Ah, this is—" Before he could finish, Nangong Bai quickly responded, "I know. This must be the child who inherited the will of the divine doctor, correct?" Without letting him finish, the man gestured ahead and continued, "Although I'd love to chat more first, I must ask you to examine my daughter's condition." The path leading to his daughter's chambers was paved with exquisitely carved tiles, but the somber and gloomy atmosphere caused A Liang and Jia Wei to gradually fall behind the rest of the group. The two of them whispered to each other the entire way. Akriang said, "I have a bit of a knack for reading people, and that type of man is bound to cause great disaster. He looks like the demon lord who vanished in the Kilian Mountains." Giebi hesitated for a moment. "You mean the heavenly demon?" He replied, "Yes, this man's features are very similar." He shared his thoughts. "That's why he acts like he owns the world." The foolish Giebi, who was confident in his looks, remembered upon hearing Akriang's words that he didn't much care for that kind of face. He looked incredulous. "That kind of face," he quickly replied. "He's rather handsome." Hearing Giebi's satisfaction with his own face, he looked a bit disdainful. "If that's your reason, then who would be a good match for you?" Hearing this, he pointed a finger at Akriang. "I'm a good match for you, senior brother." He froze for a moment when he used his senior brother and himself as an example. "I'm a good match for you." Akriang growled in anger. "Are you saying I'm ugly?" He furiously tried to catch Giebi chasing him while yelling, "You little brat!" The noise from the two of them infuriated Seolwa, her hand glowing as she prepared to strike them silent. Meanwhile, Axon turned to warn them. Their silly antics came to a swift end. Speechless one was left dazed with his hair a mess while the other was frozen like a statue. The scene at Gungbek's daughter's villa was utter chaos. The maids and doctors were all terrified, looking anxiously at the room. Seeing the situation before him, he was bewildered and asked in a loud voice what was happening. Behind him, the others quietly observed. A doctor hurriedly answered Alliance leader. "The young lady's condition has been fluctuating for the last hour. We've tried everything, but—" Hearing the report on her condition, Gungbek was terrified. He bit his lip, his face contorted in distress, and his eyes filled with fear and worry. He burst into the room like the wind. He cried out his daughter's name, Hyanga. The sound of him slicing through the air like an arrow created gusts of wind that tore through everything in his path. A small girl lay quietly on the bed. Beside her, an old woman, likely her nanny since childhood, also wore a sorrowful expression. Hyanga was thin and frail, shivering under a thick blanket, her face completely drained of life. He trembled all over, fumbling with pity as he called his daughter's name, Hyanga. Axion, dressed in a white robe that resembled a doctor's coat, looked thoroughly professional and skilled. Gungbek glanced at him in surprise. Axion quickly threw the blanket into the air. He yelled at him in shock and fear. "What do you think you're doing?" The boy replied with firm words. "There's no time. Don't interfere. If we leave her like this, the patient will die." Gungbek couldn't believe the words of a mere kid. He scowled and moved to stop him. Jin Seong grabbed his arm and advised, "This person's medical skills are far superior to my own." He hastily replied, "But even if he inherited his master's skills, what can a kid like him possibly do?" Jin Seong had to make him understand. "If he can't do it, I wouldn't even dare to try." At that moment, Action took out a long needle, looked down at the pained Hyanga, and comforted her. "This will hurt a little." Her face darkened, and she continued to shiver, her breathing coming in heavy gasps. He didn't wait any longer, acting immediately. Action skillfully used the needle, causing the girl to let out a piercing scream. Seeing his daughter in pain, Gungbek's heart ached and his face flushed with anger as he moved forward. "This is more than just a little. My child was on the brink of death, and now she's screaming like this." Jin Seong pulled him back, stopping him. "Alliance leader, if you interfere, the consequences will be irreversible." Axion, sweating, turned to ask for help. "Auntie, please help me sit the patient up." Sheolhua quickly ran over to assist him. He gave an order to everyone present. "From this moment on, no matter what happens, do not let anyone touch me or the patient. No one is to come any closer." Following his words, Akriang and Giebi stood in front, forming a solid barrier. Gungbek clenched his teeth and stood his ground, his heart burning with anxiety as he listened to Hyanga's screams. Without thinking, he charged forward. He stopped stunned as Giebi's large hand landed on his shoulder, holding him back. His face was stern, his eyes sharp as daggers, devoid of emotion, as he warned, I told you not to come any closer. Gyebi's figure loomed over him. He stammered, "You dare." He became furious, his entire demeanor changing instantly as he unleashed his power, and roared, "Are you looking for a fight?" Gongbek hesitated. He was stunned for a moment. Unlike Gyebi's attitude, Akryang calmly explained, "If you didn't trust him, you shouldn't have handed her over to the doctor in the first place. If he couldn't save her, he wouldn't have even tried. Just trust him and wait." He didn't forget to add, "Unless you want to kill your own daughter with your own hands." Seeing the truth in his words, Gongbek fell silent, pressing his lips together. He clenched his fists at his sides, thinking to himself about what Akryang had said. "A moment ago, I unconsciously released my killing intent, yet they stood firm and endured it." Everything had finally settled down. Action let out a sigh of relief. "It's done. We barely made it through the critical phase. Luckily, if we had been even a moment later, there would have been nothing we could do." Gongbek rushed to his daughter's side and asked Axion, "Will the child be all right?" The boy replied seriously, "Not exactly. If we don't find the root cause and treat it, I'm afraid she won't last more than 3 days." He was shocked. 3 days. "So if we find the cause, can she be saved?" Axion bowed his head slightly. "I can't be sure. Given her current condition, it's hard to say. I can only do my very best." Gongbek didn't hesitate, his voice resolute. "If there's anything you need, I will do absolutely anything." The boy turned to him in surprise to confirm. "Do you truly mean that?" He immediately confirmed, "Of course." Action was pleased by his words. He smiled warmly. "Well then, first of all, I must ask the Alliance leader to step outside." He was a bit stunned. "Step outside," Gyebi interjected. "Didn't you just say you would do anything?" Seolhwa stood watching them, then spoke up, drawing all eyes to her. "Without the Dan Wi Wan, that child would have been long dead." Gongbek stood in complete silence. He was saddened by his guilt, but suddenly action spoke again. "Letting emotions run wild will only put us in greater danger. The patient's safety is paramount now. The Alliance leader should only visit once a day. Please give the order that absolutely no one is to come near this villa." After Nangong Bai left, all 4 of them turned to Dan Aktien, staring at him intently. Jin Chung was the first to speak, asking why he had insisted on making the man leave. Dan Aktien calmly replied, "Because the patient needs to be treated. It wasn't just for his sake, but for the young lady, and all of you as well. Besides, I need your strength." The 3 men were shocked. Bei asked, "Our strength?" Dan Aktien solemnly placed a hand on Jiang'er's abdomen and explained, "This can't be cured with conventional methods." As night began to fall, a single lamp was lit, illuminating a corner of the room. The lamplight shone on her face. "I'm still not dead. Yesterday, the pain was so bad I thought I was going to die, but today, I feel surprisingly comfortable and at ease." That bitter thought pulled Jiang'er from her daze. She opened her weary eyes, her first waking thought a negative one. It had been so long since she'd felt this sensation. "If only I could live for just 1 more year. Even 1 more month would be enough." Just when she thought she was alone, Jin Cheng and Dan Aktien appeared at her bedside. Dan Aktien gently reassured her, "You should be planning to live much, much longer." She was startled to see them. Jin Chung said in a low voice, "Fortunately, we weren't too late." She looked at him cautiously. "The Fungi Guan. Thanks to you, my life has been saved once again." But he didn't take the credit. Jin Chung gestured toward Dan Aktien. "I'm not the one who saved you, miss." Dan Aktien proudly introduced himself. "I am Dan Aktien. Let's work together." She looked a bit embarrassed for mistaking her savior, having thought he was just an errand boy for the physicians. "Oh, so you are my benefactor? I'm in your care, Medical Officer Dan." Hearing her friendly words, Dan Aktien readily agreed. "My pleasure. I'll be counting on you as well." His encouragement seemed to restore her hope. "Is there anything I can do?" she asked Dan Aktien. He replied instantly, "Of course. A patient's will to live is the most important thing." Dan Aktien raised a clenched fist as if cheering her on. "In just a little while, a terrible wave of pain will hit you." "What do you mean?" To avoid any surprises, Dan Aktien began asking about Jiang'er's condition. Jiang'er asked nervously, "Please ask away." Without hesitation, Dan Aktien began, "When did the first symptoms appear?" She tried to recall. 3 years ago in the winter." He continued, "Around that time, did you take any potent elixirs or undergo a marrow cleansing treatment?" She shook her head. "No." Dan Actien then asked, "Have you ever touched any strange plants or venomous creatures?" The barrage of questions made her face fall. "Not that I can remember." Dan Actien nodded, lost in thought. As he mulled it over, she grew suspicious. "Why do you ask all this?" Despite his concentration, he explained, "Your symptoms are definitely from blocked meridians, but I can't find any of the usual causes. If that's the case, it must be an external factor, but tracing the origin won't be easy. There has to be a reason for such a unique case." His complex reasoning left her lying silently on the bed. Unique. Suddenly, a memory flashed in Xiang'er's mind. She had come into contact with a strange object. He was intrigued. "A strange object," Xiang'er confirmed. "Yes, a strange object. It was a bed my father gave me. He said it was carved from a single precious block of Qinghua An Yu. I used it for about a year before switching to a regular bed." Dan Actien sensed he was onto something, but asked for clarification. "Why did you switch?" She gave a small, embarrassed smile. "Every morning I'd wake up drenched in sweat. It seemed to help my internal cultivation, but the feeling was just too uncomfortable." With his suspicions confirmed, Dan Actien's eyes lit up. He rushed over to Xiang'er and exclaimed, "That's it!" which startled her. They all went to the room where the precious bed Xiang'er mentioned was kept. Nan Gong Bai looked at it with a hint of regret. "We don't use it anymore. It's just kept in the storehouse." Could this really be the cause? Without another moment's hesitation, Dan Actien said urgently, "I need to confirm it." He ran over to the bed, which was larger than usual. He moved from one side to the other, touching every detail, before trying to lie down on it. A Liang stood in the storehouse, looking around, and thought to himself, "I heard this was the Wulin Meng's storehouse, so I expected something special. Who knew it would just be a pile of junk?" As his eyes scanned the room, he noticed an area with several chests, one of which stood out a small one painted red. "This part isn't dusty," he noted. "It must have been brought in recently." While everyone else was busy, he lay quietly on the bed, testing how it felt. After a moment, his eyes shot open. With a serious look, he confirmed, "It's true. There's a strange energy radiating from it." He sat up immediately and went to the side of the bed, leaning down to examine every detail closely. Seeing Dan Actien lost in his own world, Jie Bai asked, "What is it, Medical Officer Dan?" After searching for a moment, Dan Actien noticed something odd. There are no cobwebs near the bed. Hearing him approach, Dan Actien looked up. You know, I think I want to split this bed in two." It seems Nan Gong Bai overheard Dan Actien. He drew his sword, revealing a sharp, gleaming blade. The sword began to glow. "Everyone stand back," he ordered. The other three men were stunned by his action. The sword, imbued with mystical power, glowed in the darkness. Jie Bai stared at the blade. "Wasn't that just sword aura?" Yi Liang gave a slight nod, confirming it. A Liang's gaze shifted to Nan Gong Bai as he approached the bed. He thought, "Nan Gong Bai, that man is as cunning as a 1,000-year-old serpent. I always thought his only weapons were the political acumen and decisiveness of the Wulin Alliance leader. Now I see he's been hiding another sharp blade all this time." With a serious expression, Nan Gong Bai swung the sword down. The brilliant blade struck the bed, creating a flash of intersecting light that illuminated the entire storehouse. A Liang thought to himself, "A single strike to sunder a hill, a single slash to part a river." I always thought his title, Duan Ling Duan Chuan, was an exaggeration. Now I see it may have been an understatement. After observing the bed, Dan Actien asked, "Did you see that? The deathly energy inside is seeping out." "I was wondering." The symptoms clearly pointed to severed meridians, yet her extraordinary meridians were still intact. Now I understand why the other physicians were so confused. He was baffled. "So you mean it's not severed meridians?" Looking him straight in the eye, the boy replied, "That's right. Her extraordinary meridians were never damaged. It's just that her blood has become impure and lost its balance. As a result, her true energy is too weak to flow through her extraordinary meridians. The root cause is the deathly energy, a foul aura that has slowly accumulated and turned into a poison." Gong Bai felt somewhat ashamed for giving his daughter the bed that caused her illness. Can she be cured? The evil immortal looked at him, a bit uncertain. "I will do my best." At that moment, perhaps out of guilt, he flew into a rage and shouted, "Just doing your best isn't good enough. I'm sick of hearing people say they'll do their best. Please save her, no matter what it takes." The evil immortal stood up straight to face Gong Bai, replying defiantly, "Are you threatening me? Forcing me like this won't help her condition improve at all?" His eyes sharpened as he retorted, "Your actions right now are only hindering the treatment." The man looked startled, then gritted his teeth. How ridiculous. He suddenly froze as an intense wave of killing intent erupted from behind, making him feel unsafe. He frantically turned his head to look behind him. The two men behind him were now glaring at him, overflowing with killing intent. He hastily raised his sword. Just then, the evil immortal shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Is this how a person who came to me for help is supposed to act?" He began to stammer an explanation. "That is..." The boy walked forward, continuing his rebuke. "So it turns out all the Alliance leader wants are obedient little puppets who do as they're told." He took Yi Liang, and Jie Wei's hands glanced at the man, and then refused. "I'm sorry, but I'm not that kind of person. We will be leaving." Seeing the situation falling apart, he quickly begged for forgiveness. "Please wait a moment. I apologize." Gong Bai scrambled to fix his mistake. "I was worried about my daughter and lost my temper. Please quell your anger, not for my sake, but for my poor child Jiang Er." Jie Wei smirked with a hint of disdain. "See, in the end, medical skill is what matters most." The evil immortal relented and forgave him. "All right, but from now on, you are never to be disrespectful to my uncles again." Full of remorse, Gong Bai carefully replied, "I will never forget." The boy instructed, "From now until the treatment is complete, absolutely, no one is allowed to enter this villa, not even you, Alliance leader." The man was slightly annoyed, but had no choice but to accept. "I will do as you say." The evil immortal put his hands on his hips and declared boldly, to the surprise of the other two, "Until we leave this place, you are not to interfere with our work in any way, shape, or form." Having said everything that needed to be said, the three of them strode out of the warehouse with their heads held high, feeling refreshed. A Liang asked the evil immortal what was on his mind. "Dan Yvonne, if the Alliance leader hadn't apologized, would you really have left?" The boy replied with confidence and a bit of pride. "How could I? If I left, the patient would die. There's no way I could just abandon her." He let out a sigh. "I wasn't actually angry to begin with. It's only natural for a father or a family member to become extremely sensitive when a patient's condition is critical." Jie Wei finally burst into laughter. "Our Dan Yvonne is quite bold in a situation like this, isn't he? That was the great Alliance leader of the martial world, overflowing with killing intent and true energy, yet you didn't even flinch and talk back to him so calmly." The evil immortal turned away in embarrassment with an awkward expression. "Well, if I had just taken that lying down, things would have gotten out of hand." Hearing him say that, Yi Liang added, "Actually, I was furious too. I was thinking I should just kill the guy and get it over with." Jie Wei agreed with him, expressing his own opinion. "Yeah, how dare he direct his killing intent at our Dan Yvonne? Forget the treatment I wanted to smash that Alliance leader's head in and burn this whole place to the ground to vent my anger." The evil immortal took both their hands. "Ha ha, even if you're just saying that, I thank you both." His companion immediately denied it. "Huh, who said I was just saying it?" The boy sighed. "I'm so glad to have you all by my side." The scene shifts to Gong Bai. Reflecting on what had just happened, he reminded himself repeating the evil immortal's instruction. "Remember, no matter what happens, do not interfere with their work." After hearing this, a servant respectfully asked, "No matter what happens, sir?" He nodded in confirmation. "That's right, no matter what." Just as it was quiet, another servant ran in frantically to report Alliance leader. "Bing Xian Yuzi has arrived." Behind him, a bright light began to approach. A strong gust of wind blew everything away, and everyone stared at the wide-open door with stunned expressions. The figure of Xue Hua appeared in a radiant light, but her face was dark and filled with rage. That light grew closer, blinding everyone and suffocating them with its terrifying power. Gong Bai's face turned pale with fear as he broke out in a nervous sweat, while the person next to him could only cover his mouth and cough. With that immense power, she threatened him, her face like ice, and her eyes looking as if they could tear him apart. "If you ever dare to direct your killing intent at that child again, then my name will be added to the ranks of the 10 great villains." The light was too dazzling, so he shielded his eyes as the beam gradually faded. The moment passed. Xue Hua had also vanished, leaving behind a raging gale and a lingering fear of the powerful wind. Gong Bai finally calmed down, reassuring himself. Then he realized it wasn't the grand immortal maiden, but just Hukyu Tai Tai. Back in a room, the evil immortal had gone to speak with Jin Cheng. The two were engrossed in their conversation. The boy asked him what he wanted to know. What if it were possible to counteract the changes in yin and yang? The man found it strange, but answered calmly, "As I've said before, any spirit medicine would." The boy cut him off. No spirit medicine would be useless, but a person might be able to do it. The evil immortal looked over at Jie Wei, who was eating, and Xue Hua, who was drinking tea, and said, "If I could get the help of these two, I believe there's still hope." Neither of them had any idea what he was talking about. The matriarch used yin energy to protect his internal organs and meridians, while Uncle Pham used yang energy to burn away the poisonous qi in his body. Ji Wei and Xue Hua were completely shocked and couldn't believe it. He even blurted out, us, that demoness and me." The room where they gathered and rested for the night was still lit as a voice echoed out, "Save a life model." All attention was focused on Yi Xian. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Liang asked, "So to treat the young lady, we all have to work together, and we have to practice coordinating too." The boy answered firmly, "That's right. That's why the young doctor's role is the most crucial, because his physical condition is similar to the young lady's illness." The atmosphere turned gloomy as Yi Liang showed his suspicion. "Can I trust these little brats?" Xian gently reassured him, "I'm here." Hearing that he explained, "I trust the doctors. It's these two who are the problem." Afterwards, Yi Xian tried to persuade him, "We have no other choice now. We can only trust each other." He sighed and said nothing more, silently agreeing. After the meeting ended, Jin Cheng volunteered, "I will go pay my respects to the Alliance leader." The scene changes to the meeting room. Gong Bai was furious, asking if they had found the person yet. Ge Yan quietly replied, "We have mobilized all our personnel, but I'm afraid we'll need more time." The former head of the Black Dragon Trading Company had been missing for a long time. He asked in frustration, "Even the Yin Yi Tang is powerless." She lowered her head to hide her annoyance. "Is this really my job?" It was clearly too personal to be considered official business, if not for their family ties. But when she looked up again, Ge Yan affirmed, "I will definitely find him." Gong Bai coldly ordered, "You may leave." She bowed low and left very quietly. In the empty room, he was overcome with sorrow. The merchant who presented the blue and white silver jade bed had vanished like a ghost. Just then, an announcement was made. The head of the medical hall, Jin Cheng, requests an audience. As soon as they met, Jin Cheng was very polite. Jin Cheng pays his respects to the Alliance leader. He quickly inquired about the situation. "How is younger?" Jin Cheng revealed to him, "This is why I have come. We have decided on a treatment method." Knowing Gong Bai was overjoyed, Jin Cheng had to remind him, "The result isn't certain, but one thing is for sure, this is the only way." Gong Bai's heart immediately wavered. "I trust you. Please save my child." Jin Cheng replied faintly, "I will relay the Alliance leader's words exactly as they were said." He was a bit confused. "Relay them." He spoke honestly, "As the Alliance leader knows, I am not the one responsible for the treatment. I am merely an assistant. The Valley Master is overseeing everything. By rights, the Valley Master should have come to present the treatment method himself, but he is currently researching, so I have come on his behalf." Gong Bai urged him impatiently, "Please save her at all costs. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life." Jin Cheng seemed rather calm. This is simply the duty of a healer. He suddenly asked, "Is there anything the Alliance leader would be willing to assist with?" Immediately a piece of paper was taken out. "Actually, there is something we'd like to request." The content, dense with words, was gradually revealed. The more he read, the worse Gong Bai's expression became. He looked at the list with a heavy heart. Heavenly Sound Snow Lotus, 1,000-year-old He Shou Wu fruit. Then there was the Shaolin Great Recovery Pill, Huashan's Purple Essence Pill, and Wudang's Supreme Clarity Pill. Any one of these alone would be enough to shake the martial world. The next name was so shocking that Gong Bai had to shout Qian's Stone Love Flower. Jin Cheng reminded him, "If we have all of these, the success rate will increase by at least 10%. Right at that moment, Kong Wen spoke up, Alliance leader. "The medicinal items this gentleman has requested are all strategic treasures, only given out with special approval. I urge you to reconsider." Gong Bai waved his hand. "This is my personal affair. I will use the Nan-Gong family's assets to trade for them." The conversation returned to the previous topic. What is the initial success rate? Jin Cheng emphasized 50%. Gong Bai mumbled, "Is that all?" However, he stressed further, for anyone else, even 50% would be an impossible dream. Gong Bai gradually came to accept it. I understand. I will find them all, no matter the cost. A thought had already formed in his mind. For Xianger's life, an extra 10% is like the distance between heaven and earth. So Gong Bai pleaded again, please save my daughter Xianger. That evening, the lights in the room were still on. Xian put away his silver needles and decided, let's rest for now. Seeing this, Jie Wei was a bit curious. Are we finished? Jue Hua tried to regulate his breathing. This isn't as easy as I thought. He also chimed in to complain, this kind of meticulous work doesn't suit me. As Xian pulled open a drawer, he advised, saving a person is never easy, but I think we've made quite a bit of progress since we started. Jue Hua was silent for a moment, then said, first we must nurture the doctor's body. But the suggestion was rejected by the boy. There isn't much time left. We must perfect the treatment method in the next few days. The patient can't hold on for much longer. Jue Hua's heart ached to hear that. If it's too much for you, just tell me. The next second, Yi Liang's shout rang out, this feels amazing. When Xian came to check on him, he said cheerfully, I feel like I could destroy this place and still have energy to spare. Meanwhile, Jie Wei looked on with disgust that someone was suffering while another was enjoying himself so much. Yi Liang, on the other hand, was ecstatic. You can only blame your own weak bodies, or maybe you should all get sick like me. Just then, Jin Cheng walked in carrying a tray. The 9-branched immortal leaf herb is brewed. As Xian walked over and praised him, you've worked hard. His slender finger dipped into the liquid inside. After checking it, he offered another compliment. Uncle Feng's medicinal skills truly are marvelous. A smile unconsciously crept onto Jin Cheng's face. Xian presented the bowl of medicine to Yi Liang. After you drink this, circulate your energy immediately. Don't force it straight to your dantian. Guide it through your whole body so it disperses evenly into the smaller meridians. He feigned modesty. How could I possibly take all of this rare spiritual medicine for myself? Those false words fanned the flames of resentment from the two behind him. Ignoring the heavy jealous atmosphere, Yi Liang downed the medicine in one gulp. He firmly placed the bowl back on the tray. Then Yi Liang began to circulate his energy as instructed. Behind him, Jie Wei spoke up. By the way, Dr. Dan. When he turned to look, he saw that Xian looked unwell. He suddenly collapsed, sending Shui Hua and Jie Wei into a panic. This is bad, lay him down first. Jin Cheng took hold of his small wrist. He quickly reached a conclusion. I'm afraid he's just exhausted. Jie Wei said gloomily, that medicinal soup was originally meant for Dr. Dan. Wiping away his sweat, Shui Hua explained sadly. The doctor gave it his all. He said he absolutely had to save her. Jin Cheng asserted instinctively, the Valley Master will surely succeed. Xian heard everything, and a faint smile touched his lips. Right now, he was sleeping soundly on a comfortable bed. Meanwhile, Jie Wei secretly watched him for a while longer. After closing the door, he guessed, the doctor is probably dreaming about getting a mountain of spirit pills. Liang replied, you'll soon receive mountains of spirit pills from the Wulin Alliance, so it won't be a dream for long. Shui Hua suddenly realized, even after using a portion for Nangong Bai's daughter, the rest is enough for me to use for a year. However, Jin Cheng quickly interjected, 4 months at most, maybe only 2, because he will definitely not hesitate to use them for your treatments. Liang quickly agreed. With Dr. Dan's personality, I'm afraid that's true. He grew a bit nostalgic. Were the Divine Doctor and the Demon Doctor like that before? They were even more generous, never any less. Liang then asked, so how did you manage the finances with them like that? Jin Cheng chuckled, that's why I volunteered to be the manager. They would fight over distributing medicinal ingredients. In the end, they agreed to hand over the valley's management to me. At least there were no more disputes after that, but... He recounted sadly, I was caught in the middle, dealing with all the pressure from both sides. The sound of an argument from years ago echoed in his mind. We're already struggling. When did you buy the Jade Yang Spring Goo? He shouted back furiously. You're the one who bought it. I know nothing about it. Without realizing, they both shouted in unison. Who's telling the truth? Terrified, Jin Cheng stammered. I bought it for the young Valley Master. I used my own personal money. Both Mo Yi and Shen Yi started smiling again. You should have said you bought it for our disciples. That way we could have taken it from the public funds. Hearing the story, Yi Liang sympathized greatly. You've really been through a lot. Jin Cheng also smiled. It was a little difficult back then, but thinking back on it now, I feel nostalgic. Suddenly, Jie Wei chimed in. That's not a bad idea. We should find a manager and give them full control of the valley's affairs. That way, we won't have to clash with Dr. Dan anymore. Any complaints can just be directed at the manager. Hua looked at him suspiciously. Do you have someone in mind? It seemed as though everyone's eyes turned to the same spot. Jin Cheng had to accept. If the Valley Master permits, I will take the role. But he absolutely will not change his ways. He smiled gleefully. Isn't there someone else who's great at crunching numbers? If I see him, I'll grab him immediately. Surprisingly, A. Liang uttered 2 words, Gui Qian. This made the other man exclaim in admiration, Che Wuxin, he'd be a perfect fit. But how do we find him? I scared him into going completely off the grid. A. Liang spoke grimly. Let's leave it to fate for now. I'm stepping out for a bit. Ji Wei immediately bristled. Are you trying to wear a path to the door? Why do you keep going in and out? He replied calmly. I'm just taking a walk to gather my thoughts. Hearing the sarcastic remarks from behind him, he still insisted on opening the door. Must be nice while we're exhausting ourselves because of someone. Afterward, Hua looked thoughtful. Does that really look like he's just taking a stroll? Jie Wei was baffled. What else could it be? She then asked, Have you forgotten where you are? He answered reflexively, We're at the Wulin Alliance. Immediately after, it was as if Jie Wei suddenly understood. He's scouting the path for the next ambush. If that's the case, I can't miss this. But Hua stopped him. Stay put, she reminded him sternly. There's something more important than that. He hesitated. Why all of a sudden Hua simply gave a quiet command. Seize him. Suddenly, Jie Wei seemed to understand. If this is a confession, I'll have to refuse. I'm not interested in older women. A second later, one side of his chin was frozen solid. Hua channeled her cold energy, sealing his mouth shut as if to punish him. She could finally speak properly. We need to train. Are you just going to let the doctors keep collapsing like this? Jie Wei shouted in alarm, shattering the ice. So that's what this is about. You should have said so earlier. Finally, the two of them held hands and began to exchange their energy. Jie Wei felt a warmth in his heart. I'm so lucky to have met all of you. Valley Lord. Meanwhile, A. Liang had already walked quite a distance. He muttered to himself, So this is the layout. It seems the defenses in this area are weak. Suddenly, a group of strangers surprised him. Armed guards, what's going on? A young man quickly ran over. Dr. E. Liang asked in a lazy tone, I'm just taking a night stroll. What's the matter? He quickly explained, It's best if you return to your room immediately. Someone just spotted the person who killed Elder Tai near the Wulin Alliance's fortress. Seeing his confused look, the man added, It's about the great hero Peng Yu, a member of the Hebei Peng clan. The Peng clan's master was killed by him. Yi Liang thought to himself, I just saved him not long ago. Is this guy insane coming here? The man continued to reassure him. You don't need to worry. The leader of the Po Zuo Brigade has personally taken action. It will be resolved soon. A. Liang looked towards the crowd, his heart in turmoil. His face darkened as he pondered. That leader is Nu Danyang, a traitor from the 10 Great Evils, and now he's living so well. He stopped thinking about it and decided to turn away. Yi Liang didn't forget to regulate his breathing to calm himself. But just then, a dark figure in the distance shocked him. How unlucky for you to be spotted by me. His movements immediately became swift, and coincidentally, his opponent had also spotted him. And so a sharp sword grazed past Yi Liang. However, he quickly knocked the enemy away. A. Liang asked disapprovingly, I already gave you clear instructions. Wu Shen was thrown straight to the ground by him. Next, a murderous aura emanated from him. I told you to hide and wait for the right moment. Do you find my words amusing? He trembled in fear. Senior brother, why are you at the Wulin Alliance? A. Liang frowned. I should be the one asking that. I told you to cherish your life, yet you willingly walk into the lion's den. This place is surrounded by martial artists. What if I hadn't stopped you? He stammered. I'm sorry. Hearing this only enraged him more. Then why does someone who knows better keep doing things they have to apologize for? A. Liang ordered sternly, Speak. Tell me the reason why you're risking your life like this. Wu Shen said in anguish, I need to get the wooden box back. There are still traces of the children inside. He seemed to understand. Is it the box you mentioned before? Is that why you're risking your life to find it? Wu Shen said stubbornly, I must find it. A. Liang had to ask, I understand it's important, but why would someone like you act so recklessly? He lowered his head heavily. Because I don't have much time left. He was a bit confused. What do you mean, not much time? He confessed truthfully. I've suffered from key deviation. I'm going to die anyway. So before that, I want to find the wooden box. It seemed Yi Liang had already figured it out. A reddish walnut wood box. Wu Shen looked at him in astonishment. How did you know? That's the very thing I've been searching for. Yi Liang explained I saw it in the Wulin Alliance's warehouse. So that makes it twice that I've helped you. Although he found it strange, he went along with it. I won't forget this even in the afterlife. I want to repay you, but I have nothing left. Yi Liang asked urgently, where is the Guiqian fortune? Wu Shen didn't hide it. I already divided it among the children. In the end, he was the one who showed you the way. So repay him with your life. I will retrieve the wooden box for you. In exchange, you will use your skills to serve us until you die. Seeing Wu Chen's alarm, he explained simply, we need someone who is good with numbers. Wu Chen quickly calculated his options. I have half a year to live at most. If he's offering me the box, how could I possibly refuse? He quickly spoke up. I accept your offer. Yi Liang then gave an order. Leave here at once. Go to Gansu and hide near the medical hall in Lanzhou City. I will come find you. Sensing his worry, he reassured him. I promised you I would retrieve the box. The very next moment, Wu Chen bowed respectfully. Then I'll leave it in your hands. With that, he departed. Yi Liang was very pleased. Well, that takes care of the manager problem, doesn't it? As he was leaving, he was stopped by another man. Yi Liang was shocked when he recognized the man. Dan Yang clasped his hands behind his back and remarked, to be in such a secluded place in the middle of the night, it looks quite suspicious. He began to question him. I've never seen you before. What are you doing here? Yi Liang replied calmly. It's a bit difficult to explain. Dan Yang said impatiently, do you not understand the situation you're in? If you don't tell me the truth, you'll face severe punishment. Finally, Yi Liang revealed, last night, while taking a stroll, this humble physician suddenly felt an upset stomach and had to relieve myself in that corner. Would you care to go have a look? His words infuriated the man. Are you making fun of me? Do you have any idea who I am? Yi Liang, of course, knew who he was. He chose to explain, please calm your anger. I am a physician from the Fengcheng Medical House. I was invited here to treat the young lady of the Martial Arts Alliance's leader. Dan Yang couldn't help but shout, a physician. Seeing him and his subordinate discussing the matter intensely, Yi Liang waited patiently. After a moment, he pretended not to know him and asked, I have introduced myself. So who are you to dare threaten a humble physician like me? The man announced proudly, I am Nu Danyang, leader of the Epoxy Group under the Martial Arts Alliance. Yi Liang immediately replied, you don't mean you're one of the 10 great villains, do you? He added, from what I've heard, the 7 Absolutes Demon Lord is a master of unparalleled martial arts, strong and unyielding. Dan Yang was pleased. You are correct. Yi Liang continued with his flattery. He never harms people without cause. Even when settling scores, he judges right from wrong, and his punishments always fit the crime. The man nodded. Correct. Yi Liang went on. He is also a great hero who once fought against the demon realm. Dan Yang began to let his guard down. All true. Yi Liang smoothly concluded, if all of that is true, then I believe you must be the great Nu Danyang. But I still find it strange. I'm just a humble physician, not part of the martial world. Yet even I have heard of your great fame as a member of the unorthodox factions. So why are you here at the Martial Arts Alliance? The man was immediately flustered. Well, but Yi Liang didn't wait for an answer, pressing on. Could it be that the great Nu Danyang has betrayed the unorthodox factions? Enraged, Dan Yang moved to strike him, but his subordinate held him back. You can't attack him here, sir. Yi Liang just smiled calmly, a faint knowing laugh. To Dan Yang, it was a grave insult. You arrogant fool! As he turned to leave, his voice was filled with hatred. The martial world is smaller than you think. If we ever meet again, you'll realize just how lucky you were today. Completely unafraid, Yi Liang retorted, on the contrary, I'm curious to see who the lucky one will truly be. When that time comes, we will see for ourselves. Seeing Yi Liang walk away so nonchalantly only fueled his rage. The scene shifts to a memory from the past. The young man in the forest is none other than Che Wu Chen. The cry of a child in front of him filled the air with sorrow. Mommy! There was only one reason for all this conflicts in the martial world had spilled over, harming the innocent. Wu Chen silently motioned for the child to be quiet. He quietly launched himself into the air. Countless children had lost their parents this way, while two martial artists continued their frenzied duel. In the end, Wu Chun took down the man closest to him. Naturally, his opponent met the same fate. And so it began. The number of children taken in by Che Wu Chen grew into the thousands. He raised them until they were grown. This was the true nature of Che Wu Chen, the money ghost. Back in the present timeline, Yi Xian said excitedly, "I agree. He's better than those hypocrites whose actions don't match their words." A Liang hesitated, but there is one problem. He relayed sadly. He said he's suffering from cultivation deviation. I'm afraid he won't live for more than 3 months. But the young man was completely confident. If he can still move, I can cure him. Besides, I'll ask Uncle Feng to get that important wooden box back. You don't look very happy. Everything is going smoothly, so we should focus on the treatment. Once the patient is cured, everything will fall into place. Sometime later, another meeting took place. Gong Bai was the first to speak. Why did you request a private meeting? Dan Yang insisted I ask the alliance leader to fulfill his promise. Gong Bai sighed in frustration. You're even more shameless than you look. The mission you were assigned isn't even finished. He hesitated. Everything will be as the alliance leader wishes. But knowing he had to be direct, he spoke up. I don't want to become a hunting dog that gets cast aside after the hunt is over. He was slightly irritated. You don't trust me, fine. Immediately after, a thin book was thrown down. A single glance at it struck fear into him. The 4 characters on the cover read Shi Yi Lin Jing. As soon as he picked it up, he found it strange. Why is it so thin? Knowing what he was thinking, Gong Bai explained, I only have 1/2. If you want the complete version, bring me the heads of the others. Dan Yang was completely subdued. This servant obeys. After meeting with him, Gong Bai privately asked his subordinate, Did you get it? Wang Feng answered cautiously, Yes, but due to my incompetence, this humble doctor has implicated the family. He was startled for a moment. What do you mean, is there a problem with the Yu Qing Jing? The old man denied it. This humble doctor has verified that its quality is superb. He then revealed the critical issue. This foolish old man even contributed his own money, but it still wasn't enough. The Nangong family has incurred a massive debt. Gong Bai was utterly stunned. The Nangong family is in debt. Since the founding of the family, Wang Feng continued sadly. This is the first time in 500 years. Although they had received bad news for the wicked doctor, everything was proceeding smoothly. Gong Bai explained briefly, I did my best, but this is all I could get. The wicked doctor replied with satisfaction, This is enough. Then he announced, This humble doctor is about to begin. He hesitated for a moment. Can I know the treatment method beforehand? The wicked doctor didn't mind revealing it. It's primarily based on Heki therapy combined with acupuncture. As the two were speaking, Jin Chung interjected, This is the Valley Master's unique secret technique, so it cannot be explained in detail. But this humble doctor can guarantee that this is the most advanced method currently available. Next, the wicked doctor changed the subject. Would you like to go in and see the young lady? Gong Bai was a little surprised. I can. The young man gestured for him to enter. However, he quickly gave a warning. Once the treatment begins, no matter what happens, no one is allowed to enter. He replied cautiously, I'll remember that. After that, Gong Bai hurried to visit the young lady. Jin Chung was sympathetic. He's just an ordinary father after all. The wicked doctor nodded. Whether an emperor or a demon king, everyone is weak in front of their own flesh and blood. Right after the two of them mused, that's why doctors are supreme. Everyone becomes gentle in front of a healer. Just then, Jin Chung seemed to remember something. Why did you name it Heki therapy? The wicked doctor answered, I took one character from each of your names. Because this therapy can only succeed with both of you present. The wicked doctor continued cheerfully, You have all worked so hard for me. Let's give our all and see this treatment through to the end. The wicked doctor was very surprised. You've been enduring it quite well so far. Seeing this, Jianger asked joyfully, Can I really be cured? He calmly affirmed, You will be able to return to a normal life. But, can you promise me one thing? The wicked doctor explained with a smile. Please keep the treatment method a secret, and no matter what happens during the process, do not be surprised or panic. It's no exaggeration to say the success of this treatment depends on the patient's trust. Jianger immediately understood that if there was something to keep secret, it meant her chances of survival were higher. She declared softly, I trust you all. His gaze toward her was also very gentle. But a second later, the atmosphere shifted. "All right, everyone, get ready." Jiehua quickly gripped the girl's wrist while Jie Wei restrained her other arm. The wicked doctor carefully instructed, "Please stand guard in case anything unexpected happens." He didn't forget to inform the patient, "I'm starting now." Though fearful, Xiang tried her best to appear calm. The scene shifts to a secluded place as Gong Bai's low voice is heard. "Today is a crucial day. Are the guards around the meditation chamber in order?" Bu Wei respectfully reported back to him that they had doubled the manpower and of course placed them discreetly so as not to disturb the healer. He gazed into the distance, his heart filled with anxiety. Some time has passed. Not knowing what's happening is making me restless. That train of thought was quickly cut short by the sight before him. A shimmering, multicolored mist astonished him. It was coming from the meditation chamber. A fierce yang qi and a strange cold yin qi. To think they could combine to create such powerful medicinal energy. An endless warm mist of true qi, immeasurably pure. It's no wonder this is called a unique secret technique. Gong Bai marveled to himself. Just sensing it was enough to calm his mind. But moments later he shouted snap out of it. Startled, Bu Wei lowered his head. "Forgive my impudence, sir," he simply replied. "What's important now is to withdraw all the guards." He gave the order because he had already realized this energy has a powerful allure. The stronger one's martial arts, the more easily they are entranced. But one thing was certain, this was definitely not a demonic technique. It was pure and without malice, causing people to lower their guard. How can one manipulate internal energy to this extent? What kind of treatment is this exactly? Inside the meditation chamber, Xian spoke softly. "You've endured well. Now for the final stage." Xiang struggled to reply slowly. "Yes, I can do it." Meanwhile, both Hua and Jie Wei were growing weary. The treatment has reached its climax. As instructed, I will now remove the needles one by one to guide the flow of true qi. Take it slow. From now on, do not speak. Focus on regulating your breathing. No matter how much it hurts, you must not be alarmed. Xiang immediately fell silent. As Xian began to withdraw a needle from the center of her chest, a wave of pain hit her, but she grit her teeth and endured. He added, "You'll feel a slight stinging sensation, but that's a normal reaction. It's proof that your senses are slowly returning." As he removed the needle from her lower abdomen, he announced, "We're almost done now." Xiang entire body was drenched in sweat. Her vision began to blur, as Xian quickly noticed something was wrong. Amidst Xiang piercing scream, countless streams of internal qi were overflowing. A transparent light shone through her skin, causing her agony. Xian urgently tried to calm her, "Stay conscious." However, the patient's condition showed no signs of improving. He began to reason it out. The true qi from her major meridians is spreading chaotically into her minor ones. At this rate, Xian called out to his assistants, Uncle Fan, Aunt Han. His childish voice was now filled with power. "Keep it up." Xian encouraged them with all his sincerity. "We're almost there." On the bed, Xiang was still out of control. Just a second later, Xian gave the signal, "Now." As the final needle was placed, true qi erupted like a waterfall. The powerful current made it difficult for both Hua and Jie Wei to hold on. The brilliant mystical phenomenon even startled Gong Bai. The terrifying night of treatment was over. Xian staggered out of the treatment room. Following him were Jie Wei and Hua, their own life force depleted. Seeing the physicians emerge, Gong Bai rushed forward. "How is she?" But the three of them had no strength left to answer. His heart burned with anxiety. What on earth happened? Is Xiang safe? Xian's expression was incredibly grave. The father was in an absolute panic. "Xiang Just as he was about to rush in, the young man struggled to hold him back. Xian shook his head, warning him not to. But Gong Bai couldn't take it anymore. "What if something happens to my child?" Just then, Jin Cheng stepped out. How could anything possibly happen? He had just enough strength to announce that the treatment was a success. He was about to say that she needed to stabilize and couldn't have visitors, but the alliance leader rushed in and asked anxiously, "So, will Xiang live?" Xian answered cautiously, barring any unforeseen complications, she should be able to live a long and fulfilling life. Gong Bai blushed at the implied second half of that statement. For example, an impatient father disturbing her stabilization. Just then, Yi Liang appeared and announced that the patient was awake. Jin Chung immediately volunteered to bring the young lady out. A Liang praised them. "You've worked hard. That was truly excellent." A Xian quickly replied, "You did as well." But he waved it off. "I didn't do anything. The one who worked the hardest was Dr. Dan." The young man replied bashfully, "It was just my duty. We only succeeded because everyone worked together." After they finished talking, two people emerged from the room. Gong Bai was overjoyed to see his precious daughter, Xiang. She asked sadly, "I'm so sorry. Did I make you suffer?" An indescribable emotion welled up inside him. Tears of sorrow streamed down his face. His hands trembled as he reached for her. "It's all right. Everything is all right now." Everything really was all right. Father and daughter held hands tightly in the early morning sun. Upon examining her, this doctor exclaimed, "It's a miracle she's completely cured." Xiang spoke up annoyed. "Father, please stop. Dr. Dan already said I was cured. This is the third doctor you've brought." Gong Bai coughed, embarrassed. I know. I just wanted to hear the words 'completely cured' a few more times." Xiang gaze was heavy with complex emotions. Her father's voice continued, "I wish he could have stayed longer. I begged him, but he said he had other patients he couldn't keep waiting." She mumbled to herself, "I haven't even had a chance to repay him." Gong Bai recounted in a low voice. He only accepted a single wooden box as payment. He wouldn't even take money for his travels. I had to practically force him to take a small amount. Xiang asked meaningfully, "Will we see him again?" Gong Bai assured her, "I will arrange it." Xiang said nothing more, only offering a faint smile. His daughter's strange expression sent a shiver down his spine. The scene shifts to the streets of Lanzhou. On this journey, the loud bickering between Yi Liang and Jie Wei was a constant companion. He demanded irritably, "Why did you bring everyone to Lanzhou? You said the plan was to go to Chang'an." The older man could only explain, "Because Jin Cheng's clinic is in Lanzhou." "Ah, you're right. I was wrong. My mistake. My mistake." He seized the chance to mock him. "If you know you're wrong, then just shut up and reflect on it." And here I thought that whole harmonizing yin and yang thing was just a joke. Yi Liang was furious, but he couldn't argue back. Just then, Yi Xian stepped in. "It's fine if we don't go to Chang'an. I'm actually really happy right now." At that, Jie Wei softened. "Hey, why don't we just travel like this forever?" The young man quickly agreed. "That sounds great." But then, A Xian reversed course. "But I still have something I need to do." Jie Wei looked dumbfounded. "What is it? Can I help?" The young man quickly replied, "I want to combine my father's and mother's medical arts." He answered hesitantly, "I don't think I can help with that." A Xian replied calmly, "I won't leave the valley until I've finished. There are so many materials, I've only just put them in a rough order." Then Shui Hua realized, "So you're saying the medical arts of the Shen Yi and the Mo Yi will be reborn as a unique ultimate art of your own." He confirmed, "You can think of it as homework they left for me." "But how are we supposed to find Wu Shen?" Hearing this, Yi Liang said, "Just go where there's a crowd. Oh, look over there." In the direction he was pointing, a man was surrounded by a crowd. Wu Shen was preparing to perform a trick with some cups. His hand movements were so fast, they were almost impossible to follow. The men from the neighborhood all shouted out their guesses. From a distance, Yi Liang grumbled. "I told him to keep a low profile." A Xian asked curiously, "Uncle, what's he doing?" The explanation came quickly. "It's the three-cup game. You hide a pearl under one of the cups, shuffle them, and whoever guesses correctly doubles their money." After a moment, A Xian asked, "And if you guess wrong, you lose your money, right?" He had another question. "Then doesn't the person running the game have a huge advantage? Why are so many people playing?" Yi Liang explained. "They think their luck can beat the trick." A conflict broke out immediately. "You cheat. Give me my money." He frowned. "Quiet when you were winning, but now you're screaming." Unable to take it anymore, the other two jumped him. Sha Wuxin quickly swept all the gold coins into his cup. A brawl broke out in an instant. However, he still managed to escape safely. A Xian urged them to chase after him. Jie Wei then instructed, "Get on my back." A while later, Sha Wuxin arrived at a shop. He had no idea he was being followed. A Xian thought to himself, "He's the one we'll be living with after all." After he finished shopping, he started to move on. The poor hungry children were startled when they saw him. Sha Wuxin slowly opened the bag of food, and the kids quickly divided the spoils among themselves. Although they were very grateful, Sha Wuxin still felt a pang of guilt. "Forgive me, I couldn't bring more." Seeing the children cheer with joy, his heart felt a little more at ease. Just then, Yi Liang's voice rang out. "I have a question." Startled Sha Wuxin yelled, "How long have you people been here?" "What did you say, sir?" Yi Liang calmly asked. "Are you a good person or a bad one?" Sha Wuxin stammered in explanation. "I was just bored, so I was playing for fun while waiting." Jie Wei suddenly pushed Yi Xian forward. "Go on and greet him. This is the person who's going to treat you." He was completely distrustful. Can this kid really cure cultivation deviation? Before he could say another word, the words caught in his throat. The air behind Yi Xian grew cold. The absolute threat from them made him wary. Finally, Sha Wuxin became more polite. "A pleasure. I am Sha Wuxin." The young man replied, "I am Dan Yi Xian. Please accept this." A red wooden box was presented to him. His hands trembled as he touched it. Sha Wuxin breathed. "It's still intact. Thank you so much. I will not forget this kindness." A Liang reminded him, "The one you should be thanking is Dan Daifu." That evening at the Fengcheng Medical Hall, Sha Wuxin was lying down, his upper body bare. Xian suddenly asked, "If you get to live longer, what do you want to do?" Sha Wuxin was almost in despair. "I only have 4 months to live. What could I possibly want?" The young man hesitated. 4 months might be difficult. Sha Wuxin asked nervously, "Don't tell me I have even less time than that." A Liang immediately reassured him, "I told you that you wouldn't die in 4 months. A Xian added, "It was difficult before, but now I have enough spirit medicines and a therapy to harmonize yin and yang." Sha Wuxin was in complete shock. "You're going to cure me my cultivation deviation." All three of them nodded in agreement at the same time. Next, Yi Jian inquired, "You're a martial artist, right?" Though he found it strange, he still answered, "For now, yes." "Why?" He felt around on his abdomen. "I can save your life, but your dentian is too severely damaged. I'm afraid you won't be able to practice martial arts anymore." He said with relief, "Just surviving is enough. I shouldn't be greedy. This is enough for me." He looked straight at the man's haggard face. "A person's life is the most important thing, but the life you lead after treatment is just as important." Sensing his anxiety, Yi Xian reassured him again, "It's difficult but not impossible. I'll figure out a way to restore your dantian." Sha Wuxin declared excitedly, "If you can do that, I'm willing to do anything." Right away, a plot began to form. "You already have to do everything for us. The second you're healthy, I'll squeeze you dry." Then Yi Xian announced, "The treatment cannot be delayed. It will begin tonight. You also need to build up your strength, so get some rest." Sha Wuxin refused, "But I'm not sleepy yet." A Xian gave an innocent smile. "You will be soon." 4 hours later, a voice was heard. "Valley Master, don't tell me you're planning to use that." Everyone watched green with envy at the refined stone essence. The gentle liquid slowly flowed deep into his mouth. The onlookers could barely contain their jealousy. They were giving this to him. This was a downpour from a distant memory. A mournful question echoed in his mind. A wife who loses her husband is called a widow. A husband who loses his wife is called a widower. A child who loses their parents is called an orphan. Wu Shen's tears mixed with the rain. But for a parent who loses a child, there are no words. Such a word doesn't exist in this world. "Jer, your father is so sorry. We were just too poor." What good is money anyway? In your next life, you must be reborn into a wealthy family. Live a full life with plenty to eat. His child had contracted a terminal illness. Even after selling everything he owned, he couldn't save his wife and child. He thought that if only he'd had a little more money back, then perhaps he could have saved them. That regret played over and over in Wu Shen's mind. From the day he became a father, Wu Shen returned to the martial world he had once left behind. From then on, he would do any job that made money as long as it didn't harm children. He would stoop to any level, no matter how low. The world came to call Wu Shen a cold-blooded man. It was then that he earned the name Qian Gui, the money demon, but his true talent was making money grow like weeds. The victim cried out in resentment, "You're the one who said you'd pay it back, not me." Wu Shen asked coldly, "Are those the words of someone about to repay a debt?" In that year, 5 great merchant guilds fell at his hands. Gambling dens, brothels, weapon shops. Countless businesses went bankrupt. But his greed was never satisfied, like a thirsty man drinking salt water, only making the thirst worse. Wu Shen happened to meet a young boy on the street. A small pleading voice rang out, "Just 1 coin, please." Wu Shen felt his heart turn to ice. "If Jer were still alive?" the child said fearfully. I'm sorry, I'll leave right now. But then he asked, his voice surprisingly gentle, aren't you going to say anything? From that moment on, Wu Shun began to form a bond with orphan children. Was this his way of atoning for his lost child? He used the money he had saved over the years to care for abandoned children. Only then could Wu Shun forget for just a moment the tormenting emptiness in his heart. When the signs of qi deviation appeared, Wu Shun immediately understood the cause. His body and mind had drifted too far apart. His martial arts grew stronger, but his soul remained trapped in the past. Because from the day his wife and child died, time had stopped for Wu Shun. He had accepted his fate, thinking this life had been long enough. The delirium slowly faded, and Wu Shun finally opened his eyes. Countless needles were stuck in his body. A Liang asked without thinking, "You're awake." Hearing this, Yi Shan turned around as well. Surprisingly, he suddenly smacked him across the face. As Xian then cheered, "That makes me very happy. This is all I could do." Though he had been awake for a while, Wu Shun remained sitting on the bed for a long time. He looked around in a daze. Is the treatment over? Where is everyone? An instinct made him look up. The gentle silhouette outside the door was the clearest proof. I see. Did I die during the treatment? He hastily recounted, I've saved up a lot of silver. If only I had lived like this back then. I'm sorry. I never even got to repay you two, and I haven't reached a better place yet. I'm sorry for everything. And thank you for helping the children. They both gently comforted him. You've done so well. You are a great father. Just then a voice called from outside, Gui Mian. The person urged him repeatedly, hurry up and come out. He instinctively ran outside to look. What? Ji Wei deliberately spoke louder. Dr. Dan is waiting. He realized the truth. I'm not dead. His son also urged him, Father, you should go. Wu Xin was reluctant, but I can't leave you alone. His wife reassured him, he's here with me. Overcome with emotion, he said, My dear wife, I've met some good people. Maybe I'll try to keep moving forward. Is that okay? Wu Xin's family shared their last words. You've suffered enough, father. Now go find your own happiness. When he truly awoke, the pain still lingered in his chest. Wu Xin clenched his fist. I owe them a great debt. A few more hours passed after he woke up. Wu Xin was sitting before the fire, the last trace of the children. My children, it's time for me to say goodbye now. Then Jie Wei approached him, ready to go. Seeing their two demonic faces, he still tried to reassure himself. I owe them a debt, don't I? In the distance, Jin Cheng was asking Yi Xian, why not stay a little longer? He explained briefly, I want to focus on treating these three. But then he suddenly grew wary. I see. You're teasing me. The strange expression surprised him a little. As Xian asked worriedly, are you planning to carry all of that by yourself? That's going to be tough. Wu Xin didn't have the strength to speak, so Jie Wei spoke up. It's fine. This body has been trained with the blue stone essence. This much is nothing. A Liang added with a smile. If he can't even handle a small task like this, wouldn't that mean the blue stone essence is fake? Nearby, Xie Hua sneered to herself. He should change his nickname to Shameless Stone Grit. He tried to smile, and so my second life begins. Time passed quickly. A full month had gone by since they returned to Shenmo Valley. Seeing someone approach, Yi Xian paused his work. What is it? A Liang angrily complained, Jie Wei is threatening to stop treating me. He quickly asked, really? He hesitated before answering, Brother Xiao still won't acknowledge me as the leader of the 10 great evildoers. Yi Liang shouted, you don't deserve to be the leader. Veins bulged on his forehead. How am I supposed to treat him if he's like this? Even when Brother Xiao was healthy, I was still number 2. So Yi Xian had to mediate, just give in, uncle. He was not convinced. Everyone else is dead. The 7 Absolutes Demon Lord betrayed us, and now there are only 3 of us left. What does it even matter? He moved in close to him. That's right, A Liang said in frustration. You're the leader. Happy now. As he turned to leave the chaotic scene, he spotted a figure. She Hua frowned. What about me? She said, annoyed. I've treated both of you the same, so why should only that idiot benefit? He asked angrily, why are you making demands too? What do you want? Are you just messing with me? Hey, Xue Hua replied coldly. I'm serious. She said almost as a command, carve me a wooden statue. The reason is actually very simple. I want to preserve my current appearance. A series of thoughts ran through his mind. Until now, time seemed to have forgotten Xuehua, but as the treatment continues, she will age like everyone else. She must want to preserve her most beautiful moment. So Yi Liang made a generous offer. I'll carve you a stone statue instead. That way your beauty will last for a very long time. In the distance, Wu Shen was coming out of the storage shed. The four of them, old and young, were laughing and chatting endlessly. It took him by surprise. Who would believe these were the infamous Xue Zunju and Meng Shan Yinshi of the martial world? Now I am one of them. It seems my once lost life has finally found a place to belong. How should I repay them? For now, I'll just focus on the task I've been given. The most famous items in Wu Wei, the wooden statues carved by senior brother Xiao, need their supply regulated to maintain their high value. And there was something else. Wu Shen quickly turned to look for it. His eyes landed on the trays of Shenyang Dan pills made by the Valley Master. They're made from ordinary herbs instead of precious spiritual medicines, making them affordable, yet incredibly effective. And most importantly, they have no side effects. If the martial world found out about these, everyone would be fighting over them. They can treat both internal and external injuries, even surpassing the Manhwa Gao of Huashan. Now is the time for me to show what I can do. The scene shifts to Yixian's study. A knock on the door caught his attention. May I come in? He was a bit curious about who would come at this hour. Wu Shen stated simply, I want to sell the wooden statues and the medicinal pills. This piqued Yixian's interest. The artisans have been asking when they can get the wooden statues. Wu Shen calmly replied, I'll discuss it with my senior brother. I think we should change our sales approach from now on. Yixian was completely at ease. I've given you full authority. Do as you see fit. Then Wu Shen spoke hesitantly. I have a request. He was incredibly nervous. There is someone who needs treatment. He quickly introduced the person, Master Cao, the head of the largest merchant guild in the region. His influence covers all of Wu Wei, and he's renowned for his virtue and respected by all, but he is bedridden with a serious illness. Curing him would be a great benefit to Shen Mogu. But in truth, he had a deeper reason. The man was the key to creating long-term value in their future business dealings. After hearing this, Yixian immediately agreed. Bring him here. The scene changes to a more luxurious residence. Master Cao's heavy breathing echoed in the room. He said sorrowfully, perhaps my end is near. His son tried to reassure him, Father, you've never been defeated by a small illness. You'll get well soon. Master Cao firmly denied it. I can feel my life force draining away. My mind is clouding over and my strength is fading. The sun is setting, but the journey is still long. My day is ending, but my path is not yet finished. The road is long and night is about to fall. You should go rest. I want to be alone. Just moments later, someone approached from outside. Forgive me for coming so late at night. You are Master Cao, also known as Lord Ping, and correct. When the old man opened the door, the other person continued, Pardon me for not introducing myself sooner. I am Wu Shen, a humble man from the martial world who has long admired your great name. Please forgive my forwardness, but this is all for your own good. I beg your pardon. His cry of alarm was cut short as he was knocked unconscious. Just like that, Wu Shen carried Master Cao away. Everything happened over the course of a single quiet night. Early the next morning, the servants were starting their work. The sound of a nearby door sliding open made them curious. They were even more shocked to see it was Master Cao. Master, why are you outside? He gave a stern order, call for Physician Hong and my son, and prepare a meal. It's been a long time since I've walked this much. I'm starving. The meal was finished. Not a single scrap was left. Master Cao contentedly rubbed his full belly. His son asked softly, Father, are you completely cured? Physician Hong confirmed he has made a full recovery. Then the old man spoke. You've worked hard, son. I'm sorry for troubling you. His son quickly replied, Father, don't say that. As long as you are well, it was all worth it. You have passed through the gates of life and death. Now you can enjoy a long life. Father, you are like tempered steel, stronger than ever. However, the old man's mood was not entirely pleasant. Flashing back to the previous night, as Xian had stated clearly, this is a paralytic nerve condition. Master Cao recounted fearfully. The other physicians said it was just old age. As Xian countered, but it's actually a degenerative disease that causes your limbs to tremble and stiffen. The initial symptoms are subtle and easily mistaken for normal aging. The old man was terrified. Can it be cured? Xian drew out his words. Honestly, it's hard to tell the difference because the outcome is the same. The only difference is the speed at which it progresses. In the end, you still face death." The old man was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. "I already know." But right after, the evil immortal quickly added, "However, I can reduce the symptoms enough so that it won't affect your daily life." He explained meticulously, "As I said, this only buys you time. You can't defy the Reaper forever. No one can cheat death forever." Back in the present, Boss Sao gave an order, "Bring me the current ledgers and business papers." The scene changes to a nearby street corner. Boss Sao moved cautiously to the meeting point. The old man warmly took Wu Xin's hand. "I didn't get to thank you that day. Please accept my gratitude now." He replied humbly, "Seeing you in better health makes me very happy." Then Boss Sao added, "Not only that, but every passing day which I once took for granted has now become incredibly precious. It's all thanks to you and the other physicians." Wu Xin simply replied politely, "You're too kind." Next, he took out an important item. "This is a spirit pill prepared by the Valley Master. Taking one every 3 days will be very helpful." The old man seemed a bit surprised. "The Valley Master is that young man." He confirmed, "I am merely a steward doing my best to assist him." As soon as he took the box, Boss Sao understood that nothing in this world is free. He decided to ask directly, "I'm sure you want something from me in return." Wu Xin smiled brightly. Everything was going according to his plan. In a flash, time passed since that meeting. Wu Xin pulled down his face, covering to breathe. Has it been 3 days already? He used his lightness skill to move like the wind. Time to go. Recalling that day, Wu Xin had confided, "I'm thinking of opening up trade with the West, so I was hoping to borrow the power of your merchant guild." Boss Sao was a bit flustered. "The sea routes are completely controlled by merchant guilds colluding with the imperial court. Although my guild isn't small, they've formed a solid power base that's difficult to break into." Immediately, Wu Xin had to explain, "What I'm thinking of isn't sea trade, but land routes." That made the old man even more worried. "Are you referring to the Silk Road? The imperial court won't grant permission easily." Wu Xin was very relaxed. "I have a way. We don't need to cross the Great Wall. Just take a detour through the Xiangguan Forest Pass." Boss Sao was still full of worries. "Wouldn't that still lead to trouble? We'd come face to face with the fierce grasslands of the Duodan tribe." He quickly continued, "I've already considered it. If this trade venture succeeds, it will be of great benefit to your guild." The old man had a question. "What do you plan to import?" Wu Xin didn't hide it at all. "Saffron from Persia." Before the old man could reply, he continued, "I have already scouted out reliable merchant caravans from the western regions. Please make arrangements so we can import high-quality silk and porcelain. Once the saffron safely enters the Central Plains, you'll easily be able to handle its distribution." Boss Sao finally agreed. "I understand. I will prepare a selection of the finest goods from the Central Plains to trade." The memory ended, but it was the motivation that made his steps quicker. Suddenly, Wu Xin noticed something. The blue helmet moved. The suspicious point was right ahead. Perfect timing. "I didn't expect to have a chance to use this today." He forcefully waved the signal flag. However, things didn't seem to be going as planned. Wu Xin wondered, why are they charging so fiercely? A dense killing intent radiated from their bodies. The red collars, the blood cloud sand bandits, the desert raiders who bring death. "I've barely set foot on the grasslands, and I've already run into these notorious bandits. These devils' martial arts are on par with the court's elite soldiers. But there are only about 10 horsemen. They must be a scouting party." Wu Xin instinctively got into a ready stance. Facing him was an enemy charging forward manically. The closer the distance, the more ferociously he swung his weapon. The fierce wind from the warhorse rushed past him, and a second later the glint of metal grazed his face. Wu Xin managed to dodge out of the horse's path. However, his stumble was enough to make him a laughingstock for them. The enemy was pulling the reins to turn his horse around. Wu Xin started to move. The real danger was about to begin. Both sides charged madly towards each other. Hooves thundered across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Then he thrust his spear forward, while Wu Shun channeled his inner energy into his palms to test the attack. The force of the impact made the very air around them explode. Wu Shun slowly stabilized his surging energy. As for his opponent, he had already been knocked off his horse. Seeing him approach, the man grew even more terrified. Wu Shun, on the other hand, was enjoying himself. The essence of the lapis lazuli was truly remarkable. He ruthlessly kicked the barbarian in the face. His comrades began chattering amongst themselves in a strange language. Seeing them hesitate, he was confused. These were the same men who had charged forward like wild beasts. Why were they holding back now? It must be because of this fellow. It seems he's valuable enough to be taken hostage. On the other side, one of them was signaling repeatedly. In the end, that group of men quickly rejoined their comrades. A scouting cavalry unit rode past Wu Shen. However, they were riding straight ahead, so he didn't stop them, choosing to follow quietly instead. After just a moment, an army appeared before Wu Shen. The captain of the army suddenly reined in his horse. He joyfully cried out, "Benefactor! After all these years with no word, I finally hear from you today." Wu Shen simply tilted his head and smiled gently. A strange warmth filled his heart. The child from back then had grown up. To be able to see this day while still alive, he truly had the heavens to thank. The next second, the man asked, "Who is this?" Wu Shen replied in the native tongue, meaning a gift. And just like that, another week passed. At this time, Wu Shen was feeding the pigeons. Just then, Ajian ran over. "When did you get back?" He replied softly, "Last night." "My body is completely fine. Please don't worry." Ajian cut him off. "It's better to be careful. I know it was to treat your injuries, but my greed really went too far. I'll restrain myself from now on." Seeing Wu Shen's confused face, he added, "Wasn't it because I bought too many elixirs that the steward got overworked? We also looked for a few other things, but couldn't find them." Wu Shen gently comforted him, "Not at all. Giving my all for the Valley Master makes it worthwhile, so please don't feel bad." Ajian stressed, "Even so, don't overdo it." Wu Shen's smile deepened. That's what the Valley Master really wanted to say. Should I say more? Then a simmering rage from behind him made him fall silent. Wu Shen hurried over to them. "Have you all been well, my brothers?" However, Jie Wei replied, "Not well at all." He grumbled, "Ever since you disappeared, all the chores have fallen on me." Ajian retorted sarcastically, "That's because you were unlucky enough to draw the short straw." Then he got down to business. Was this trip successful? Learning that Wu Shen had handled things smoothly surprised him even more. "I always knew you were well connected, but I never imagined you had ties with foreign tribes." Wu Shen recounted the old story. "Years ago, I saved a northern child who was sold into slavery. Now he has grown up and leads an entire tribe. I heard he's also on good terms with the successor of Lian Han. They recently became sworn brothers." So Jie Wei asked, "But to establish a merchant guild, don't you still need manpower?" Wu Shen replied, "I have a few people in mind, and I wanted to ask for your advice on this matter, senior brother." The pigeons listened to the two men's discussion as they ate. A moment later, Jie Wei understood. "Is it them? Just leave this matter to them. If any of them act up, just tell me." The scene changes to the Yi Jun Yi Shi sect main hall, Xiaoxi Mountain. He shivered involuntarily, a sudden chill creeping through his body. Right after someone burst into the room, "Big Brother." The person frantically reported, "A lot has happened. The men from the Black Dragon Society launched a surprise attack." As the story ended, his emotions erupted. The young lady of the Wang family from the fabric store was kidnapped. A cold wind blew through the room. Inside, a frantic Jishan asked, "Is that true?" His subordinate quickly confirmed. They stormed the Wang family's fabric shop and destroyed everything. They even kidnapped Master Wang's beloved daughter. She was taken as collateral because he couldn't pay his debt. Ji Shan roared in fury, "Those bastards!" But fear slowly filled his mind. It was common knowledge that they took women as debt payment and sold them to brothels. He asked angrily, "Did you all just stand by and watch?" The man quickly explained, "We tried to stop them, but we couldn't. Wan Shi is on the verge of death, and 5 others are seriously injured." His rage grew more and more intense. He had never paid them much mind because they were a small force, but he never expected them to grow this powerful. Finally, Jishan ordered, "Gather all our remaining brothers." However, his subordinates advised against it. "Please be patient, Chief. The Black Dragon Society has incredible inner strength. In the Blackwood Cliff region, the one who spreads fear is Gu Mu Shen Xin, and that scoundrel Hui Jian, their leader, is his only disciple." Ji Shan asked in a low voice, "What is the will of Yi Tang?" When no one answered, he shouted, "What is our banner?" Everyone closed their eyes and yelled, "Maintain righteousness with our brothers. Maintain righteousness with the merchants." Ji Shan instructed forcefully, "That is our Yi Tang. It's the reason why the merchants, even when destitute, still pay us protection fees." Ji Shan had gathered his resolve. Even scoundrels must have a code of honor to uphold. More importantly, if this continues, I won't be able to face him again. Whether I die this way or that way, it makes no difference. In the midst of this tense situation, a mysterious figure walked in, the Wang family's daughter they took. How old is she this year? They were all wary of his appearance. Immediately, Wu Shen reassured them, there's no need to be tense. The one who sent me was him. Thinking of that revered authority, Ji Shan immediately understood. Please forgive me. This lowly one didn't recognize you. Wu Shen replied generously, it's fine. Continue. How old is the child? He quickly answered, around 13 or 14. The young age took Wu Shen by surprise. Finally, a dark aura emanated from him like a burning hatred. Take me to them. The sun was slowly rising by the time they arrived. Ji Shan stopped in front of the main gate. This is their stronghold, but are you sure you'll be all right alone? Wu Shen proved his strength by kicking the large doors wide open. The enemies inside were startled by the noise. One of them recognized Ji Shan. Isn't that the Yitang clan? Hui Jian stepped forward and let out a cruel laugh. He sounded defiant. I was just about to come looking for you, so this saves me the trouble. I finally get to see your face, chief of Yitang. Ji Shan quickly yelled in his face, you're the one who harmed my brothers, aren't you? Release the Wang family's daughter. Hui Jian continued his savage laughter. I was just toying with them a little. But how did you manage to invite a great master of this caliber? Just then, Wu Shen also spoke up. Do you know what I hate the most? Hui Jian looked at him with utter contempt. And what kind of brat are you? The next second, he leaped up. It's people who mess with children. Hui Jian also quickly extended his fingernails into claws. In front of him, Wu Shen was about an arm's length away. Then they both attacked each other simultaneously. However, Wu Shen's powerful blow pushed him back. Having lost the advantage, Hui Jian grunted in disgust. On the other side, Wu Shen was also cautious. His achievements are truly extraordinary for his age. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to rank him among the top 100 masters. Then Hui Jian suddenly remembered, you're the money-grubbing ghost, that money-obsessed guy. I almost went all out against a mere money-grubber. He gave a careless reply, but in truth, he had already spotted an opening. So Wu Shen quickly lowered his stance and then flew up. His fist moved decisively. An extremely powerful force crashed into his palm. Hui Jian's piercing scream echoed my fingers. His claws had fallen to the ground. Wu Shen asked coldly, where is the Wang family's daughter? If you've already sold her, just tell me where. Hui Jian roared in a furious frenzy while Wu Shen remained completely cold. You gave him a quick punishment. That's not the answer I wanted to hear. The excruciating pain changed Hui Jian. I'll give you money as much as you want. Aren't you obsessed with money? Wu Shen said coldly, perhaps he's dead. In his final moments, Hui Jian still dared to threaten, you think you can do this and walk away unscathed. His life fading away made Ji Shan tremble. So merciless. Is this all the money-grubbing ghost is capable of? Then Hui Jian's body slammed onto the ground. Seeing no one around, Wu Shen was a bit confused. Ji Shan quickly ran over to explain. When his arm was crippled, everyone else ran away. Wu Shen spoke indifferently. I have a proposal. You can refuse it, and I'll just find someone else. However, Ji Shan seemed quite excited. Whatever your command, this humble one will obey. Wiping away the blood, he explained, I plan to establish a merchant guild specializing in trade with the western regions, and I want to put you in charge. For a moment, he was stunned. What did you say? Wu Shen remarked with a smile. From the looks of it, you seem like a man of your word. I'll give you some time, think it over carefully. The scene changes back to Yi Xian's residence. By this waterfall, a man stood in deep thought. A Liang tried to throw a few punches. A stream of energy quickly gathered in his hand. Moreover, the flow of the waterfall had changed. Finally, he managed to crack a part of the cliff face. Behind him, Wu Shen discussed, is he really only using 30% of his power? Xian replied, after the treatment he has recovered 30% of his internal energy. Then he reminded him, please don't overexert yourself. Wu Shen had some thoughts. Every move looked like a divine technique, but upon closer inspection, it was just the basics of Qin Na. A sense of admiration welled up. He truly was the blood hand venerable. Back to Yi Liang he struck again, sending water splashing high. This feeling was very satisfying to him. The nature of his internal energy had changed. Although it was only 30%, it was fully restored, and more importantly, it was much purer than before. He turned and walked towards them. It's all thanks to the elixir physician. I am truly grateful. As for today, I will be going out for a bit. He said, with a hidden meaning, there's someone I need to meet. A few hours later, on a nearby street, a beggar boy was waiting sadly. The clinking sound of metal hitting the bowl suddenly rang out. A Liang spoke, "Do you still remember me?" The boy said joyfully, "Of course, I got a silver tael just for delivering a letter." He proposed, "It's one silver tael again this time, can you do it?" The boy cleverly asked, "Is it for the young master named Lang Sumi?" He praised him, "Such a good memory. This time, just deliver a message, same place, same time." The beggar boy confidently affirmed, "Leave it to me. No one in this area is better at finding people than I am. Thank you." However, the man in front of him had disappeared, which slightly frightened the boy. But at that moment, Lang Sumi was in a terrible situation. Li Kui shouted angrily, "Insolent, spit it out! Who sent you to investigate the backers of the martial arts alliance?" Lang Sumi laughed defiantly, "Humi, of course." Hearing this, Li Kui grew even angrier. "Are you trying to destroy my Xin Xiao Fang? Tell me who's behind this." Though his whole body ached, the old man still spoke mockingly. "Destroy Xin Xiao Fang, that would be you." Just then the man was scolded, "That's enough. Do you know why we put so much effort into an intelligence organization like yours? It's because of your capabilities and future potential. For a small organization, you know far too much. Who will succeed Clan Leader Ling? It will be you, Li Kui, the new leader of Xin Xiaofang. But if Clan Leader Ling continues to know nothing, the next one to end up like that will be you." Li Kui answered in a panic, "I understand perfectly. I will find something even if I have to look outside. If not, I'll at least create a legitimate reason." Finally, the other person gave an order. "I'm giving you one more day. You must bring it to me." Lang Sumi only felt contempt for these pathetic people. After that, Li Kui started to walk out onto the street. He was quite hesitant. "We've been through 20 years together. The Xin Xiaofang we built together is about to collapse, yet you're still so stubborn. What is the reason, and who is behind you?" But crisis is also an opportunity. As long as I expose the person behind him, I will become the clan leader. Li Kui finally noticed something was off. Strange. He'd seen that kid once, then twice, just moments before. He decided to turn into a small alley. The boy quickly followed. He thought, "I've searched all the brothels, but I can't find Su Mi. That man used to go with her all the time. If I just follow him." When the boy followed him into the alley, he found it completely empty. Suddenly, someone was right behind him. A beggar. "Are you from the Gai Bang?" "How many bags do you carry?" The startled boy stumbled backward. The beggar boy had to tell the truth. "I'm not a martial artist." This made Li Kui even more suspicious. "Then why are you following me?" The boy answered, "I'm looking for someone named Su Mi." He cut right to the chase. "Why are you looking for her?" The boy didn't want to answer, but the man squeezed tighter. "That hurts." Li Kui threatened him. "Do you have any idea my Ying Jiao show can shatter boulders? Imagine what it would do to a person's body." The terrified boy blurted out, "I was just supposed to deliver a message. It said, 'The usual place at the usual time.'" Li Kui asked coldly with a single word, "Who?" The boy sobbed, "I don't even know his name." Now Li Kui was getting excited. "So he's the one pulling Su Mi's strings. If I report this to the Po Zuo Duan." He then commanded, "You're coming with me." The beggar had no choice but to lead the way. Then Li Kui grew suspicious. "You've done this before, haven't you, when—" The boy stammered, "A long, long time ago." In that moment, it all clicked for him. It was that day. The day he left early in the morning and returned looking as pale as a ghost. The message didn't give a specific location, which means they already have a secret meeting spot, and I know every single place Su Mi would use. "The heavens are on my side," he said cheerfully. "You know I haven't properly thanked you yet." Just as the boy thought he was going to be spared, he was suddenly shoved. He pushed the boy down without a second thought. "You've done more than enough." A heavy splash sent water and bubbles flying as the body sank. Li Kui was quite pleased with himself. "I struck his pressure point so he can't swim. He'll just drown. The water is high from yesterday's rain and will carry him far downstream. Besides, who's going to notice one missing beggar? He should thank me for ending his miserable existence. Now all that's left is to deal with the Wulin Meng." Time passed, and on the fateful day, A Liang was waiting in a deserted temple. He had a bad feeling about this. The person he was waiting for was nowhere in sight. Instead, there were 21 other men. Could they have betrayed me? And here I thought I was a good judge of character. Could Su Mi have betrayed me? He had no other choice. As he was thinking, men stormed in. Don't move, you're surrounded. However, Yi Liang had already gathered his energy. His single strike swept them all away like a hurricane. They fell to the ground as weakly as falling leaves. One of the men cried out in panic, "What in the world is going on? Who could possibly possess this much internal power?" An injured subordinate struggled to speak. "Quickly, inform the chief." However, he was crushed underfoot before he could finish. Yi Liang asked coldly, "Weren't you here to capture me? You wouldn't have come with so few men if that was your real goal." His presence terrified the leader. He never imagined the Shi Shou Zunzhe would be involved. "What do we do?" he thought. "With our numbers, we don't stand a chance. We have to retreat." Yi Liang was filled with contempt. "A bunch of cowards! This time I'll grant you the chance to leave with your lives." This made the leader suspicious. He's letting us go, the great Shi Shou Zunzhe, showing mercy for no reason. But then he recalled the chief's words. His master's voice echoed in his memory. "I've confirmed it. I'm afraid Yi Liang is indeed gravely injured. If you find him, assume he's just putting on a brave face and eliminate him immediately." And so the captain decided to gamble. Is the venerable master I once knew really such a generous person? Yi Liang replied calmly, "Being too suspicious is a sickness. You saw me take down your men. Is that not enough to convince you?" This only made him more certain. The Yi Liang he knew was a brutal man who never wasted his breath. Looking closer, he could see the man's fingertips were trembling, and there was a subtle hint of anxiety about him. His injuries must not have fully healed yet, and so the order was given without hesitation: attack. He smiled amidst the tense situation. An unsettling feeling made him frown. A smile. Immediately after, one of the martial artists was sent flying. Yi Liang spoke casually. "If they get too scared, they'll scatter and run, which would just be a bigger hassle. I just threw out a little bait, and you all took it so easily. Instead of Su Mi, you guys showed up. He must have run into trouble. You've definitely got him, haven't you?" The captain cursed as he ran. Damn it. But a demonic figure in red teleported in front of him. Yi Liang growled, "Where is he?" The captain of the assassins was sent flying into the air. Yi Liang ended his life. He felt a hint of regret. I didn't even get to hear his answer. Is there really no one left alive? Back in the prison cell, the tension was high. "I'll give you one last chance. Why were you gathering information on the Po Zuo Tuan on your own?" Su Mi struggled to speak. "I didn't do it." The captain scoffed. "I don't get it. Why would someone like you choose the worst possible path? What a waste." "You must have heard of the Fen Gu Kuo Jin, right?" A sense of dread filled his mind. However, the enemy had already begun, starting by breaking his ribs. He said with glee, "Like this. I'm going to break every single one of your ribs. Do you know what happens then? Every time you breathe, the bones will stab into your lungs. And that little beggar you were raising, I've already sent someone to your meeting spot. Do you know what that means? It means you're no longer of any use." The old man cursed in pain. "You damn bastard!" Then the man asked, "Any last words? If you tell me who's behind this right now, I'll give you a painless death." Su Mi answered defiantly, "To die by the hands of someone like you would be my eternal regret." "Your damn Po Zuo Tuan and that bastard whose name can't be spoken. You're all scum." The man caught on to a key phrase. The bastard whose name can't be spoken. Su Mi screamed hysterically. "He's the worst of them all. He gave me nothing, just used me as an errand boy, and now he's sent me to my death. If I become a ghost, I'll curse him to be a eunuch for all eternity." Even though he was filled with hatred, he stubbornly refused to answer their questions. After his fit of anger passed, Su Mi noticed something was off. That voice just now was strange. When Su Mi looked up again, he saw Yi Liang waving at him. He had single-handedly wiped out everyone in the prison cell. True despair was only just setting in. "Damn it, I'm really done for this time." A while later, the two of them were walking through a forest. Su Mi asked cautiously, "When did you arrive?" Yi Liang said sarcastically, "Right around when you said he's the worst of them all." Su Mi's heart sank. That meant he had heard everything. However, a second later, Su Mi let out a hearty laugh, which slightly surprised Yi Liang. He explained, "I was just thinking about that torturer's face." His voice was filled with glee. "Just imagining the terrified look on his face when he saw you is enough to make me happy. Thinking about how those guys were stunned into silence before they died. All my frustration just vanished." Yi Liang sighed. "This guy's insane." Suddenly he asked him, "Why didn't you say my name?" He knew full well that their relationship was one of submission born from fear. A person like that shouldn't have any sense of loyalty to uphold. Su Mi then replied, "It's a matter of principle." Seeing his confused look, he explained, "Even you, my lord, are the same. Once you've given your word, you must keep it." A Liang nodded. "That's right." The old man affirmed, "I'm the same." This surprised Yi Liang even more. "Is that the only reason?" Su Mi was a little confused. "Do you need another reason?" At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. The more powerful a person is, the harder it is for them to keep their word. But then Su Mi added, "There's also that guy Li Kui." His voice was full of disgust. "He's the vice chief. I told him to focus on the investigation, but he betrayed me instead. He was the one who reported me to the Wulin Meng." A Liang guessed. "He wants to be the chief," the old man said with disgust. "He always wanted the Xin Biao Fang to submit to the Wulin Meng." A Liang scoffed, "And you're any different." Su Mi angrily retorted, "How could I trust them? They act all welcoming now, but at their core, they're still the orthodox sects. They could abandon me at any moment, especially giving such an important position to a demon lord like the Qi Jue Mo Jun. That's even more suspicious. Will they really keep their word? I don't think so. They'll use you until you're no longer valuable, then toss you aside without a second thought." Ak Ryong tacitly agreed and asked, "So do you have a place to go now?" Su Mat declared first, "I'll kill Li Kui, then I'll figure it out." He was getting worked up just thinking about it. "All I need is a single tooth to deal with him. I'll bite his bones to pieces." Then Ak Ryong gave an order, "We'll talk after that. Follow me." He implicitly explained, "I've told you before I repay my debts, both good and bad, and I always keep my word." Following his gaze, Su Mat spotted Li Kui. "Why did you bring that man here?" He replied, "Didn't you say you wanted to kill him and figure things out later?" He added, "You said a single tooth would be enough, right?" Su Mat's killing intent immediately flared up. "That's right." He walked step by step towards the bastard. Seeing that Li Kui wanted to say something, he cut him off. "Shut up. Once I'm untied, you're dead. I'm going to chew on your ribs." He finally untied the last rope. However, Li Kui was faster and knocked him down with a punch. Immediately after, the two of them started rolling on the ground, fighting like children. Ak Ryong was thoroughly amused. When it comes to watching a fight, nothing is more entertaining than watching the lowlifes go at it. Even though he was pinned down, Li Kui still had the strength to curse. "Are you going to let the 20 years we spent building the Xin Xiao Fang go down the drain because of your stubbornness?" Su Mat responded angrily with a headbutt. Like a madman, he repeatedly smashed his head against the man's forehead. When Su Mat lifted his head, he brought a trail of liquid with him. Afterward, Ak Ryong asked, "Is there anyone else who needs to die?" He sighed. "There's one more, but forget it. That one is beyond my abilities." He smiled and said, "So back to what we were talking about before. What are your plans now?" Su Mat collapsed onto the grass and replied, "I guess the only way is to hide deep in the mountains and live quietly." Ak Ryong remarked, "When the Tian Yi Tuan truly makes a move, there will be no place left to hide." Su Mat cried out in frustration, "Then I'll just die. Don't worry, I won't say a single word about you. If you still doubt me, then just kill me right here." Ak Ryong just said coldly, "Get up." He was so scared he lost control. "Are you really going to kill me?" On the contrary, he explained, "I will prepare a place for you." Time flew by, and 15 days had passed since that incident. Su Mat was feeling very confused. This isn't right. I never intended to follow him. Getting dragged into the affairs of the Xueshou Zunzhe was bad enough, but now there's the Wangshan Chuzhe and the Bing Yuxianzi too. How am I supposed to live in a place like this? I'd rather be hunted by the Wulin Meng. At least that would be easier. However, the appearance of Wu Shen shocked him even more. Shou Xian Gui. Why is someone the Wulin Meng is hunting also here? Moreover, this kid is the son of the Shen Yi and the Mo Yi. Rumor has it that the successor of the Sheng Shou Shen Yi treated the daughter of the Wulin Meng's leader and even cured her blocked meridians. But how can he be so young? Meanwhile, Ak Seon had finished his examination. "You have truly suffered a great deal, enduring such torture while remaining righteous." He couldn't help but praise. Fortunately, the first aid was administered promptly and accurately. He instinctively replied with a disgusted tone, "There's nothing wrong with me." 3 pairs of eyes, sharp as knives, immediately shot over, making him regret his words. Next, Ak Seon asked, "Did you contract your muscles to set the broken ribs?" Ak Ryong said honestly, "Compared to the Dan Yi Guan, it's still clumsy." Hearing this, he was very surprised. So martial arts can be used for healing like this. Akseon then happily praised, "You are very lucky. If you hadn't met my master, your condition would have been much worse." Sumat lamented inwardly, surrounded by monsters on all sides, "And you call this lucky?" Akseon walked over and gave detailed instructions. "You need to rest. The ribs will heal over time. The burns and external injuries just need careful treatment. Until you've recovered, it's best to limit your movements. If the others agree, I think he should stay here for a while." Jie Wei immediately agreed. "If the Dan Yi Guan says so, then I have no choice but to comply." Ak Ryong and Wu Shen were, of course, also happy to go along with it. And so, regardless of the patient's own wishes, everyone decided that he would stay at Shenmogu. The night sky enveloped the space. In a small room, Jie Wei spoke up. "I heard that Dan Yang is strutting around as if he owns the world." Ok Ryong replied resentfully. "He was already arrogant, and now he's backed by the Wulin Meng. It's no wonder he looks down on everyone." He suddenly wondered, but what does he lack that would make him agree to be their lackey? He keenly recounted. According to Su Mat, he made a pact with the Wulin Meng's leader. He asked urgently what kind of pact, however he said he didn't know. The more Jie Wei listened, the more anxious he became. If the Wulin Meng keeps expanding like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before they swallow the entire martial world. He suddenly asked for Xue Hua's opinion, but she said she didn't care. This made him even more annoyed. "Then why are you still sitting here?" A Liang noticed it too. And why was she pretending to drink from an empty cup? Her expression immediately darkened, startled at being caught. Then Jie Wei spoke in a low voice. "Come on, admit it. Being with us is fun, isn't it?" Seeing that Xue Hua was about to lose her temper, he stopped her. "Calm down. We'll deal with the Chijue Mojun issue later. Right now, we need to discuss Dan Yiwen." Everyone immediately tensed up. Could there be a problem with Dan Yiwen? Yi Liang got straight to the point. "Once you decide to practice an internal cultivation technique, you can't afford any delays." Xue Hua agreed with him. Starting now is already a little late. Jie Wei stressed the point. "We can't let such a rare talent go to waste." He then asked for an opinion. "So when do you think is the right time to start?" He recalled that while the theory was more or less established, the practical application was a different story. A Liang was conflicted. Based on what was said, the situation was still full of uncertainties. They couldn't let Dan Yuan rashly practice an incomplete internal art. Then Jie Wei came up with a great idea. "Let's just have someone teach it to Dan Yuan." To everyone's surprise, he completely agreed. "That's a great idea." Xue Hua added suggestively, and as it happens, a suitable candidate just walked in. He, on the other hand, was a little worried. But what if something goes wrong, like qi deviation? A Liang added with a cunning smile. "That can be fixed. As long as they don't die, it'll be fine." After that discussion, they all met on a path behind the mountain. The three of them appeared to be surrounding Su Mi. He asked fearfully, "You're telling me to abandon all of my martial arts?" A Liang said with irritation, "How is he supposed to understand if you just blurt it out like that?" Jie Wei retorted, "But it's not wrong. To learn a new internal art, you must first get rid of all your old inner energy." He trembled as he heard them talking amongst themselves. "That's why you should have explained the reason first. Look how panicked he is. How do you expect him to cooperate and learn now?" Ji Wei leaned in close, his face menacing. "You don't want to learn martial arts from us." Yi Liang quickly jumped in to explain. "I've come to a realization. You've been so dedicated to my cause, so I must repay you accordingly." He continued in a smoother tone, "We will personally teach you our martial arts." However, this only made Su Mi more frightened. "That's not necessary. I'm not looking for any kind of reward." The three of them began to pressure him, with Yi Liang stressing, "This isn't a bad thing for you. In the world of martial arts, absolute power is the only thing that matters." He was so scared his face was covered in sweat. "Seniors, by asking me to learn your arts, are you asking me to become your disciple?" He answered honestly, "I don't plan on teaching you my own exclusive techniques." Seeing his fear, the man quickly added, "We want to teach you a martial art that the three of us created together." The more Su Mi listened, the heavier his heart became. When he put all the pieces together, he realized it was all the same. Damn it. To put it bluntly, they're looking for a guinea pig for their new internal cultivation technique. Now, understanding their true motive, he refused more firmly. "To be honest, I have no ambitions at my age. Learning a new technique wouldn't do me any good." A Liang urged him sternly. Think it over carefully. The chance to be the first to master the strongest internal art in history doesn't come around often. Su-mi replied hesitantly. An art created by the three of you must be incredible, but I've already trained painstakingly for the last 20 years. Forget all that useless junk, Jie commanded decisively. I'll help you wipe it all away. He spoke lightly. That much internal energy is nothing to brag about. What truly matters is quality, not quantity. She Hua scoffed. You're boasting about 20 years. It only took me 2 years to reach that level of internal energy. A Liang immediately jumped in to one-up her. It took me 1 year. Right after that, Jie Wei shouted, it only took me 6 months. He remained stubborn. I am perfectly satisfied with my current level of attainment. Yi Liang immediately reminded him, remember when you were cornered by the Po Zuo Tuan? If you'd had this technique back then, they would have been nothing more than ants to you. Su-mi hastily replied, but that's just a part of life. Everyone has to go through hardships. He stressed, we guarantee this is the most powerful internal art in existence. He tried to argue, that's exactly why someone like me shouldn't learn it. It would be a waste of such a great art. Their expressions twisted, looking like they were about to transform into demons. It was only then that Su-mi understood. I never had a choice in this, did I? His voice trembled. If I refuse, are you going to kill me? Jie Wei's low chuckle echoed. Who knows, Shui Hua repeated. We won't kill you. However, at this point, he feared this situation more than death itself. Finally, he relented. All right, I'll do it. But there is one thing I need to clarify. The three of you want to use me to verify whether this new technique is safe, correct? One of them replied nonchalantly. What does it matter whether you know or not? The outcome won't change. Su-mi explained sadly. At least if I know the truth, it will feel less unjust. He seemed a little surprised. To know the truth and still accept? Aren't you a fool? Su-mi confessed honestly. I used to think that way too. But being betrayed without understanding the reason, that's what truly changes a person's outlook on life. But then again, not everyone is destined for success. Jie Wei placed a hand gently on his shoulder. You have a point, but remember this. We are confident that this is the most powerful internal technique in all of history. A Liang added, if I were 25, I would drop everything to master it. She Hua replied coldly, this is the martial art that Dan Yiwen will be practicing. Do you think we would be careless? Su-mi was still very hesitant. What if something goes wrong, like if there are side effects? Yi Liang beamed. I guarantee you've stumbled upon a great fortune here. The old man thought to himself, even if I were talented, I couldn't escape these three. Then he nodded, I agree. Going back 50 years, Su-mi belonged to the Hao Men sect. He was an orphan with no one to rely on. Knowing he would be used and discarded, he stole the core technique of a master and fled. Since then, he had never been lazy in his internal energy training. It was his only source of pride. But 20 years of accumulation vanished in an instant. Streams of tears flowed down Su-mi's face. He was sitting in the center as the three of them transferred their internal energy into him. A Liang announced, his original internal energy has been completely erased. Now he must open his Ren and Du meridians. The intensity of the energy was so great that the old man groaned. She Hua was using all her strength to channel her energy. On the other side, Jie Wei wasn't having an easy time either. A Liang was also pouring in more power. Finally, countless streams of energy erupted from the old man's body. Time passed, and it was 1 month after that fateful day. Su-mi was now meditating on a cliff. His breath blended gently with the air. He couldn't help but be amazed. Circulating energy after opening the Ren and Du meridians was truly on another level. The time it took to circulate his energy had shortened. In contrast, the amount of internal energy accumulated in his dantian was many times greater. It truly was a great fortune. After just 1 month, my internal energy has already caught up to where it was before. At another time, Su-mi hesitated. Brother, do you really have to go in person? He called out softly. Brother, this is the first shipment, and on top of that, I have to negotiate with the hostage we're holding. I must go. Su-mi was a little puzzled. Why do you have to negotiate about the hostage yourself? Wu Shen explained, I heard that kid is the heir to the leader of the Blood Cloud Temple. To ensure future shipments go smoothly, I must be involved personally. Su-mi wished him silently, have a safe trip. Wu Shen also reminded him, while I'm away, take care of the Valley Master and our senior brothers. If you have time, stop by the Justice Hall. The old man assured him, "Please rest assured, your little brother will also take good care of the flock of pigeons you cherish." Wu Shen smiled brightly. "I'll reward you later." Su Mi quickly replied, "Your safe return is enough." The man quickly turned away. "Then I'm counting on you, little brother." After seeing him off, the old man was very sad. Now who will I have to talk to? Then he remembered, today is the day it begins. The first day, the Valley Master practiced his martial arts. The old man headed to the place where A Xian was meditating. A faint aura of energy was gathering around his body. Su Mi asked softly, "Did he say he's only just begun his training? There's no master guiding his energy circulation, and he hasn't even mentioned the internal energy incantation." Jie Wei calmly explained, "The creator of the flower treatment method is Dan Yuan. Although we contributed, the one who understands it most deeply is Dan Yuan." A Liang also spoke up. "He knows all the blood points and energy meridians perfectly. If we were to interfere, we would only cause trouble." Su Mi found himself staring at the young man for a long time. Just then, Yi Jian opened his eyes. "I almost forgot." A Liang asked worriedly, "Is something wrong?" The young man searched inside his clothes. "I forgot about this. It's something my father prepared a long time ago." He took out a very large pill. He prepared this for when I would start learning martial arts. They all realized that everything had been arranged long ago because that was the Jiang Wan pill created by the divine doctor. Xian cheerfully took the pill. "That's why I think it's so special." "All right, I'll try again." Years ago, the Sacred Hand Divine Doctor had said clearly, in the future, if you have the chance to practice internal energy, you must take this before you begin. A Xian asked blankly, "But I want to become a physician like father and mother." His mother frowned and said, "There's nothing but hardship in this profession." But his father defended him. "If he wants to do it, let him. Still, he should learn some martial arts. After all, even in this line of work, you can't bear the burden without strength." Hearing this, she became even angrier. "Are you in your right mind? After all the suffering we've endured, you're saying this now? I object. Our child must live a proper human life model." The divine doctor gently replied, "If he wants to do it, then let him. Our son can do anything he sets his mind to, except for marriage." As she was punishing him, he tried to explain, "Finding someone as amazing as his mother is nearly impossible. I meant that he should just give up hope, because I used up all my luck to marry your mother." Ma Yi shyly turned away, but it was clear she was very pleased. Then he whispered, "From now on, don't expect any more luck in finding a wife." Remembering that old story made his heart stir. Hua hesitated. "Look, she's smiling." Su Mi suddenly asked, "But is it all right to be like this while cultivating master always told me to get rid of distracting thoughts?" A Liang sighed heavily. "That's true, but there's no other way." A moment later, Yi Xian finished his cultivation session. He joyfully exclaimed, "So this is what it feels like." The three of them rushed over asking how he was feeling. Xian explained honestly, "I feel great. It's like I just woke up from a deep sleep, completely refreshed." Then Yi Liang spoke up, "A very promising start. Let's move on to the next step. Try training combined with the Wei Hua therapy." The scene shifts to an empty courtyard outside. Xian once again sat down to meditate. Meanwhile, Jie Wei had received Hua's signal. He held out his steady hands, and Hua quickly did the same. They both thought the same thing. Since this involved the Dan Yi Yuan, there was absolutely no room for error. Two streams of hot and cold energy intertwined in midair. Xian's body was immediately enveloped in pure qi. Outside, Su Mi and Yi Liang watched on. He felt a strong urge to immerse himself in that energy. Luckily, he was stopped. "Stay back." Su Mi also came to his senses. "What's gotten into me?" The swirling aura continued to expand. Su Mi asked in horror, "What kind of evil art is this?" A Liang immediately corrected him. "Nonsense, this is a sacred art." He felt a bit of fear. "Was it like this when I trained?" He shook his head. "It's only because they are from the Dan Yi Wen that they can ignore the physical requirements. Without absolute trust in your partner, you would never dare to attempt this." Su Mi spoke his words halting. "Truly incredible, but this aura is so warm. Just facing it calms me to the point that I find myself getting drawn in." A Liang commented cryptically, "You're not the only one." When he looked in the direction Yi Liang indicated, he saw a pack of wild beasts. He calmly assigned the task, "I have to stay here and guard against any surprises. That means someone needs to stop those beasts." Su Mi suddenly let out an angry growl. He charged forward to wipe out the beasts. You animals! At the same time, the swirling mist of energy was slowly thinning. It was because Yi Xian had almost absorbed all of it. Xue Hua and Jie Wei immediately focused on guarding him. Over here, a fierce battle with the beasts was raging. Only Yi Liang stood waiting calmly. That evening, the lights were still on in the room. Yi Liang was stunned. Truly astonishing. To gain such pure and powerful chai in just one day of training, he's already on par with disciples who have trained for years. No, that's wrong. The refinement and purity of his internal energy are far superior. There's simply no comparison. Ji Wei then came forward and patted his head. No wonder everyone wants to have a disciple. You did a great job. Xue Hua then realized something. Looks like we're about to get a lot busier. Jie Wei didn't understand, of course, so she had to drop a few hints before he finally exclaimed, "And the external arts." So do we have to sit down and figure this out together again? When it comes to external arts, wouldn't it be easier if just one person taught them? Xue Hua and Yi Liang quickly understood the issue. Just as the three of them were about to get into a brawl, Yi Xian walked away. "I'm going to write in today's training journal. You've all worked hard. Please get some rest." After dinner, Yi Liang spoke up. "I have a great idea. Let's teach him everything." Jie Wei was stunned. "All of our martial arts." He explained, "Creating a new external art from scratch now wouldn't be able to surpass the arts that already exist. Each of our skills is a masterpiece in its own right. It would be a waste to only teach one." Xue Hua quickly confirmed, "All right then, each of us will teach Dan Yuan our signature techniques." Yi Liang casually replied, "I don't have anything but my China techniques." Jie Wei was thrilled. "In that case, I'll teach him how to use weapons." He suddenly remembered to ask her, "What are you planning to teach?" She was silent for a moment. An instant later, the cold air solidified into a block of ice. Xue Hua used it to stir the air in the room. Both men felt a chill run down their spines. That was because her martial art could agitate the air itself, which meant she could already produce protective qi. The next day, it was Jie Wei's turn to be the teacher. He announced clearly, "I will be teaching Dan Yuan how to use weapons." But first, he started with theory. What is the most important thing when using a weapon? The young man guessed blankly. Understanding its characteristics, Jie Wei was extremely pleased. "As expected of my Dan Yuan, so how do you come to understand it?" Xian immediately gave it a try. "First, I'll hold the weapon." He ran his eyes over the wooden staff, sensing the weapon itself. Yi Liang, who was watching from the sidelines, realized that Dan Yuan had never used a weapon before, so his approach was very much that of a physician. Xue Hua nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jie Wei began, "Watch closely now, whoosh!" And the young man responded, "So the key is..." He swung the staff and emphasized, "You have to feel that impact." Xian said in a loud voice, "Because ultimately every weapon is in the hand that holds it." An arc was cut through the air. Just like that, Yi Xian perfectly copied the movement. Only with the proper grip can you have complete control over a weapon. He was a little surprised. Precisely. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Everyone who had been watching realized the problem. The teacher was clumsy with his words, yet the student understood perfectly. So, who was teaching whom? Just a few minutes later, a messenger pigeon arrived. Sumi untied the scroll attached to its leg. The old man quickly announced, "A letter has just arrived from the village of physicians." Yi Liang began to read the contents. "Lately, a rumor has been spreading through the Jianghu that the son of the saintly hand divine physician has appeared. And also, if you find yourself in a critical situation, activate the formation." That's what it says here. Xian's gaze was fixed on two piles of stones in the distance. He led them over to it. "You've seen this before on your way in and out, haven't you? That pile of stones is the formation." Ji Wei immediately guessed the reason. Could it be that word got out about me treating the Wulin Alliance leader's daughter? The young man sighed. "I suppose this was bound to happen. When I entered the martial world, I suspected this day would come. We'll have to limit our trips to the village for now, even though our location here hasn't been exposed." Yi Liang's mind was in turmoil. But once your identity is out, it's only a matter of time before people come searching. Our secluded life will soon be discovered. Ji Wei, on the other hand, had a simpler take on it. "Are you worried about a lot of patients showing up?" Xian replied sorrowfully, "I know what they're looking for. It's the very reason my father chose to go into hiding." Su Mi was alarmed. Could it be? In contrast, Jie Wei was still completely clueless. The old man hurriedly explained, "That incident caused a huge uproar back in the day. In fact, it's how the saintly hand divine physician's fame spread so far and wide." Jie Wei was getting impatient with curiosity. "So, what is it?" Xian stated it plainly, "The saintly hand divine pill." All three of them exclaimed in unison, "The saintly hand divine pill." Su Mi, who was well informed on the matter, explained, "There were rumors that it surpassed even the great cyclic pill of Shaolin. Countless masters dreamed of obtaining that divine medicine." A Liang said in a low voice, "It seems it won't just be people coming to ask nicely then." A Xian recounted in a nonchalant tone, "All sorts of people came to threaten him, too many to count. Some even wanted to kidnap him." Just as he was about to brush it off, the young man added, "The kidnapping was successful. Among those who targeted the sacred hand divine pill, your mother's case was called seduction. But your father insisted it was a kidnapping." A Liang quickly changed the subject. "Let's put that aside. Now that the divine doctor's hall has been exposed, there will surely be prying eyes." Jie Wei wondered if they should activate the protective formation first. Meanwhile, Su Mi nervously asked, "Can't we just say the divine pill has vanished and no one knows how to make it? After all, with the divine doctor gone, making the divine pill is impossible." Jie Wei gave a bitter smile. "But you know how greedy people are. How many in this world would actually listen to reason?" The old man thought fast. "We just need to make the martial world believe the rumor. It's always been that if one dog barks at a shadow, the whole pack follows. Manipulating information is my specialty." A Liang was very pleased. "Not bad. Nothing spreads faster than a rumor based on a sliver of truth." Right after Yixian chimed in, "But it was never lost. You've been taking it all this time, haven't you?" They were all startled, but he remained perfectly calm. "It's understandable you didn't know. I never mentioned it. The medicine I used to control Uncle Fan's madness, the pill I gave Uncle Suo when he went out, the 2 pills that allowed the mistress to laugh on that day. All of them were sacred hand divine pills." The scene shifts to a desolate area behind a mountain where a mysterious person was waiting under an eave. A sound from outside made Yun Hui instinctively look up. A person was emerging from the forest on the other side. Yun Hui spoke respectfully, "Welcome, sect leader." The other person, however, showed his disgust. "It's been a while." Yun Hui got straight to the point. "Are you still angry that I couldn't stop the Alliance's surveillance? It was beyond my control." The man quickly replied, "You are busy with 1,000 tasks for the Martial Alliance, yet you summoned this old man. You must have a reason." After being given permission, he continued, "How could an old man from a tiny sect dare to speak so freely in front of a surveillance envoy of the Martial Alliance?" Yun Hui frowned. "There are only the 2 of us here. Please dispense with the formalities." He was immediately questioned. "Don't you find your current clothes and appearance to be extremely disrespectful?" He took off his hat in embarrassment. "My apologies. I live like this so often it's basically become a second skin to me." Seeing the man's silence, he continued, "Although I serve under the Martial Alliance, I have never forgotten my roots. Until the day I die, I am a man of the White Sword sect. I only became a surveillance envoy to restore our sect's honor." At that, the old man exploded. "You bastard, how dare you ignore your father's death?" Yun Hui said sadly, "There was no other way. The situation back then was too unfavorable. Regardless of his intentions, the truth is that the former sect leader, my father, had dealings with a heretical sect. The Martial Alliance used that to attack us." His tone suddenly turned cold. "Thanks to that, I was able to take this position. It was merely a condition to appease their suspicions." The old man yelled, "Did you call me here just to brag about selling out your own father?" Yun Hui quickly retorted, "Never. It's just that I feel the time is gradually becoming ripe." "Are we, the White Sword sect, supposed to follow Nangong Bai forever, only handling his trivial matters?" The old man felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He was furious, but Yun Hui remained calm. "You heard me correctly. It's time for us to rise up once more." The other man ground his teeth. "After rolling around with those poisonous snakes, you've finally become just like them." Yun Hui simply smiled nonchalantly as his eyes narrowed. Finally, the old man agreed. Yun Hui quickly said, "I wouldn't have abruptly invited you here just for this uncle." Yun Hui confidently revealed, "Here in Wu Wei, the son of the divine doctor exists." The old man couldn't help but gasp, "The divine doctor has a son?" Yun Hui nodded firmly in confirmation. "Yes." But the man was still suspicious. That rumor has been going around a lot lately, but how can you be so sure? Yun Hui explained, a few incidents have occurred. Not long ago, the entire heretic breaker squad dispatched to this place perished in a sea of flames. He emphasized that was no accident. Seeing the others' disbelief, he pointed out, I was the one who personally investigated the scene. Even if some fool believed the entire heretic breaker squad got drunk and was consumed by fire the way the fire started and spread chaotically makes no sense. But the scattered wine jars were also suspicious, and the thick soot marks showed that traces of scorching remained. The old man immediately understood that the wine had been boiled until it vaporized. Yun Hui nodded. Someone killed them and staged it as a fire. The old man didn't know who would be so bold. Are you saying this case is related to the divine doctor's son? Yun Hui spoke again. Before that incident, the leader of the heretic breaker squad sent me a secret letter. There was a young man connected to the head of the Feng Jincheng family who had treated a member of a heretical sect. It is said that Feng Jincheng once treated Nangong Bai's beloved daughter. At that time, several physicians had lent a hand, and among them was one whose appearance matched the young man my subordinate reported. The old man asked hesitantly, if that's the case, do you have another scheme in mind? Yun Hui was incredibly excited. As long as we can obtain the Sacred Hand Divine Pill, the re-establishment of the White Sword sect is guaranteed. Moreover, he said he already had a plan. However, the old man was still suspicious. Are you planning to capture the kid and then try to persuade him? He spoke cryptically, making the other man realize that sometimes sacrifice is unavoidable. If it's truly the legendary Sacred Hand Divine Pill, then its value is more than enough. A mere brat is worth nothing in comparison. Right after Yun Hui mentioned an obstacle, the Ice Jade Fairy is by his side. He was certain Nangong Bai had confirmed it with his own eyes. Is it true that time has left no mark on her, that her face hasn't aged at all? The man was terrified. That monster is still alive. Yun Hui reassured him, Uncle, you must be uneasy, but I already have a plan. Startled, he shouted, Who says I'm scared? Yun Hui then returned to the main topic. The key to that boy is now in the land of Wu Wei. We already have a way to deal with the Ice Jade Fairy, don't we? The man asked cautiously, Fine, but what method do you plan to use? Yun Hui replied sinisterly, It won't be difficult because there are others willing to do the work for me. When you mention the Sacred Hand Divine Doctor, there's a certain group that shudders with hatred. The Chang Le Gang. They're coming here for a goal they'll stop at nothing to achieve. They're sure to stir up a storm. Just as he said, a group of people had appeared. You asked, is the son of the Divine Doctor really here? Brother Hu nodded. The information has been confirmed. He was incredibly eager. Finally, we can avenge our eldest brother. Brother Hu replied, It's a shame it's not the Divine Doctor himself, but this is clearly our chance. You asked again, do you think the son of the Divine Doctor has the Sacred Hand Divine Pill? He said coldly, even a fallen noble family has wealth that lasts for 3 generations. There must be something valuable left to take. At worst, we'll just have to force the formula out of him. Another man added, I heard he's just a young kid. How hard could it be to make him talk? Brother Hu gritted his teeth, thinking of the grudge his eldest brother carried to his grave. I still tremble with rage just thinking about it. If only he had the Sacred Hand Divine Pill back then. The other 2 men were deeply moved remembering their deceased clan leader. After finishing their conversation, the group set off. A short while later, they arrived at the pharmacy. Brother Hu gave the order, use the shop owner to lure that brat out. Bring him here. The hunt has begun. The group of men in black began to smash everything in sight. The scene changes to the deep valley where they were hiding. Jie Wei stretched lazily. Why are we up so early today? I really shouldn't have napped during the day. He then noticed something unusual. A carrier pigeon was perched near Su Mi. The old man said gently, Wait until I finish reading this and I'll give you a treat. But the contents of the message made him uneasy. After feeding the bird, he immediately took off. Jie Wei found it very strange. Where are you going in such a hurry? A moment later, the old man arrived at the pharmacy and asked, What happened here? Ji Shan quickly explained, During the morning patrol, I felt something was suspicious. I checked and found that the pharmacy owner had disappeared. He added, The last patrol was at the hour of the ox, and everything was normal. This must have happened in the 2 hours that followed. Su Mi frowned. Was there anything else out of the ordinary? he replied with a pained expression. Someone saw a suspicious group on the outskirts of the village, about 30 men in total. Ji Shan continued, they vanished too quickly. Su Mi had an initial theory. They tried to make it look like a robbery, but there's no real sign of a struggle. The ground is still a bit damp. They must have broken in when the morning dew was falling. He quickly went back outside. Su Mi searched the surrounding area constantly. Finally, he found it examining the footprints. The indentations in the ground were still clear. Su Mi now understood. 10 men, and all of them were masters of advanced lightness skills. Against this level of skill, an ordinary person would be subdued before they could even fight back. Su Mi reported back, 10 to 13 men. With such a large group, could they have a hiding place nearby? Ji Shan rubbed his chin for a moment. I can think of one place. He revealed the abandoned ancient temple outside the village. If they hid within the village, they would have been discovered. But that place makes it easy to cover their tracks. When Tixan wanted to search, he was stopped, fearing that alerting the enemy would only backfire. Su Mi was carefully calculating his next move. Even he wasn't sure he could handle them. The intruder's martial arts were extraordinary, and a confrontation would lead to heavy losses. How could he face his big brother then? While he was struggling, a firm voice echoed in his mind, follow the trail. He realized it was a telepathic message guiding him and continued, don't expose yourself, act natural. And someone is watching. I'll follow from behind. Just act as you normally would. Sure enough, a bald head appeared in the distance. Ji Shi muttered, I'm not sure what's going on, but things were getting boring anyway. This should be interesting. A short while later, Su Mi arrived at an abandoned temple. He immediately became much more vigilant. A man in black was already waiting for him on the steps. An Ho said with disgust, I thought we'd caught a big fish, but it turns out you're just small fry. Su Mi remained silent, saying nothing to his enemy. After composing himself, Su Mi retorted, a temple with no monks is now filled with cowardly rats. The man became furious. Do you still not understand your situation? Su Mi's mockery grew sharper. Did you forget to brush your teeth? Your breath is foul. The man was stunned to be ridiculed so harshly. Su Mi spoke again. You don't look like nobodies, so shouldn't we introduce ourselves? I am Su Mi, former head of the Shin Biao Fang. Do you have names, or are you just a pack of rats? Then again, it's ridiculous to exchange pleasantries with masked cowards who resort to kidnapping someone with no martial arts. Someone on the other side immediately shot back, shut your mouth, old man. He brandished a weapon that Su Mi recognized. The Golden Ring Broadsword, a weapon that uses the clashing sound of its golden rings to distract opponents. Su Mi exposed their identities. The Mad Fist of Shanxi. Are you from the Chengluo Bang? An Ho no longer hid it. You have a sharp eye. Su Mi was horrified. An Ho was the one responsible for the massacre in Shanxi 20 years ago. He released a murderous aura. Why so quiet all of a sudden? After a moment, Su Mi was still deep in thought. My Blade House is the only sect that can rival the Peng family of Hebei. This time I've run into a truly formidable opponent. There are only 10 of them here. Where are the others? It seemed he wasn't ready to give up just yet. An Ho asked smugly, where's all that bravado from before? Su Mi quickly explained. Don't they say you should look before you leap? Now that I know who you are, how could I dare harbor any ill intentions toward you? The man immediately demanded, answer me. What is your relationship with the Ice Jade Fairy? Su Mi dropped to his knees. I'm just a freeloader there, forced to do all the hard labor in exchange for shelter. An Ho probed further. That young divine doctor is also in the Valley of Gods and Demons, isn't she? Knowing he couldn't hide it, he nodded. Her illness is being treated by that young divine doctor. Su Mi said in a low voice, I don't know the details, but she receives treatment every day. An Ho was overjoyed. He asked another question. That kid has divine pills, doesn't he? Su Mi admitted without hesitation. I've seen him use them with my own eyes on more than one occasion. He suggested using threats to lure the divine doctor out, but then he had a thought. Don't tell me you killed the pharmacy owner. An Ho gave a cold command, bring him out. Seeing the helpless body on the ground, Su Mi was slightly horrified. An Ho then said, I told him to talk, but he just kept shaking his head. Turns out he really didn't know anything, but I did get one thing out of him. He mentioned the Valley of Gods and Demons. Su Mi quickly tried to dissuade him, but the Ice Jade Fairy is there with just this many men, I'm afraid. An Ho smiled. Who said this is all we have? One group has already gone ahead to find the Valley of Gods and Demons. We will join forces with them to eliminate the Ice Jade Fairy. If you cooperate, I will spare your life." But then Su-mi asked, "Are you the type of scoundrel who goes back on his word?" An-ho stammered, confused, "What scoundrel?" Su-mi shot to his feet. "Use your head and think there's no way you would ever spare my life. You should have killed me to silence me already. What were you thinking?" Su-mi quickly reverted to his old self. "You really are a bunch of country bumpkins. You can't even lie convincingly." He roared in fury, "Cut off his hands for me." In truth, Brother Hu desperately wanted to kill him, but he knew that he still needed to get information out of this man. Meanwhile, the blade crept a little closer to the old man. Su-mi asked nonchalantly, "This isn't going to be easy, is it?" You clenched his fists and let out a crazed scream. The old man called out urgently, "Senior brother!" You decisively swung his blade down at the old man's head. Su-mi screamed in terror, "Brother Fan!" A large hand shot out just in time. Ji-wei caught the blade between his bare fingers. Su-mi was overjoyed. "Brother Fan, I told you so." Brother Hu was confused. "Since when who are you?" Then Ji-wei's face turned ferocious. The blade was suddenly destroyed by his willpower, its edge rendered completely useless. In a single thought, he had destroyed the weapon. Brother Hu gradually recognized this exclusive, majestic power, the 4 scions of Wang Shan. He asked coldly, "Have we met before?" This in itself was a terrifying admission from him. Immediately after, his voice trembled. "Why would you appear in a place like this?" Ji-wei was getting impatient. "Why are you asking me? You're the ones who came looking for trouble." Now Brother Hu understood. Besides the Ice Jade Fairy, there was another monster here. At this point, there was no turning back. He had to at least inflict a fatal wound. He made his decision and gave the order, Golden Sound Assassination Formation. His subordinates simultaneously brought their blades into the same stance. A ghastly green energy was forming an invisible net. In contrast, Jie wasn't scared at all. What kind of trick is this to mess with someone's mind? He forced the air back, and his next strike pierced right through Brother Hu. A clean hole was created. In the end, he only said one thing. "How tragic. Let me send all of you to see King Yama together." Su-mi quickly fled from the chaotic battle. What the hell is a Golden Sound Assassination Formation? The explosion behind him suddenly surged violently. A few minutes later, Yi-Xian received a message from the Valley Master. Before he could understand what was happening, the old man was already reporting a crisis. Recognizing the patient's identity shocked him. "Uncle," Jin Cheng spoke in broken words of pain, "I'm sorry." His consciousness faded in an instant. Yi-Xian urgently commanded, "Please help me." Liang also came out and asked, "You said there were about 13 of them, right?" Su-mi quickly confirmed, "I only saw 10 just now. As for the other 2, he immediately sensed that the rest had arrived. Outside, a line of men in black was rushing toward them. Su-mi stood at the entrance facing over a dozen strangers. "Are you from the Changle gang?" The captain was a little surprised. "How did you know?" The old man didn't mind revealing, "I already ran into your comrades in the old temple." The man asked warily, "You met Yu, but how did he get back?" The old man challenged him, "Go ask him yourself. You're about to join him to see King Yama anyway." The captain roared, "If you want your body left in one piece, then shut your mouth." The old man laughed mockingly. "At least you have some conscience. You made a promise, but went back on his word." Knowing they shouldn't waste any more time talking, the man gave an order, "Bring the divine Dr. Sun out here." Su-mi was about to feign ignorance when Yi-Xian ran out. "So it was you people. You've reduced these innocent people to this state just to find one person." His cunning laughter echoed. "Excellent. That bloodline truly is terrifying." He was the spitting image of the Shen Yi. "It's time to settle an old debt." The young man shot back, "I owe you nothing." The man said shamelessly, "The son bears the father's sins. It's the karma passed through the bloodline and the law of the Jiang Hu." Xian's face darkened at his twisted logic. The captain was very pleased. "That face. It's perfect. Exactly like your father's. I can't wait to see that face crying and begging for mercy." Just then, Xuehua stepped forward. She commanded coldly, "Take the Dan Yi Guan to the Qian Gate." Su-mi was trying to get him inside. "And the injured need treatment." Before turning away, Yi-Xian glanced at the captain, who smirked back defiantly. "You can't escape anyway. We might as well deal with this nuisance first. Are you the legendary Bing Yu Xianzi?" Xuehua unleashed her full killing intent, saying nothing to the captain. He, on the other hand, was intrigued. How can a woman who looks to be in her 20s be such a master unless she's eaten a Ju Yan Guo? Her men were scornful. Let me see for myself if these rumors are true. One man charged forward with a large saber. I'll slice you in two. Expressionless Xue Hua simply flicked her sleeve. The captain sensed something was wrong. He snapped irritably. What are you doing? Why'd you stop? The man struggled to speak. My body. I can't move. An instant later, he was greedily devoured by ice and snow. Xue Hua shoved the ice statue aside. It slammed against the wooden wall, shattering into countless pieces. A chill shot down the captain's spine. What in the world is this sorcery? This time, he ordered more of his men forward. Kill that witch! Xue Hua pointed to the sky, forming 4 sharp icicles. With a flick of her sleeve, the icicles struck her enemies. Xue Hua regarded them with pure contempt. Insects, you dare go this far! The captain was filled with despair. It really is Bing Yu Xianzi. How could a person with world-shattering power live in seclusion for so many years? Immediately after 2 more masters appeared, their identities instantly recognizable. This time, he barely dared to breathe. Am I dreaming the Shi Shou Zunjie and the Wang Shan Shizi? The 2 of them declared, don't expect to leave this place alive. He was frozen in place. One monster was bad enough, but now there were 3. The men in the back began to mutter amongst themselves, and one of them strode forward. A Liang growled, the rules of the Zhang Hu, you say, I'll give you those words right back. On one side, Xue Hua released her killing intent. On the other, Jie Wei joined her, creating a golden light. A massive swirl of energy gathered, threatening to swallow them whole. The captain dropped to his knees. Impossible. For the great Cheng Guo Bang Tu. A Liang asked calmly, who told you about the Shen Yi's son? The man trembled with fear. A Liang seemed to realize something. Do you have a family? You're the one who said the son must bear the father's sins, that its karma passed through blood, correct? Are those the rules of the Zhang Hu you spoke of? The captain choked back a sob. At this point, he spilled everything. The He Dian. The Shanxi branch. That name alone was enough to startle him. The black market. From stolen goods to all sorts of information, even people's lives, if it could be exchanged for money, it was traded there. They operate as a black market organization with a strict top-down command structure. Because of this, no one truly knows who's in charge from the head manager to the entire system. The man stammered and begged, please spare my wife and child. A heavy look fell over Ak Liang's eyes. Just then, Gai Wei rushed in from behind. The stream of liquid shot higher than a person's head. Meanwhile, So Mil was chasing after the boy. Where do you think you're going? Axion said worriedly. We can't just leave their bodies. There are dozens of them. As they were arguing, Ak Liang appeared, divine healer. He comforted him sincerely. This isn't your fault. Axion replied softly, I know, but where did it all go wrong? He didn't have the courage to say more. The boy expressed in a low voice, this situation isn't what I wanted, and neither did my parents. All they did was save people, and in the end they had to hide away in this place. Perhaps I was too ambitious. He asked, what do you mean? Tears quickly welled up. I once dreamed of establishing a medical family, a dream of helping all living things. I thought that maybe I could leave this place integrate and live among the people of the world. In truth, they all knew that this demon god valley was both a sanctuary and a prison. Akseon suddenly asked, if I practice martial arts, won't I end up hurting people one day? Ak Liang replied wistfully, the Dharma Sutra says that rust is born from iron, but it is the rust that eventually consumes the iron. Don't let doubt control you. It's like water when a person drinks it, it becomes medicine. But when a snake drinks it, it becomes venom. I believe you are different from those monsters. Gai Wei sobbed, how could this happen to our divine healer? Axion looked at them moved. Forgive me. For today, I must go in first. The 4 adults silently watched the small figures back. Ak Liang quietly remarked, he must be confused and afraid, but one who dares not choose can never move forward. Sometime later, on the mountain, near a large pile of stones by the gate, Axion approached holding another pebble. Gai Wei asked quietly, what are you doing? It's been a long time since you left the front pavilion. 3 days, right? The boy slowly turned his face. You're here, uncle. They were extremely gloomy, having stood there silently for who knows how long, the night dew soaking their hair and weighing heavily on their shoulders. Axion explained a little. I was just thinking about my parents. Before, when I saw them living in seclusion, I always felt resentful. They dedicated their lives to saving people, yet they had to hide away. It felt incredibly unfair to me. But thinking back, maybe I just didn't understand. No parent wants their child to fall into danger. This life here isn't a happy one. For my parents, it was like giving up their path as healers. Then it dawned on Guy Wee. Could it be that stone? He quickly explained, look at his hand. That stone is an array stone, the key to activating the formation. Right after the boy himself confirmed it. This is one of the relics my parents left behind. A type of illusion array, the chaotic heaven bewildering dark formation. Ak Leong remembered. It belongs to the ghost hand Tuo Yaoshen. Then the boy added, once activated, this place will be completely cut off from the outside world. Then we won't be caught up in any more trouble. Before anyone could argue, Guy Wee made his decision. I will stay. How can the divine healer be left alone, senior brother? It's been fun all this time. You too, Demoness. But then, Seol Hwa also chose to stay. I can't rest easy leaving just one person by the divine healer's side. Immediately after, it was Ak Leong, and so Mill's turn to insist on staying. Ak Seon hesitated looking at them. Ak Leong quickly cut him off. I know that once it's closed, it can't be broken. Don't worry, we'll always be together. Actually, Ak Seon was about to say that it could be opened and closed normally, but he decided to go along with it. Thank you, everyone. This time I'm going to be greedy for once. Seol Hwa was incredibly proud. The way you cast aside your fear and stood up on your own is truly commendable. She gently hugged the boy. Thinking like that is the right way. Ak Seon smiled back and replied, I will never give up. The scene changes to Jin Seong's location. He was encouraging himself, just needing to get over this hill. The letter was from the Shenmo Valley, and he truly didn't know if the Valley Master was safe. After walking for a while, he discovered an obstruction formation had been set up. At the same time, Yi Liang's voice rang out, let your body follow its instincts. Before you take a step, don't think about the next move. Be hard before their power is formed. Be soft when receiving their power. When your opponent's force is incomplete, you must strike with strength. Conversely, when receiving their power, you must softly neutralize it. Jian listened to the lecture while practicing his forms. Jin Cheng thought to himself, so it's true that he's practicing martial arts. Suddenly, Xian's upper body lost its balance and his legs tripped over each other. Seeing him fall, Jin Cheng cried out, oh no! In contrast, Yi Liang showed no expression at all. Xian struggled to catch his breath on the ground. Jin Cheng really wanted to run to the Valley Master, but in the end, he managed to sit up on his own. Xian quickly tried again. Seeing this, the man felt relieved. It was just like the old days. Next, Su Mi appeared. You've arrived. He quickly replied, I received the letter, but I still want to ask about something. Su Mi began to explain a few more things. Jin Cheng stroked his chin and replied, those so-called martial artists are so shameless. He quickly thought, I'm afraid there are more people watching than just them. What should I do? As Yan's call of Uncle Feng broke the tension, Jin Cheng asked with concern, have you finished your training? The boy explained that he was just taking a break. The man said worriedly, I saw you fall and you have other injuries on your body. He quickly reassured him, don't worry, it's not a serious injury and I treated it right away. The man immediately saw through the lie. You just treated it like a scrape and put something on it to stop the bleeding, didn't you? Knowing he couldn't deny it, and being scolded by Jin Cheng, the boy quickly apologized profusely. Afterwards, Yi Xian confessed, this time I want to try facing the world on a different path from my parents. Jin Cheng completely agreed, thinking that was the right way. Those two wouldn't have wanted the Valley Master to live a life cut off from the world either. Xian quickly ran off. Thank you, uncle, I'm going back to training. The man smiled faintly at him. Despite all the hardships, that smile was still as bright as ever. It's only been a short time, but you've matured so much. Please be strong, Valley Master. I believe you can do it no matter where you are. I will support you with all my heart. Xian had no idea he was being watched and just focused on his strikes. Just then, Su Mi spoke again. Diligence is good, but this seems a bit too much. She Hua suddenly appeared. Should I stop him? After greeting her, Jin Cheng replied, it's useless. When the Valley Master has that look in his eyes, no one can stop him. He recounted, the Valley Master began learning how to prepare medicinal herbs when he was 5. Back then, his focus and determination were so frightening that even his 2 masters had to intervene. Neither gentle persuasion nor stern warnings could sway the Valley Master. In the end, he collapsed from exhaustion. And yet, after a month, the Valley Master had mastered preparing medicine, a result far beyond anyone's expectations. It would take others at least half a year. Back then, the look in his eyes was exactly the same as it is now. She Hua also understood. Now I see how he possessed such medical skills at that age. When Jin Cheng asked about Jie Wei's whereabouts, she replied, he had some personal business to attend to. Those who dare to touch the Dan Yi Guan must be rooted out completely. Rest assured, this is just a slightly longer stroll. The story gradually moves to Taiyuan City in Shaanxi. On a high floor, a dim light was glowing. Dan Ying was the one inside. A flower's red does not last 10 days. The history of this Shaanxi region and the Chang Lebang is no different. On this top floor, leisurely enjoying tea to start a new day. This alone feels like an achievement. At that moment, a page boy hurriedly appeared. He immediately reported that the people secretly tailing the Chang Lebang had completely lost contact. Furthermore, he added that this had happened 3 days ago. The man remained calm. It's just a small matter. But the page boy insisted, even the team we sent to search for them and the contact signals have vanished like a pebble thrown into a lake. Dan An was deeply suspicious, but then a mysterious voice answered him. Do you want to know where they are now? He hurriedly looked up toward the source of the sound, the roof. Just as he appeared, Jie Wei smashed through the roof. Dan An fell back in terror. Who are you? Jie Wei smirked. Haidian, was it? It's been a while. The man's hand was about to grab him, making him even more afraid. It felt like being struck by lightning on a clear day. How could it be Wangshan Chuzi? Jie Wei asked nonchalantly, Are you sick? Why are you trembling? He stammered, It's because I'm just so happy. Dan An's face grew grim. Just how bad is my luck to keep running into this guy over and over again? Years ago, when you demanded the cure for madness, I should have just kicked you out. Instead, he bought the medicine, tested it on the spot, and drove himself insane. And that happened several more times after. Dan An stammered, My nightmare last night really came true. I can't believe I'm meeting the sect master of Wangshan today. The man corrected him quietly. You shouldn't call me Wangshan Chuzi. I hate it. Hearing that, he seemed very pleased with himself. That's right. I hate it a lot. Is that so? You knew that, and you still dared to call me that? He stopped toying with him and asked directly, Men from the Changle Gang came to see me. Dan An asked tremblingly, The Changle Gang, what did they want? Could it be that you're in Shenmo Valley? Jie Wei confirmed, I am. Then Jie Wei questioned him. They told me that the Shaanxi branch of Haidian is here. The question made his face turn pale. How could you do that? Dan An quickly kowtowed. I had no idea. If I had known, I would never have sold that information. Please believe me. Jie Wei's anger seemed to fade. If that's what you say, then there's nothing to be done. Just as he felt a wave of relief, Jie Wei asked again, But will you do it again? Jie Wei growled, Now that you know I'm there, will you dare to disturb me again? Dan An shouted, That will absolutely never happen again. Then he gathered his courage and spoke. What happened to the men from the Changle Gang? Jie Wei said casually, What do you think happened to them? Next, he wanted to clarify one more thing. Where did you get the information about Shenmo Valley? Dan An lowered his head and answered, The Baijian sect. But a moment later, he realized his mistake. I just accidentally revealed the identity of my informant. Jie Wei grew curious. Why did you stop halfway through? His patience was wearing thin. Do you want me to turn everything upside down like I did last time? Dan An confessed, naming a man from the Baijian sect who is now a supervisor for the Wulin Alliance. His name is Bai Yunhui. A powerful killing intent radiated from Jie Wei's words. Tell me everything you know about him. Seeing Dan An hesitate, he threatened, I'll spread a rumor that the head of Haidian's Shaanxi branch has a very loose tongue. He began to waver. This is my only way out. It doesn't matter if I die this way or that way. In the next moment, he told him everything. Then Jie Wei asked, so he used the Changle Gang to get the Sacred Hand Divine Pill. Dan An defended him. Who wouldn't desire something like that? Seeing that Jie Wei was about to strike, he quickly corrected himself. Of course I wouldn't be greedy. Not from now on. Satisfied, he stood up. Good. Let's meet more often from now on, whatever your name is. He quickly replied, My name is Ye Dan An. Where are you going? Jie Wei leaped from the roof. The Baijian sect. He was left alone amidst the ruins. After coming to his senses, Dan An shouted, "This is an emergency. Find out Bai Yunhui's whereabouts immediately. Hurry!" The crescent moon wasn't bright enough to light up the darkness that night. On the ground below, a powerful figure appeared. It was none other than Jie Wei. He pondered as he looked at the pill. "I can't believe the thing I've been casually eating is the Sacred Hand Divine Pill." As expected of Dan Yiguan, willing to sacrifice his own life for the art of medicine. As regrettable as it was, he still chewed it. Ji Wei's steps grew firmer. How dare they use a man like Dan Yiguan? He vented all his fury on the ground beneath his feet. Leaping high into the air, he declared, "Let's see just who this bastard is." In just a few moments, he arrived. The gate of the White Sword sect had been smashed by a heavy object. The guards cried out in panic, "We're under attack!" But they quickly calmed down, realizing there was only one enemy. The martial artists' faces were filled with caution. Fan Jiewei, in contrast, calmly asked, "Which one of you is Bai Yunhui?" Just then an old man recognized him as Wang Shan Chuzi. Without another word, he began to spin his weapon. "Bring him to me, or you all die." An unparalleled frenzy was about to be unleashed. But just before the slaughter began, Fan Jiewei received a telepathic message. "He's been found." Instinctively, he turned around. A person in blue robes was standing by the gate. Dan Ying hurriedly said, "Bai Yunhui is in hiding somewhere else. Please come with me." Fan Jiwei sounded a little disappointed. "Of all the times, you people are lucky." With a push from his feet, he vanished. The vice sect master of the White Sword sect rushed out, only to hear the intruder was Fan Jiwei. The vice sect master's heart sank. "Why is he here?" The old man explained, "I was in such a panic I couldn't tell clearly, but he did mention young Master Bai Yunhui." The vice sect master was furious. That boy cut off all contact ages ago. Why would anyone look for him here? He didn't know what was going on, but he ordered his men to tend to the injured and immediately send a carrier pigeon to the sect master and the Martial Arts Alliance. The scene shifts to a brightly lit room. A voice from inside the room stated, "There will be other chances." Fortunately, rumors about the son of the Divine Doctor's whereabouts hadn't spread yet. The White Sword sect master said fearfully, "I'm afraid we're running out of time." Yun Hui reassured him, "Don't worry, keep knocking and the door will eventually open. There's no shortage of powerful allies like the Changle Gang." He suddenly had a thought. Perhaps the rumors about the Ice Jade Fairy are true after all. However, Yun Hui remained confident. "We will succeed this time," and he then revealed, "I intend to win over the Ice Palace of the North Sea." The White Sword sect master was skeptical. It won't be easy to persuade them. But Yun Hui was confident. That's exactly what the supervisory envoy is for. While not directly under the Martial Arts Alliance, the Ice Palace is the only sect in the outer regions that the Alliance can influence. We just need to reveal the Ice Jade Fairy's location, and they will surely come to us. Yun Hui summarized, "It's complicated, but their situation is dire. They'll look for her because their very existence is at stake." He said with excitement, "Soon the day will come when our White Sword sect commands the world." The sect master was delighted, reveling in the thought. Just as he finished speaking, Yun Hui instinctively glanced outside. He asked cautiously, "Did you feel that just now a bone-chilling presence passed by?" The window suddenly creaked open, revealing Fan Ji Wei's demonic face. Dan Ying carefully covered his face before releasing the gas. The inn was already filled with the sleeping fragrance, and Dan Ying remarked in admiration, "It's as effective as they say." He was suddenly terrified. "He's already—" Meanwhile, Yun Hui was on the floor, looking as if he'd been knocked over. "You!" Across from him, Fan Ji Wei wore a menacing expression. "This old man certainly isn't the supervisory envoy, so it really was you." Yun Hui panicked completely. "Wang Shan Chuzi, if you harm us, the White Sword sect and the Martial Arts Alliance will not let you get away with it." Those threats had absolutely no effect on his massive descending hand. A sickening crunch echoed as his threatening voice rang out, "As if that's anything new. There's already a bounty on my head." Witnessing such a brutal scene, Yun Hui's world completely fell apart. Dan Ying gently opened the door, his expression a mix of caution and reverence. The sight before him sent Yun Hui into a state of terrified panic. The limp arm hanging in the air made the atmosphere even more somber. Blood had been spilled. From this moment on, this place would descend into chaos. Annoyed by the intrusion, Fan Ji Wei's harsh voice cut through the silence. What is it? What's with that look? Have you finished the task I gave you? Startled, Dan Ying anxiously reported, Yes, I used the Dream Soul medicine to put everyone in the inn to sleep, but... Fan Ji Wei's impatience made Dan Ying flustered. Are you all right, sir? Your frenzy... He didn't answer right away, instead glancing down at his blood-soaked hand, which had already healed. He was so surprised he couldn't believe his ears. Could he really be the son of the divine doctor? If that's true, then all those rumors were real. Then Ji Wei declared viciously, Now there's nothing to stop me. As the mastermind behind this, I will make you suffer the most painful death imaginable. Yun Hui screamed in terror, Chi Jue Mo Jun! Desperate to save his life, he blurted out a secret. I know about the deal between the Martial Alliance leader and him. He asked grimly, What deal? He desperately clung to his life, pleading, Please, just promise to spare me. Ji Wei gave him a cold look. Must I really make such a promise? Stammering under the threat, a stunned Yun Hui asked, What do you mean by that? Ji Wei replied calmly, Honestly, I am a little curious, but not enough to spare your life. After all, that Chi Jue Mo Jun will die by my hand soon enough. I can just ask him myself then. Before Yun Hui could react, Ji Wei tightened his grip on his ankle, making him scream, Wait! Immense pressure crushed Yun Hui's ankle, and he let out a terrible scream of pain. Ji Wei seemed to enjoy the torture. We've only just started, and you're already whining. Dawn is still hours away. We have plenty of time to take this slow. The agonizing screams grew louder. Please kill me! But of course Ji Wei refused. Unable to bear the agony any longer, he finally spoke 4 words, Blood Asura True Scripture. Surprised, Ji Wei let go and said urgently, Speak! Yun Hui pulled his leg back and continued. During the Great War between good and evil, the Martial Alliance leader seized the Blood Asura True Scripture, but I found out later that he made a copy before he destroyed the original. Ji Wei grew thoughtful. A copy of the Blood Asura True Scripture. And right after that, Chi Jue Mo Jun became the leader of the Martial Alliance's demon-slaying corps. There must have been a deal centered around that scripture. Dan Ying, who had been listening in silence, pieced it all together. The Blood Asura True Scripture is the secret martial arts manual, a symbol of the demonic cult's leader. It all made perfect sense. He thought back to Dan Yang's past. Among the 10 great villains, Dan Yang was always the one being oppressed and pushed around. Because of that, his obsession with power is probably stronger than anyone's. Thinking his life was saved, Yun Hui began to ask, So does that mean I can leave? But before he could finish, Ji Wei killed him with a single blow. Dan Ying was completely stunned and speechless. Seeing this, Ji Wei asked with some annoyance, Anything else to say? Dan Ying quickly shook his head. No, nothing. Satisfied, he ordered Dan Ying to take care of the body. Resigned, Dan Ying had no choice but to comply. Before he left, Ji Wei added with an amused tone, I'll be seeing you. Feeling his world collapse around him, Dan Ying sighed helplessly. The scene shifts to a bright and peaceful morning at the Martial Alliance. An artist had arrived early to paint a portrait of Xiang'er. Please hold still, my lady. A bit bashful and not used to staying motionless, she asked, Why did my father arrange all of this? The artist, concentrating on his work, replied, It is because you have recovered my lady. He wishes to preserve this moment of you in the prime of your beauty. Embarrassed by the compliment, Xiang'er said, You have a way with words. By the way, is that other thing I asked for finished? The artist awkwardly took out what she had asked for. Yes, it's done, but... Seeing the portrait of the evil immortal, Xiang'er smiled happily. Yes, that's the one. Suddenly, Gong Bai appeared. Startled, she quickly hid the painting. Father, when did you arrive? Gong Bai looked at his daughter fondly. It's been a while since you've been home. Are you all packed? She nodded, and he confessed, I'm sorry I still haven't made any progress arranging your meeting with Dan Yuen. Xiang'er was understanding. It's okay, father. Xiang'er tried to act as if she didn't mind, but he could see through it. Are you really okay? As he was speaking with his daughter, a subordinate reported, Alliance leader Yang Bue, the head of the demon-slaying corps you summoned, is waiting outside. Though he had to leave, he didn't forget to tell her, All right, take your time getting ready. She replied respectfully, Yes, father. Meanwhile, in another location, a fist slammed down on a table with immense force. It was Dan Yang, his face filled with rage. Damn it! Sitting in his seat of authority, Gong Bai questioned him sternly. I've heard that Fan Ji Wei showed up at the 100 Swords Gate, caused a disturbance, and left. What exactly is your demon-slaying corps doing? A Liang Fan Ji Wei and E Hu Jun. If they are still alive by the appointed deadline, you will never get what you desire. Dan Yang seethed with anger. If his appearance has something to do with the investigation into the disappearances. Sitting in his study, Dan Yang asked, "Any news on Fan Ji Wei's whereabouts?" Zheng Wei reported, "He's vanished without a trace." He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! Fearing his master's wrath, Zheng Wei added, "We will intensify the search immediately." Dan Yang shot back suspiciously. "Are you telling me you've only been doing a half-hearted search this whole time?" He quickly denied it. "No, sir." Disappointed in his subordinate, he snapped, "You're all useless." Just then, another person announced, "Corps leader, a visitor has arrived." He was taken aback. "Someone's here for me, a visitor." Entering the study, Ge Yan greeted him politely. "I offer my sincerest apologies if my visit has disturbed you, sir." Dan Yang welcomed him warmly. "I'm simply surprised to have a visit from Corps Leader Juga." The man replied politely, "That's a relief to hear. I was worried I might be kicked out before I could even finish a cup of tea." Fearing he was being misunderstood, Dan Yang quickly said, "Never. Please sit." Ge Yan placed a stack of books and documents on the table in front of him. Dan Yang was curious. "This is the file on the person you want to capture. I hope this little bit of information I have can be of some help to you, Chief Dan Yang." He wondered, "Why are you doing this? As I recall, you wouldn't even speak to me before." Ge Yan explained carefully, "I regret that you've misunderstood. I heard the Alliance Lord reprimanded you once again." Dan Yang couldn't contain his emotions. "Damn it!" He then said softly, "If you don't need my help, then I'll take my leave." He thought carefully about the offer. Though he didn't like it at this point, he had to clutch at any straw. Without waiting any longer, Dan Yang reached for the stack of documents. "Forgive my rudeness. This matter has left my mind in turmoil." The paper was filled with information. "Why do you think this would be useful to me?" "It's a report tracking the movements of the missing supervisory envoy Bai Yunhui." Ge Yan brought up a past event. "Do you remember the fire incident in Wuwei Gansu?" After receiving confirmation, he continued with the important information. The person who directly investigated that case and filed the initial report was Bai Yunhui. Their discussion grew more intense. According to the investigators sent there, some of the deceased were people who never drank alcohol. He listened to the analysis, still confused. "So what does that mean?" He continued, "That detail was deliberately omitted from the report." Dan Yang was curious. For what reason would he do that? Ge Yan handed over a note with more information as he explained, "Are you aware of the neutral intelligence organization Xin Shu Feng?" He found the name very familiar. He had heard of it before. He recounted how that very place had been accused of investigating the martial arts alliance behind their backs, so the Po Zuo division was dispatched, but all of its members were wiped out. The true culprit in that case has yet to be identified, and the investigation is ongoing. But one thing is uncertain. Dan Yang stated his own thoughts. A supreme master acted alone. He felt there were still many unconvincing parts. "Don't you find it too coincidental that both incidents occurred so close to each other geographically?" He disagreed and dismissed it. "Couldn't it just be a coincidence?" Ge Yan was skeptical. "Is it really?" The Changla clan has now vanished. The last place they were seen was near Wuwei. While it might be unrelated, when coincidences keep piling up and repeating, there must be a reason. With his reasoning, he had piqued the others' curiosity. "Tell me what you're thinking." Ge Yan mentioned someone who surprised him. "You must have heard the rumors about the divine doctor's son, right? That young physician originally comes from Wuwei." From Ge Yan's account, it was clear that everything was connected. The Changla clan had always considered the divine doctor their mortal enemy. He hesitated. He stated his speculation. The supervisory envoy who covered up the fire in Wuwei has now gone missing, and at the same time Fan Jue appeared at 100 Swords Gate, causing a disturbance. And Chu Iliang and Fan Jiwei, Dan Yang deduced, are the only two among the 10 great evildoers who are known to be friends. He was lost in the vague details. This is truly unexpected. Was it the divine doctor's son who treated them? Suddenly, a memory of Iliang surfaced. Who is the lucky one who got saved in the end? Well, I suppose it'll all become clear on that day. His gaze grew more determined than ever. At the last moment, Dan Yang suddenly shouted in fury, "It was Iliang!" On a lush green field bathed in sunlight. Edzian was practicing martial arts under Jue's supervision. In the middle of his fervent training, he stumbled looking unprofessional. Regaining his composure, he executed his moves with precision. His movements grew faster and faster, reaching incredible speeds. Then Exian skillfully spun the staff in his hands. He landed with a thud, striking the ground with his staff with immense power. Jiwei praised Exian upon seeing his improvement. Your movements have certainly become much smoother. Not just the flow between techniques, but you also have a sense of actively guiding the energy at will. Watching him rest, he felt a pang of pity. His martial arts aptitude is already outstanding, but the most frightening thing is his obsessive focus. He's constantly pushing himself and training relentlessly, and that's what worries me. Exian was excited after finishing. How was that, Uncle Fan? I've been practicing a lot on my own. Jiwei praised him. You've done well, Dan Yuen. The boy was thrilled by the compliment. Then next, let me show you a new move I've been practicing. It's just that this part still feels a little awkward. He gently called out, Dan Yuan. Hearing Jiwei, Edzian answered. Then Jiwei advised, everything is good, but try to practice with a little more joy in your heart. The boy was slightly taken aback. He recalled his master's teachings. My master used to say that martial arts, in the end, are just meant to help people live a happy life. But right now, Dan Yuen, you don't look happy at all. That's why I had to say something. He didn't let the atmosphere grow heavy. It's time for a break, and it's time to eat anyway. Let's go eat first, and after that I'll practice with you as if with joy in our hearts. Exian hesitated, but, he emphasized his point again, Dan Yuen, what is the reason you train so hard? Isn't it to be happier? Exian obediently listened to his advice. Yes, that's right. Jiwei put an arm around Exian's shoulder and encouraged him. Then you shouldn't miss out on the happiness of the present either. Someone who doesn't know how to enjoy the happiness right in front of them can't possibly enjoy greater happiness later on. As if he had realized a truth about life, he agreed, You're right, Uncle. Without any more hesitation, Jiwei and Exian walked off cheerfully. Let's eat. Meanwhile, in another room, Ji Shan ran out in surprise. Chief Steward! Wu Shen had returned, greeting him warmly. Have you been well? Ji Shan was a bit surprised. You're back sooner than I expected. Didn't you say you'd be gone for over a year? He touched his collar self-consciously. It seems I've been away for too long. I returned alone this time, so I was able to travel much faster. The other man immediately inquired, But is everything all right? He felt a little better being asked after. Don't worry, the escort agency's merchant group is still traveling with the merchants from the western regions. He'll be fine. Have there been any disturbances while I was away? He reported the events that had occurred to Wu Shen. Not long ago, quite a few outsiders were snooping around, asking about the divine doctor's son. He inquired, Has it been dealt with now? Ji Shan immediately replied, Yes, the beggar's sect members who have settled here drove all the outsiders away. He seemed surprised, so the other man added, But they didn't ask any questions. They just focused on keeping watch over outsiders. Their intentions aren't clear, but at a glance, it looks like they're protecting Wu Wei's interests. The two looked at each other and smiled. Could they be protecting the Valley Master? We'll worry about that later. What about the matter I asked you to handle before I left? Ji Shan confirmed. It's done. The escort agency's manpower has been fully reinforced, just as you instructed. Wu Shen was pleased. Excellent. I'll summon them for private instruction soon. Until then, make sure they eat well, get plenty of rest, and work on their physical conditioning. The man immediately agreed. Wu Shen was very satisfied. He handled things faster than I expected. He handed a gift to his subordinate. Here, take this. This made Ji Shan curious. What is this? Wu Shen explained. I heard it's a famous wine from the western regions. The man was astonished. This is truly a precious item. But Wu Shen promised, once I make more money, I'll be sure to give you even better things. Wu Shen waved a hand, giving one last instruction before leaving the room. Report to me immediately if anything happens, but don't take any risks trying to investigate that group of martial artists. Cradling the gift, the man replied, I will keep that in mind. Meanwhile, A Xian was overjoyed with the gift Wu Shen had brought him. What's this? Wu Shen said humbly, It's the ambergris and Chang Hong flower you've been wanting. The young man cheered with delight. Just this small amount must have been incredibly expensive. Wu Shen added, I heard it takes over 2,000 blossoms to extract even this much. E Xian was deeply satisfied. Thank you so much, head steward. Hearing E Xian's thanks, Wu Shen felt honored. You're too kind. I should be the one thanking you. Seeing the Valley Lord so happy makes my long journey completely worth it." The boy grinned with delight. As Yixian and Wu Shen were talking, Yi Liang approached them. "You're back." Wu Shen turned to look at him. "Senior brother." Seeing Yi Liang, Wu Shen bowed respectfully. "I have returned." The older man asked his junior brother with concern, "Yes, you've worked hard. Did you run into any trouble?" Wu Shen smiled warmly. "There were a few hurdles, but everything was resolved in the end." Yi Liang was no longer worried and quickly urged him, "If you say so, then I'm sure it is. You must be tired from the long journey. Go get some rest." Suddenly, a voice slowly approached. "Hey, you brat, didn't I tell you to control yourself?" Yi Liang turned. "Were you bickering with those beasts again?" He explained gently to Wu Shen, "I suppose it's because he spent so much time with them, but strangely enough, it seems he can actually converse with them." A question mark popped up in his mind. He imagined the scene of Sumi arguing with animals. He can communicate with wild beasts. Night had fallen around a blazing fire pit. "It's only because it was me that I let them off easy. If it had been anyone else, they would have been nothing but hides by now. It would be great if those brats would listen when I use my words, then neither of us would have to get tired." Wu Shen watched the old man ramble on and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. By communicating with ferocious beasts, they established absolute power throughout the Nanman region. That was the myriad beast manner, something no one else could ever hope to accomplish. His gaze suddenly grew more determined. As it turned out, he was watching Yixian training intensely. Both his form and technique were becoming more refined by the day. Sumi tilted his head and asked, "Pretty amazing, isn't he? In just half a year, his progress has been so astonishing, it's hard to believe, even when you're seeing it with your own eyes." Wu Shen was stunned. "If someone had just told me about this, I never would have believed it." The old man was full of pride. "It's because he pushes himself through such grueling training, even I get tired of watching him." Wu Shen had to agree. "I see. That's truly terrifying." Meanwhile, Jie Wei was strictly correcting his movements. "That technique shouldn't be used that way." Zhe Hua then recited a poetic line. "While the foe is frantic, I remain tranquil, awaiting the moment to counter and bind." He snapped, "What's that supposed to mean?" She taunted him contemptuously. "It means exactly what it says. You're just an ignoramus." Ji Wei was about to strike in anger, but Shui Hua managed to dodge in time. Seeing the tension between the two, Wu Shen could only chuckle in amusement. Su Mi, however, complained, "Those two will never stop getting on each other's nerves." The old man recounted, "This isn't a laughing matter. The three of them argue about the Valley Lord's training methods almost every single day. A few days ago, they even came to blows." Wu Shen looked over at Su Mi and teased, "To be honest, you look like you're enjoying the show." The old man scrunched his face in denial. "Enjoying it? I'm just helpless, so I've learned to live with it." Over on the other side, Yixian unleashed a powerful force. He accidentally met Yi Liang's gaze and was momentarily distracted. Seeing his unstable stance, the older man shook his head. When the boy saw his reaction, his morale plummeted. However, Yixian continued his training, while Yi Liang walked straight over to Shui Hua and Jie Wei. He began to speak slowly. Perhaps it's time for him to experience a real combat match. Ji Wei gently mocked Yi Liang, "Speaking of sparring, don't we fight every day?" Yi Liang immediately roared in anger, "I'm talking about a real combat match. I feel no sense of danger whatsoever when I spar with you." Jie Wei didn't forget to glance at Shui Hua. "Is it just me then?" She quickly looked away, not daring to speak. Yi Liang spoke calmly, "In a life or death battle, what is the most important thing?" Shui Hua answered quickly, "Distance and breathing." Jie Wei disagreed. "What are you talking about? It has to be momentum." Yi Liang sternly refuted both their opinions. "It's not that you're both wrong, but the most crucial element is courage." His face was filled with a mysterious expression. Just like that, a night passed, and morning came very early. Yi Liang, Shui Hua, and Jie Wei were all focusing their attention on Su Mi. The old man couldn't quite believe his ears. "Really, does that mean I can truly go all out in a real fight?" Akalayong instructed in a serious tone, "In a life and death duel, the most important thing is guts." Having said that, he looked toward the two of them. Xiol Hua and Gai Wei, not understanding, asked him about it. He explained, "That's right. In other words, bravery or valor. No matter how skilled you are in martial arts, if you have no guts, you can't use your abilities to their fullest potential. If you fear death or injury, Even the slightest risk will fill your heart with fear. And once you're bound by fear, your senses will dull. The information you receive becomes limited, and in the end, you won't be able to respond to real danger. Fear is something born from your own mind. There is only one way to overcome it. That is to constantly fight against formidable opponents. By repeatedly dueling tough enemies, you won't be overwhelmed when you face a truly strong foe, and you'll be able to unleash your full potential. Guy Wei asked, "But for that, wouldn't you need a really vicious opponent?" He replied, "And isn't he the perfect candidate for that? When it comes to malicious energy, no one can match him." His voice was heavy with gravity. Meanwhile, So Mill was sitting elsewhere chatting happily. A moment later, So Mill shouted in alarm, "Can I really go all out while training with him?" Ok Leong added, "There's just one condition. You are absolutely forbidden from using internal energy." Guy Wei asked in shock, "What internal energy?" Nearby Seol Hua also said in surprise, "What kind of nonsense is that?" He continued, "That's going too far, isn't it? That gives Dan Ok too much of an advantage, right?" The old man replied mysteriously, "Is that really so? In exchange, you can do anything else." After hearing this, So Mill asked, "Anything?" He replied, "Yes. To win you are allowed to use any trick and method without holding back." The old man stared in astonishment at the person before him. Ok Leong thought to himself, "I'm the only one who knows how incredibly tenacious he is, and he's not stupid enough to not realize what I'm pushing him to do." With that thought, he said, "Just you watch. See how your overprotectiveness will be the ruin of Dan Ok. Guy Wei clicked his tongue and scoffed, "Ruin? What do you mean, ruin?" Then he and Seol Hua realized something and shouted, "You despicable man!" A moment later, Dan Ok was being swarmed by birds. Unable to fight back, he glared at So Mill in front of him. Seeing him fail, Ok Leong yelled the order again. Dan Ok backed away, glancing nervously at the old man. Across from him, So Mill spoke up, "There are no pigeons this time, Valley Master." Hearing him say that, the boy's eyes went wide, and he was left speechless. Suddenly, the old man charged at Dan Ok, kicking up a cloud of dust. He could only shut his eyes tightly, unable to resist. It took all his effort to barely force his eyes open to look at the old man. Guy Wei and Seol Hua gritted their teeth anxiously. To the side, the corners of Ok Leong's mouth lifted into a slight smile. So Mill's staff was now pressed against Dan Ok neck. He trembled, unable to move a muscle. Seeing his devastated expression, Guy Wei and Seol Hua berated the old man. "Did you really have to go that far, you coward?" The old man tearfully tried to defend himself. "I was just doing what I was told." Ok Leong cut into the conversation. "If this were a real battlefield, Dan Ok would already be dead." "Continue." He ordered the two to resume their training. Receiving the order, Dan Ok immediately swung his staff to attack. So Mill easily dodged his move. Then the old man rushed forward to counterattack. But suddenly, he stumbled, and his whole body pitched forward as if he were about to fall. Dan Ok wanted to use this opportunity to strike him. So Mill suddenly let out a laugh. Dan Ok eyes widened in shock as he looked at the old man and thought to himself, "A trick." Quickly, the old man closed the distance and defeated him again. Defeated once more, he couldn't hold back his tears and began to sob. Ok Leong sighed and said, "If this were a real fight, you would have died 3 times already." That's a common mistake for newcomers to the martial world. They're so confident in their own skills that they forget they can lose their life at any moment to an opponent's petty tricks. Just like Dan Action right now. Do you feel wronged? Action wanted to refute his words, but he couldn't. But he continued, "Isn't death unfair to everyone?" Do you understand the problem now? Because of Dan Action, we are forced to increase the intensity of the sparring matches. It may be grueling and painful, but it has to be done. After hearing this, Guy V clicked his tongue and said, "I get it." How could our Dan Action lose to such a despicable person? So Mill could only force a laugh to diffuse the tension. Axion suddenly spoke up. "You could have just told me directly. No matter how hard and painful the process is, I can endure it. Did you really think I started this without that resolve?" Akryong nodded and said to him, "That kind of mindset is very commendable." Suddenly, he brought something out that made the man's eyes widen in shock. "But Dan Action, isn't that a demonic spirit pin you're holding?" Why the sudden question? He replied calmly, "I just wanted to confirm it beforehand. I'll be using it for treatment tomorrow." The man asked in alarm, "You never said anything about this before?" He replied, "Well, that's just like how you never told me I'd have to fight that medicine this way." After speaking, Axion gave a very strange smile. Shilhua remarked, "Looks like he's sulking." Gai Vai added, "And he's very angry too." The scene changes to a cultural festival for the new year. Wu Wei was filled with a festive atmosphere, and the New Year celebrations would last until the Lantern Festival. Lively lion dances filled the city streets as children and adults had fun together. Witnessing this scene, Li Li laughed heartily. He is the chief of the Beggars sect, and he marveled at what a grand occasion it was. Shi Men was lying in a tattered tent in an empty lot, as motionless as if he were dead. Li Li approached the tent, looked at the man, and shook his head. Ji Men said irritably, "What stray dog dares disturb my rest? If you're going to give alms, just drop it and get lost." He shouted loudly, "You call that begging?" The man angrily shot to his feet and cursed, "Damn it!" Then he saw Li Li and his face turned pale. He said in a panic, "Chief." He asked, "What do you think you're doing?" The man replied, "Can't you see I'm begging?" The chief retorted, "Begging like that?" He explained, "What's wrong with how I look? I look just like a beggar should." Li Li continued, "That's right, you look like a beggar who's starved to death. No one would even dare come near you to give alms." Shi Men frowned and asked back, "Old chief, don't you think you're going too far?" He went on, "Hey, where are your manners? Aren't you going to greet your chief?" The man replied, "Enough. Right now, I'm arguing with you as a friend, not as your chief." Li Li spoke up, "Then by all means, let's argue." The man frowned. "How much longer do I have to lie here? I'm not young anymore. You said you'd treat me like an elder. Look at me. Is this how you treat an elder? I should be sitting in the assembly hall, not slumming it on some street corner." The chief asked, "Are you done?" Shi Men replied, "Not even close. Shouldn't a senior brother give his junior brothers hope? But seeing me like this, what dreams can the other young juniors have? An elder roughing it out on the streets." Li Li cut him off. "That's why it's called the Beggars sect. If we were just ordinary beggars, how could we have survived until now? We are a sect." He yelled angrily, "I don't care if we're a sect or whatever, I'm about to wither away and die out here." He continued, "You must repay the kindness you've received. Those villains are targeting the young divine doctor, so don't we have to protect him? We'll be establishing a proper branch here soon, so just be a little more patient." Ji Men retorted, "Are you kidding me, sending me to the front lines again? Damn it, don't rely on me anymore. I've wandered this world for long enough." Li Li said calmly, "Of course, who else can I rely on but you? Hey, calm down. The junior brothers are watching." He jumped up. "Let them watch." The chief sighed. "If you keep this up, I'll just make you the chief right now." Ji Men grumbled, "What nonsense!" The chief continued, "I've already written a will naming you as my successor." The man broke out in a cold sweat and took a step back. Li Li shook his head and said, "If you keep draining me like this, I'll die young instead of from old age. Strange, I feel like I'm about to have a stroke. A poisonous wind is blowing my way." Ji Men thought to himself, "Being an elder is tiring enough. Being the chief would kill me." He answered cautiously, "I was just complaining. I didn't mean it. Have I ever made things difficult for you, chief?" Hearing him say that, Li Li let out a sigh. A little later, the two of them were walking around the city together. Li Li handed over a jar of wine. "Here, take this. It's authentic Fenju that I personally went to Xinghua village to buy." Seeing the wine jar, Ji Men asked excitedly, "Is this wine from the Du family?" The chief started rambling. "That's right. I went through a lot of trouble to bring it back because I was thinking of you." He took the wine jug and mumbled, "This kind is very famous." Behind him, the chief sighed. He was certainly being generous. Ji Men turned his head and asked, "It's gone in one gulp." Li Li replied, "That's all they gave me when I got it." After hearing the old man speak, the man's face twisted into a look of contempt. The old man continued, "I went through so much trouble just to get a sip." "Why did you put it away instead of drinking it?" Ji Men answered bluntly, "If I drink it now, I'll have to share. I'd rather save it and drink it alone in secret later." Li immediately scolded him angrily. "You have no honor." The man stomped his foot and yelled in the old man's face, "Honor? You're talking about honor after you skimmed some of the wine for yourself." Suddenly, Li saw something in the distance and froze. A group of people dressed in the clothes of the Huashan sect was passing by their location. Ji Men clicked his tongue. "About 2 weeks ago, the Huashan sect sent their plum blossom sword disciples here. What other reason could there be?" "They're probably here for the same reason we are." Li immediately shouted back at him, Why didn't you report it? The man replied nonchalantly. I did. I sent a carrier pigeon. The main office should have received it by now. G-Men glanced over and continued, if you look closely, there's a difference between them and us. The old man asked, what difference? The man began to explain, the Huashan disciples switch out their people every 10 days. I'm telling you, just 10 days. All you have to do is hold out for 10 days, unlike the disciples of the beggars sect. Lee continued his thought. We don't have enough people. The man asked doubtfully, are you saying the beggars sect doesn't have enough people? In terms of numbers, we're the largest in the Central Plains. Lee quickly reminded him, keep your voice down. Do you want to shout from the rooftops that the beggars sect is spying on them here? G-Men glanced over, pouted, and clicked his tongue. The old man spoke again. How is the divine doctor doing? The man replied, he's familiar with this place, so it's hard to find any trace of him. I haven't even seen his face. The old man asked again, are you sure? The man said, do you really think I'd dare lie to you now? Lee pointed towards Akseon on the other side and asked, then who is that person? Then the two saw the person walking behind him and were alarmed. Why is she with him? A name instantly popped into both of their heads, the Ice Jade Fairy. Lee whispered, is she really still alive? G-Men was curious. Why don't you go say hello? The old man dismissed the idea. Forget it. That's no different from asking to be poisoned. The man asked bad memories. The old man muttered angrily, of all people, you're the last one who should be saying that. The man sighed. I wasn't trying to be friendly. Just pointing it out. It's like I've said it 80 times already. The man watched Xue Hua's retreating back. At the same time where Akseon and Xue Hua were, the young man shouted excitedly, wow, look, it's a signal flare. He turned his head and saw her frowning, looking curious. What's wrong? What is it? Xue Hua wrinkled her nose and replied, there's a smell. He asked, confused, what smell? She glanced around, her whole body trembling involuntarily as she said, he's here. Akseon saw Jie Wei and Ak Riang arriving and said, he's here, thank you, Uncle Fan. She said urgently, I think it's best we leave. The leader of the beggars sect just arrived. Ak Riang asked her puzzled. The leader of the beggars sect, Xue Hua, was breaking out in a cold sweat, muttering, only he could smell like that. He spoke again, we should head back. The sect leader is nearby. Ji Wei interrupted, but I still want to buy something for Dr. Dan. Ak Riang shook his head. Don't cause trouble. Let's go back. Ak Riang spoke up, Dr. Dan Ji Wei, and I will head back to the Valley of Gods and Demons first. Ak Seon replied, why, let's look around a little more. The man said, I don't like crowded places. You two can take your time and stroll around with Miss Han. After that, Ak Riang and Jie Wei turned and left. The young man watched them go and asked, do you know why? Xue Hua immediately answered, the leader of the beggars sect has arrived. They left first so they wouldn't be recognized. He then said, maybe they feel as stifled as I do, being unable to show our faces in public. He glanced around at everything, then gave a slight nod and sighed. Akseon said, we should head back too. Let's buy some food and fireworks for everyone and then go home. Xue Hua looked back at him and replied with a gentle smile, okay, let's do that. The two of them approached a stall selling cakes, planning to buy some to take back. Besides that, Akseon also bought a bunch of other things. Finally, the two of them returned home in high spirits. Akseon walked up to the medicine shop and said excitedly, look, the old pharmacy owner is back. The shop has been closed for so long. He ran straight into the house, saying as he went, Uncle. Once inside, he bowed obediently. Happy New Year, Uncle. Are you feeling better now? The shop owner heard Akseon's voice and turned his head to look. Seeing how pale the man's face was, he asked with concern, Uncle. The man answered with a trembling voice, I'm sorry. Looking at you brings back old memories. The young man was startled, not knowing how to respond to him. Akseon lowered his head in embarrassment and said, I understand. Please take care of yourself, Uncle. I'll be back next time. The clinic owner replied, from now on, it would be better if you went to another pharmacy. I'm sorry, I really can't face you anymore. No matter how much I was suffering, I never should have told anyone about you. Hearing this, the boy asked in confusion, what in that situation anyone would have done the same thing? I'm fine. The owner shouted, trembling, I'm just so weak. I'm tormented by nightmares. Every night I can't get any sleep. I've only managed to sleep a little these past few days, and then I saw you. I'm sorry. With that, the clinic owner went straight inside his room without looking back at the boy. Akseon watched him go, his eyes welling up with tears, and said, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. That evening, Oxeon and Seol Hua returned to the others. His face was gloomy as he stared at everyone. Then he spoke up. I had known him for a long time, and now I've lost another connection. Seol Hua comforted him from the side. It's not your fault. Ak Ryong and Gai Wei looked up at the two of them. She subtly signaled for everyone not to ask any questions. Ok Seon continued, they say lighting firecrackers drives away misfortune. In the old days, people would burn bamboo and listen to the crackling sound to ward off evil spirits. Now, we use gunpowder, but we still call them firecrackers for the same reason. I hope it actually works. His expression was dark and somber. Ok Ryong and Gi Wei didn't dare to say anything. So Mills said quickly, I've prepared a small table with some drinks at my place. Mu Shim added, that's a great idea. The new year isn't complete without some alcohol. A short while later, they were all inside sitting before a lavish meal. Everyone had a cup of alcohol in front of them, so Mill cheerfully poured a drink for Ok Ryong. On the other side, Gai Wei chugged down his entire cup. Ak Seon asked curiously, could I also try a sip of that? Without much thought, the man held his cup out to the boy. Seol Hua was horrified and quickly snatched the cup away. She shouted angrily, are you giving alcohol to a child? Are you out of your mind? He replied, what's the big deal? I started drinking when I was 10. Seol Hua clicked her tongue and muttered, that explains why you're such a mess. He asked angrily, what did you just say? Ok Ryong looked at Ok Seon and asked, are you curious about the taste of alcohol? The boy shook his head. No, not really. I just thought drinking might lighten my mood, so I wanted to see if it was true. He replied, it depends on the person and the situation. Drinking doesn't always make you feel better. Sometimes it can actually make you feel worse. Gai Wei chimed in, just one cup shouldn't be a problem, right? Seol Hua cut him off, just ignore him. Seeing that the boy wasn't well, Ok Ryong said, you look tired. You should get some rest. The boy replied, I guess so. With that, Ok Seon stood up and went to his room to rest. Ok Ryong watched him go, and then said, it seems like something happened in the village. Seol Hua began to tell everyone what had happened that day I met the pharmacy owner today. After hearing the story, Ok Ryong said, I hope he doesn't torture himself over this, but knowing Ok Seon's personality, it won't be that simple. Gai Wei grabbed the bottle of alcohol from the table and drank it all in one go. Everyone at the table stared at him in shock. He looked at Ok Ryong and said, maybe we should leave this place. Hearing this, Ok Ryong asked in astonishment, what? Gi Wei started to explain, Ok Seon is suffering like this, and I think it's because of us. Ok Ryong retorted, how can you blame us? The Chung Luo gang was targeting Ok Seon from the very beginning. He asked back, but what if we weren't here? Would the Chung Luo gang still be targeting him? Ok Ryong said in a low voice, what are you trying to say? He continued exposing his identity to the Murim alliance in the first place. It was all our fault. We're hiding like this now because we're afraid of being discovered. If we leave, what will happen to Ok Seon? Ok Ryong thought about his question for a moment and then answered, at the very least, he'd be freer than he is now. Gai Wei interjected, Ok Seon would no longer have a reason to hide. Even without us, he still has them. We don't need to worry about him. But unlike senior brother Seo, senior brother Fan still needs regular treatment. He thought to himself, senior brother Fan is better than before. But without the divine pills and the Valley Master's help, who knows when his madness will return? After thinking, he continued, whatever we'll manage somehow. We've come far enough. I've survived worse things my entire life. Right, senior brother Seo. A Liang seemed to give in, replying, you have a point. But Xue Hua suddenly cut in, that man is an idiot. That child is already sad from losing his family. What if we suddenly leave now? Don't you think that would hurt him even more? Jie Wei refuted her, but on the other hand, if we leave, he'll have the chance to form new bonds. She stared at him doubtfully and asked, what? He continued, look at the beggar sect. Didn't they travel all this way just to protect Dan Yixian? Furthermore, the Wulin Alliance leader who owes Dan Yixian a debt won't just stand by and watch. The last time I saw them, the disciples of the Mount Hua sect also seemed very fond of Dan Yixian. Between staying with us and being without us, which is truly better for Dan Yixian? Xue Hua couldn't find any words to refute him. He spoke again. I think I'm about to get sicker. I can handle a headache, but the pain right here, I can't take it anymore. First brother, pack your things. Let's get out of here. Yi Liang panicked and tried to stop him. Wait, we can't decide this so hastily. Jie Wei replied, "What's so difficult from the beginning? Dan Yixian could have lived happily without us. Now the least we can do is let him have that." Everyone in the room erupted into a chaotic argument. Inside he screamed, "Damn that Valley Master!" A while later, Jie Wei finished packing and was about to leave. A Liang stopped him. "Even if we're leaving, we can't just go like this. We should at least say goodbye to Dan Yixian." He replied, "If I see his face, I'm afraid I won't be able to say a word. It's better to just go." Dan Yixian came scrambling out of the house toward the two of them, shouting, "Where are you going?" Ji Wei stammered, "Well, my first brother and I are planning to leave this place." The boy asked again, "What, why?" He avoided the boy's gaze. "Living like this is too suffocating. You know we're not the type of people to hide away like rats." Dan Yixian said in confusion, "But you promised me you wouldn't leave this place without telling me. Are you planning to leave too?" First uncle caught off guard by his gaze, Yi Liang replied, "I'm still thinking about it." "You should think it over too. If we're not here anymore, you can do whatever you want." Confused, the boy asked, "What I want to do?" The man replied, "You won't have to hide here anymore. You can finally practice the medicine you've always dreamed of. You once said you would face your destiny on your own. Perhaps this is your first step." Those words left the boy stunned. "I've taught you the basics of martial arts. For the rest, you just need her help to complete your training. In fact, if you master all of her skills one day, you'll become one of the top masters in the world." Jie Hua cursed in frustration. "You old fool!" Dan Yixian shouted angrily. "Don't say such foolish things." Seeing him truly angry for the first time, she exclaimed in surprise, "Foolish?" Jie Wei and Yi Liang were shocked, thinking to themselves, "Is Dan Yixian angry?" Dan Yixian continued, "Don't you all understand whether it's the Beggar's Sect or the Manhwa sect, even if they gave me everything? How could it compare to you two, you idiots? You fools! Entering the Jianghu to practice medicine. Those things are all good, but what I really want is to keep living with the two of you and with Auntie just like this forever. So please, just give me one day. I'll find a way." Late into the night, Dan Yixian was still engrossed in his books. He let out a weary sigh and wondered, is this really the only way left? These clinical records left by my parents, is it right to use them like this? The faces of Yi Liang and Jie Wei appeared in his mind, making him grimace involuntarily. Dan Yixian thought again, "No, this can't be. I have to do something." The next morning, he gathered everyone to hear him out. He said, "Going out to practice medicine and make a name for myself in the world are all good things. But what I truly want is to continue living with all of you just as we have been, just like always." Hearing this, Yi Liang softly said his name, Dan Yixian. The boy continued, "And we won't have to live in seclusion anymore." "What do you mean?" He excitedly pulled out his clinical records and said, "So it seems this is the only way after all." The scene changes to Li Li, who is sitting and begging. The old man yawned widely and said, "This is the perfect weather for begging." Then he noticed someone approaching and called out, "You're here again this early." Shy men asked curiously, "But what's the real reason you're here?" The old man retorted, "What am I not allowed to be here?" The man continued, "The position of sect leader isn't a leisurely one." Li Li said, "It seems you're starting to eye the sect leader position now, aren't you? Just say the word whenever you want it, and I'll immediately make you my successor." Sure men grew angry and said in a stern voice, "Stop with the ridiculous talk. Besides, it's not like just anyone can handle the job." Hearing that, the old man huffed. Then the old man continued, "Because I'm worried your personality might cause some kind of chaos." The man asked doubtfully, "Why say that all of a sudden? Why would I cause trouble?" Li Lap pointed to the group of people on the other side and said, "Because of them." The man looked over in surprise. "That is, what are those guys from the evil-slaying corps doing here?" he asked angrily. The old man quickly pulled the cloak over Shi Men's head. As he walked over, he said, "Watch carefully what I do and learn." Behind him, the man thought to himself, he's already packed up the prayer ritual items, so now he just looks like a normal beggar. Li Lap staggered intentionally, dropping the bowl in his hand. The members of the evil-slaying corps coldly stomped on the bowl, shattering it. The old man acted horrified. "Oh dear, you heartless brutes! Not only can I beg, but you break my begging bowl. You scoundrels, do you want me to dunk you in this pile of dung and fry you to death? Have you no fear of heaven and earth?" Seeing him writhing on the ground, the soldiers exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell is this?" Li Lap screamed, "Give me back my gourd! Give back my family's heirloom passed down from my great-grandfather!" The soldiers yelled in anger, "This crazy beggar!" Wang Kun stepped forward to mediate. "Get up, sect leader! A lot of people are watching." Li Lap refused to stop screaming, "What are you talking about? Give me back my treasure!" Seeing this, he ordered his subordinates to leave. The old man broke into a sweat, thinking, "Are they just leaving like that? This isn't how it's supposed to go." Just as Wang Kun and his men were about to leave, they stopped short. Ji Men stood blocking their path with a grim expression. He exuded a murderous aura as if he was about to attack them. Wang Kun thought in alarm, a master, and one who has far surpassed all known realms. He spoke up, "Could you be the As You Wish Swift Hand? I am Wang Kun, former captain of the Wulin Alliance's evil-slaying corps, and I pay my respects to the elder." Ji Men replied, "Skip the formalities." "How can you be so disrespectful as to disregard the sect leader right in front of you?" he stammered. "My apologies, what do you want?" Li Lap, still lying on the ground with his head propped up suddenly, spoke. "Go back." "Are you already hard of hearing at such a young age? Turn around and leave this village." Wang Kun said hesitantly, "But we came to carry out the Wulin Alliance's orders." The old man shot back, "What orders? Did someone badmouth your alliance master again, or have the 10 great evils appeared? I'll contact them myself, so just go back." Hearing this, he thought, "I don't get it. The beggar's sect is supposed to be aligned with the Wulin Alliance, yet they're kicking us out." Then he said, "This is impossible." Li Lap said again, "I heard that the evil-slaying corps once arrested the son of the divine doctor for interrogation. Is that right?" It seems the alliance master hasn't been briefed on that, has he? Perhaps only you people know about this, correct? Wang Kun's face turned pale, and he remained silent. The old man continued, "I wonder what kind of expression the alliance master would make if he knew you tortured the physician who once saved his daughter's life." "Ah, that's right. I heard the reason was to threaten the divine doctor to show himself, wasn't it?" "Do you find what I'm saying funny?" the old man threatened. Wang Kun, drenched in sweat, stammered a reply, "Not at all." Li Lap continued, "It's only because I'm still being lenient that I'm just using words. But if it were that other person—" Ji Men moved up right behind him and squeezed his shoulder tightly. Wang Kun cried out in pain and panic, "Stop, stop!" The man pushed him back forcefully, and Wang Kun stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Then he said, trembling, "I will definitely report to the Wulin Alliance that the beggar's sect has rebelled against the Alliance Master." Li Lap replied, "Just for a little shoulder rub. Besides, you're the ones who broke my precious gourd first." A moment later, Wang Kun and his men left in disgrace. Ji Men was curious. Is this really okay? "What will you do later?" Li Lap replied. "What would happen if I were to cut off one of your arms? After all, with a title like As You Wish Swift Hand, you must be quite famous." The man replied, "I'm just wondering, but before you could cut off my arm, I fear the sect leader's head would be smashed first." The old man continued, "Is that so? In your opinion, how much longer can the Wulin Alliance last?" Ji Men glanced at the old man and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by that?" Li Lap explained, "It wouldn't be wrong to say it has started to crack. Since the demonic cult was driven away, the Wulin Alliance has already fulfilled its role. They've tried to cling on under various pretexts, but now they've reached their limit. The Huashan sect being here is due to their own independent decision. Otherwise, there would have been no need to separately dispatch the evil-slaying corps. Besides, since the declaration to eliminate the 100 earthly evils, has any sect genuinely supported it? The Wulin Alliance. No, the Wulin Alliance master went too far a long time ago." Ji Men added, "That's true, since the Alliance Master treats the entire Wulin Alliance as his own private army to command as he pleases." Li Lap continued, "The Tiener Brigade has also begun to move in secret. I hear they're investigating the Alliance Master's personal acts of corruption." Ji Men asked, "Isn't the person in charge of the Tiener Brigade the beloved daughter of the Zhug family?" The old man explained, "That's right. She's not called Ji Long Li for nothing. Her cunning is second to none. Nangong Bai has already lost all faith. It won't be long before the split begins." Ji Men asked again, "But he's not the type to be taken down so easily." The old man thought to himself, "He truly is an extraordinary figure." Then he said, "In any case, our beggar's sect will be separating from the Wulin Alliance. We can't keep dancing to their tune forever." Ji Men, still confused, asked, "What about the official reason?" Li explained, "We have plenty of reasons, I just haven't mentioned them yet. The elimination of the 100 great villains." He continued, "That's right. On that kill list, there are quite a few who can't really be called villains. Like mighty ghost Meng Yan, for example." The old man replied, "Yes, the Sichuan branch is protecting him right now, and our sect isn't the only one involved. This martial world is a tangled web of countless grudges and favors. Anyone can see that list is full of personal bias. The Martial Arts Alliance is constantly creating external enemies to maintain its own prestige." Dung Axion saw the two of them and ran over. "Hey, you're the chief of the Beggars sect, right?" Seeing the boy, Li Li replied cheerfully, "And you are?" The boy introduced himself politely. "Hello, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Dung Axion." The old man replied, "I've heard a lot about you. I owe your Chun Tang quite a debt from back in the day." Ji Men's heart skipped a beat when he saw the person approaching. She Hua covered her nose and muttered, "Why don't you beggars ever bathe?" Li Li replied awkwardly, "Senior, it's been a long time. I hope you've been well." She looked annoyed and didn't bother to answer him. Dung Axion quickly intervened. "This junior heard that you once helped us, so I wanted to come and pay my respects and thank you." The old man broke into a cold sweat and said, "Oh no, what favor are you talking about? Our beggar sect owes the divine doctor countless debts. Even 100 more years of repayment wouldn't be enough." The boy replied, "Your words fill this junior with immense gratitude. Speaking of that favor, could we find a quiet place to talk for a bit?" She Hua said reluctantly. "Follow me." She Hua led Li Li and Ji Men to a small hut in the courtyard. A very appealing spread of food was laid out on the table. Dung Axion spoke up, "I set this up here so you could eat comfortably. Please help yourselves." Li Li replied, "Like father, like son, as they say. You really know how to win people over." Ji Men added excitedly, "Is that alcohol?" With that, the two of them sat down and began to eat and drink ravenously. She Hua frowned deeply and asked them, "You do realize you're causing trouble, don't you?" Dung Axion quickly stopped her. "Mother, they are your benefactors." She replied with a scowl, "Benefactors? If I hadn't stepped in to save this lot back then, I doubt they'd even be sitting here now." The two of them reluctantly swallowed the food in their mouths. Li Li quickly said, "Senior sister, you're bringing up old stories again. That was so many years ago." Ji Men also chimed in, "Weren't we just kids back then?" Dung Axion looked at She Hua curiously and asked, "Did you know them in the past?" Li Li tried again, "Senior sister, even so, I'm the chief of the Beggars sect now. You could at least give me some face." She cut him off while he was rambling, so what time really flies. To think of that little brat with swollen eyes, crying and clinging to my clothes, begging for help all those years ago. The old man's face fell, and he stammered, "Senior sister, please don't bring that up again. It's too embarrassing." "But why are you treating us so well today?" Dung Axion said enthusiastically, "It's to show our gratitude for everything you've done up until now. From now on, you no longer need to stay here for me." After hearing him, Li Li was confused. He stared intently and asked, "What do you mean?" The boy explained, "We will be setting off on a journey with my mother here and a few other helpers." The old man's eyes widened as he looked at the boy, seeking a clearer explanation. "A journey?" Dung Axion said, "I came only to tell you that it's useless to keep waiting, because we'll be traveling across the Central Plains and won't be returning here for some time." The old man asked, "What's the purpose?" The boy answered, "My father never took a single coin for his treatments. It's time for them to repay the medical fees they swore to pay." The old man nodded at him. "I understand better than anyone. We don't have money, but—" His face paled as he continued with a nervous laugh. Ji Men whispered in his ear from the side, "Chief, don't say that." Li Li replied, "If you were to put a price on the Sacred Hand Divine Pill, how much would it be?" Dung Axion said, "I intend to collect the treatment fees in something other than money, in exchange for a pledge of enmity related to Wu Wei." Li Li blurted out in astonishment, "What do you want to do with Wu Wei?" The boy explained, "I want to turn Wu Wei into a forbidden zone for the Orthodox sect." The old man wanted to know more and asked him, "Why go to such lengths?" The boy replied, "Because I just hope that in Wu Wei, the Orthodox and unorthodox sects won't be divided and shed blood." The old man thought to himself, "But why only ban the Orthodox sect? Are all the people the divine doctor saved from the Orthodox sect? Well, it's true that the unorthodox sects are never united, so it's no surprise." He glanced over, sizing up Dung Axion and She Hua once more. Then he continued to think, accepting pledges of enmity instead of medical fees. Perhaps that's not impossible. Then he said, the divine doctor saved more than just 1 or 2 people. Are you planning to find all of them? Dung Axion replied, yes, so it will probably be a long journey. But even so, it must be done. It's the only way. Li Li said again, in that case, my pledge of enmity too. The boy cut him off. I'll ask for that later. 4 days later, Axion decided to leave. He looked at So Mil and Musim and asked, aren't you coming with us? Musim spoke up, doesn't someone need to stay and guard this place? Without someone to look after it, the house will fall into ruin in no time. So Mil whispered, I'd rather stay here alone than go with them. From a distance, Giwi called out to them, I heard that you. He quickly reassured him, it's not easy to just leave when there's so much to do. We'll stay here and wait for your return. By the way, there's something I'd like to ask. May I use the medicinal herbs here to produce a large quantity of Baoyang pills? He smiled and said, yes, of course. Uncle Peng will give you the formula. Jin Xiong said, please leave it to me. I brought a bag of medicinal herbs with me last time I came. Axion waved goodbye to them. Well then, take care. We're off. Jin Xiong replied, travel safely. Please take care of the Valley Master for us. Gi Wei also waved back, you can count on me. I won't let a single drop of blood get on Dan Oxion's hands. Xiol Hua grumbled, that sounds easy enough. So Mills sighed, it seems I'm not such a good person after all. Mu Sim wondered, why would you say that? The old man replied, because I also feel a little sad and reluctant. But the happiness is still greater. In any case, you truly understand my heart. Only you do, brother. He smiled in reply, I understand how you feel. You've been through a lot all this time. Then let's work hard to change this place. I want to see the surprised looks on their faces when they return. The old man replied, just thinking about it makes me happy. Jin Seong added, I'll do my best to help as well. Elsewhere, Axion and the others set off on their journey. He and Gai Wei were cheerfully laughing and joking the whole way. Xiol Hua and Ak Riang quietly followed behind them. 1 month after setting out, the 4 of them arrived at the Zhongshan Shaolin Temple. Axion and Xiol Hua hid Giwi and Ak Riang in the bushes. He looked at the 2 of them and chuckled, well, we're off. They hid deep in the bushes, not answering him. Seeing that the 2 didn't answer, Axion and Xiol Hua left. Giwi was curious, but will what Dan Axion said come true? Ak Riang replied, that remains to be seen. I just feel that we've become connected to a child who is more extraordinary than we imagined. After hearing that, he added, it's useless to talk about it, just a waste of breath. On the other side, Axion and Xiol Hua entered the Shaolin Temple. A young monk at the Shaolin Temple came out to greet them. May the Buddha protect you. You must be weary from your long journey. Please write down your names and the purpose of your visit in the guest book over there. After the head of the reception hall grants approval, you will be allowed to enter the temple grounds. You may only stay within the temple until the hour of the goat. Please remember this to avoid any inconvenience. Axion said excitedly, he's so cute. Xiol Hua thought to herself, even Dan Axion thinks the little monk is cute. He really is cute. He asked, we're here to see Great Master Hui Gong. The young monk was curious. Hui Gong. There is no monk in this temple with the character Hui in his name. He said again, but it's clearly written here as Zen Master Hui Gong, and it also says he's the abbot of this place. The young monk said, what the abbot? The abbot of our temple is of the FA generation, and all their Dharma names contain the character Yan. Axion thought to himself, he must be young and doesn't know. Then he said, in that case, could you please pass on a message to the abbot for me? Tell him that the son of the divine doctor wishes to see him. The boy said again, our abbot is not someone just anyone can meet. Besides, he is currently busy preparing for an important matter and is not receiving outside guests. Xiol Hua spoke up, just pass on the message anyway. If you don't, I'm afraid you'll get a serious scolding later. The young monk turned back towards the temple. Then I will report to the elders. Please wait a moment. Xiol Hua turned to Axion and said, don't trust those baldies, and that includes Giwi. He replied, if you say things like that in public, you'll make a lot of enemies. She answered casually, I don't really care what's the big deal. Besides, it's different with Uncle Gaiwi. He didn't shave his head voluntarily. She continued, that's exactly my point. How ferocious must one be for all their hair to just disappear like that? Giwi, having been mentioned by her, suddenly sneezed. Effa Yan emerged from inside the Shaolin Temple. He was the abbot of the Shaolin Temple. Axion spoke up to greet him. I am Dan Axion. Greetings, abbot. He thought, those martial monks behind him must be the elite arhats of Shaolin. They look so majestic. Fayan smiled and replied, I recognized you at a glance. Those eyes that face, there's no mistake. You are indeed his bloodline. Sol Hua suddenly stepped forward. Don't come any closer, you baldies. Baldness is contagious, Axion said in embarrassment. Ma'am, that's not a contagious disease. She replied, let's talk over there. The people from the Shaolin Temple grew angry and rebuked them. How dare you speak like that in front of the abbot, such disrespectful guests? Axion looked at the killing intent radiating from both sides, completely alarmed. His mind was filled with worry. I knew it. Things are already a complete mess right from the start. Fa Yan struck his staff hard on the ground, causing the men behind him to settle down. He spoke, in my excitement I have been discourteous. For a renowned senior of the martial world to grace this remote ancient temple is truly a great honor. Hearing this, Shihua asked doubtfully, you recognize me? He replied, although this humble one rarely leaves the mountain and my experience in the martial world is shallow, I am not so blind as to fail to recognize a living legend. Are you not the Ice Jade Fairy, Senior Han? The monks behind him thought, the Ice Jade Fairy, so it really is her. She's a living piece of history from the martial world. Fa Yan spoke again. May this humble monk have an audience with the other visitor. Seeing the bloodline of the divine doctor, this old monk deeply feels the impermanence of time. The young man replied, it's an honor to meet you, great master. My father spoke of you often. The monk asked, curiously, is that so? What did he say about me? The evil immortal answered, that you are a true practitioner of the great law, one who would never stray from the righteous path, and the one who can guide the Zen sect back to its true destiny. If Ayan said, I didn't expect him to think so highly of me. He was always a strict judge of character. Is the divine doctor well? The young man answered with some hesitation, he has passed away. The monk stared at him in shock and asked, what? Why in such a hurry, my friend? You must have suffered a great deal. So what is it you wish to see me about? The evil immortal calmly replied, yes, there is something I need your help with. I came to see the great master with the Dharma name, Hui Gong. Fa Yan answered regretfully, my martial uncle entered seclusion long ago. Not only outsiders, but even we have not been able to see him for many years. How about this? I will go and ask him myself. Since you are none other than the son of the divine doctor, this humble monk must do everything in my power to help no matter the trouble. The kindness he showed our temple was immense. The evil immortal replied happily, thank you, great master abbot. Fa Yan continued, please come inside. I will lead the way myself. One more thing. Please, benefactor, wear this veil. The fairy's beauty stirs the heart of even this old monk, let alone the young novices in the temple. I fear they would find it difficult to maintain their composure. A moment later in the guest room of the Shaolin Temple, Fa Yan asked curiously, why do you wish to see my great master? The evil immortal replied, I wish to meet him and explain it myself. The abbot said, although I am currently the abbot, if he is not willing, I cannot force him. The young man replied, if I can meet him, it will be my good fortune. If he refuses, I will quietly leave. Suddenly, a young monk brought tea into the room. Seeing this, the evil immortal thought to himself, what a likable person. Fa Yan turned and said, thank you. Shihua spoke up. Didn't the abbot say he wasn't receiving guests? He replied, there are guests and then there are guests. Can the name of the divine doctor be taken lightly? If I had said I wouldn't see you, would you have obediently turned back? The reason I'm not receiving guests is to avoid disturbing his peace. She let out a cold snort and stared at Fa Yan. She asked again, what do you mean? He replied, Zen Master Hui Gong, who is my martial uncle, is preparing to pass on his mantle. To cleanse himself of all worldly thoughts, he has entered secluded meditation and is now on the verge of peacefully entering nirvana. Therefore, until he designates a disciple to inherit his legacy, all guests are being turned away. Take this item to the head of the Arhat Hall and tell him to bring it to the second patriarch's hermitage. The young monk replied, yes, great master, I understand. Shihua continued, isn't the head of the Arhat Hall already dead? His Dharma name was Liu Fan, correct? Fa Yan's expression was grim as he looked at her. She continued, I heard he joined forces with others to surround and capture the Blood Hand Venerable One. The thousand-hand abbess of the Tang family and an elder of the Nangong family were also there. Fa Yan picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all. He said, "It was all this humble monk's fault." The evil immortal leaned forward and said, "Great master, please wait a moment. Could you please stick out your tongue for me to see? From the first time I met you, I felt something was wrong, and just now, I've confirmed it." Fa Yan asked doubtfully, "What are you so certain about?" The young man answered him, "About your illness, great master." He walked over to the abbot's side and checked his pulse. He said, "The fire chi in your heart is too strong and has severely affected your heart meridian. By my guess, this has been going on for at least a year." Fa Yan shook his head. "Don't worry about it. I know my own body better than anyone." The evil immortal asked again, "Even the fact that you don't have much time left?" Sweat beaded on the abbot's forehead as he asked, "How did you know that?" The young man replied, "Please stick out your tongue so I can make a more accurate diagnosis." Fa Yan continued, "Don't waste your energy. This is the karmic debt that I must bear alone." The young man said, "You must be in extreme pain. How have you endured it for so long?" The abbot replied, "If I see this pain as an enlightening rod to help me repent for past mistakes, a few more strikes won't kill me." The young man replied, "But this illness will kill you, and it will be an agonizing death. They say the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva descended into hell for the sake of all living beings, right? It must be because he saw it as his destiny to bear. My mission is to save people. If I were to stand by and watch a life fade before my eyes, I would live with guilt and regret for the rest of my life. I have also heard that a disciple of Buddha must be compassionate and save those who are suffering." Fa Yan said sheepishly, "So if I refuse treatment, wouldn't that mean I'm committing a grave sin as a Buddhist?" "All right, I'll leave it in your hands." Xian opened the monk's eyes to examine them. He observed him for a moment deep in thought. He moved behind him to check his body and said, "Just as I thought. If we had been just a little bit later, I'm afraid nothing could have been done." The monk asked again, "So what exactly is my illness?" He replied, "It's upward flaming heart fire." Fa Yan asked, "Heart fire, as in a fire-related illness?" Yi Xian replied, "Yes, but your condition is far more severe. Inside the body, there is a major blood vessel responsible for carrying blood from the heart to the rest of the body. Because it's directly connected to the heart, it endures immense pressure, which is why it must be more resilient and durable than any other vessel." Fa Yan frowned in confusion. He continued, however, "A part of that vessel has hardened and can no longer withstand the pressure of the blood flow, causing small tears to appear. At some point, that vessel will rip open like a long piece of silk. You feel a severe pain between your shoulder blades, don't you? The pain must feel like being struck by a sledgehammer or a large axe, an agony so extreme you've likely never experienced anything so excruciating in your life. If left untreated, that blood vessel will tear completely, causing blood to flow the wrong way and pool where it shouldn't. When that happens, the nerves starved of blood will gradually become paralyzed, and your lower body may lose all sensation, leading to paralysis." Fa Yan asked, "Can it be treated?" He replied, "Fortunately, we're still in time. Treatment is possible. I just need to use acupuncture on the Danzhong Neguan and Shenmin points to lower your blood pressure, then prescribe medicine to restore the damaged vessel, and your condition should stabilize. However, the risk of recurrence is very high. The cause of your high blood pressure seems to stem from an illness of the heart, meaning your spirit is being overwrought." Fa Yan smiled and replied, "I thought you were merely the son of the divine doctor, but it seems the divine doctor himself has reappeared before my very eyes." Yi Xian took an acupuncture kit out of his bag and said, "Then let's begin the treatment." A short while later, Yi Xian had finished treating Fa Yan. He said, "All right, the acupuncture is done. As for the medicine, I'll write you a prescription. You can have it prepared at a nearby apothecary." The monk added, "You don't need to worry, this temple has its own Medicine King Hall." He nodded. "Oh, that's right." Fa Yan thought to himself, "My condition has clearly improved compared to before the acupuncture. He has truly inherited the divine doctor's secret arts. In that case," he said, "there is a patient I would like you to examine." Zhe Hua suddenly asked, "How can a respectable monk be so shameless?" Xian shook his head. "It's fine, I don't mind. Who is this patient?" Fa Yan continued, "That being said, have you ever heard of an illness where a patient suddenly falls asleep and can never wake up again?" he asked. "Are you referring to hypersomnia?" The monk replied, "No, not brief recurring episodes. I'm talking about someone who falls asleep once and never wakes up for the rest of their life." Ace Yan was curious. How long has he been in a coma? Fa Yan sighed and said, "It has been almost a full year now, just 5 days short." He replied, "1 year, I have truly never heard of such a case before." After hearing Ishan's words, his heart was filled with sorrow as he lamented, "I see." He continued, "It seems you'll have to take me to see the patient in person. I suspect that patient is the very source of the heart fire that burns so fiercely within you, Abbot. Please take me there. After all, I can't let the illness I just worked so hard to treat relapse because of someone in a coma." Fa Yan led Ace Yan to the room where the comatose person was. The place they arrived at was the Shaolin Medicine King Hall. The person in the deep slumber was Fa Lu. Ace Yan carefully observed his dark complexion. He quickly proceeded to check the patient's pulse. The feeling of the pulse put Ace Yan on alert. It's one mountain after another. At this moment, this man's flame of life is slowly fading. Fa Yan quickly explained the situation. He fell into a coma while training and hasn't woken up for a year. She Hua frowned, speculating, could he have fallen prey to an inner demon? The monk added, according to the head abbot of the Medicine King Hall, he is merely in a deep sleep. Yan gave his initial diagnosis. I've never seen a case like this. His physical body is growing weaker, but his internal energy is surging. In terms of internal skill alone, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could dominate the world. She Hua uttered the patient's name in a low voice, Fei Lu. Hearing this, he was also taken aback. Is he the one hailed as one of the 5 greats under heaven? Fa Yan nodded slightly. That is him, the head of the disciplinary hall. Ace Yan felt a bit emotional. A peerless master whose title and master's brother are both among the renowned 5 greats of the world. How did someone like him end up like this? She Hua suddenly realized, what's with this ranking system? Why is it like the old monks who used the character Fa as a senior prefix? Fa Yan quickly explained, Fa Lu was a disciple whom Master Huai Gong accepted late in life. Therefore, his initiation was delayed. Though he is of the Liu generation, he was given a Dharma name from the higher Fa generation. Ace Yan commented with regret, but no one understands why things turned out this way. He recalled that one day, Fa Lu requested to enter seclusion, saying he was about to achieve great enlightenment. About 1 month later, when a young monk went to deliver water to his training chambers, he was found in his current state, and he hasn't woken up since. As Yan asked, startled, he achieved enlightenment. A few moments later, an acupuncture needle was placed between his eyebrows. A thin stream of energy slowly escaped from it. At the same time, Ace Yan also discovered he's still conscious. Fa Yan was surprised to hear that, if he's conscious, why can't he open his eyes? He answered cautiously, he is currently in a state of no self. His consciousness is adrift in the realm of samadhi. Fa Yan was a little confused, a state of complete mindlessness that lasted for an entire year. How was that even possible? He explained that this person had likely lost all sense of time, escaping all worldly ties to reach a state of absolute freedom. The abbot asked urgently, is there any way to wake him? Akseon averted his gaze before answering, there is only one way. We must use extreme stimulation to awaken all the senses and nerves in his body, forcing those weak connections to reform. As far as I know, it's the only method, but I'm afraid the abbot will be horrified by what he sees. He replied resolutely, no matter the method, just do it. Please save this child. Akseon explained succinctly, I will use the demonic spirit needle to strike his pressure points and jolt his body. Fa Yan was somewhat horrified. The demonic spirit needle, isn't that the sacred treasure of the life and death demonic doctor? He confirmed, that person was my mother. Fa Yan couldn't believe it. The divine doctor who hated evil down to her very bones married the demonic doctor. Can that really be true? Akseon clarified, my mother was not an evil person. Realizing his slip of the tongue, he corrected himself. Of course, the life and death demonic doctor wasn't evil. It's just the thought of 2 people who were once mortal enemies getting married and even having a child is just so unbelievable. He kept the rest of his thoughts to himself. And on top of that, their child is the one who saved my life today. Amitabha. Fa Yan pleaded hesitantly. Please treat him. Akseon quickly made arrangements. Then I must ask everyone to step outside. If my concentration breaks for even a second, the damage will be irreversible. She Hua waited outside calmly, while Fa Yan paced back and forth restlessly. Just then, Hui Gong appeared. What has the abbot so concerned? Fa Yan exclaimed with relief. Grandmaster! Disciple Fa Yan greets you, Grandmaster. Hui Gong returned the bow. Shaolin disciple Hui Gong greets the abbot. Fa Yan continued respectfully, "Please forgive me for disturbing your meditation." He replied calmly, "It is all right, abbot. I simply found it strange that your mind was free while your body remained bound. It seems you wished to see that child one last time before you departed. Perhaps you wish to settle all your old debts before crossing over to the other side." Hui Gong approached She Hua. "It has been a long time, my dear disciple. It is good to see you still carry yourself with the same grace as ever." However, she neither turned her head nor responded. Fa Yan started to speak, but Hui Gong gently stopped him. "It's all right. She has never been one to show affection to anyone." Fa Yan wondered to himself, just how old is she really? Despite the stir she was causing, She Hua remained cold and unresponsive. Early the next morning at another location, Jie Wei asked urgently, "Senior brother, don't you think something is strange?" "No, think about it. He only went to meet one person this time, that's it. But he still hasn't returned. Isn't that suspicious?" Liang tried to calm him down. "Relax." But the other man couldn't take it and shouted, "I can't relax, something must have gone wrong. I have to go see for myself to be at ease." He tried to reason with him. "Didn't she go with him? I'm sure nothing has happened." He made a grim face. "I'm afraid you're mistaken. How is that demoness any different from us?" Now Liang himself began to waver. "Now that you mention it, maybe we should go check." Suddenly Jie Wei cried out, "Senior brother, look over there." "What if we blend in with that group?" Liang quickly realized. "Are those pilgrims? So we'll just confirm things and come right back, okay?" The two of them set off at once. Where they had been standing, only footprints and a few twigs remained. What's more, it looked like they had left their weapons and gear behind. The scene shifts back to where Seon was performing the treatment. He came out and announced to everyone, "It was a success." She Hua replied softly, "I knew it would be." Just then, Master Fa Xing of the Medicine King Hall spoke up. "How is the Master of the Discipline Hall's condition?" He gestured to him. "You may go see him. He's awake now." But then Seon added, "He is likely still disoriented. Please help him slowly reacquaint himself with his surroundings and ensure his mind and body remain at peace until he has fully recovered." Fa Xing replied with emotion in his voice, "I will do so." At the same time, the other monks began to express their gratitude. Next, it was Fa Yan's turn. He grasped his arm. "Thank you, Benefactor Dan. Thanks to you, I have vanquished the demon in my heart." Seon replied modestly, "I still have a long way to go to live up to my parents' legacy." He leaned over and asked, "Greetings, great master. Might your elder be Zen Master Hui Gong?" Hui Gong replied with deep emotion, "Thank you for bringing this wayward disciple who was about to take refuge in ignorance back to my side." Seon quickly began, "I came because there is something I must discuss. Actually, there's something I need to ask of you." He was immediately stopped by She Hua. "You should rest first." Seon looked dazed and tried to protest, but just then Hui Gong advised, "Do as she says. This time allow me to be the one to wait." With so many people insisting, Seon finally relented, and at that very moment his body suddenly lost all its strength. She Hua said in a low voice, "You've had a tough time." Fa Yan also rushed forward, "Let me help." Outside, Jie Wei was eager to act, but Liang stopped him. "Don't make a sound." Following the direction he pointed, Liang discovered something. He wondered to himself, "Is that Han Mo Nu and Dan Yixian so? Dan Yixian is here." Ji Wei, on the other hand, couldn't hold back his sobs. These monks finally... Just then, She Hua's telepathic message came through. "They're just sleeping." "What are you doing here?" Jie Wei immediately replied, "Really?" After she confirmed it, it was Liang's turn to ask, "Is everything going smoothly?" She Hua answered them in an annoyed tone, "If those idiots hadn't interfered, there wouldn't have been any problems. Now get out of my sight." Hearing this, Jie Wei was even more bewildered. What was that? But Liang had already made a decision. Dan Yixian is safe, so we can go back. He was still a bit sad. "Senior brother, can we really leave peacefully?" It turned out Jie Wei was looking at Liu Yun's terrified face. He struggled to ask his disciples, "Isn't this the great lion cudgel?" Rewinding a few minutes, a young monk suddenly stopped. "What's this? I have to return it to its owner. It's so heavy." He had no choice but to go back and find his fellow monks. Thanks to their teamwork, they successfully carried the weapon back. The surrounding crowd made Jie Wei very curious. What's going on? Meanwhile, Liu Yun was giving orders, go to the Luohan Hall immediately and report this. He announced loudly to the crowd, "Dear patrons, due to an unexpected event, the Buddhist ceremony will be postponed." Seeing the worried worshippers, Liu Yun briefly explained, "It seems a dangerous uninvited guest has come to the temple." Another worshipper asked, "Who is it that has made you look so troubled, master?" Liu Yun quickly reassured them, "He resembles a rogue from the martial world known as Wang Shan Shizi. Don't worry, this is the Shaolin Temple, the sacred ground of the Central Plains martial world. We will ensure your safety." Being named made Jie Wei very flustered. How does he know we're here? A Liang blamed him. "What did you do?" He in turn replied innocently, "I've been with you this whole time." Meanwhile, Liu Yun was making an urgent request. "If you see anything suspicious or someone matching the description, please let us know." However, someone asked him, "We've only heard rumors. No one knows what he looks like." He then reconsidered. As for his appearance, he's 7 feet tall, with eyes as sharp as a tiger's and a large body reminiscent of an iron tower. He's very easy to recognize. Noticing the crowd looking in one direction, he became even more cautious. So there's a patron who looks just like him. Jie Wei was in distress. "What should I do? I think I'm being suspected." A Liang replied helplessly, "Someone with your build is truly rare." His expression suddenly changed. "Well, I guess that's that." A Liang asked probingly, "What are you going to do now?" Jie Wei looked sinister. "If it's come to this, let's go all out before we leave." Hearing this, A Liang grew more worried. This is the Shaolin Temple. But Jie Wei wasn't afraid. Aren't the heads of Shaolin monks made of bronze and steel? If we're going to die, we might as well shatter them first. Liang had to remind him to be cautious. Dan Yixian is still here. At the same time, another monk whispered to Liu Yun, "But that patron doesn't have a spiky beard, nor is his head shaven." He began to be convinced. That's true. However, Jie Wei's prominent physique still unsettled him. He was still trying to find an answer, still for someone with a similar build to appear at this exact moment. Jie Wei was desperate. "Senior brother, I think I'm about to be exposed." Yi Liang suddenly radiated a murderous aura. "Let me handle this." He gritted his teeth as if trying to summon something from within his body. Jie Wei quickly braced himself to witness a terrifying ultimate technique. Just then he raised his hand and asked loudly, "Excuse me, master, where is the restroom?" As he followed the monk, he complained, "My stomach hurts so much." Jie Wei was now stuck in a crowd of curious people. "He's huge, look at that arm." He tried to calm himself. "I have to endure this for Dan Yixian's sake." The scene shifts to the latrine outside the courtyard. The monk asked worriedly, "Do you know the way back?" A Liang replied politely, "Yes, master." He hid behind the door and thought, if it were Jie Wei, what kind of trouble would he stir up? He'd probably look for the great lion cudgel first. He tiptoed and used his lightness skill to leave the area. The place Yi Liang was heading for was the highest point for easy observation. After looking for a moment, he seemed satisfied and focused his gaze. In the distance, 2 monks were carrying Jie Wei's weapon. "Found it!" He immediately launched himself forward. In an instant, an extremely light force touched the 2 monks. A Liang successfully knocked them out and retrieved Jie Wei's weapon. Moreover, he set his sights on a hall over there, which looked like the most important building. A Liang shouldered the weapon and took a running start. Would Jie Wei really have the guts to do this? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he hurled the weapon. It flew straight into the majestic hall. A Liang was extremely pleased. This should do the trick for now. This should be enough to cast off any suspicion right. Most of the monks would assume Jie Wei was the one who threw the great lion staff, while in reality, Jie Wei was still with the group of pilgrims under the supervision of the guest prefect monks. Diverting attention to shake off suspicion, it was a classic feint. Seeing him return, Jie Wei hurriedly asked, "What on earth did you do?" "I heard the explosion all the way over here." A Liang said cryptically, "I just imitated you a little." Jie Wei was momentarily surprised, so Yi Liang had to reassure him, "Now they won't suspect you anymore." Jie Wei suddenly asked, "Is Dan Yaoxian all right?" Liang didn't quite understand. "What do you mean?" He explained briefly, "I'm just worried that the commotion might have complicated his visit." A Liang tried to act calm. There was no way he could admit to blowing up the Mahavira Hall. He didn't forget to assert, "But one thing is for sure, this whole mess is your fault." Hearing that, Jie Wei cursed angrily, "You wretched scoundrel." The scene shifts to Fa Yun, who is trembling with rage. The statue was smashed beyond recognition. Fa Yun tried to chant Amitabha. His weak cry echoed again as he saw the statue's head lying on the ground. Amitabha! Suppressing his fear and anger, Fa Yun tried to get a closer look. Stuck firmly in the middle of the statue was Jie Wei's weapon. A shout from outside grew closer. Abbot, the master of the Arhat Hall. Liu Gong bowed his head low and said, "This disciple begs for forgiveness." He replied magnanimously, "It is not your fault." Liu Gong directly admitted his mistake, not realizing it was the weapon of one of the 4 scions of Mount Wang and still being lax in security. "That is my fault." Fa Yan stammered, "Have you found Jie Wei yet?" The man reassured him loudly, "Not yet, but we are searching everywhere. We should find a trace of him soon." Fa Yan muttered, "He has no major grudge against us. Why would he do something like this?" Liu Gong recounted grimly, "Isn't it because of the Wulin Alliance I recently heard that he appeared at Bai Jianmen under the Wulin Alliance's banner, causing heavy losses?" While the two were dejected, Hui Gong suddenly entered. "Has the earth collapsed, or has the sky fallen? Why are you walking straight into the abyss on your own 2 feet? Fa Yan, flustered, didn't know how to respond. "Martial uncle." He clicked his tongue in reproach. "Frost has already settled upon your brows, yet your heart is still too poor to even hold a single needle. Where have all the years gone?" When no one answered, Hui Gong spoke even louder. "The sun sets and the road is long. When will be the time for this old man to pass on his kasaya and alms bowl?" Fa Yan quickly ordered, "Collect the Buddha's remains." Hui Gong grew even angrier. "What Buddha's remains? That piece of wood lying there has no Buddha nature dwelling within it." He decisively snatched the staff from Fa Yan. Then, as everyone watched, Hui Gong shattered the remaining half of the statue. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Kill the Buddha, kill the patriarch. If you meet the Buddha, kill the Buddha. If you meet the patriarch, kill the patriarch. Isn't that the teaching?" Like automatons, they all chanted Amitabha. Suddenly, a monk looked up. "Huh!" An unimaginable discovery was revealed. "Isn't that a sarira?" Fa Yan scolded in annoyance. "A wooden Buddha can't have a sarira." Meanwhile, Hui Gong moved closer. He was focused on the strange object that had just been discovered. Hui Gong quickly picked it up to investigate. The recent events suddenly made sense to him. Could it be that this was all arranged so the statue could be destroyed to reveal this? With a light tap from Hui Gong, the wooden block crumbled. Fa Yan was so startled he shouted, "Could that be?" Hui Gong's hands trembled as he took the book out of the wooden casing. Fa Yan's voice cracked with emotion. "The Shisui Jing!" Murmurs spread through the main hall. "The true sutra left behind by Patriarch Bodhidharma. Hasn't it been lost for ages?" The first patriarch of the Chan sect, who also laid the foundation for the Shaolin Temple to exist today, Bodhidharma. During his lifetime, he authored 2 main sutras, the Yijin Jing and the Shisui Jing. Over a long period of time, the Shisui Jing was lost without a trace. The Yijin Jing, however, has been continuously passed down in Shaolin to this day. It is also the origin of Shaolin martial arts, which they have always claimed to be the root of all martial arts in the world. Fa Yan stood gawking for a long time. Although he had guessed everything inside was extraordinary, he never imagined it would be the Shisui Jing. Hui Gong said in a low voice, "If you find Jie Wei, I wish to meet him myself." Ignoring Fa Yan's confusion, he continued, "They say the beards of the barbarian tribes are as red as fire. I must see for myself if this is true." Fa Yan now understood. His master was placing Jie Wei on the same level as extraordinary sages like Zen master Buddhabhadra and Bodhidharma. He finally accepted the order, "I will do as you say." Hui Gong added a warning, "If you do encounter him, try to avoid using any killing techniques." Meanwhile, Jie Wei, likely unaware of all this, simply left the temple with Yi Liang. Some time passed, and Fa Yan returned to report, "It seems Jie Wei has already left. There's no trace of him anywhere." Hui Gong was full of regret. "Is that so?" He quickly changed the subject. "But it seems you've brought a guest." Fa Yan confirmed, "Yes. Should I let them in?" He nodded. "Let them enter." As the door opened, Yan timidly stepped inside. Hui Gong spoke gently. "Regarding what happened today, I haven't had a chance to properly express my gratitude." The young man replied awkwardly, "Not at all. As a physician, I only did what I had to do." He then asked him, F.A. Liu, did you know that child is my disciple? Xian didn't hide it. Yes, the abbot just informed me. Hui Gong confessed with relief. Thanks to that, I was able to cast off my final inner demon. The young man quickly added, oh, that's right. After Master F.A. Liu woke up, I spoke with him briefly. I felt I should report what he said to you, Master Hui Gong. At that time, he was deeply regretful about being pulled out of his state of samadhi. It turns out it wasn't that he couldn't wake up, but that he was intentionally refusing to. Hui Gong grew somewhat concerned. Why would he do that? Xian offered a guess. In my opinion, perhaps it's a form of escapism. He replied vaguely, is that so? Immediately, countless thoughts swirled in his mind. The conflict between the Buddhist teaching to let go of all worldly attachments and the harsh reality of having to pursue supreme martial arts, between the aspiration of a Buddhist to seek nirvana and the sin of killing that a supreme master of Shaolin must face. Had this paradoxical situation tormented the child all these years? Sadhu, sadhu. Then Hui Gong got to the point. So for what reason have you come to see me? The young man said bluntly, I need your handprint. The master repeated, confused. So Xian had to explain, yes, I want to gain the consensus of the martial arts world's elders to create a joint declaration. Through it, I intend to declare the entire Gansu province a forbidden zone for all martial artists. Hui Gong reminded him, even if the elders agree, you can't force the entire martial world to follow your will. Xian had his own reasoning. At the very least, they can't take a decree from the orthodox sects lightly. If the righteous side just declares it a forbidden land, won't that prevent the endless cycle of bloodshed between good and evil? Hui Gong didn't answer hastily, so Xian pleaded, please, master, help me. I believe this is the way to save people. Regardless of whether they are righteous or demonic, anyone in need of healing will be allowed to enter. As you've heard, the one the martial world calls the demonic doctor is my mother. If her son had not inherited her medical skills, Master F.A. Liu could not have been saved. Hui Gong's expression darkened, but he still remained silent. Xian argued his case alone, the divine doctor and the demonic doctor. It's only because I understand the medical arts of them both that I was able to do it. If I only knew the skills of one, I'm afraid even I wouldn't have dared to attempt such a treatment. I am someone who saves lives, and I want to continue on that path. But if things stay as they are, many people will end up dying because of me. Hui Gong spoke softly. Amitabha, does this old monk really need to provide a handprint? Very well, I will give it. Where should I put it? Immediately after, Hui Gong coated his entire palm with ink. He pressed his hand onto the paper with a gentle force. Xian's face lit up. Thank you, master. But suddenly Hui Gong called out to him meaningfully, young friend. His eyes twinkling, he asked, have you ever considered taking refuge in the Buddha's teachings? After the story was recounted, F.A. Yan had to tease him, are you really that ambitious? Hui Gong gave a wry smile. Indeed I am. I thought I had just rid myself of an inner demon only to give rise to a new one. We owe a great debt to the divine doctor, and now our temple is further indebted to his son. The world is truly unpredictable. The mother labeled a demonic doctor for years gave birth to the one who saved F.A. Liu, the very person Shaolin has protected for generations. Hui Gong murmured, I have made a promise to that boy. F.A. Yan smiled and replied, the Shaolin temple will also honor that promise. Then Hui Gong said to himself, a new wind is about to rise in the martial world. It would be wonderful if this world of slaughter could transform into one of harmony. Amitabha. The scene shifts to Jie Wei, who is shouting, what you're telling me, you spared his life. So the 5 greats of the martial world are now the 4 greats. What a shame. Or maybe not. Looking at you, senior brother, maybe we should call it the 3 greats now. Annoyed by the teasing, Yi Liang snapped, what did you just say? He continued to mock him. Be honest. You're relieved, aren't you, senior brother? As long as F.A. Liu is bedridden, you won't have to worry about Shaolin coming after you. He retorted, since when have I ever been afraid of Shaolin? Ji Wei stated bluntly, if the one who attacked you back then wasn't Hall Master Nahen, but that F.A. Liu guy, would you even be standing here talking right now? A Liang made an excuse. It wouldn't have changed anything. I was prepared to trade my life for his from the very beginning. He replied nonchalantly, let's just say that's true. Just then, Xue Hua cut them off. Hey, don't you have anything to say to me? It's only been a short while, and you're already causing trouble. Her icy anger left both of them speechless. Seeing the two of them trying to flee, Shuhua shouted, "Get back here!" Ji Wei tried to fly away even faster. "I can't hear anything." Shuhua launched ice shards directly at them. "You bastards!" Leaving that aside for now, the scene shifts to the Wulin Alliance. Dan Yang was angrily giving an order. "Repeat what you just said." The subordinate mumbled that they had retreated. He pressed him, asking when and where. The man stammered, saying his men weren't sure. Just then, Dan Yang grabbed him tightly by the neck. He roared in fury, "I don't care what it takes, you will find them. Even if you have to punish that damned beggars sect for interfering or touching the black market, do it. Mobilize all our manpower and resources. You will find their location at any cost." A subordinate who had just arrived reported looking terrified of him. Dan Yang screamed, spittle flying, "This is your last chance. I will not tolerate any more of this nonsense. Get out. Don't even think about coming back empty-handed, if you have to bring me their heads." After all that screaming, he collapsed into his seat exhausted. Guiyan entered the room from out of nowhere. Losing your temper with innocent subordinates won't change the outcome. He was still cursing. "Incompetence is a sin," she commented. "You're starting to sound more and more like the Alliance leader. He said the very same thing just recently." She continued nonchalantly, "The more you're pursued, the calmer you must remain. If shouting was all it took to solve things, we wouldn't be in this mess." Dan Yang asked resentfully, "What are you here for?" She teased him again. "It seems I'm not very welcome, am I?" He grew even more impatient. "Just spit it out." Finally, Guiyan got to the point very well. "Even if my master doesn't welcome me, I must still deliver the gift I brought." She revealed I heard they paid a visit to the Shaolin Temple. Hearing this, Dan Yang was a bit alarmed. The Shaolin Temple, what were they doing there? Guiyan pointed it out for him. And that's not all. Their next destination is the land of Qin. They are heading toward Huashan and Zhongnan. Dan Yang's heart began to waver. Shishu, the land of Mount Hua and Zhongnan. Deep in thought, he fell into a somber silence. Then he abruptly stood up. Guiyan immediately realized, "Are you planning to take action yourself?" Dan Yang quietly gritted his teeth. "What other way is there?" She asked again. "Aren't you afraid it might be dangerous?" Dan Yang looked confused, so she clarified, "I mean exactly what I said. I'm worried about you, leader." His eyes became probing. "Worried about me?" Guiyan asked directly. "Fan Jiwei Chu Eliang Han Shuihua. Out of those three, which one could you, the leader, face alone and emerge unscathed?" The truth made him shudder for a few seconds before he replied, "You seem very certain that the culprits are Chu Eliang and Fan Jiwei." She answered confidently, "Because no matter how many times I retrace the course of events, the conclusion is always the same. If we assume they acted together, the sequence of events and the entire chain of cause and effect fits perfectly." Dan Yang continued, "When do you plan to report to the Alliance leader?" Guiyan tactfully replied, "It's not yet clear. The verification process isn't complete. If you can gather concrete evidence at the scene, leader, it will make the report go much more smoothly." Dan Yang seemed a bit reluctant. "I'll try." She suddenly asked again, "But why? Why do you insist on going back down that path, leader? Surely there isn't only one way to achieve what you desire." Her nonchalant words startled him. How much did she know about his deal with Nangong Bai? He asked cautiously, "What are you trying to say?" Guiyan cleverly retorted, "Aren't you the one who understands these matters better than anyone, leader? I'm only saying this because I feel it's a pity." He walked out with a grand declaration, "I will be sure to repay you for your kindness today and the future." The scene changes to a desolate location in a wild forest. Shuihua and Jiwei were standing by watching the training session. Chu Iliang demonstrated the martial art while explaining, "Draw a circle and at the same time twist in a spiral. That movement creates a force called twining silk. And from that force you cultivate an internal energy known as twining silk jin." After a series of fluid movements, he decisively stomped his foot hard on the ground. Ejian observed with eyes full of admiration. Following that, a loud boom echoed as Chu Iliang struck the trunk of a tree. A spiral-shaped indentation was still spreading across its surface. Ultimately, the internal chai pierced clean through the large tree trunk. Ejian couldn't help but gasp in amazement at his profound internal skill. Chu Iliang asked calmly, "Where do you think this power originates?" The boy thought for a moment before guessing, "Does it come from the rotational force starting at the feet?" Chu Eliang slowly asked another question. "Have you memorized the movements I taught you?" The boy replied politely, "For the most part, yes." He showed a great deal of satisfaction. Good. Seeing something once is better than hearing about it 100 times. Experiencing it for yourself is always better than just watching. Just move with confidence. It doesn't matter if you fail. I will point out your mistakes for you. Xian tried to regulate his breathing to match the technique. He widened his stance to begin. Currents of qi were stirred with every swing of his arms. After a few seconds, Xian struck the wooden tree in front of him with all his might. He waited cautiously for the result, but the tree trunk was only left with a small scratch. As Xian turned back, looking a bit disappointed. Meanwhile, Chu Eliang thought to himself, "That's to be expected. Twining silk jin is the foundation of my entire martial arts. It would be a wonder of the world if someone could imitate it after just one look. Even for a peerless genius, that would be asking too much." He then spoke aloud, "All right, I will perform it one more time." For this demonstration, Chu Eliang used only a single finger, but the pressure it generated began to seep into every crack of the rock. In an instant, the large boulder shattered into pieces, much to Xian's delight. He turned to the boy and asked, "Have you ever heard the saying, 'When the spirit is focused, it can shatter metal and stone'?" Xian answered clearly, "It means that if your spirit is unified, you can unleash unimaginable power, right?" Chu Eliang continued, "When force is gathered to a single point, it creates an incredibly terrifying power. This is true whether it's spiritual energy or physical energy. When a continuous series of movements forms a single trajectory, it connects into a single stream of power." A sudden breeze became as sharp as a knife slicing into the boulder. The boy's eyes widened as he was about to witness another ultimate technique. After the boulder split in two, Chu Eliang calmly finished his sentence. From this principle, countless other applications can be created. He gestured for the boy to try again. At the signal, Xian began to circulate his energy once more. Xiao Hua was always watching his small figure. Suddenly, she began to instruct him. "The rotational force must start from your right foot, transfer through your ankle and knee, multiplying its strength." He turned back panting, "But I'm already doing that." Xiao Hua continued, "But that force must be amplified again at your waist and shoulders. Right now, each part of your body is moving separately, causing the energy to cancel itself out and lose all its power." Axion rushed to her side. "Then what should I do?" Xiao Hua guided him. "You must make the force flow as one single uninterrupted stream from start to finish." After that, Axion began to reflect. The feeling was vague, as if he grasped it only to lose it again. "I think I've felt this way before, back when I was learning acupuncture." Suddenly, Guy Wai shouted, "That's not it, Physician Dan!" He said mockingly, "Master So's moves are just a jumbled mess, but what Physician Dan is doing now is more like the cha-cha-cha." His confusing words were starting to annoy everyone. But Akseon cheered with joy. "He's right, the key really is that cha-ragia-rak sound." Ak Riang spoke up, offering some advice. "Don't rush it. It took even me a considerable amount of time to understand. Just keep practicing diligently, and one day, you'll master it." "What's all this cha-ragia-rak nonsense? It's ridiculous to think you could succeed based on something like that." Ignoring everyone around him, Akseon was determined to try one more time. This time, the sound of splintering wood rang out loudly. Moreover, the very air seemed to shift from the force of his punch. The indentation on the tree trunk was identical to the one Ak Riang made in his demonstration earlier. He shouted in shock, "How is this possible?" Akseon asked excitedly, "Was that it?" Guy Wei praised him gleefully. "Yes, that was great Physician Dan." He said to them joyfully, "Before I only focused on connecting my movements and my speed. I should have completely entrusted my body to the flow of the technique." "Uncle Pham, you're an amazing teacher. I completely get it now." He laughed heartily. "Of course, I'm obviously a cut above certain other people." Next, Akseon brought up another matter. "So when do we get our rematch? I want to test the results of my training." The three of them had the same unspoken thought. "We should have brought So Mill along. What do we do now? To get real combat experience, you need a suitable opponent." Just then, Guy Wei came up with an idea. "Hey, we're in Shanxi, right?" Ak Riang didn't seem to catch his drift. He gestured casually. "Around here, you've got Mount Hua, Zhongnan, and countless other secular clans popping up like mushrooms. We can just go to a nearby escort agency or martial arts school and grab some random guy to practice on." Ak Riang completely agreed. Physician Dan would love that. But something still felt off to him. Shang-Chi, there's something about this place. He suddenly became much more excited. That's right, there's that guy. This time it was Guy Wee's turn to be confused. Who? A wicked smile appeared on his face. The one who threw lime powder in your eyes and ran away. As he remembered, he flew into a rage. That bastard, just thinking about him makes me furious. Next time I see him, I'll tear him to shreds. Ak Rayong added, if it's him, he'd be a worthy sparring partner for Ak Seon. Hearing this, Guy Y calmed down a bit. You know, that does make sense. Listening to them, Ak Seon grew curious as well. Who is this person? Ak Rayong revealed. He's a guy called GWI Yong Ma-ja, a thief who rampages throughout the Central Plains using the Shang-Chi region as his base of operations. He calls himself the Divine Thief and loves to sing his own praises. Ak Seon was a bit surprised. A thief? Ak Rayong nodded. That's right. And there are more than just one or two people who hate his guts. Guy Wee couldn't help but add, it's gotten to the point where regardless of whether they're righteous or evil, he's become one of the biggest public enemies in the martial world. But the fact that he's still alive proves just how formidable he is. Even Ak Rayong had to admit, in terms of martial arts, he's nothing special, but his Qinggong is so advanced it could rival ours. On top of that, he's skilled in all sorts of dirty tricks and will use any means necessary to achieve his goals. He's a truly despicable person. Ak Seon came to a conclusion. For even Master So to speak of him like that, he must be a very powerful figure. He gave another smug smile. He's not that powerful, but for you, he'll definitely be useful. As they traveled that night, Guy Wee grumbled nonstop. Where on earth are we supposed to find him? I searched all over Mount Taibai for 3 days and 3 nights and didn't even see a shadow of him. Ak Rayong had to reason with him. Calm down. Trying to find someone with no known whereabouts on such a vast mountain was nearly impossible from the start. Luckily, one of his secret stashes is located near here. That's what we'll target. He suddenly took his anger out on a boulder behind him. This is so frustrating. But unexpectedly, a secret compartment was revealed inside. Ak Rayong cried out joyfully, "Found it!" Ak Seon quickly praised him. "Uncle Pham, you're incredible." Guy Wee puffed up his chest. "What would you guys do without me?" While they were talking, a stream of blue incense drifted out on the wind. From deep within the forest, the blue incense had become a warning signal. Dudal was both furious and worried. Who the hell did this? What happened here? There's no way a wild animal did this. He slowly stood up. This feeling, it's not good at all. Just then he bumped into something solid right behind him. Ak Rayong spoke in a sinister voice. "Long time no see." Instinct immediately sent Duda fleeing. He tried to escape the danger. Why was the venerable blood hand here? A lightning strike from a clear sky would be less surprising than this. Luckily, he didn't seem to be giving chase, so Duda ran on relieved. But right in front of him, Jie Wei appeared. "Looks like we're in for some trouble today, Duda." He was already stunned, but then he saw that even Wang Shan's prodigy was present. Damn it, Duda had no choice but to use a more advanced technique. He flickered in and out of sight, slipping right past Jie Wei. Even though he lost his target, Jie Wei found it very interesting. So you can even use Phantom Step Impressive. Meanwhile, Duda was trying to psych himself up, telling himself he had to escape this place at all costs. But just then he felt something strange. One of his calves was frozen solid, impossible. Zhe Hua then stepped out from behind a tree. Surrounded by 3 great masters, he could only manage a forced smile. Duda managed to force out the words, "Have you been well, sir?" A moment later, they moved to a campsite with a fire. Duda knelt trembling. He kept asking himself the venerable blood hand alone was enough to make his heart pound with fear. But now Wang Shan's prodigy and even the Jade Fairy were here. Legends of the martial world he'd only heard stories about. Was he dreaming? He mustered up the courage to speak. "Why are you all treating me like this?" Jie Wei was the first to answer. "You threw ash powder in my eyes. I'm here today to collect that debt." Duda started to play dumb. "Why bring that up now? That was over 10 years ago, and besides, I already paid the price for it back then." Jie Wei replied nonchalantly. "Is that so?" He kept trying to justify himself. "That's right, at the Mei Xiang house in Qingzhou. Do you remember the venerable blood hand's courtesan lover back then? You told me to pass a letter to her. And you have no idea what I went through to slip past this venerable master here and get near her." The truth came to light, making Yi Liang furious. So it was you. You wouldn't have any complaints if you died by my hand now, would you? Duda quickly grabbed the hem of Jie Wei's robe, but this master here was the one who ordered it. Please say something. Then Yi Liang explained, the grudge between me and him ended long ago. We had many entanglements, so I decided to settle things clearly. Hearing this, Duda felt a surge of hope. Then what about me? Yi Liang immediately gave a sinister smile. That's a different story. Hasn't a new grudge just formed between you and me? He screamed, this is unjust. Yi Liang quickly cut him off. Among all the people who have died, how many of them didn't die unjustly? But then Yi Liang suddenly made an offer. I'll give you a chance. Duda quickly grasped at the lifeline. Please give me a chance. Of course you have to. Yi Liang immediately stated his condition. Spar with that kid over there. If you win 10 times, I'll let you go. Xian introduced himself with a bright smile. Hello, I'm Dan Xian. Duda couldn't help but think this was too simple. Is that all? Yi Liang explained further. You'll fight once every 3 days. The kid hasn't even been learning martial arts for a year, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Right after, Jie Wei warned him, and if you want to run, feel free. The man asked gleefully, really? Unexpectedly, Jie Wei then released a murderous aura. Actually, that would make things more exciting for me. It's been a while since I've tasted blood. That look on his face sent a chill down Duda's spine. Finally, he resigned himself to their mercy, asking for their guidance. But his expression revealed his scheming mind. While fighting, Duda Yixian had to admire his skill. The man's Qinggong was truly divine. But this is my first real fight in a long time. I'm not going to back down easily. On his end, Duda was also assessing the boy. You're not surprised at all, you're even stepping forward. But don't even think about it. He pressed the ball of his foot hard into the soft earth. Then Duda decisively kicked up dirt and sand to obscure his opponent's vision. Even so, Yixian remained very calm. Thanks to Master Nang, I'm used to tricks like this. He easily broke free from the cloud of dust and approached the man. But the man just flashed a cunning grin. In that instant, Yixian sensed something was wrong. He immediately stopped to avoid losing his balance. Duda beckoned with his hand as if to taunt him. What now? Discouraged, he could only mutter words of defeat. A sharp pain in his foot made him tremble uncontrollably. At first, I had kicked up dirt to hide this scent. Oxeon said to the man, somewhat annoyed, no one can surpass the old master in terms of eccentricity. Dudal calmly commented, he's truly hard as stone. Then Ak Riang approached them. In any situation, you must account for unexpected factors, especially in a life-or-death battle. That's non-negotiable. Don't forget the strong aren't the ones who survive. The ones who survive are the strong. Axeon replied very seriously, yes, I will remember that. He also respectfully clasped his hands towards Dodal. Thank you for your valuable lessons. I hope to receive more of your guidance. The man replied bluntly, all right. The scene changes to a resting place where a bowl of water is placed on a stone bench. Axeon gently praised as he inserted the needle. Very good. Dudal, standing nearby, thought to himself, to think the rumored Mang San Saja would expose his body so defenselessly like this? It's true that the kid is the son of the divine doctor and the demonic doctor, but who would believe they had a son and that he learned martial arts from those monsters? If I told anyone, they'd definitely think I was crazy. Suddenly, Dudal noticed something even stranger. What is that? What he saw was the special acupuncture needle the boy had just taken out. A dark ambition showed on his face. That must be the divine artifact of the divine doctor and the demonic doctor. Seeing it now, it's hard to contain my greed. However, Gai Wei shrewdly shot him a glare. He asked coldly, what's with your eyes? Dudal had no choice but to deceive him. It's nothing. But Gai Wei was still suspicious. That look in your eyes and you say it's nothing. Dudal immediately switched to flattery. It's just that I never expected to witness the medical arts of the divine doctor and the demonic doctor, those two legends in person. I was just amazed. Hearing this, Gai Wei relaxed a bit. That's to be expected. As Oxion continued with the acupuncture, Dudal shuddered. Soon a monster will appear in the Jianghu and a great storm will follow. His eyes were slightly glazed over from his intense observation. His hand movements are extraordinary, swift and precise. He couldn't help but assess. However, Oxeon's treasure still tempted him unbearably. A moment later, Oxeon was preparing to wash ingredients by a stream. Dudal approached to strike up a conversation with him. After treating the three of them, you're immediately preparing a meal. Aren't you going to rest? The boy replied casually, It's what I always do, it's fine. The man persisted, Don't be like that. Take a little break. I'll show you a fun game. Oxeon was a bit curious. A fun game? The man took out a small bell and said, This is the game. Try to carry it. The material is quite eye-catching. A bell. It's as clear as crystal. Dudal said cryptically, You just have to carry it without making a sound. However, the moment Oxeon lifted it slightly, he heard a sound. And sure enough, the continuous ringing made him very anxious. He couldn't help but complain, This is too hard. Dudal tried to entice him, Want to try placing it on your hand and doing it. When the man placed the bell on his hand, it rang again. This time Dudal picked up the bell, but not a single sound was made. Immediately, Oxeon became fascinated. How did you do that? Dudal acted mysterious. This isn't a martial art. It's about using your senses. I'm probably the only person in the world who can move it without making a sound. Just then, Seol Hwa appeared. What are you doing, tricking an innocent boy like Oxeon? Dudal turned his attention to her. Would you like to try? He pushed the bell in front of Seol Hwa. Try carrying it, even using your internal energy. Seol Hwa lifted it with great disdain. This is nothing. However, the bell began to ring. The continuous sound made Dudal very satisfied. That was the result he expected. After that, he had Gai Wei give it a try. He couldn't do it like the man either. Even someone as skilled as Ak Riang couldn't pass the test. The three of them resentfully questioned Dudal. Did you manipulate it? He repeatedly denied it. No way, how would I dare? The man once again offered it to Oxeon. Now it's your turn to see if you can do it. The boy quickly agreed. Looking at the bell, Oxeon let out a heavy sigh. But soon the will to conquer burned in his eyes while Dudal maintained his mysterious demeanor. Oxeon was extremely focused, trying to lock onto his target. His small hand used a thin stream of internal energy to move as gracefully as possible. Liang also looked tense. He was staring at me so hard he nearly forgot to breathe. A few minutes later, Xian managed to hold the small bell without it making a sound. This left all three powerhouses completely astonished. Dudal licked his lips and rubbed his eyes. But with his very next breath, a jingle rang out. Dudal then said with feigned sympathy, What a shame. As Xian admitted, It's really hard. Dudal reassured him magnanimously. You have a great feel for it. With a little more practice, you'll be able to do it just like me. If you can do it perfectly, I'll take you somewhere nice. Hearing this, the boy became wary. Somewhere nice, you mean a brothel? Dudal instinctively asked, You've been to one before? He had assumed the boy would at most think of a place with singing and dancing. As Xian then recounted, I went to a place called Yihua Lu. I went there with Uncle Pham. But I was just a soldier back then. Dudal wondered to himself, Yihua Lu, could he mean the one in Wuhan? Meanwhile, Xian was happily boasting, I had to stay up all night to entertain all the courtesans there. Even though I'm used to it, it was still exhausting. Dudal's lecherous instincts made him desperately want to ask, used to it all the courtesans, what an impressive man. All right, I've made up my mind. He said to Xian, Take that bell. It's a gift for you. The boy quickly thanked him, making Dudal a bit flustered. No, I should be the one thanking you. Xian had already started planning. Practicing with this bell would be useful for his acupuncture. There's nothing better for training the sensitivity in my fingertips. Dudal nodded in agreement. That's exactly what it was made for. Over on the side, Liang couldn't help but sneer. A gift for the ghost doctor demon child. Jie Wei chimed in. He's never returned anything he's taken before. Dudal was silently congratulating himself. In the art of thievery, you don't just take material possessions. Ultimately, you must capture a person's heart. He was so pleased with himself that he began instructing Xian on how to use the bell again. The feeling of being stared at so intensely it could burn a hole through his back quickly put him on alert. For a kid like this, the risk is worth it. You have all the qualities to become an even greater master thief. Stealing the disciple of those monsters will be the greatest achievement of my life. Early the next morning, Xian's excited shouts could be heard. He looked around joyfully. We're finally at Mount Hua. Dudal, however, recalled Jianzhen Chong Yuan of the Maying Honglin sword sect rite. Liang dismissed his words. Jianzhen what? Jie Wei also took the opportunity to scoff. When it comes to arrogance, they've always been number one under the heavens, haven't they? Among the group, only Xuehua remained cold and silent. Duda then asked him, "Did you know that on Mount Hua there are only Taoist temples and no Buddhist ones?" Hearing this, Xian was a little curious. Such a large mountain and not a single Buddhist temple. He explained sagely, long ago the renowned Taoist master Xie, whose name was Chen Tuan, played a game of Go here with Emperor Taizu of Song Jiao Kuangyin. As the condition for his victory, Emperor Taizu ordered that all Taoist temples on Mount Hua be exempt from taxes. Yi Liang was scornful. In the end, it's all about money. Jie Wei also grimaced. They're used to acting all noble and pure, but they're rotten to the core. They can't escape their true nature. Just then, Xuehua volunteered. "Let me go get the signature from Mount Hua. I have a bit of a connection with the sect leader here." Yi Xian suggested to her, "But that's supposed to be my job. Let's go together." Jie Wei, however, advised him, "You don't have to go with her. Just say you can handle it yourself." Yi Liang agreed with him. Feeling supported, Jie Wei then suggested, "Let's stay here and get something good to eat." Xuehua frowned and thought, "I don't know how to explain it, but for some reason, this feels suspicious. Since when have those two ever listened to me so obediently?" She quickly grabbed Yi Xian's hand. "All right then, let's go together." Jie Wei immediately complained, "Are you going back on your word?" Yi Liang also tried to persuade her, "Just leave Dan Xian with us." Just then, a frosty glare shot from her eyes. "Why should I trust you two to wait here quietly? Don't cause trouble like last time." Jie Wei stammered, trying to speak, but was cut off. "Shut up. Don't do anything. If you cause trouble one more time, I'll seal your Mo Shui acupoint and drag you everywhere with me." The two of them sighed softly. Duda also spoke up meekly. "But, speaking of Dan Yixian, what kind of treatment are you two actually receiving from Dan Yixian?" Two dark glares shot towards him. "What are you so curious about? Forget everything you've seen and heard here." Yi Liang warned him icily. Duda immediately retracted all his curiosity about Dan Yixian and stammered, I've already figured it out, more or less." But Yi Liang snapped, "Then more or less is enough." He turned away coldly. "Why did you have to bring it up and make things difficult?" Jie Wei quickly added, "What about Brother Snake? He helped too. He wasn't afraid to hit a sore spot. If Brother Snake hadn't interfered, I could have completely convinced Dan Yixian," Yi Liang shouted in frustration. Jie Wei declared competitively, "I'm not sure about others, but he definitely listens to me. Dan Yixian likes me the most." Yi Liang then brought up the incident at Shaolin. Jie Wei retorted by mentioning the time he smashed a Buddha statue. The constant bickering between Yi Liang and Jie Wei was giving Duda a splitting headache. Dan Yixian, I miss him already. Finally, the three of them started moving. "I wonder if there are any good restaurants around here." Duda ventured to ask, "Seniors, are you intentionally letting that tail follow us?" Yi Liang paused for a moment before understanding. He replied nonchalantly, "I just can't be bothered to deal with those small fries." Jie Wei started to complain, "But being followed like this is really annoying." Yi Liang tried to advise him, "Don't act rashly." But he stubbornly argued back, "Even so, we should at least see what kind of people they are. We've got nothing to do while we wait anyway. Let's just teach them a small lesson." Yi Liang whispered, "Have you forgotten what Sister Han said?" He scoffed, "Since when do you listen to that demoness? You're the world-renowned snake Yi Liang." He was immediately convinced. "That's true." The two of them shouted in unison, "Let's go." Duda's mood sank. "Oh, Dan Yixian!" Let's leave their story there, for now, and shift our scene to the Mount Hua sect. In the training grounds, a lone figure was practicing with his sword. Red plum blossom petals danced with every swing of his blade. Each slash through the air looked both graceful and powerful. After a few more movements, Myongjeom's expression grew troubled. His eyes were filled with turmoil, his jaw clenched tight. Finally, he had to stop his training. A deep, dignified voice rang out, "Your blade's tip is wavering." He quickly replied, "Master." "I apologize." Peng Hyun asked, somewhat surprised, "What's this?" Myongjeom said he was unskilled, but his master disagreed. Unskilled, that was an outstanding display of the plum blossom sword art. Despite his master's praise, Myongjeom didn't look happy at all. Peng Hyun taught him sharply, "Is it the sword that wavers or the heart that wields it?" When the sword loses its way temporarily, let it go and question your own heart. Only when that heart becomes a sword pointing in a single direction are you worthy of holding it again. That is what I once told you." He bowed his head even lower, weighed down by countless heavy feelings. But right after Peng Hyun's voice softened, this tight-lipped brat is finally acting a bit more human. A chuckle mixed into his voice. It's much more interesting for a master to teach a disciple who sometimes hesitates and feels weary. To be honest, it hasn't been fun all this time. Without me saying a word, you already knew the path you had to take. Just relax. When it's time to waver, you will waver. And when it's time to advance, you will advance. He walked a few steps ahead of his disciple and advised, "Now is the time to put down your sword for a while and just feel." Myung-jeom still didn't fully understand. "What do you mean?" Peng Hyun replied cryptically, "The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. You will naturally come to understand it in time." He grew even more sullen. This Zen-like quanda with his master was only making his heart heavier. Unaware of this, his master continued to encourage him. "You'll be fine. Since joining the Manhwa sect, the best thing I've ever done was, without a doubt, taking you in as my disciple." Myung-jeom wanted to say something, but his master cut him off. The great whale in the vast ocean does not admire the bird flying in the sky. Finally, Peng Hyun asked directly, "Is it because of the Ice Jade Fairy?" Myung-jeom stammered, "Grandmaster, is it true that you once planned to leave the Manhwa sect?" Peng Hyun asked in surprise. "Why do you ask that?" He answered worriedly, "To this day, I still can't believe it, that the greatest swordsman under heaven, the Grandmaster, would waver over a beautiful woman, even to the point of wanting to leave Mount Hua." He immediately realized, "Is your turmoil because you resent your master?" Myung-jeom didn't dare to speak. Peng Hyun asked again, "So what do you think your master never went through a passionate and fiery youth?" The young man hesitated, but at that Peng Hyun questioned him harshly. "Do you think your master just fell from the sky, just like you now? I also wavered and stumbled, gradually growing stronger to become who I am today." "And you're wrong about what you said." Myung-jeom tried to argue, but based on the conversation that day, his master cut him off. "She is indeed incomparably beautiful, but that wasn't the only reason I wavered." Myung-jeom felt his heart tremble. "It wasn't just because of that." Peng Hyun explained calmly, "There are realms that one can never comprehend without experiencing them firsthand. Even if I explained for 100 days, you still wouldn't understand because I have seen it. And you have not." Myung-jeom stubbornly questioned his master, "What is it that you have seen that I have not?" Suddenly a shout interrupted them. "Master, the sect has visitors." Peng Hyun was also puzzled. Visitors. However, the next piece of information left them both stunned. The Ice Jade Fairy and the son of the Divine Doctor request an audience. Peng Hyun suppressed his joy. What timing? Perhaps this is a good opportunity. He ordered, "I will personally greet them. Myung-jeom, go inform the sect leader. Perhaps the heavens are helping you." Outside the Mount Hua sect, Seol-hwa and Axion were being led inside. Although he said nothing, Axion looked around with interest. After a moment, he spoke up. "This place seems to hold a lot of memories, doesn't it?" Seol-hwa replied coolly, "Memories? If you want to call them that, let's just say they're a few leftover fragments of the past." Peng Hyun suddenly descended from the air, landing before them. He greeted them with perfect etiquette. Peng Hyun, a second-generation disciple of the Mount Hua sect, pays his respects to the fairy. After she nodded in return, he turned to Axion. "It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Dan." Hearing this, the young man was a bit surprised. "You know of me?" He answered honestly, "I've heard about you from Myung-jeom. That boy is my disciple." Axion immediately recalled, "Oh, you mean the very handsome one. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Dan Axion." Peng Hyun found it strange. What is this? His posture is upright, not the least bit scattered, and his eyes are clear and bright. Hidden deep within is a foundation that has been refined and neatly organized. I heard he has never practiced martial arts, so what is this feeling I'm getting? If what my junior uncle and Myung-jeom said is true, he reached this level after learning martial arts for only half a year. This child. Being stared at so intensely, the boy felt a little scared. Seol-hwa immediately stepped in front of him. Has the etiquette of Manhwa changed? She chided him with a sharp tone. I mean, how long do you intend to keep your guests standing? Peng Hyun quickly apologized. My apologies. Your personal visit was truly unexpected. Please come in. I will personally lead the way. Zhe Hua's cold demeanor only confused Asian further. When they entered, a line of people was already waiting for them. Taoist Master Zhen Ming greeted her respectfully. It's been a long time. Zhe Hua replied with a sigh. A great deal of time has passed indeed. He smiled kindly. You haven't changed a bit, Immortal One. But for a fleeting moment, Zhe Hua found it hard to remain calm. His youthful appearance had faded, filling her with a touch of nostalgia, a reminder of how fleeting time truly is. She said bluntly, It seems you have much you wish to say. Taoist Master Zhen Ming replied, So much that I don't know where to begin. Zhe Hua gave him a sly look. In that case, why don't we let our actions do the talking? Taoist Master Zhen Ming gave a short command, Bring me my sword. The two old acquaintances made their way to the Huashan martial arts stage. Zhe Hua turned back to give a reminder, Watch closely and burn this into your memory. This will be of great help to you. Meanwhile, Taoist Master Zhen Ming had finished his warm-up. He looked at Zhe Hua with a sharp gaze completely different from before. She was quite pleased, thinking to herself that his eyes, at least, hadn't changed at all. Though his body was old Taoist master, Zhen Ming moved like a flash of lightning. Across from him, Zhe Hua shot forward with the speed of an arrow. The air and light around them blurred before his very eyes. Meanwhile, Zhe Hua was continuously emitting an immense amount of frosty energy. Only the younger disciples watching felt their breath catch from the sheer pressure. Ming Jian watched the unfolding battle in terror, never imagining his grandmaster's power had reached such a level. Taoist Master Zhen Ming performed the 24 hands form with one hand while wielding the plum blossom sword style with the other. A stream of light illuminated his face as he unleashed the power of falling plum star rain. Countless plum blossom petals suddenly seemed to shoot directly towards Zhe Hua. But her face was filled with excitement. A sudden gust of freezing wind blew Taoist Master Zhen Ming back, along with all his plum blossom petals. The disciples of the Huashan sect cried out in shock, Such terrifying power, it's impossible. In a brief instant, the ice and snow had mercilessly frozen the plum blossom petals solid. Furthermore, a protective layer of solid ice appeared on the stage. Zhe Hua quickly entered a state of battle-fueled excitement. Her frost was relentlessly pushing Taoist Master Zhen Ming back. This time he created the plum shadow sweeps the river. The petals transformed into 2 ribbons of silk, attempting to bind his opponent. Amidst the intense battle, Zhe Hua's icy beauty was suddenly highlighted to the extreme. An explosion released tens of thousands of rays of light from the martial arts stage. Asian struggled to squint, unable to see a thing. Countless shouts rang out, What was that? What's happening? It turned out that ice and snow were steadily spreading from beneath Zhe Hua's heels. A shard of the cold ice struck Taoist Master Zhen Ming's leg. He immediately drew his sword energy back into his body. By quickly gathering his internal energy, he managed to free his legs from the ice. Immediately after, an enormous red plum blossom was summoned. It bloomed open, forming Taoist Master Zhen Ming's ultimate technique, plum blossom hides in snow. Ming Jian cried out in fear, He's bleeding. However, Zhe Hua just curled her lip into a cold smirk. Once again, she charged forward. Taoist Master Zhen Ming's plum blossom sword style moved to meet her. A thunderous explosion created a pillar of light that was impossible to miss. Within the swirling wind were countless flashes of light and flower petals. Ming Jian unconsciously recited a line of poetry. A lingering fragrance floats in the air. At this, Zhe Hua finally spoke softly, as expected of a sword worthy of being one of the 5 absolute masters. It lives up to its name. Zhenren Zhen Ming replied politely, It seems living a long life wasn't a waste. I never thought I'd receive such recognition from an immortal one. She chided him slightly. How dare you speak of age in front of me? He answered comfortably, If not now, when else would I dare to joke with the immortal one? Time truly flies. Zhe Hua also acknowledged it was just enough time for a green young swordsman to transform into a great grandmaster with no time to spare. Zhenren Zhen Ming suggested, How about a cup of tea? She turned and called out, Yixian, come here. He walked over his eyes, full of admiration. Can a sword technique in this world truly be that beautiful? It's simply incredible. Zhen Ming was very humble. It's merely the stubbornness accumulated over the years. What I truly wanted was something else entirely. I only gained this sword because I gave that up. Zhe Hua immediately replied to him, I thought only your sword skills had improved. I didn't expect your way with words could also put people to shame. The three of them left just like that, leaving Jian Ming with a heavy heart. Feng Xian approached him and asked, Did you see it? But he was deeply saddened. I don't know. I thought I saw it, but thinking back carefully, I truly don't know what I saw. The man added cryptically, If that's the case, then that's enough. Jian Ming added, But I now understand why Grandmaster was so captivated. The Hua family sword style of Mount Hua is just that beautiful. The scene shifts to a street outside where Duda was proudly saying, It may look shabby, but this is the most famous inn around here. The Yupo Mian noodles here can be considered the most authentic, with a flavor that has been preserved for 100 years across 4 generations. There's even a rumor that the Taoists of Mount Hua can't bear to go into seclusion because of this dish, just like the story of Buddha jumps over the wall. Jie Wei criticized him. In the end, isn't it just noodles? What's the big deal? The man still tried to explain. You only say that because you haven't tasted it yet. Across the entire Central Plains, Shaanxi and Shaanxi have always been famous for their noodle dishes. The only difference is that Shaanxi focuses on the broth, while Shaanxi values the noodles themselves, especially the wide and thick Yupo Mian, where the hot sauce over the spices brings out the fiery aroma of the chili. Please just try it first. You'll definitely understand that I'm not making a fuss for no reason. Liang looked at him helplessly. Anyone who didn't know better would think you're a local. You've clearly never been to Mount Hua, so how do you know this place so well? Duda answered proudly, It's the power of prior investigation. Stealing on a whim is for the low class. A true gentleman thief like me, who has reached the pinnacle of thievery, always begins the path of theft with a thorough investigation. Liang glared at him. Are you planning to make a move on Mount Hua? What is there to steal? Duda didn't mind revealing. For now, it's not the Zixia pill of Mount Hua, which is rumored to be effective in treating internal injuries. Not to mention the swords carried by the elders and disciples. Every single one is a famous sword. And it's not just Mount Hua. It's the same for all the 9 great sects and 6 gangs. Before I die, I will steal all the treasures of the 9 sects, including the 5 great families, and display them in the heart of the Central Plains. That is my ultimate wish, the final goal of my path as a thief. Suddenly, Jie Wei had a thought. The beggar's sect probably doesn't have anything worth stealing, right? Are you going to steal their begging bowls? Duda gave a cunning smile. Do you know what my motto is? In this world, everyone has something that can be stolen, even the dead. He couldn't help but admit this guy was truly twisted. Just then, Liang said softly, Hey. Jie Wei was thrilled, taunting him. I won. I found 6 of them. He was skeptical. Are you sure? Jie Wei listed them off clearly. 1 on the roof, 2 inside the inn, and 1 on each of the east and west walls of the inn. And finally, the guy selling steam buns in front of the inn. He said irritably, that guy doesn't count. But Jie Wei had his reasons. I said he has the look of someone from the Wulin Alliance. Liang wasn't listening to him even though he said to just go outside and ask. Forget it. We went through all this trouble to drag you here. Are you really going to ruin things at the very end? Unable to convince him, he got annoyed. It's true. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. He didn't forget to add a challenge. If you're not confident, you can just give up. And so Liang agreed, fine. Duda, however, was a little worried. Are these guys really being pursued by the Wulin Alliance? He asked innocently. Those guys are from the Wulin Alliance, right? Jie Wei was a bit impatient. You can tell just by looking at them. Liang was thoroughly disgusted by them. With such pathetic skills, what kind of surveillance do they think they're doing? Duda was very curious about why they were being followed. Liang answered concisely, They want to find out who we are. He spoke calmly. They suspect our identities but can't confirm them yet, which is why they sent people to tail us secretly. Duda gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it, this is as unlucky as stepping in crap. Jie Wei looked up and asked, What are you talking about? Duda said bluntly, This is called throwing a stone to find the way. He knew it well. It's about using others as sacrifices. Finally, Liang finished the thought flatly, forcing us to make a move so our identities are revealed. Duda was weary, and if someone dies in the process, all the better for them. From the beginning, their goal was to tie you two down with a grudge. Yi Liang pondered for a long time. This place is the outer courtyard of the Manhwa sect. In terms of setting a trap, it couldn't be more perfect. If a martial artist from the Wulin Alliance dies on Mount Hua's territory, the Mount Hua sect won't be able to completely wash their hands of the responsibility. A brutal idea was proposed by Jie Wei. Then let's just kill them all and be done with it. Leave no evidence behind. Of course, he disagreed. Do you want to go your whole life without getting the elixir for the fairy maiden? Have you forgotten why we're going through all this trouble to collect the joint petition? He clicked his tongue in frustration. When you put it that way, I've got nothing left to say. Liang suddenly smiled gently. We can't let them lead us by the nose. There's no profit in that. You should return what you receive right. The people of Mount Hua don't have a good impression of the Wulin Alliance either. If we give them a suitable pretext, it could be quite interesting. While Duda was slowly getting it, Jie Wei was still lost. What's that supposed to mean? Speak clearly. I don't understand a thing. Liang gave a cryptic reminder. Just be your usual self. There's just one thing. Don't kill anyone. A moment later, the atmosphere inside the inn was still very peaceful. Someone from the next table was pulling out a chair. Liang directly joined their table. It must be tough for you following the wrong boss model. But isn't that a bit excessive? Sending people to spy on the benefactors who saved your daughter's life? The men looked bewildered. You must have the wrong people. But the man cut him off directly. Go and tell your alliance leader this. The messenger was too stunned to speak. Right behind them, Liang and Jie Wei stood up menacingly. You cowards clinging to your pathetic lives. An invisible pressure bore down on them, making them feel uneasy. Screams from inside the inn echoed out onto the street. The sound of Jie Wei's wailing rang out as he choked and then let go of his grip. Meanwhile, Liang had drawn one of the men's weapons. Do traveling merchants carry weapons like this nowadays? Jie Wei, meanwhile, pretended to foam at the mouth. Did your alliance leader order you to do this, to bring him the heads of the physicians who saved his daughter's life? The two began to deliver their own brand of justice. Trying to kill us to silence us, is this how the Wulin Alliance behaves? Liang joyfully threw a punch, but didn't forget to send a telepathic message to Jie Wei. Don't use any advanced martial arts. He replied just as discreetly. Are these guys even worthy of our skills? Senior brother, which broken bone hurts the most. Liang happily pointed to a spot for him to strike. Meanwhile, the inn's waiter was terrified. The scene shifts back to Xian, who was walking with his companions on a brick-paved road. She Hua suddenly asked, is the Ye Lai Xiang still there? Zhen Ming smiled and replied, the years have passed and the owner has changed, but besides that, everything is still the same. But the inn they were referring to was completely wrecked. She Hua sounded doubtful, still the same. A man from the inn hurried out. Oh, you've arrived, Zhen Ming questioned in a cold voice. What in the world happened here? The waiter's trembling voice left everyone confused. Well, about that. Then he began to recount everything that had happened in the inn. Zhen Ming frowned. I heard it was martial artists from the Wulin who started it. Is that correct? The waiter confirmed. They say the ones who were attacked were the physicians who saved the Wulin Alliance leader's beloved daughter. She Hua thought to herself, I specifically told them not to do anything, but they couldn't resist causing trouble. Zhen Ming astutely asked, are you companions of those physicians? Her eyes grew cold, but she still nodded in confirmation. Zhen Ming trembled with rage. How dare they attack esteemed guests of Mount Hua and right at our doorstep? The attendant continued emotionally. Fortunately, the physicians left a very generous sum of money for the repairs. It's just that in this condition, I'm afraid we won't be able to host any guests for some time. Zhen Ming didn't notice that She Hua was about to lose her mind. Those bastards Xian, however, immediately understood. That money must have come from his uncles. When she turned around, Zhen Ming misunderstood again. It seems she is very disappointed, but Xue Hua was about to explode. How dare they ignore my warning again? He then spoke up. I will personally question the Wulin Alliance about this. Please try not to be too upset. Only then did Xue Hua realize there was a misunderstanding. I can't explain this either. What a mess. In the end, she could only turn away. We'll have our meal another day. Zhen Ming quickly asked, are you leaving already? Xian quickly bowed in respect. Thank you all once again. Afraid Zhen Ming might get the wrong idea, he clarified, it's about the Dan manual that you helped us imprint. He replied graciously, it was no trouble at all. Mount Hua is happy to support young hero Dan's wishes. May the grace of Yuan Shi Tianzun always be with you. Xian replied respectfully, if you ever need my help, call for me anytime and I will come immediately. Please take care. He said nothing, only watched them with a profound gaze. The sight of Xue Hua and Xian's departing figures seemed to calm him. But just then, Zhenren Zhenming shot a murderous glare at the steamed bun vendor. The man was terrified, unable to utter a single word. Seething with rage, Zhenren Zhenming headed for the Wulin Alliance. This has truly gone too far. Meanwhile, Xian was talking to Xue Hua. It seems my uncles have changed a lot, haven't they? He looked at her innocently. They were attacked first, but they didn't kill anyone. Xue Hua frowned. Is that really what happened? Xian's eyes widened. It wasn't. She sighed. Well, in the end, Xue Hua answered vaguely, you'll find out soon enough. A moment later, they turned into a deserted alley. Jie Wei called out cheerfully, you're back finished already. But the only reply he got was a darkened expression. Liang tried to smooth things over. Did everything go well? The boy's cheerful voice chirped, yes. Xue Hua, however, questioned them coldly. Have you been here this whole time? Jie Wei immediately stood up. Of course we have. She was wary. You didn't cause any trouble, did you? Feeling a pang of guilt, he retorted, what's with that look? Don't you trust us? We were just minding our own business, senior brother, weren't we? Of course he's taking their side. That's right. Then Jie Wei pretended to turn to Dan Axian and ask, are you feeling unwell? He shook his head. I'm fine. Dan Axian answered honestly, we just got back from the Yilai Xiang. That name hung over him like a giant stone. At the same time, Xue Hua had had enough. Jie Wei immediately flew off without saying a word. Liang tried to shift the blame to him. It's all that guy's fault. In fact, I was the one who stepped in, which is why it didn't get any worse. I'll go capture him right now. Duo Da also affirmed his innocence. I had nothing to do with it, and I'm not strong enough anyway. That evening, at the Wulin Alliance headquarters in the Tian Air Brigade's office, Ge Yan asked in surprise, no one died. On the contrary, some bad news had arrived. The Huashan sect has sent a letter of protest. The awkward situation left her speechless. She had to listen as the report continued. They say the letter was written by the sect leader himself. He's demanding that the Wulin Alliance officially investigate and hold the person responsible for this incident accountable. Ge Yan's face twisted in alarm. An incident demanding accountability. She then decided to continue the pursuit. When asked if they should deploy higher skilled members, her answer was no, and to proceed as they had been. Then only a single shout was left in the room, as you command. Once she was alone, she wondered to herself, so you plan on seeing this through to the very end. The moment Dan Yang entered the room, he asked, is it true? Did the Huashan sect really send someone over? He demanded, what in the world have you all been doing? Ge Yan thought for a moment before making an excuse. It sounds like that heavenly maiden is one of clan leader Posha's subordinates. Dan Yang speculated, I'm afraid this incident will shake the alliance leader's position. She agreed, and Dan Yang continued to muse, if the Huashan sect continues to press the issue. But to his surprise, she praised the idea. That would be even better. Dan Yang didn't seem to grasp her scheme. What do you mean? Ge Yan quickly laid out her new plan. What happens if they make a huge scene, only to find out those two are actually Suo Yi Liang and Fan Jue? Dan Yang immediately understood. Then the Huashan sect would be the ones in an awkward position for sheltering villains. He then asked, so is it all right if we don't report this to the alliance leader? As always, Ge Yan feigned helplessness. We have no choice. I wanted to monitor them a bit longer, but things have already come to this. There's nothing else we can do. He understood as well. It seems you've already thought everything through. Dan Yang grew pensive again. If that happens, the alliance leader might have to step down. Ge Yan immediately prodded his weakness. It seems you're scared, aren't you? Well, it's only natural for you to be worried. After all, the Posha clan's power depends on the alliance leader's authority. Being mocked like that put him in a very foul mood. Just then, someone announced, the alliance leader is summoning you. Ge Yan said coolly, I see. I must go and see the alliance leader now. Excuse me. She left without a backward glance, leaving Dan Yang to stew in his own turmoil. The scene shifts to another room, where a piece of paper is pushed forward. It hovered right in front of Ge Yan. Gong Bai commanded furiously, "Explain to me what in the world is going on." She could see this was bad. It was the letter of protest from the Huashan sect. But even so, she dared to reply, "Have you forgotten, sir? You were the one who demanded results regardless of the methods used." Gong Bai shot back, "Yes, but these results are deeply disappointing. Perhaps I overestimated the capabilities of the Tian Air Brigade." Ge Yan dared to challenge him back. "If Yi Gong and Yi Yi really are Suo Yi Liang and Fan Jiwei, what would you do?" He dismissed it coldly. "I've told you already. If it were really them, there's no way I wouldn't have recognized them. On the day Xiang'er was being treated, I wasn't the only one who sensed the evil energy emanating from that place. My clan's Kangqiang Dayan Shen Gong is an internal art specifically designed to counter demonic techniques. If that had been a demonic art, I would have sensed it immediately." Guiyan argued stubbornly. "Sometimes inexplicable things happen in this world. E Gong and Yi Yi. I believe those two are none other than the Blood Hand Venerable and Mangshan Xiaozi." Gong Bai questioned her directly. "On what grounds do you have any solid proof beyond your own speculation?" She retorted, "There was a recent report that Fan Jiwei destroyed an ancient Buddha statue at the Shaolin Temple." He nodded. "I remember." She continued trying to persuade him. "At that exact time, Han Shuihua and Dan Axian were visiting Shaolin, and the two men posing as Yi Gong and Yi Yi were with them. Do you really think that's just a coincidence?" Hearing this, he fell silent. Seizing the opportunity, Guiyan pressed on. After Shaolin, they continued on to Huashan. But even though Yi Gong and Yi Yi were with the group, they didn't go up the mountain. Only the Ice Jade Fairy and Dan Axion did. Why wouldn't the two of them dare to set foot on Huashan? Because no matter how good their disguises are, they could never fool Zhenren Zhenming, especially not Suo Yi Liang, who along with Zhenren Zhenming is one of the 5 greats of the martial world. They've clashed many times in the past. They'd recognize each other the moment they met. Gong Bai then asked, "So you believe they are Suo Yi Liang and Fan Jiwei?" Guiyan urged him, "At this point you must make a decisive choice." He asked again, decisive. "What do you mean by that?" She stated firmly, "We must use our full strength to eliminate them before it's too late." Gong Bai was annoyed, not understanding what she meant by too late. Guiyan had to explain, "If we let them run free, the very existence of this alliance will be under grave threat. Everyone on the outside already believes the only reason the Wulin Alliance hasn't destroyed the 10 great evils is because it needs them to justify its own existence." As the alliance leader, Gong Bai could only look worried without saying a word. Meanwhile, Jie Yan was still laying out her reasoning, arguing that it was time for the alliance to show the world its true power by eliminating the Blood Hand Venerable and Mangshan Xiaozi and making the difference in their strength clear. Not even the 9 great sects would dare to challenge them. The ones being cornered aren't them, it's us. Gong Bai was on high alert. What is our alliance being cornered by? The answer that followed stunned him. Time. Jie Yan continued to explain that they went to Shaolin and Huashan to collect signatures for a petition from influential figures, especially those with deep ties to the Sacred Hand Divine Doctor. They're seeking approval to turn Wuyue City into a sanctuary for fugitives. Gong Bai couldn't hold back any longer. A land for fugitives, Jie Yan stressed the gravity of the situation. They intend to declare it a forbidden zone, a place where members of the orthodox sects are forbidden to enter. At that point, our alliance will have no way to continue its campaign against the 10 great evils. All they'll have to do is hide in there. Not to mention Hui Gong of Shaolin and the leader of the Huashan sect have already signed the petition. He rubbed his forehead and quickly asked, "Where did you get this information about the petition?" Jie Yan didn't hide anything. "Through our inside sources." He cried out in alarm, "You planted spies in Shaolin and Huashan." She calmly replied, "Not just those 2 places. From the 9 sects and 1 union to the small and medium-sized sects, our alliance has eyes and ears everywhere." Gong Bai shouted in fury, "Tian Air Division Head, have you lost your mind?" She appeared perfectly righteous. "Everything is for the good of our alliance. That is the very reason the Tian Air Division exists." Gong Bai was frustrated, but he didn't want to reprimand her any further. Instead, she continued to remind him, If the world finds out those two are the Blood Hand Venerable and Mongshan Xiaozi, the person who will be in the most difficult position is you, Alliance leader." Gong Bai was left breathless. This was truly a dilemma. Immediately after, Jia Yan dropped her stern demeanor. "Please forgive me. Honest advice is always hard to hear. I hope you understand that everything I do is for our alliance." He hurriedly gave an order. "I understand. You are dismissed." Jia Yan had only taken a few steps when Gong Bai spoke again. She stopped waiting for his next words. Gong Bai pointed out bitterly, "From start to finish, you never once said it was for my sake." Jia Yan cleverly replied, "Because the alliance leader is the alliance." Instantly, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Gong Bai sat back comfortably and praised her. "I must be truly blessed. It's rare to have a subordinate who thinks of me to this extent." As soon as she stepped outside, Jia Yan knew she had achieved her goal. With this move, the alliance leader was completely cornered. The scene shifts to a different hilly region. Yi Liang spoke up. "Are we heading to the Zhongnan sect next?" Yi Xian eagerly replied, "Yes, and after that we'll head down to Sichuan to the Qingcheng sect." "Everything is progressing more smoothly than expected. We're so lucky. With the signatures from Shaolin and Huashan, the others will likely join in easily." He gently reminded them, "But let's not rush. We should travel at a leisurely pace. After all, we need to train as we go." As Xian said honestly, "This feels like a pleasant journey. It's so relaxing." Their group continued straight on for a while. At the same time, another carriage was passing by. The ever-vigilant Yi Liang watched it closely. What caught his eye were the two flags. Seeing him lost in thought for so long, Xian asked, "What is it?" Yi Liang simply instructed, "I need to stop by somewhere for a bit. I'll rejoin you before we reach Qingcheng." A confused Yi Xian asked, "Martial uncle, where are you going?" He glanced meaningfully at the carriage. "An old friend nearby seems to be worried about me. I'm going to pay him a visit." Without another word, Yi Liang used his lightness skill and leaped away. Jie Wei suddenly remembered, "Senior brother once mentioned he had a friend in Sichuan, though I've never met them." Xian instinctively replied, "I'm curious what kind of person they are." He looked in the direction his master had gone. "An old friend from his hometown. I don't remember the details." The scene changes to a place with a lake as clear as jade. This peaceful place was named Yanhua Village. Deep within the village stood an enormous estate. Inside a pavilion, an old man was already seated. He stared thoughtfully at the game board before him. After a long moment, he spoke. "How could they capture a great demon with such cheap tricks? No matter how many times I look at this, it makes me mad. Winning with dirty tactics and then disappearing without a trace. What a despicable fellow." Nearby, Yi Liang was also observing the largest estate in the village. An expectant smile unknowingly appeared on his face. Meanwhile, someone was reporting, "For the next month, all the escort agency's carriages will fly escort flags with the same insignia for the entire journey." The master was pleased. "You've worked hard." He didn't forget to offer encouragement. "Next time, you will surely be victorious, master." The manor lord replied nonchalantly, "Of course I will." He couldn't hide his melancholy wishing they could meet just one more time. Just then, his old acquaintance appeared. Even if they were to meet 100 times, it would be difficult to claim victory. The estate master asked in fear, "Are you a man or a ghost?" His attendant replied, "It's still too early in the day for ghosts to be wandering around." The master sobered up a bit. "So you're a real person, right, Mr. Sack?" "Indeed, my lord, just as you see." The master gave a direct order. "In that case, go and test his skills." The attendant quickly warned him, "If I do that, I'll be sent to the next life." While the two were talking animatedly, Yi Liang calmly took a seat. Then the estate master spoke up. "You look so radiant, it's as if time has forgotten you. You must have some good news to share. What's your secret?" Yi Liang teased back, "Are you finally thinking about learning martial arts?" He paused for a moment, then said, "I always believed you were still alive." The other man replied sarcastically, "If you had such faith, why did you set up so many escort flags?" On my way here, every escort I saw was flying the Yue Jian Mian Chi flag. You must have had to borrow quite a lot, haven't you? The master admitted, "More than you can imagine." Anyway, let's drop that. Why did you get involved with that wretched group? Seeing Yi Liang's confusion, he clarified, "Those madmen holed up at the Stone Pass. I heard you took their leader's head." Yi Liang vaguely recalled, "You mean the Qian Shou Anshi? I didn't start that fight. They came looking for trouble." The master remarked, "The whole of Chengdu was in an uproar because of that." Yi Liang replied wearily, "Please don't remind me. I'm exhausted just thinking about them." They talked, completely unaware that the game of chess they had left unfinished was now nearly over. The master suddenly grew somber. "Sometimes I wonder." His words immediately put Yi Liang on edge. Then he revealed his thoughts. "Has this land of Sichuan rejected you?" Yi Liang calmly reassured him, "Don't worry about it. It wouldn't be any different anywhere else." The master was about to say more when his attendant appeared. "Will you be staying for a few days before you leave?" Yi Liang replied brightly, "Perhaps I will." The attendant responded warmly, "Please make yourself at home. I have prepared wine and food in a private room. This way, please." "I'm afraid you'll have to enjoy the wine alone, as the master has been drinking quite heavily lately." Yi Liang was surprised. "Is that so?" The attendant continued, "So much so that I thought something terrible might happen. When he heard the news that his only friend had died, he insisted on finding your body. You have no idea what a scene he made. The atmosphere here was as gloomy as a funeral, all because of those vicious rumors circulating in the martial world." The master, flustered, tried to stop him. "Stop acting so familiar with him. You can go now. Anyone would think he's your friend, not mine." But the attendant ignored him. "It was a good thing I was there. If I hadn't stopped him, we might have had a real funeral on our hands. He would have either cried himself to death or drunk himself to death." The master bristled like a porcupine. "I told you to get lost. You have such a big mouth." Yi Liang immediately asked, "Then why did you say you always believed I was alive?" He answered curtly, "Because I did." Yi Liang pressed, "But then why did you insist on finding my body?" The master answered honestly, "Because I felt I had to. The more desperately I want something, the more fate seems to conspire against me." He patted his friend on the back, and they went into the private room together. Some time passed. The estate master stormed out of the room, but his attendant was there to meet him. "Where are you going, my lord?" The master was displeased. "Are you spying on me?" The attendant shot back, "Me? Do you really think I have enough free time to spy on you?" He then stressed with a serious tone, "There are only 10 days left." The master replied, "I know." The attendant wanted to press the issue, but the master waved him off. "I'm going to catch a carp first. I'll get to work after that." You know how it is. That Che boy would jump out of his sleep at the mere mention of a carp dish. The attendant replied, "If it's carp you want, I've already caught one. I just handed it over to the chef." The master quickly looked for another excuse. "Well then, I need to go pick some Sichuan peppercorn leaves. You have to have them for steamed carp." He was immediately met with a brilliant smile. "I've already prepared those as well. So please get back to what you were doing." Hearing this, the master felt utterly dejected. Just then, Yi Liang stepped out of his room. "I can't remember the last time I slept so soundly." The master asked, "Did you sleep well?" "Thanks to you, I did," he replied frankly. The master then continued, "That's why they say there's no place like home. There's an old saying that even a dying dog turns its head toward its homeland." Yi Liang suppressed a wave of emotion and suggested, "Shall we go for a walk?" Before they left, the master made a promise. "I'll take care of everything today." His attendant sighed. "I certainly hope so." Outside, the townspeople were beginning a new day. They were busy washing large pieces of fabric. After watching for a moment, Yi Liang recognized the technique. "Is that clamp resist dyeing?" The master explained, "Yes, it's difficult to make ends meet using the wax resist method that I prefer." He called out to one of the men, "Jiu Chi." Hearing his name, the old man stopped what he was doing. Jiu Chi immediately ran over. "You called for me, master?" The master asked kindly. "How long have you been here now? It's been 10 years, hasn't it?" Jiu Chi answered honestly, "It will be exactly 10 years in another month." The master instructed him, "Then in 5 days, come and see me. I've set aside a bonus for you." Hearing this, the old man was taken aback. "I couldn't possibly accept that, master. You don't need to do that. I only wish to continue working here." The master tried to persuade him, "There's no future for you if you stay here forever. You've mastered the craft now. You should go to a big city and open your own fabric shop. It'll be less strenuous and you'll earn more money. We'll even provide you with supplies, so don't you worry." The old man started to protest, but the master cut him off. "The others will manage just fine without you. Don't worry about it. Hasn't that always been the way here?" Jiu Chi bowed his head. "If you insist." But the master brought up another point. "You have to think of your family too. I hear your wife is expecting your third child, is that right?" The old man finally relented. "I will do as you say, master." The master praised him immediately. An excellent decision. After Juchi left, Akryong watched him go for a long time. The Manor Lord spoke up. I thought you were going to rebuild the village, but it seems you plan to erase it completely. He sighed. You don't understand. The moment there's a bit of money, the parasites will swarm in and pick it clean. There's no future staying in a place like this. Akryong immediately grew concerned. Aren't the parasites just the government officials? The Manor Lord explained. There are many more. The Merchant Guild has already signed a contract to buy all our produce, and they stop by once every half a month. Recently, even a martial arts sect has approached us saying they'll protect this place. Seeing Akryong's growing interest, he added, he claimed to be a lay disciple of Tai Ching Chung. He said he's expanding his martial arts hall, and I hear he's building it somewhere nearby. It seems he's quite a well-known figure among the lay members of the Ching Chung sect. The Manor Lord continued miserably. Just hearing about it is exhausting, isn't it? A violent river just waiting to flood officials who are indifferent to the people's suffering and the Ching Chung sect, the very ones who pushed you down this dark path. I'm just waiting to die now. How can I ask these innocent people to protect this place? We have to let them go while they still can. So you should give up on your ambitions too. The homeland we remember is gone. It has been since that day. Akryong replied in a low voice, You're right. One day that river will flood again. The Manor Lord said faintly, Isn't that why I built this manor, to stop creating more people like us? When Akryong was 7 years old, the Min River suddenly swelled, causing a terrifying flood. The unexpected disaster turned the fields and villages into ruins. The officials in charge, afraid of being reprimanded by their superiors, tried to downplay the scale of the damage. As a result, not a single coin of relief aid ever arrived. And then a plague began to spread. The authorities sent soldiers armed with swords and spears to blockade the village. Unable to endure it any longer, some villagers attacked the soldiers' guard post to steal food. Not long after they were executed, there was no hope left. The young Akryong Num glanced to the side. He remembered it clearly. An old man had come to the village. He drove away the soldiers surrounding the village and opened a path for the people to escape. He was the one who led the young Akryong, who was crying while protecting his father's body, out of that village. And that's how the refugees came to be. After that, the officials hurriedly summoned the martial artists of the Ching Chung sect.